The apocalypse has truly arrived. 30 years of mortgage payments are no longer required. At last, my extensive experience from 500 apocalyptic novels finds its purpose. Where's the system? Where are my powers? Why have they yet to manifest? Good heavens, I find myself unable to cheat the system. Even if it means starving to death, I, Yuan, refuse to endure this world any longer. A thunderous sound reverberates through the sky as the protagonist makes a dazzling entrance. Yuan's house has inexplicably gained extraordinary abilities. In this global apocalypse, I find myself reveling in simple pleasures at home. How delightful! Chapter 1. The incessant pursuit of wealth. The rain has persisted for an entire week, mingled with a gentle breeze, saturating the air with a chilling aura. Yuan glanced at the smart wristwatch adorning his wrist. It was precisely 4:30 in the afternoon, yet the sky outside was gradually darkening. Ever since the asteroid fragments collided with Earth a month prior, the climate had been thrown into disarray. Despite it being August, the weather felt as if it had already plunged into the depths of autumn, with today's temperature plummeting to a mere 15 degrees. In the distance, peculiar howls echoed, prompting Yuan to sigh as he approached the bedroom window. Amidst the clattering of metal, he forcefully pulled the metallic shields on either side of the window together until, at last, he secured the final two panels at the living room window, plunging the entire room into darkness. Though the metal panels were cumbersome and clumsy to close, they provided him with a sense of security amid the perils of the apocalypse. Lights on. Activate the underfloor heating. Instantly, the lights in the living room illuminated, and moments later, the previously frigid room began to warm. If there were two things that brought Yuan joy in this new world, they were, first, the liberation from his 30-year mortgage, and second, the revelation that his house had gained extraordinary abilities. As an aficionado of apocalyptic literature with experience from over 500 novels, Yuan could hardly believe that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. What astonished him even more was that, upon entering this new world, it was not he who had gained extraordinary abilities, but rather his house. Returning from the balcony to the living room, Yuan found himself surrounded by an overwhelming array of supplies he had hoarded. Toilet paper, clothing, bedding, shoes regardless of their utility, he had emptied several neighbors' homes. Adapting to the apocalypse came easily to Yuan, especially after discovering his house's newfound powers. He quickly acclimated to the life of hunting zombies, as slaying them was the only means to acquire crystal stones. With these stones, he could enhance his house. He swept a pile of clothing, which he had not yet sorted, from the sofa onto the floor and reclined in a relaxed position. Removing his smart wristwatch, he began to toy with it. Ever since his house had gained extraordinary abilities, his wristwatch had also undergone a binding upgrade. Opening a specific application, an intricate VR diagram materialized above the device, depicting the floor plan of his residence. Spanning 138 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, this was the home his parents had sacrificed their savings for, combined with his own years of effort. Alas, just over a month after moving in, the world had plunged into chaos. Safe house. Level 197100 energy. 19100 electricity. 35 water. 20 gas. 55 warning. Your safe house energy has fallen below the 20% threshold. Please recharge promptly. As the VR graphics materialized, a plethora of introductions appeared within mere seconds, accompanied by a persistent red alert flashing incessantly at the bottom. Upon noticing the warning notification, Yuan could not contain his sarcasm. I know, it's like a death sentence every day. It's just about draining my pockets. Constantly urging for a recharge. I truly wonder what your connection to 1086 is. Even though the onset of the apocalypse relieved him of mortgage payments, the necessity to spend for survival remained unrelenting. Over 20 days prior, the entire city had succumbed to darkness, and shortly thereafter, the water supply ceased as well. Yet, Yuan continued to enjoy a life enriched with water and electricity, basking in the fading glow of industrial civilization. This was solely due to his extraordinary safe house. However, to maintain such a quality of life, incessant expenditure was imperative. The term spending referred to the acquisition of crystal cores obtained from vanquishing zombies. These cores not only replenished his safe house's energy, but also permitted upgrades. Therefore, despite the apocalypse, Yuan's burdens had not significantly diminished, for the need to invest did not wane. Fortunately, after overcoming his initial trepidation, hunting zombies had become rather manageable. The decayed muscle tissue and severe osteoporosis rendered these zombies devoid of speed and strength. With proper tactics, acquiring crystal cores proved to be quite straightforward. Recently, however, Lu Yuan had discerned something amiss with the zombies. They appeared to be evolving, no longer as easily dispatched as they were in the early days of the apocalypse. The mere thought of the recent dangers he had encountered filled him with unease. Resolutely, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving an electric pot he had scavenged from a neighbor. From the refrigerator, he procured some slices of beef and lamb, preparing to indulge in hot pot. The succulent beef dipped in sesame sauce brought a moment of exhilaration, especially when paired with a sip of beer his joy had returned. The only downside was the absence of vegetables. Yet, reflecting on the apocalyptic novels he had read, he recalled that even protagonists with extraordinary abilities led tumultuous, exhausting lives. Each day, they were either engaged in relentless battles against various bosses or on the path of leveling up. Compared to them, his current modest happiness felt overwhelmingly fortunate. It seemed that his experience of the apocalypse wasn't so dire after all. Just then, a jarring, eerie cry resonated from downstairs. Lu Yuan's expression shifted. He momentarily abandoned his meal. With a swift motion, he darted to the sofa and switched on the television. Since his house had upgraded to a safe house for the first time in the apocalypse, he had discovered that the television now possessed surveillance capabilities. However, the number of cameras available for connection was limited. Besides one facing directly at the elevator, there were only a few others located on the rooftop. Yet this arrangement was fortuitous. One allowed him to assess the public foyer outside before venturing out, while the other provided a view of the community grounds. In recent days, he observed some discernible changes in the seemingly dull zombies within the park. During daylight hours, these creatures appeared to fear sunlight, often retreating into hiding. Even on overcast days, their presence in the community was minimal. However, as night fell, they would emerge to roam. Initially, their movements were sluggish, but in recent days, he noticed a semblance of evolution among some of the zombies. Not only had their speed significantly increased, but their physical strength had also augmented considerably. Before long, he witnessed a group of about 10 zombies meandering through the neighborhood. Suddenly, they seemed to detect something and surged towards it with remarkable speed. In a matter of moments, a wildcat was encircled by them, becoming their feast. The wildcat, fast as it was, could not escape the onslaught of the zombie horde. Watching the entire hunting process unfold on the surveillance footage, Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Each time these zombies feasted on fresh flesh, they became stronger. The proliferation of such formidable zombies only heightened the difficulty and danger of his future expeditions to hunt them down. Chapter 2. A collective struggle for survival. This realization filled Lu Yuan with profound concern. He resolved to upgrade his shelter without delay. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at his wristwatch. Safe house. Level 197,103 more crystal stones are needed for an upgrade. Please collect them promptly. Only 3 stones remained, which was somewhat reassuring. A collective operation was scheduled for the next day. Surely, acquiring these 3 crystal stones wouldn't be overly challenging. The anticipation of tomorrow's mission alleviated some of Lu Yuan's anxiety. Upon waking the next morning, he was greeted by a rare sunny day, which greatly lifted his spirits. He checked the surveillance. The common entrance outside was tranquil, devoid of any movement. The park below was equally serene, with the zombies from the previous night nowhere to be seen. After a light breakfast, Lu Yuan began donning his gear. First, he wrapped his forearms in a makeshift protective sleeve fashioned from plastic wrap and several pages of paper. Lu Yuan had studied that in moments of sudden danger, individuals instinctively raise their arms to shield their heads and vital areas. The forearms, however, are particularly susceptible to zombie bites. Thus, he crafted this protective gear, which, while lacking in breathability, offered decent protection against both bites and scratches. Underneath, he wore a cotton tank top that, though only moderately breathable, effectively absorbed sweat. Over that, he donned a thick, sturdy denim jacket, topped with a leather motorcycle jacket he had purchased previously. Although the leather jacket was not breathable, it effectively shielded against the splatter of zombie bodily fluids, and most importantly, it was easy to clean upon his return. As an experienced hunter, Lu Yuan found the splattering of zombie fluids to be one of the most troublesome aspects of his hunts. At times, this hazard could prove even more daunting than the bites themselves, as a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Thus, despite the discomfort and heat, Lu Yuan persisted in wearing his leather jacket, for he had no better alternative. Below, he donned a pair of thick winter jeans, and on his feet were a pair of indestructible shoes unearthed from a neighbor's abode. Although the shoes were slightly too small, Often leaving his heels bloodied and bruised, they provided him with a profound sense of security. Consequently, even in discomfort, he chose to wear them. This ensemble, ill-suited for the current weather, could hardly be described as comfortable yet. When weighed against the assurance of survival, a body drenched in sweat seemed trivial. Finally, donning a bicycle helmet, mask, and sunglasses, and grasping a multifunctional entrenching tool, Yuan prepared to embark on his journey. This versatile shovel was his pride, procured for over 200 from an online marketplace before the apocalypse, intended for self-defense. One side of the shovel featured serrated teeth, while the other bore a razor-sharp edge, making it extraordinarily lethal for cutting, chopping, and, most significantly, piercing. In recent days, Yuan had relied on this tool to clear all floors of his residential unit. Having previously tidied the floors, the fire escape of the entire building remained relatively secure. Yuan descended from the 33rd floor. Burdened by the woes of residing at the top, a power outage rendered the elevator inoperable, transforming daily comings and goings into a veritable ordeal. Upon reaching the property management office at building number 3, he found all participants of the mission assembled. Sorry, Yuan gasped apologetically, yet none held it against him. There were over 20 individuals present, all residents of the community. This marked their first collective effort to gather essential supplies from Yida Plaza. Nearly a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and their previous stockpiles had been nearly depleted, compelling them to risk venturing out in search of sustenance. Leading the expedition was Ma Chong, a burly bald man who had worked as a fitness instructor in Yida Plaza before the catastrophe. Alongside him was a security guard named Wang Zijuan, whose familiarity with the shopping center was pivotal to this undertaking. Yesterday, Zijuan and I ventured out of the community and found the streets to be largely deserted. But as we proceed, we must maintain our pace. Ma Chong informed the group about the conditions outside. Over a month ago, fragments of an asteroid were predicted to collide with Blue Star. In anticipation of this impact, the government mandated a complete halt of all operations, confining everyone to their homes to mitigate the dangers posed by potential natural disasters. The intention was to restore normalcy post-impact. However, who could have foreseen that while the fragments failed to obliterate the planet, the virus that accompanied them would unleash devastation upon humanity? Official announcements had ceased a week prior, indicating that the government had succumbed to chaos. It is uncertain when order will be restored, yet the residents of the community can no longer afford to wait. Due to the scarcity of supplies, they must organize themselves for self-rescue. Previously, everyone was instructed to remain indoors to avoid potential hazards from falling debris. Consequently, the streets outside are remarkably clean, devoid of both people and wandering zombies. Remember to keep your voices down when we reach the mall, one person cautioned. There were only about 20 security guards on duty before now. No one knows what the situation inside is, so we must proceed with caution. If all goes well, let us hasten to the supermarket, another advised. Take as much as you can. When we arrive, Ma Chong provided meticulous instructions. Understood, the group responded before filing out in an orderly manner. The Yida Plaza is merely a 10-minute journey from the Sunshine community where Yuan resides, and this time they reached the mall in just 5 minutes. Upon arriving at Yida Plaza, a collective sigh of relief was audible. The exterior walls and main entrance of the mall remained largely intact, indicating it had yet to be visited by other survivors. Clearly, having only entered this apocalyptic state just over a month ago, not all individuals have adapted to the new rhythm of survival. Fortunately, Wang Zijuan happened to possess the key to the mall, allowing them to directly unlock gate number 5 and venture inside. Before the apocalypse, the mall had responded to higher authorities by closing its doors, and none anticipated that once shut, it would never reopen. This very circumstance contributed to the eerie silence within, as there were no signs of any living activity. Inside, the mall was exceptionally quiet, with all the shops securely locked. Although there was no electricity, the glass canopy of the mall's rooftop provided ample illumination. Initially cautious upon entry, Yuan and his companions soon confirmed that the interior posed little danger. With their apprehensions eased, they dashed towards gate number 1. The Wanjia supermarket required descending to the basement level via the staircase near gate number 1. Observing the group of scattered individuals rushing ahead, Yuan chose not to follow the crowd. His decision was driven by a different purpose. Chapter 3. The white tickets bring me joy. As others flocked towards the food court, Yuan made a beeline for the renowned clothing stores on the first floor. He had traversed this shopping mall numerous times, possessing an intimate knowledge of the layout and the positioning of the various shops. For instance, He was well aware of the location of Arc'teryx, the adjacent Tibble lawn, and the cat store. It had been over a month since the onset of the apocalypse. He had spent more than 10 days hunting zombies in the wild. With the experience gleaned from over 500 apocalypse novels, Yuan adapted remarkably well. After overcoming his initial psychological barriers, he discovered that hunting zombies was not particularly daunting. What truly terrified him were the ubiquitous bodily fluids of these creatures. His greatest fear while hunting was the potential contamination by zombie fluids, which were not only foul-smelling but also carried the zombie virus. If even a drop splattered onto his skin, it would present a considerable problem. In Yuan's view, the ideal gear for slaying zombies would be the protective suits worn by firefighters, complemented by sturdy footwear. Next in line would be the riot police's bomb-proof attire. Though such specialized clothing was exceedingly difficult to procure. Thus, for the average citizen, the best protective gear would be durable outdoor jackets. Particularly those from top-tier brands like Arc'teryx or Patagonia, renowned for their exceptional quality. Even the military of the Eagle Nation adheres to the three-layer dressing principle advocated by these outdoor clothing brands. The inner layer should be skin-friendly and breathable, wicking away moisture to ensure comfort. The middle layer must provide warmth and resist static electricity. The outer layer ought to be windproof and waterproof, while also being breathable and possessing remarkable resistance to tearing and abrasion. It is precisely these attributes that elevate Arc'teryx and Patagonia to the status of premier outdoor brands. Their materials are meticulously chosen, though the prices can be painfully steep. Even the financially robust Eagle military cannot always afford them. Patagonia undoubtedly stands as the pinnacle of high-end outdoor brands, with limited presence in domestic stores. Conversely, Arc'teryx had a boutique conveniently located in this mall. Before the apocalypse, Yuan had only gazed longingly at the window displays of this store, each visit deepening his desire to step inside. However, the price tags dangling from the clothing worn by the mannequins always deterred him. Should society fail to restore its former order, these garments would become precious, irreplaceable resources. Thus, Yuan chose not to follow the crowd into the supermarket. Instead, he made his way directly to these outdoor brand stores. Given that these outdoor essentials were now more critical than ever, and would likely grow increasingly scarce in the future, he recognized their necessity. Beyond ensuring his personal safety, these garments would provide warmth against the encroaching cold. The weather had become increasingly erratic, and Yuan feared that this winter might be particularly long and frigid. Hence, it was imperative to prepare for the cold ahead. As he passed the circular plaza directly opposite Gate 6, he spotted Arc'teryx on his right, the very store whose clothing he had long yearned for. The quick-dry fabric t-shirts typically cost around 800 to 900 yuan each, while undergarments made from the same material can easily exceed 100 yuan for just 2 pairs. Garments crafted from this material are ideally suited for close-fitting wear. They are skin-friendly, breathable, and excel in moisture-wicking capabilities. Originally priced at 200 yuan. The 2-piece alpha shell jacket made from this fabric features a fleece mid-layer that is both sweat-absorbing and warm, with anti-static properties. The outer layer is a coated jacket that is windproof and waterproof, and due to its lotus leaf-inspired textile technology, it possesses remarkable self-cleaning abilities. Water beads on the surface, rolling off effortlessly, allowing the wearer to remain unperturbed by any potential contamination. The high-stretch, windproof, and waterproof mountain pants, originally priced at over 400 yuan, boast impressive elasticity and durability, resisting wear and tear. The waterproof mountaineering boots, also priced at over 400 yuan, feature a molded sole with a waterproof midsole reinforced with an iron core. In the past, the price of any random clothing or footwear here would have caused Yuan to hesitate. Yet now, he can indulge freely. Upon wearing the clothes, Yuan couldn't help but mutter that the premium brand truly justifies its cost. The sensation of the close-fitting undergarments is extraordinary, providing a cooling and breathable experience far superior to his cotton undergarments, which, while absorbent, fail to effectively wick moisture. With intense daily activities, the cotton garments would cling unpleasantly to his skin when soaked. In contrast, the quick-dry undergarments eliminate such discomfort entirely. The fleece mid-layer envelopes him in a soft and warm comfort, resistant to static, making it so delightful that he wishes to keep it on indefinitely. As for the outer shell jacket, while its fabric may feel slightly rigid, it imparts an inexplicable sense of security. Although he previously wore thick denim, it cannot compare to the scratch and tear resistance of this shell jacket. Most importantly, its exceptional self-cleaning function ensures that even oil or water droplets slide off effortlessly due to the fabric's unique lotus leaf structure. The breathability is unparalleled. His leather jacket would leave him drenched in sweat daily. Wearing the shell pants is an entirely different experience. Immensely comfortable, they offer superb elasticity yet remain robust. With these pants, Lu Yuan no longer worries about being scratched by zombies. Slipping into the waterproof mountaineering boots is an immediate revelation. The soles are not as hard as anticipated, instead resembling the softness and bounce of running shoes, providing excellent shock absorption. This ensures he can walk long distances without fatigue, and the high-waisted design offers ample support from the ankle to the calf. The sturdy heel and sole completely prevent ankle sprains during vigorous activity, and the steel-toed design at both the front and back of the boots enhances the feeling of security. Indeed, one gets what they pay for. The premium prices of this store's clothing and footwear are well warranted. This entire ensemble is worth over 10,000 yuan. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yuan could have afforded such luxury, but it would have caused him considerable regret for a long while. However, at this moment, he could freely indulge in a bounty of supplies, a behavior that was distinctly uncharacteristic of Lu Yuan. He selected several sets of undergarments, a tactical jacket, cargo pants, and mountaineering boots, meticulously packing them into his sizable backpack. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Such unrestrained generosity truly brings joy. Just as Lu Yuan was reveling in his scavenging, a sudden commotion erupted from the doorway. Immediately, he set down his backpack and grasped his entrenching tool, executing a swift pivot. At the entrance stood a tall woman clad entirely in black leather attire, her face obscured by a motorcycle helmet. Yet, the graceful lines of her figure hinted at her beauty. Her all-black ensemble exuded an aura of boldness. Upon realizing the visitor was a person rather than a zombie, Lu Yuan exhaled in relief. "Emo Xiaobei, how is it that you move so silently?" He recognized her as a fellow survivor from their group, residing in the same building unit as he did. Before the apocalypse, he had only recently moved into his new residence, and he had only just begun to familiarize himself with the neighborhood. As for his neighbors above and below, their busy work schedules meant he had scarcely encountered them. Regarding Emo Xiaobei, he only knew she lived on the 20th floor of his unit, and her appearance was a blur in his memory. Since they had begun clearing out the zombies in their vicinity, she had consistently donned her tactical gear and helmet, leaving her features a mystery, as she seldom spoke. Besides that one meeting where she introduced herself, she had hardly engaged in conversation. It seemed that Ma Chong had shown a slight interest in her during their missions, yet he had never managed to earn even a fleeting smile from her. "Ah, I noticed you were not following the crowd, so I came to see," she remarked. Her voice muffled by the helmet, yet it was undeniably a positive response. "I hadn't realized you possessed such intellect," she continued, observing Lu Yuan in his new attire and the gear in his pack. With a playful grin, Lu Yuan waved her off. "Help yourself." Without further ado, Emo Xiaobei began rummaging through the women's footwear section. Soon, she unearthed a pair of women's hiking boots and settled onto a nearby sofa, pulling at the zipper of her tall leather boots. Standing nearby, Lu Yuan was met with a sudden, pungent aroma as she removed her shoes, nearly causing him to recoil. "What are you staring at?" Emo Xiaobei noticed his reaction, her expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Lu Yuan quickly averted his gaze, silently lamenting that women indeed could be quite troublesome. At long last, it has been confirmed that even a fairy's defecation would undoubtedly possess an equally unpleasant odor. Emo Xiaobei could not help but emit a disdainful hum, prompting Lu Yuan to hastily venture toward the rear of the shop. Observing Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Emo Xiaobei inwardly sighed in relief for not having removed her helmet. Otherwise, she would have faced utter humiliation. Cursed be the apocalypse, which has deprived them of water and electricity for over 20 days. Even the tittiest of fairies, after neglecting foot hygiene for such a duration, would surely emit a noxious scent. Moreover, during these days, she had also ventured out to combat zombies, and naturally, she dared not remove her protective high-top leather boots. Hence, the source of the odor became quite understandable. Today, she had initially followed the group toward the supermarket, but upon witnessing Lu Yuan discreetly lag behind and head in the opposite direction, her curiosity compelled her to follow. As she donned a pair of hiking boots, the soft, springy sensation of the soles elicited an involuntary sigh of comfort from Emo Xiaobei. While her previous leather boots provided decent protection, they paled in comparison to the comfort of these hiking boots. Gazing at Lu Yuan rummaging through supplies behind the store, Emo Xiaobei decided to emulate him and stripped off her leather jacket, opting for a lightweight windbreaker. The moment the new garment enveloped her, she nearly gasped in delight. It was simply too comfortable. Her former motorcycle jacket, while effective against zombie bodily fluids, lacked resilience against abrasions and had already suffered several tears. Most importantly, it was not breathable, leaving her drenched in foul sweat during every outing. Furthermore, the fitted cut of that jacket accentuated her curves, often drawing inappropriate attention from the male members of her team, which was a source of great vexation. As for other clothing options, she dared not consider them. Fortunately, she had chosen to follow Lu Yuan today, stealing a glance in his direction. She noticed that he had just unearthed several bundles of climbing ropes and carabiners from the back warehouse, busily stuffing them into his backpack. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover such a wealth of good supplies hidden in the small storeroom behind the shop, 2 bundles of climbing rope, along with water bottles, tents, flashlights, and more. Most gratifyingly, he also found several sets of knee pads, wrist guards, elbow pads, and cut-resistant gloves in the storage area behind the counter. Such high-quality protective gear was exceedingly rare to come by these days. Without hesitation, he equipped himself with the gear, stowing the extras in his backpack for future use. This excursion had indeed proven worthwhile, and Lu Yuan, in high spirits, turned to glance back, just in time to see Imo Xiaobei clad in a matching windbreaker and pants. The girl, displaying her own cleverness, had also chosen to pack several interchangeable sets of similar attire into her backpack, clearly aware of the importance of these garments. While her leather ensemble may have appeared striking in the wild, its protective and comfortable qualities were, in truth, rather mediocre, potentially inciting unwarranted advances from others. In contrast, this windbreaker and pants effectively concealed her graceful silhouette. This serves as a form of protection for her. Are we ready? Leave some space. Let us proceed to the next establishment. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Imo Xiaobei, smiling as he reminded her. Imo Xiaobei was taken aback. Are we really going to the next place? Of course, just follow me. Lu Yuan laughed heartily and turned to exit the shop. Adjacent to the Archaeopteryx was the indomitable storefront, renowned for its robust and durable boots. Lu Yuan had long coveted the yellow boots displayed in the shop. Upon reaching the entrance, he struck down with his shovel, shattering the glass door. Just as he lifted his leg to enter, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from within. Be careful, Imo Xiaobei exclaimed behind him, just in time to warn him. Lu Yuan was instantly knocked to the ground by the rushing figure. The creature, clad in a security uniform, had somehow managed to find its way into the shop. The poor lighting in the store, coupled with Lu Yuan's momentary lapse in vigilance, had allowed the creature to ambush him successfully. The zombie sank its teeth into Lu Yuan's raised forearm. Despite its emaciated appearance, the creature possessed considerable biting strength. Lu Yuan's mind echoed with a single thought. I'm done for. I've been bitten. Hey, Imo Xiaobei shouted angrily above him, concerned that striking the zombie might splatter its bodily fluids onto Lu Yuan's face. Rushing forward, Imo Xiaobei delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's shoulder, toppling it to the ground. Lu Yuan swiftly regained his footing, drawing the entrenching tool from his waist, and struck down with it. With a dull thud, the sharp blade cleaved the zombie's head in two. A single blow was sufficient to end its life. Gasping for breath, Lu Yuan sank to the ground, his mind blank. Chapter 5. The frantic escape families, passers-by, do not miss out. Iron folks, don't forget to collect and recommend. Hey, are you all right? Here, take a sip of water. Imo Xiaobei approached Lu Yuan's side. Though separated by a helmet, Lu Yuan could sense her concern in her voice. It was only then that he snapped back to reality. Glancing down at the forearm that had just been bitten, his outer jacket remained intact, and he quickly removed it to inspect his arm. The makeshift arm guard wrapped around it had torn, yet the paper inside was unharmed, marked only by 2 distinct rows of bite marks. Damn! A curse escaped his lips. As the weight of anxiety lifted away, the newly acquired jacket had indeed proven its worth against tearing. Had it been his previous leather jacket, it would have surely succumbed. Seeing that he was unscathed, Lu Yuan exhaled in relief, soon overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. He understood this to be the after-effect of a sudden surge of adrenaline. When he noticed Imo Xiaobei offering him a bottle of mineral water, warmth spread through his heart. In these times, mineral water was a precious commodity, especially since every household had already experienced water shortages. For those residing in high-rise buildings, the fear of water supply cessation was paramount, while power outages could be managed. Losing access to water posed a far greater challenge. Even if one neglects personal hygiene daily, one must inevitably consume food and drink water, correct? In such moments, bottled water becomes an invaluable resource, and one might not expect the generosity of Imo Xiaobei. Lu Yuan, not one to be impolite, accepted the water and drank heartily, feeling significantly more at ease after finishing a bottle. Thank you, he exclaimed, raising the bottle in his hand, but Imo Xiaobei merely shook her head in response. No need to be courteous. Even through the helmet, Lu Yuan felt as though he could perceive her smile. She was indeed a commendable young woman. Turning his gaze back to the zombie he had just dispatched, clad in a security uniform, he noted that its body did not exhibit the severe decay typical of other zombies. Rather, it resembled a peeled red shrimp. Remarkably, he could discern well-defined muscles on its frame, suggesting that this creature had previously consumed a fair amount of fresh flesh. What intrigued Lu Yuan further was the fact that this zombie had dropped 2 crystal cores. Generally, a typical zombie would yield only 1, indicating that this particular specimen had undergone some form of evolution. Moreover, beside it lay a resplendent book titled Level 3 Dog Beating Stick Technique. To his surprise, this fellow was a practitioner of martial arts. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Since he had commenced his zombie hunting venture, he had observed that certain zombies not only yielded crystal cores but also occasionally released skill books. These skill books encapsulated the techniques that these creatures had excelled at in life. Evidently, the security zombie had been proficient in security work, which included tasks such as dispersing and capturing small animals, as well as dog control, integral components of its daily responsibilities. It was astonishing that this creature had refined these skills into a specialization and compiled a wealth of experience, resulting in the Level 3 Dog Beating Stick Technique. Glancing at Mo Xiaobei, he realized she was oblivious to the crystal cores in the skill book. Lu Yuan discreetly aimed his wristwatch at the 2 crystal cores in the skill book, pressing a button. A flash of white light signaled the absorption of the items into the watch's space. Simultaneously, a plethora of tactical knowledge flooded his mind, including strategies for dealing with various animals such as cats and dogs, how to position oneself, select the opportune moment to strike, and target specific areas, among other tactics. He learned how to handle troublesome wasps building nests, capture rogue birds nesting on rooftops, and even catch snakes. Although the information was somewhat chaotic, it was undeniably the knowledge acquired from the Level 3 Dog Beating Stick Technique. The skill book, while titled as such, contained wisdom beyond merely dealing with dogs. It primarily focused on the capture and dispersal of various small creatures. As the saying goes, a plethora of skills is not burdensome. Acquiring such knowledge is advantageous for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, and Lu Yuan had no qualms about these eclectic skills. Soon, he adeptly mastered the techniques for dealing with a variety of small animals and stood up to Mo Xiaobei, saying, "Let us go inside and take a look." The store prominently featured durable yellow boots, which, in civilian terms, represented an exceptionally robust choice for work footwear: waterproof, slip-resistant, impact-resistant, sturdy, durable, and warm. The only downside is that these shoes are exceedingly constrictive. Even if they are your correct size, putting them on for the first time can leave your feet bruised and battered. One must endure a period of adjustment, as the old saying goes, to break in the shoes before they become more comfortable with each wear. Although he had previously scavenged several pairs of hiking boots from the Arc'teryx store, Lu Yuan did not mind acquiring a few more pairs of sturdy yellow boots for backup. Before long, he found several pairs of boots that fit him well and tried them on. At this moment, there was still space in his backpack, yet he was reluctant to fill it. He preferred to leave some room for other items. So he secured a few pairs of boots using the laces on the hooks at the back of his backpack. Mo Xiaobei, who had been trailing behind him, followed suit and hung several pairs of well-fitting boots on her own backpack. Clearly, she understood the significance of such valuable footwear in a post-apocalyptic world. As they exited the store, Lu Yuan headed straight upstairs. "Aren't we going to the supermarket?" Mo Xiaobei could not help but inquire. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I have a peculiar feeling about that place. Besides, there are plenty of treasures to be found upstairs." Mo Xiaobei fell silent and continued to follow him up the stairs. Soon, Lu Yuan navigated the second floor with ease and found a milk tea shop, prying open the door and heading straight to the storage room inside. As expected, he discovered several large bags of milk powder stashed away. With a smile, he tossed 2 bags of milk powder to Mo Xiaobei, exclaiming, "Now this is genuine treasure." Before the apocalypse, this imported bulk milk powder was typically reserved for milk tea shops. Although it boasted high energy density, its nutritional content was rather singular and not considered a health food. However, in the present circumstances, it was undoubtedly a precious commodity. It was energy-rich, easily absorbable, long-lasting, convenient to transport, and, most importantly, required minimal processing or cooking. One could consume it directly. This was, quite simply, the perfect emergency food for the apocalypse. Upon seeing the milk powder Lu Yuan had tossed her way, Mo Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with delight. She swiftly tore open a package, grabbed a plastic spoon from the counter, and was about to dig in. However, just as the spoon approached her lips, she realized she had yet to remove her helmet. Unfazed, she took off the helmet and indulged in a hearty spoonful, her face gradually reflecting a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally caught a glimpse of Mo Xiaobei's true visage. As he had suspected, she possessed an exquisitely beautiful face. Her long hair was styled in a flight attendant's bun at the back of her head, her complexion a fair oval, with a prominent nose and a pair of radiant, expressive eyes. Recently, however, she appeared somewhat pale, likely due to malnutrition. Yet, once a spoonful of milk powder filled her stomach, her cheeks flushed with color. "Cough, cough, cough," she spluttered, having eaten too hastily. Lu Yuan chuckled as he rummaged under the counter, retrieving a bottle of water and offering it to her. Take your time. Mo Xiaobei's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. It was the first time she had acted so uncouth in front of a stranger. Sensing her embarrassment, Lu Yuan turned away to continue his search. Indeed, there were quite a few delightful finds in the milk tea shop: chocolate, various flavored syrups, and several bottles of each. Before the apocalypse, these were typical junk foods. However, now they serve as rare high-energy supplements. Having entered this treasure trove, the two began to hurriedly stuff their backpacks with their spoils. Just then, a cacophony of wails echoed from a distance, causing them to halt abruptly. Lu Yuan dashed out of the shop, reaching the balcony on the second floor to peer down. He saw Ma Chong and several others fleeing in a panic, when suddenly, one of them stumbled and fell. Before he could regain his footing, a shadow surged forward and pinned him down. Then, with a sickening crunch, blood erupted. Chapter 6. Monsters do not miss out, dear friends. Iron Brothers, remember to collect and recommend. A startled shriek escaped Mo Xiaobei's lips, quickly muffled by her hands. Lu Yuan, observing the scene below, widened his eyes in astonishment. Ma Chong and Wang Zijuan, accompanied by a dozen others, were darting ahead, while a creature the size of a small car pursued them. From his vantage point on the second floor, Lu Yuan felt an unsettling familiarity with the beast. Suddenly, he recalled, the creature was none other than the Brazilian tortoise that had resided in the large pool at the entrance of Building 1, before the end times. This mall featured a grand water basin, allegedly constructed upon the recommendations of a feng shui master. It housed two sizable Brazilian tortoises, which once served as a makeshift wishing well, where passers-by tossed coins for luck. What on earth had it consumed? Had it ingested a growth agent? If memory served, those tortoises had been no larger than a basin. Yet now, it had swollen to the size of a compact car, leaving Lu Yuan both astonished and incredulous. How could it have grown so large? Was it possible that a meteorite collision had caused radiation-induced mutations in these creatures? Or perhaps a virus had instigated genetic alterations? As he stood on the second floor, his mind was a turbulent whirlpool of thoughts. Moreover, the tortoise's appearance had undergone significant transformation. Although the patterns on its shell remained consistent, the once mildly adorned head had morphed into a grotesque visage, now bristling with spikes, resembling a fearsome alligator-snapping turtle. It appeared this creature had evolved into a far more ferocious being. The unfortunate soul who had stumbled was met with a swift demise as the mutated alligator turtle severed his head in a single bite. Surprisingly, the beast did not linger over its prize, but continued its pursuit of Ma Chong and the others. Despite its seemingly cumbersome size, it moved with remarkable speed, each powerful push of its limbs propelling it forward several meters. Though Ma Chong and his group ran swiftly, they could not create a significant distance between themselves and the creature. Quickly, come up the stairs over here. As Ma Chong and his companions drew closer, Lu Yuan hastily called out from the second floor. As Ma Chong and his companions looked up, they did not ponder much and immediately turned right, rushing up the darkened escalator towards the second floor. The mutant alligator turtle followed them to the staircase, but came to a halt. It was not that it did not wish to pursue, but rather its size rendered it ill-suited for navigating such a narrow escalator. However, even without following them, it did not leave. It merely stood guard downstairs, its gaze fixated on the group above. The dozen or so of them collapsed onto the floor of the second level, panting heavily. Clearly, the frantic sprint had exhausted their energy. Lu Yuan rummaged through his backpack and tossed several bottles of water to them. What on earth happened? Ma Chang received the water, tilted his head back, and gulped deeply before responding. When they first descended, everything seemed fine. The supermarket was nearly deserted, though the darkness was quite terrifying. Zijun and Ahui, feeling a bit exhilarated, had howled a few times in the supermarket. They had intended to lighten the atmosphere and bolster everyone's courage, but who could have anticipated such a creature would appear? Consequently, their voices had attracted the monster from the underground garage adjacent to the supermarket. Listening to Ma Chang's account, Lu Yuan could only chuckle in disbelief. Turning to glance downstairs, he saw the mutated alligator turtle staring up at them with its blood-red eyes. Lu Yuan surmised that it had developed a taste for human flesh, regarding them all as prey, which explained its blocking of the staircase. No wonder they had not encountered any security personnel in the mall. Wang Zijuan had previously mentioned that although the mall was closed, there were still over 20 security guards on duty. It seemed those guards had likely met with tragedy. Lu Yuan counted the heads. They had originally been 26 individuals. Now, only 19 remained on the second floor, and the whereabouts of the others were unknown. If they were not dead, they must have hidden away. After resting for a while, they had regained some strength. At that moment, Lu Yuan approached the edge of the floor and looked down. The creature had moved closer to the small plaza near the staircase, where it was gnawing on a freshly killed human corpse. The scene gruesome and blood-soaked. Its eyes were fixed intently on their movements above, clearly intent on wearing them down. What to do? This creature was not only tough-skinned and meaty, but also possessed an impenetrable shell, making it impervious to blades and firearms. Remaining there in wait was not a viable option either. With just over 3 hours until nightfall, if they could not return home before dark, they would be in dire straits. Ma Chong had somehow come to Lu Yuan's side, seeking to discuss a strategy. Lu Yuan was equally troubled by the situation. The small plaza guarded by the mutant turtle was precisely the route they needed to take to exit through Gate 5. They lacked keys for the other entrances, all of which were secured with rolling shutters. Thus, their only escape route lay through Gate 5, yet this beast had fortuitously chosen to block their only path home. If they were to linger until night, who could say whether there were other monsters lurking within the mall? Moreover, those zombies become frenzied as night falls. What can be done? Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, reminiscent of the insights gleaned from the book 3-Level Dog Stick Method, which had erupted from the zombie security guard. It occurred to him that the pond where the turtle resided needed regular cleaning to prevent it from stinking. During such cleaning, the workers would place the turtle outside to prevent it from wandering away. Their method was quite simple. They would turn the turtles over, placing their shells face down on the ground, rendering them immobile. These images flickered through Lu Yuan's mind, and as he glanced at the arrangement of the small square below, a solution began to form. The small square downstairs was typically reserved for various automobile brands. Every weekend, certain dealerships would rent the space to showcase their vehicles. Previously, this area had been leased by a company selling off-road vehicles, and remnants of a display platform and a large seesaw demonstrating the vehicle's climbing capabilities remained. Lu Yuan recalled witnessing a performance of that brand's off-road vehicles in a mall before the apocalypse. The car would ascend a 30-degree incline made of iron railings, and as it reached the midpoint, the other end of the seesaw would naturally descend. At that moment, the off-road vehicle would demonstrate its steep descent capabilities, creating an exhilarating spectacle that captured the audience's attention. Although the vehicles had long since departed, the seesaw remained. Upon seeing it, Lu Yuan devised a clever plan. He pulled Ma Chong aside and began to discuss his strategy in hushed tones. "Is this even feasible?" Ma Chong exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "Do you have a better plan? We can't remain trapped here with so many people." Lu Yuan turned to glance at the group behind him. A dozen individuals leaning against the glass railing, panting heavily. Ma Chong also surveyed the crowd, fell silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "Let us proceed with your plan." Ma Chong gathered everyone together and conveyed Lu Yuan's proposal. The moment they heard it, chatter erupted as they eagerly engaged in discussion. Despite the terror instilled by the creature below, their survival instincts triumphed over their fears. There was no bickering. Everyone contributed their insights, refining the plan collaboratively. Soon, they had forged a strategy. Lu Yuan approached the stairs, took a deep breath, and composed himself. He understood that he was pivotal to this operation. As the architect of the plan, he felt compelled to undertake the most perilous aspect himself. It was that he wished to exclude others. But he recognized the condition of the group. Given their state, sending anyone else down would be tantamount to sacrificial offering, making it more prudent for him to act alone. He adjusted his clothing and footwear when, unexpectedly, Mo Xiaobei, adorned with a helmet, appeared beside him. Is there truly no alternative but to descend? Lu Yuan discerned her subtle concern and smiled as he nodded. "We must go. If we do not return before nightfall, we shall be in serious trouble. Be careful," Mo Xiaobei added, warming Lu Yuan's heart. "Rest assured, I will," he replied, turning away and charging down the stairs with determination. The thudding footsteps quickly roused the monstrous turtle lying in the center of the small square. The creature immediately abandoned the corpse before it and lunged towards Lu Yuan. Its massive, squat form was indeed quite intimidating as it rushed forward. Lu Yuan's heart raced, yet he remained composed, taking 2 steps forward before reaching the edge of the platform. The monstrous turtle rounded the corner, closely trailing him. Upon seeing the creature gaining ground, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. He swiftly circumnavigated to the opposite end of the platform and charged towards the teeter-totter fashioned from iron railings. Weighing over 100 kilograms, Lu Yuan alone could not displace the several hundred kilograms of iron. As he reached the apex of the teeter-totter, the mutated crocodile turtle had also caught up. Lu Yuan did not hastily leap down. Instead, he remained at the summit, observing cautiously. When he noticed the creature's upper body had ascended onto the teeter-totter, he turned and shouted towards the upper floor, "Jump." It turned out that Ma Chong had gathered 7 or 8 individuals who had now climbed to the outer edge of the second-floor railing. Hearing Lu Yuan's call, some closed their eyes, while others turned pale, yet they all leapt without hesitation. Their courage to jump stemmed from the fact that the elevated end of the teeter-totter was not far from the second-floor railing. Moreover, the height difference was merely 2 or 3 meters, making the leap to the teeter-totter quite manageable. Crucially, beneath the teeter-totter lay a thick layer of sandy earth, designed to cushion the impact should the iron railings cause damage to the mall's flooring during automotive performances. Thus, even if they miscalculated their jump and fell to the ground, injuries would not be severe. Of the 7 or 8 individuals, 5 landed directly on the teeter-totter beside Lu Yuan, while 2 others, though missing the platform, grasped the edges of the railing midair. Suddenly, the weight of over 1,000 kilograms pressed down on the elevated end of the teeter-totter. Meanwhile, the mutated turtle had only half of its body on the other side, with its own weight of over 1,000 kilograms. Half of its mass was no match for the force exerted by the 7 or 8 individuals jumping from above, which was transmitted along the teeter-totter. The end where Lu Yuan and his companions stood swiftly descended, causing the other end where the monstrous turtle resided to soar upwards. Lacking the dexterity of primates, the turtle could not grip the railing to stabilize itself, resulting in its upper body being hurled into the air and crashing to the ground. Lu Yuan and his companions, from the elevated position, plummeted, landing in disarray. Fortunately, there was a layer of sand below to cushion the impact, and everyone emerged relatively unscathed. The group quickly regained their footing and turned to face the opposite side. The once ferocious mutated alligator turtle now lay on its back, flailing its short legs helplessly in the air. Despite its frantic struggles, it merely spun in circles, its alligator-like head shaking side to side, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why wait any longer? Charge! Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Yuan called out and was the first to rush forward. The others, snapping back to reality, quickly followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Even Mo Xiaobei and a few others, who were relatively weaker, shouted as they descended from above. The fear of being hunted and the fury of remembering their fallen comrade, who had been bitten to death by this creature, surged forth in a cathartic release. Though the group varied in strength, they had all survived in this post-apocalyptic world for a month and had hunted zombies together. Thus, their mental fortitude was commendable, and their wits were sharp. Despite the alligator turtle being overturned, vigilance remained paramount. Its fierce demeanor was undiminished, as it continued to wildly shake its head, attempting to strike at any who ventured too close. This creature was undeniably formidable. Its shell was impenetrable from both the front and back. After a few attempts to strike, the group realized they could not breach its defenses. Even though it lay incapacitated, its flailing limbs posed a significant threat. Being struck by them could easily result in broken bones. Furthermore, if anyone were to come too close to its jaws, they could find themselves in grave danger. As the group pressed forward, they began to encounter difficulties, recognizing the challenge this beast presented. However, Lu Yuan circled around the creature and discerned its vulnerability. The area between its hind legs, akin to the soft spot beneath a human's armpit, was devoid of protective shell. Although its tough skin appeared resilient, it was not impervious. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan swung his entrenching tool and carved a gash into that weak point. Putrid blood gushed forth, and the previously beleaguered group erupted in cheers. Finally discovering a point of entry, the pain inflicted upon the creature intensified its struggles, and for a moment, the crowd hesitated to approach, wary of its thrashing limbs. Chapter 8. The Backbone Families and Friends. Don't miss out. Iron folks, remember to collect and recommend. Clear the way, roared Ma Chong from behind, charging forward with a spear in hand. With a powerful thrust, he plunged the spear into the very wound Lu Yuan had just created. This strike was fatal for the mutated turtle, which had been fiercely thrashing just moments before. With a final roar, the creature's limbs suddenly stiffened, ceasing their frantic movements. Lu Yuan finally discerned that the spear in Ma Chong's hand was, astonishingly, a steel bar procured from an unknown source. At this moment, the 2-meter-long steel bar had penetrated halfway into the body of the mutated alligator turtle. The trajectory of the bar suggested it had aimed for the creature's heart. Even if it had not struck the heart directly, it must have inflicted significant damage to its vital organs. Unlike before, this monstrous turtle did not struggle for long. Within moments, it convulsed and ceased to exist. Witnessing the creature's stillness, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Lu Yuan gestured for everyone to maintain their distance, moving instead toward the turtle's neck, where he proceeded to hack at it with a spade until he was convinced the creature was truly dead. Observing the demise of the mutated alligator turtle, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them, with some of the physically weaker members collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, a woman's sobs pierced the air. Lu Yuan turned to see a woman sitting despondently before the mangled corpse, evidently mourning a family member. The atmosphere grew somber, as the fleeting joy of vanquishing the beast was overshadowed by the grim reality before them. With the emergence of mutated creatures, who could predict what horrors might follow? Lu Yuan's gaze shifted back to the turtle's corpse, where he noticed a glimmer. A blue crystal had materialized beside the remains. Previously, he had vanquished nearly 100 zombies, yet most had yielded only ordinary white crystals. The fact that this mutated turtle had produced a blue crystal indicated, based on his extensive readings of post-apocalyptic literature, that its energy level was significantly higher than that of a typical white crystal. However, the specifics of its conversion remained a mystery to him. Seizing the moment while the others were distracted by the grieving woman, Lu Yuan swiftly pocketed the blue crystal. Once he secured the crystal, he examined the turtle's body more closely and discreetly scanned it with his wrist device. Mutated turtle shell, blue substance, remarkably hard, exhibiting excellent flexibility. Waterproof and fire-resistant, an exceptional material for synthesizing armor. Upon reading the device's evaluation, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had suspected the turtle's shell held some value, but he was unprepared for the revelation of its substantial potential. Without hesitation, he began to wield his spade vigorously. Before long, the others were drawn to Lu Yuan's fervent efforts to dismantle the corpse. As they observed him pry off a piece of the turtle's resilient shell, they quickly grasped his intentions. Within half an hour, the turtle's shell was completely harvested, with each person receiving several pieces. As for how to process and utilize what we have upon our return, that will depend on each individual's capabilities. What should we do with this? Ma Chong inquired beside Lu Yuan, unknowingly regarding him as a pillar of support. After all, had it not been for Lu Yuan today, none of them would have had the chance to return home. Gazing at the mangled corpse of the mutated turtle, Lu Yuan lifted his head to assess the fading daylight. He estimated that within an hour or two, darkness would descend. Observing the crowd around him, he noted their expectant gazes, clearly awaiting his decision. This corpse cannot be abandoned here. Everyone has witnessed that if zombies consume it, they will grow stronger. However, I am uncertain whether we can consume this body ourselves. I believe it is best that we refrain from eating it. Yet, even if it is inedible, we can still take it back, cutting away the fattier portions. Once we are home, we can convert it into fuel for torches or fire for cooking. As for what remains that we cannot carry, we shall set it ablaze. Lu Yuan articulated his thoughts, and the others readily expressed their agreement. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Someone exclaimed. The turtle's skin appears quite thick. We could fashion it into durable leather boots. Another suggested, I think it would be more useful as protective gear. The group animatedly exchanged their ideas. Enough talk. Let us get to work swiftly so we can return home sooner. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan urged everyone to spring into action. This expedition to the underground supermarket had evidently left an indelible impression on them, as none could ascertain whether other dangers lurked in the shadows. Although they had not filled their packs to the brim, they had not returned empty-handed either. Each had procured something, and at this moment, no one wished to take further risks. Before long, the corpse of the mutated turtle had been processed, with all usable fat meticulously removed. A few individuals dragged the remaining carcass to the nearby pool and set it ablaze. The creature's body was remarkably oil-rich, making it highly flammable, and it quickly reduced to ashes. Once the flames had extinguished, Lu Yuan signaled for everyone to leave the mall, securing the doors behind them. The mall had not suffered significant damage, and many items within remained salvageable. Thus, they planned to return after resting and regrouping. The group swiftly returned to their residential area, each heading home. As Lu Yuan stepped into his room, the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. The first thing he did upon his return was to shut the alloy protective shutters at the window. Today's outing had finally validated his earlier suspicions. Whether zombies or animals, they indeed evolved through the consumption of flesh and blood, much like the apocalyptic novels he had read foretold. Moreover, in dark environments, these evolved zombies became especially frenzied. In such moments, these metallic shutters provided him with a profound sense of security. Equipped in full, his belongings discarded at the doorstep, Lu Yuan indulged in a warm bath in the bathroom, washing away the weariness of the day. Just as he sank into the sofa in a relaxed sprawl, a prompt from the system appeared. The current energy reserves of the owner meet the upgrade criteria. Would the owner like to proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 9. Impenetrable Fortress. As family members strolled by, they were urged not to miss out. Dear friends, remember to collect and recommend. Was there even a need to ask? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan opted for the upgrade. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already the witching hour. What on earth? Is this truly my home? Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, utterly bewildered. The fabric wall opposite the television, the chandelier above, and the flooring beneath his feet, what once exuded a light luxury style had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming Syrian aesthetic. The self-leveling floor and the cold, smooth concrete walls presented a monochromatic gray palette, although the ambience felt somewhat chilling. The weighty industrial design instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Lu Yuan hastily tapped his wristwatch. The original layout of his home had transformed. The watch projected an image before him. The layout seemed significantly larger than before. The entrance hall, previously a shared space with the neighbors, now appeared to be incorporated into his own domain. Remarkable. It could actually expand the living area? This was delightful. Reflecting on the developer's previous shared space schemes made Lu Yuan grind his teeth in frustration. As he stood up and surveyed the area, he was struck with astonishment. The southern side of his living room, where the balcony once was, had been seamlessly integrated into the living area with floor-to-ceiling windows. Before the apocalypse, he had effectively gained several square meters, earning himself a tidy sum. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, this area had become the most vulnerable part of his home. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, while excellent for natural light, would serve as an inviting entrance for any wall-climbing zombies. And should the glass shatter, where would he find replacements in these times? Yet now, the windows had been reduced in size, transforming into standard glass windows. The lower half had become a sturdy concrete wall, while the upper half remained glass. Previously, although there had been alloy protective panels, they required manual operation. Now, with the press of a button on his smart wristwatch, the alloy panels could automatically open and close. This design mirrored that of the protective windows in Will Smith's abode from I Am Legend, with one key difference: his system was entirely automated. Moreover, all the protective panels on the windows throughout the house had been converted to electric controls. The previously installed heavy-looking security door, which appeared robust, was merely a layer of iron sheathing over cardboard. Now, the once open area outside the door has transformed into a fortified steel door, and the public space has been converted into a disinfection chamber. Lu Yuan glanced at the notification on his wristwatch. Copper wall iron shield level 1, 155 square meters. 3 bedrooms, 3 halls, 197, 500, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, skill, level 3 dog whipping technique, equipment, tungsten steel engineer, shovel 1, energy reserve, ordinary white crystal core 2. The residence, once referred to as a safe house, had now become a veritable bastion. Observing the decor of his home, it indeed exuded the essence of impenetrable fortifications. Merely gazing at the steel plates covering the windows, alongside the Syrian-style furnishings, easily conjured images of a fortified tower. The ambience was unmistakable. Upon inspecting the property's energy value of 197,500, he realized he was merely 3 crystal cores shy of an upgrade. It appeared that this upgrade would require the blue crystal core, which possessed energy equivalent to 200 ordinary white crystal cores. It seemed that slaying monsters was indeed a more lucrative endeavor. Moreover, Lu Yuan discovered that the number of surveillance cameras linked to his house had significantly increased. He could now access feeds from the entrance hall, fire escape corridors, and several cameras within the fire passage directly from his wristwatch. Previously, he could only monitor his own floor, but now he had oversight of the 3 floors below him, and even the cameras within the community were within his reach. In the past, he could only observe the neighborhood from 2 rooftop cameras, which offered a limited view of the area in front of his building. Now, he could monitor the entire ground situation of the community. The sudden integration of these cameras elevated Lu Yuan's alertness considerably. Previously, these cameras were accessible solely by the property management, and they had become inoperative after power outages. Yet now, thanks to his remarkable abode, they were reconnected, greatly enhancing his surveillance capabilities. However, it was regrettable that not all cameras were currently operational. For instance, within his unit, he could connect to his floor and the 3 floors below, but cameras in other buildings and the underground parking lot remained out of reach. It seemed that to access more cameras, further upgrades were necessary. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze from the display and rose to survey the room. The clutter that once filled the space had vanished entirely. The layout of the room remained unchanged. Upon entering, there was a shoe cabinet and a changing area, with a bathroom to the right. However, directly opposite the guest bathroom, the south-facing secondary master bedroom had undergone a complete transformation. The original wooden door had been replaced with a substantial iron plate door, and an additional plaque now adorned the doorframe. Armory. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly glanced at the program on his wristwatch. Armory, a place for owners to hone their armaments, activated. Upon first activation, the owner has received a complimentary opportunity for forging armaments. Lu Yuan reached out to push the door, and as his palm grazed the surface, a beam of light swept across his handprint. The door glided open effortlessly, as smooth as silk. The room retained its Syrian decor. Yet the original bed and desk had vanished, replaced by several cabinets against the wall. What surprised him most was the appearance of his former washing machine, inexplicably relocated to this room. However, upon approaching the machine, he realized it was not the Siemens he had purchased for over $3,000. Equipment synthesis furnace can synthesize new equipment and protective gear based on materials provided by the owner, due to first-time activation. The owner may enjoy one complimentary trial. As Yuan perused the description, a surge of elation coursed through him. In the post-apocalyptic wilderness, the greatest fear was being bitten, scratched by zombies, or infected by their bodily fluids. He suddenly recalled the armor plates he had pried from the mutated turtle, but he only possessed 5. Hesitant to waste them, he pondered before snapping his fingers. He turned to rummage through the shoe cabinet at the door, soon unearthing a pair of roller skates. These skates were once his beloved possession from university, where he and a few friends had spent countless nights skating through the streets. However, after starting work, they had been gathering dust in the cabinet for quite some time. He promptly inserted the roller skates into the synthesis furnace and pressed the switch. A flash of red light illuminated the interior, and the drum began to whirl furiously. 5 minutes later, the furnace opened, and Yuan retrieved 2 gears. Acceleration gears, external attachment for footwear. When equipped, the footwear gains the acceleration gear effect, enabling the owner to instantaneously teleport within a 10-meter radius during combat. Can be activated only once per day. The mere sight of this functionality brought tears of joy to Yuan's eyes. This was extraordinarily promising. Chapter 10. Comprehensive Upgrade. Attention, dear readers. Don't miss out. Fellow enthusiasts, remember to collect and recommend. Yuan immediately fetched the mountaineering boots he had retrieved from the Ancestor Bird store the previous day. He attached the 2 palm-sized gears to the outer high tops of each boot. The gears seemed to possess a magnetic pull, firmly affixing themselves to the boots. A gray light shimmered, and the mountaineering boots transformed before his eyes. The originally black boots turned a rich brown, adorned with the emblem of the gears along the high tops. In his hands, the boots felt even lighter than before. Eagerly, Yuan slipped them on. They felt as if they were weightless. Only the resilient rebound of the sole reminded him of their presence. Moreover, the steel-reinforced design at the sole and toe provided an overwhelming sense of security. He stamped his feet twice and silently intoned acceleration. In an instant, Yuan found himself standing before the master bedroom door, having seemingly teleported from the armory. Upon glancing up, I noticed a nameplate adorning the door of the master bedroom. Training room. Goodness, even the bedroom has undergone an upgrade. Turning to behold the study facing north, I saw yet another nameplate hanging on the door. Storage room. I pressed my hand against the master bedroom door, utilizing the same fingerprint scanner to gain entry. The layout within the master bedroom had transformed remarkably. The once spacious 2-meter bed had been replaced by a modest 5-meter one. The newly vacated space was filled with an array of fitness equipment. No wonder it was termed a training room. It seamlessly combined fitness and rest into one chamber. Peeking into the storage room, I found that the original bookshelf and computer had vanished, replaced instead by 2 rows of shelves against the wall. One shelf displayed numerous open bags of various grains. These were the bags of rice and flour I had scavenged from others just days prior, along with some noodles, instant ramen, canned goods, and a considerable supply of toilet paper, tissues, toothpaste, and laundry detergent, previously haphazardly piled in the living room, dining area, and former study. Everything was now neatly arranged on the storage shelves. Moreover, each row of shelves came with its own description. Standard storage shelf can extend the shelf life of all stored items, requires crystal cores. Miniaturized storage shelf can proportionally shrink large items for placement within the shelf. Shrinking requires crystal cores. This truly resembled the storage spaces found in novels. The only distinction was that this contraption required monetary investment. With sufficient funding, one could ensure ample comfort and convenience in life. Compared to the expenditure, this was remarkably worthwhile. Henceforth, regardless of how many supplies I retrieved, I would no longer fear a lack of storage space. For instance, those fresh vegetables, which previously had to be consumed on the day of retrieval, could now be stored. Even if my refrigerator continued to function, it could accommodate only a limited amount. As for frozen meats, my refrigerator had long been stuffed to capacity. Now, at last, I had a place to store them. Furthermore, maintaining a good quality of life in an apocalyptic world was not merely about satiating hunger. Every aspect of daily life, eating, drinking, and sanitation, must be ensured. In my previous scavenging endeavors, I had collected a plethora of items, predominantly food, but also an abundance of toilet paper, tissues, various seasonings, and clothing, including shoes. I understood that the state of the apocalypse could persist indefinitely. The authorities might never return, and if they did not, it was highly probable that societal order would collapse entirely. In such a scenario, devoid of legal and moral constraints, individuals would resort to any means necessary to secure basic supplies, marking the true onset of a doomsday state. Once that chaotic reality set in, the resources would become irreplaceable. For this reason, during my previous excursions to gather supplies, I collected everything I deemed useful. The provisions I had amassed now filled my living room, study, and guest bedroom to the brim. Finding a place to settle, even just a few rooms, proved to be quite a challenge. At that time, he was plagued with headaches, contemplating the dilemma of how to manage if he retrieved more supplies, as there simply was no space to accommodate them. However, with the advent of the storage room, such worries became a thing of the past. Previously, the toilet paper, clothing, and unopened food items he had salvaged could not fit into any of the rooms. Now, all of these items had been meticulously reduced in size to a ratio of 1:32, categorized, and compressed into several distinct vacuum packages. They were then neatly arranged on a miniature shelf against the wall. When he desired to use them, if he was at home, he could effortlessly retrieve the supplies from the shelf. If he was outdoors, he merely needed to locate the storage room on the blueprint displayed on his wristwatch. Click on the shelf, and a prompt would appear for retrieving items. By selecting the desired item, he could accomplish the extraction from a distance. To store items, all he needed to do was click on Store, and after the wristwatch scanned the item, it would shrink according to the specified ratio. He could then choose to either carry it back himself or directly incorporate it into the storage room. However, each of these operations required the expenditure of energy crystals. Yet, compared to the convenience of remote retrieval and storage, the cost of a single crystal was negligible. At that moment, the first thought that crossed Lu Yuan's mind was the vehicles in the underground garage. With the shelf, acquiring a few more cars would indeed expand his resource-gathering capabilities. Fortunately, he could utilize it for 30 days, which was ample time for Lu Yuan to gather enough energy crystals. Emerging from the storage room, Lu Yuan returned to the armory. He was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. A pair of accelerated gear combat boots, in his view, was far from sufficient. To enhance his safety, he needed to make use of the turtle shells collected from the mutated turtles he had dispatched. Lu Yuan retrieved the alpha tactical jacket he had scavenged from the Archaeopteryx earlier that day, along with 3 turtle shells, and tossed them into the synthesis furnace. Mutated turtle shell, 3 pieces, standard tactical jacket, 1 piece. Can synthesize a set of bomb-proof combat armor, requires 1 energy crystal, without a moment's hesitation. Lu Yuan clicked to confirm the synthesis. After all, it was merely a single energy crystal, a trivial cost compared to the sense of security provided by the bomb-proof armor. The synthesis would take 20 minutes, so Lu Yuan decided to prepare a pack of noodles for a midnight snack while he waited. Just as he finished his meal, the synthesis was completed. The once gray jacket had transformed into a sleek black. The vital areas such as the chest, abdomen, and back were now covered with a layer of composite material armor, extending to the protective gear on the shoulders, elbows, and forearms. At first glance, it evoked memories of the 8073 model American police bomb-proof suit. Chapter 11. Setting off again. The turtle shell protective suit, designed to be windproof and waterproof, resistant to impacts and tears, provides formidable defense against zombie strikes and bites, as well as protection from conventional melee weapon assaults. Upon reading the description of this protective attire on his wristwatch, Lu Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He donned the suit, noting its substantial weight. To his surprise, the inner layer was lined with a thin fleece, ensuring warmth and breathability while offering considerable elastic cushioning. Testing its resilience, he forcefully collided his shoulder against the adjacent concrete wall. The sound echoed, yet his shoulder felt little pain. Evidently, the hard outer armor combined with the inner cushioning significantly absorbed the impact. Lu Yuan's confidence in the suit surged. With this garment, he no longer feared the grasping bites of zombies during his outings. However, if he were to encounter the formidable snapping turtle again, retreat would remain his primary option. After removing the protective suit, Lu Yuan contemplated utilizing the remaining armor fragments to enhance his tactical pants. Yet, considering the solitary crystal core left, he decided against it. He might need that core for future endeavors, and optimizing the pants could wait. Feeling fatigued, he returned to the master bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. Curiously, since the onset of the apocalypse, the weight of psychological stress had severely disrupted his sleep, even within the safety of his shelter. The wails and howls from outside often kept him tossing and turning for hours before he could drift off. Nevertheless, this time, inexplicably, he fell into a deep slumber within 10 minutes of lying down. Upon awakening, he realized the sun was already high in the sky. Rising from the bed, he felt invigorated. As he sat on the edge, he glanced at his arms and calves, his eyes widening in astonishment. Despite emerging relatively unscathed from his encounter with the snapping turtle the previous day, he had sustained several bruises on his limbs. From experience, he knew it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for such bruises to fade, and typically they would bring discomfort and limited mobility the following day. To his amazement, however, he discovered that all the soft tissue injuries had completely healed by morning. He quickly turned to examine the bed, which evidently had played a significant role in his recovery. In the following 3 days, Yuan largely remained indoors, immersing himself in testing the various functions of each room. The master bedroom, now transformed into a training space, received particular attention. Through his experiments, he uncovered the room's remarkable benefits. The bed indeed facilitated rapid sleep onset and accelerated healing, while the exercise equipment within the space proved to be extraordinarily effective. Often, just a brief workout of 10 minutes on the equipment yielded the benefits of an hour's typical exercise, and when fatigued, he could take a brief respite on the bed. In just a few minutes of respite, he not only regained his strength swiftly, but also alleviated muscle fatigue, thus averting potential injuries during training. It could be said that the results achieved over these 3 days were akin to the effects of an entire month spent in the gym. The workouts over this brief period significantly increased the circumference of his arms and thighs, while his waistline diminished considerably. His stamina, explosive power, and endurance had all seen considerable enhancement. It is worth noting that prior to the apocalypse, he had been a man often caught in the grind of a 996 work schedule, existing in a state of suboptimal health. Yet now, he had transformed into a robust figure. Although he had yet to develop a chiseled six-pack, the muscular definition in his arms, chest, and thighs was already quite pronounced. On the 4th day, Yuan rose early, donned his attire, and descended the stairs. It turned out that the previous day, Ma Chong had arranged for individuals to circulate through the neighborhood with placards, notifying everyone of today's meeting. The gathering was once again held in the property management office where they had previously convened. Upon his arrival, Yuan found that the room was already populated by 30 or so attendees, indicating an increase in participation since their last meeting. Clearly, more households had exhausted their food supplies. The purpose of this assembly, as elucidated by Ma Chong, was straightforward: to organize another expedition to Yida to procure provisions. As soon as Yuan entered the room, his black coat caught the attention of many, not merely for its stylish appearance, but also for the palpable sense of security it exuded. Envious glances were directed towards him, for everyone was aware that he had been the valiant leader who had vanquished the armored turtle in their previous encounter. As Yuan surveyed the room, his gaze landed on Mo Xiaobei seated in a corner. She still wore her motorcycle helmet, yet this time she was clad in comfortable, loose-fitting tactical attire. Though lacking the flair of her previous leather ensemble, her current outfit offered greater comfort and protective qualities. Upon meeting his eyes, Mo Xiaobei nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Yuan intended to join her, Ma Chong entered the room and pulled him aside, compelling him to take a seat at the front of the round table. All right, the reason for gathering everyone today is to discuss our plans for returning to Yida to collect supplies, Ma Chong announced. Although the harrowing encounter with the armored turtle during their last venture to the mall was well known, none of the attendees voiced dissent regarding another trip. It was evident that they felt they had little choice. Venturing out could mean facing the turtle once more, with the potential for perilous combat. Yet remaining at home would inevitably lead to starvation. Both outcomes were grim, prompting the consensus to seize the opportunity while their strength remained adequate. Moreover, everyone had come to terms with the reality that the apocalyptic state of affairs was unlikely to resolve anytime soon. Hiding away in their homes would only result in death by hunger sooner or later. It was far more prudent to adapt to the current world and accumulate valuable survival experience, thereby increasing their chances of enduring in these trying times. Thus, the group swiftly reached a consensus and resolved to embark on a journey to Yida to gather supplies. However, in contrast to their previous expedition, this time their efforts were markedly more organized. A total of 30 individuals participated, divided into 2 teams led by Ma Chong and Yuan respectively. Without delay, they set forth immediately after concluding their discussion. As before, the streets were largely deserted, yet the thoroughfares, neglected for over a month, bore a more dilapidated and desolate appearance than previously. Weeds had begun to sprout along the roadside. Ma Chang led the way, with Yuan trailing behind. The group soon arrived at the mall, re-entering through gate number 5, just as they had done before. The remnants of their prior skirmish, including bloodstains, still marred the floor, now covered with a layer of dust. Chapter 12. A chaotic scene. Families, passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Fellow comrades, remember to collect and recommend, don't forget. This time, Yuan remained with the main group, as the lessons learned from their previous experience fostered a greater sense of unity among them. Everyone understood that straying from the group and acting independently was untenable in these times. Before long, they reached the escalator near gate number 1, where a right turn would lead them to Wanja supermarket. The escalator lay dormant, its power depleted. Adjacent to it was a wide staircase, designed with a gentle slope to accommodate the elderly and those with mobility challenges. It was from this very staircase that the crocodile turtle had pursued them previously. The sunlight filtering through the glass roof faded away as they approached the base of the steps. Unlike their last venture, this time everyone exercised utmost caution, refraining from becoming complacent despite the unobstructed path ahead. Yuan and his companions were well prepared, pausing at the foot of the escalator. Suddenly, a young man darted past Ma Chong, quickly crouching down and retrieving a drone from his backpack. With only 1 bar of battery remaining, he hoped it would last. Murmuring to himself, he launched the drone, which soon soared into the supermarket under his control, beginning its aerial reconnaissance. Ma Chong and Yuan crouched beside him, observing the screen in his hands. This drone appeared to be quite sophisticated, equipped even with night vision capabilities. Although the supermarket was shrouded in darkness, the infrared lens provided a clear view of the interior. The scene within the supermarket was chaotic. Many shelves lay toppled, and numerous products were scattered across the floor, clearly a result of the havoc wreaked during their last encounter with the crocodile turtle. After surveying the supermarket, the drone found no further anomalies apart from the collapsed shelves. Ma Chang exhaled in relief, while the young man contemplated retracting the drone to conserve battery. However, Yuan interjected, urging him not to rush and to send the drone to inspect the entrance of the underground parking lot. According to Ma Chang, it was through this very entrance that the crocodile turtle had invaded the supermarket. The young man furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Yuan, while Ma Chang patted him on the shoulder. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, but ultimately, he swallowed his words. The drone swiftly ascended and hovered above the entrance to the underground level that connected to the supermarket. Yuan inhaled sharply. The glass door at this entrance had been completely shattered. Before him lay a gaping black hole, with nearby shelves toppled haphazardly, creating a scene of utter chaos. Can the drone be sent out to the underground parking lot for a look? Yuan inquired once more. No, there's barely any battery left, the young man curtly replied, before maneuvering the drone to return. However, just as the drone pivoted, the screen abruptly went dark. Damn, it's out of power. The young man shot an angry glare at Yuan, evidently blaming him for the unnecessary inquiry. Beside him, Ma Chong awkwardly chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, no worries. We can retrieve it later. If I remember correctly, there's a specialty store upstairs that should have batteries and such, Yuan added, scratching his head sheepishly. In this apocalyptic world, every resource was exceedingly precious. He genuinely felt remorse for depleting the drone's last bit of energy with his words. At this point, the young man could say nothing further and silently tucked away the remote control. The group, led by Ma Chong, proceeded into the underground supermarket. Soon, Ma Chong had someone ignite the prepared torches, made from the oil extracted from the alligator turtle on their last expedition. A peculiar aroma filled the air, and it wasn't too long before rumbling stomachs echoed from the front of the line. Clearly, many had come here with empty bellies. Upon entering the supermarket, it took mere moments for someone to break away from the group, rushing to snatch up the snacks littering the floor. They tore open the packaging and began shoving the contents into their mouths with abandon. Once one person indulged, others quickly followed suit. The earlier pledges to maintain discipline and follow orders had turned into mere jokes. Yuan and Ma Chong could only shake their heads in resignation at this spectacle. After all, before the collapse of civilization, they were ordinary citizens, not members of a rigorously trained military unit. Simply maintaining formation to arrive at the supermarket was already a commendable feat. Expecting them to resist the allure of food while hungry and continue to obey commands was nothing short of a fanciful dream. By this point, more than a dozen individuals had joined the fray, frantically collecting wrappers of biscuits and chips from the ground, disregarding their expiration status. They tore open the packages and stuffed their mouths, gulping down whatever beverage, be it beer or water, was within reach, regardless of its condition. Meanwhile, they stuffed their backpacks with all manner of scattered food. It is worth noting that before their departure, Ma Chong and Yuan had repeatedly emphasized the importance of unity and obedience. While collecting supplies, it is essential to maintain silence and order, prioritizing the urgent needs, and ultimately distributing the resources fairly. However, upon entering the supermarket, chaos ensued. Observing the frenzied crowd, Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he refrained from joining their revelry. Given the circumstances, he could not afford to remain idle. Resolutely, he turned and ventured deeper into the supermarket. Leaving behind the throng congregated near the entrance in the imported goods section, which primarily featured foreign snacks, sweets, and beverages, items that held little appeal for him. Further inside, he sought the aisles stocked with canned foods, such as long-lasting self-heating pots, fish cans, meat cans, and fruit cans, which were of greater interest to him. However, reaching that section required navigating a corner. Right at the turn was the entrance to the underground parking garage. As he passed this point, Lu Yuan instinctively halted, recalling the drone that had fallen nearby earlier. "Why have you stopped?" A voice startled him, prompting an immediate turn. "Mo Xiaobei, why do you walk so quietly?" Upon recognizing her, Lu Yuan lowered the shovel he had instinctively raised. With a playful giggle, Mo Xiaobei offered no reply, clearly having benefited from following him last time. Convinced that staying with him was both safe and advantageous, shaking his head in resignation, Lu Yuan turned to search for the fallen drone again. However, as he lifted his gaze, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 13, Bastards Families, Passers-by, Don't Miss Out. Iron folks, remember to collect and recommend. Before him loomed a massive shadow, crouched low and wildly shaking its head. The drone was not merely down due to a battery failure. It had evidently been devoured by this creature, as pieces of the drone lay scattered at its feet. A rustling sound from behind drew Lu Yuan's attention. He turned to see Mo Xiaobei, trembling in fear. Neither had anticipated encountering such a formidable beast here. With a single glance, Lu Yuan recognized it as the same alligator turtle he had encountered previously, albeit this one was considerably larger. However, something seemed amiss. The creature's mouth was stained dark, and there was a pool of blood nearby, indicating that the drone had not been a satisfactory meal. Suddenly, it dawned on Lu Yuan that the drone's battery must have exploded. The drone likely used a lithium battery, which is particularly susceptible to rupture from external impacts. In the event of lithium dendrite formation, it could ignite and explode. The alligator turtle's mouth had evidently been injured by the battery explosion. In agony, the creature thrashed its head violently. Lu Yuan signaled Mo Xiaobei to be quiet, and together they cautiously retreated. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from behind. "What are you two doing?" Lu Yuan turned to see Ma Chong, the reckless fellow, approaching. Upon noticing the despair and indignation reflected in Lu Yuan's eyes, which then shifted to the crocodile turtle that had just turned its head, Ma Chong was momentarily taken aback. "Damn it," was all he could exclaim before Lu Yuan, gripping Mo Xiaobei, dashed past him like a gust of wind. Without a second thought, Ma Chong turned to follow. A fierce wind swept in from behind, as the furious crocodile turtle charged forward. Although its legs were short, the creature moved with surprising speed, resembling a heavy tank launching into an assault. Its momentum truly formidable. As they ran, they had to constantly maneuver around the shelves to avoid crashing and falling, yet the turtle showed no restraint, knocking over anything that obstructed its path. While sprinting, Lu Yuan kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Soon, he maneuvered Mo Xiaobei around a corner, and they took refuge beneath a toppled shelf. This shelf had fallen atop another container, preventing it from fully collapsing to the ground, thus creating a space angled 30 degrees from the floor. With the container's support, a narrow refuge was formed, into which Lu Yuan pulled Mo Xiaobei just as the turtle, closely followed by Ma Chong, thundered past them. Clearly, the turtle's vision was poor, relying more on its hearing in the darkness. Both of them covered their mouths as the cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the front of the supermarket. A wave of helplessness washed over Lu Yuan as he contemplated the grim fate that might befall those people. Gradually, the sounds of shrieks and the thundering of the turtle's movements faded into the distance, indicating that, like before, the others had successfully lured the creature away from the underground supermarket. Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei swiftly emerged from their hiding spot. "What do we do now?" Mo Xiaobei's voice trembled. Although they had previously managed to defeat a crocodile turtle together, that had been under specific circumstances. Now, in such close quarters and lacking any advantageous terrain, taking down the creature seemed implausible. Lu Yuan scanned the area, then turned and headed deeper into the supermarket. "This way," he instructed. He had chosen the direction towards the underground parking lot, recalling that if they continued straight, they could reach the parking lot's exit. Although there were rolling doors, they were designed to be lightweight polyethylene that could be easily cut with a knife, due to their need to rise and fall automatically for passing vehicles. Thus, Lu Yuan resolved to break through in this direction. Mo Xiaobei, recognizing Lu Yuan's calm demeanor and methodical approach, followed closely behind without further questions. Upon entering the underground garage, a foul stench permeated the air, indicating that this place had become a lair for the crocodile turtles. Lu Yuan switched on his flashlight and scanned the empty expanse of the garage. However, the area was not entirely devoid of life. In the distance, a few vehicles could be seen, presumably belonging to the supermarket staff. The two individuals jogged along the path indicated by the exit signs. Yet, as they approached the exit, Lu Yuan began to sense something amiss, for the foul stench grew increasingly potent. He gradually slowed his pace, while Mo Xiaobei gripped her baseball bat tightly, closely trailing behind him. Before long, they reached the vicinity of the exit, where Lu Yuan identified the source of the noxious odor. Nearby, 2 rows of parking spaces had been commandeered by a car dealership. One row had been converted into a car wash, while the other served as an auto repair shop. However, this place had now transformed into the lair of alligators and turtles. From a distance, shining his flashlight inside revealed orderly rows of turtle eggs lined up in the large trough behind the car wash. Goodness, so many of them, Lu Yuan remarked, eliciting a laugh from Mo Xiaobei, momentarily alleviating the tension they had been under. Suddenly, Mo Xiaobei let out a piercing shriek, as if bitten by a snake, and leapt into the air. Lu Yuan turned to see a half-bodied zombie that had stealthily crawled up to their feet. It was this creature that had reached for Mo Xiaobei's ankle, provoking her scream. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan dispatched the zombie with a decisive blow to its head. He then turned to the panting Mo Xiaobei and inquired, "Are you all right?" As he directed the flashlight toward her ankle. She happened to be wearing a pair of sturdy yellow boots they had previously acquired together. Inspecting her ankle, he noticed a bloody handprint on the boot's collar, yet remarkably, her skin remained unbroken. This instance underscored the significance of quality footwear. Had she been wearing low-cut sneakers, the zombie might have easily torn her ankle open. Mo Xiaobei, her face pale, shook her head, prompting Lu Yuan to shift his attention back to the zombie. This particular creature was clad in the uniform of an auto mechanic, clearly an employee of the dealership. Nearby, in the repair shop, several vehicles lay in disarray, dismantled and awaiting repairs. "We should leave this place quickly," Mo Xiaobei suggested, her nerves settling somewhat. Chapter 14. A critical moment, friends. Don't miss this opportunity. Collect and recommend. Lu Yuan hesitated to respond, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the slain mechanic. Next to the body, a white crystal core appeared. But what captured Lu Yuan's attention even more were the skill books that had dropped from the creature: Automotive Knowledge Encyclopedia and Level 3 Auto Repair Master. Well, this guy is something, Lu Yuan thought to himself, elated by the discovery. Although he had 5 years of driving experience, his knowledge of automobiles stemmed primarily from various automotive websites. When it came to repair and maintenance, he was utterly ignorant. Though we have now entered the end times, the automobile remains an exceedingly significant instrument of production. In this moment, possessing a profound understanding of vehicles and the ability to repair them is nothing short of remarkable. What is that over there? Lu Yuan pointed towards the back of Mo Xiaobei, and as she turned her head, he swiftly utilized his wristwatch to scan and collect the crystal core. Simultaneously, he tucked away the 2 skill books into his possession. Instantly, a flood of automotive knowledge surged into his mind. Upon glancing up, he noticed a car on the workbench in the repair shop across the way, and a plethora of data materialized in his thoughts. It was a model named New Energy 3, an industrial failure crafted by manufacturers seeking government subsidies for electric vehicles. The owner, aiming to save on fuel costs while operating a ride-hailing service, acquired this vehicle through internal channels at an exceptionally low price. However, after a brief period of use, the owner brought the car here for modifications due to the limited battery capacity. Unfortunately, the modifications were only halfway complete when the pandemic erupted. "Oh, you rascal, don't scare me like that." Mo Xiaobei's playful pout and light punches pulled Lu Yuan back from his reverie. "Just a jest," he chuckled. "Humph. You ought to know that some jokes shouldn't be made lightly. Let us leave. It's too perilous here." Mo Xiaobei, not wishing to dwell on the matter, merely wanted to exit swiftly. Yet Lu Yuan shook his head. "We cannot simply walk away. We must eliminate these scoundrels." Otherwise, he glanced at Mo Xiaobei, and she instantly understood his thoughts. Without further ado, she dashed into the car wash area, wielding a baseball bat and striking at the scoundrels. This girl was indeed decisive and efficient. Lu Yuan followed suit, and together they wreaked havoc, delivering swift blows. The scoundrels, as large as water buckets, were soon reduced to shattered remnants. Once the shells were broken, a foul stench wafted through the air. Some shells oozed a viscous liquid, while others contained half-formed alligator turtles, their grotesque shapes suggesting that, once matured, they would become exceedingly dangerous beasts. Witnessing this scene, the duo wielded their baseball bats and shovels with increasing fervor. In no time, a row of about a dozen turtle eggs in the basin lay in ruins. Just as they shattered the final egg, a low, mournful whimper echoed from behind them. Mo Xiaobei, across from Lu Yuan, looked back in sheer terror. Lu Yuan felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. When he turned around, a chill ran down his spine. The alligator turtle that had previously pursued Ma Chang and the others had inexplicably returned. Now, It lay at the entrance of the car wash, observing the scene within and emitting a soft whine. Its grotesque head bore a sorrowful expression, as if mourning for its offspring. At that moment, Yuan felt a small hand quietly grasping the collar of his shirt from behind. Then, Mo Xiaobei whispered in his ear, "This fellow is overly distressed. We should make a swift exit." Upon hearing her voice, Yuan felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. After all, she did not abandon him as one might expect in a post-apocalyptic narrative. The two of them cautiously tiptoed towards the door on the other side, but just as they had moved a few steps, the enormous snapping turtle seemed to awaken suddenly, whipping its head around to glare at them. Its blood-red eyes glinted menacingly, and it charged towards them with alarming speed. Clearly, their plan to escape unnoticed had been thwarted. "Run," urged Mo Xiaobei, still holding tightly to Yuan's hand. She clung to him as they dashed outside, but the confined space presented a challenge. The snapping turtle was now in a frenzy, barreling straight for them. Given its massive size, it shattered or flattened any obstacles that stood in its path. Recognizing the dire situation, Yuan realized that if they continued running straight, they would never outpace the creature. Then, he noticed the vehicle repair station across the way, specifically the modified car on the platform. A surge of information flooded his mind. The vehicle was nearing completion. The battery packs he had acquired earlier had already been installed in the chassis, and all that remained was to tighten the screws. The owner of the car shop had procured several 300 amp-hour lithium battery packs from various sources for this upgrade. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yuan conceived a bold plan. He grabbed Mo Xiaobei, who was flailing about like a headless fly. "Don't panic," he commanded. Surprisingly, Mo Xiaobei, who was on the verge of losing her composure, felt her anxiety dissipate upon hearing his voice. A sudden force propelled her forward, and before she could comprehend what was happening, Yuan had dragged her into the adjacent workshop. "Climb up." In a daze, Mo Xiaobei felt herself being lifted effortlessly. Instinctively, she reached for the platform in front of her, and with a swift motion, she stepped onto the elevated platform, which was over 2 meters high, granting her a temporary sense of safety. However, when she turned to look back, she saw the snapping turtle had smashed through the entrance of the car wash workshop, closing in on them. With its gaping maw open wide, it lunged toward Yuan's back. Mo Xiaobei instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, covering her face with her hands. What she did not see was that, just as the turtle's massive jaws were about to clamp down on Yuan, he transformed into a flash of lightning, leaving only an afterimage on the creature's retina. The snapping turtle bit down on nothing but air, momentarily stunned. By the time it regained its senses, the wretched human had already climbed to the safety of the platform, 2 meters above the ground. The turtle merely turned and charged away, seeking another target. Chapter 15. Endless Families. Don't miss out as you pass by. Friends, remember to save and recommend. Don't forget. At that moment, Yuan, who had just climbed onto the platform, finally recovered from his earlier anxiety. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, he had activated the acceleration gear effect. In an instant, he had maneuvered himself onto the platform raised over 2 meters high. Regrettably, the alligator turtle opposite him did not grant him much respite and charged forward. From a distance, Yuan could see its enormous mouth wide open, revealing the terrifying structure within. Even from 5 meters away, he could discern the dark, jagged interior lined with 4 rows of sharp teeth, which sent chills down his spine. The wound inflicted upon it by the drone, which had exploded due to the drone's lithium battery, was now scabbed over, indicating a swift healing process. The speed of recovery was alarming, making Yuan's hair stand on end. If given ample time and sufficient food, would these creatures have any natural enemies left in this world? As the alligator turtle closed in, Yuan swiftly reached beneath a nearby vehicle and retrieved a 48V battery pack, roughly the size of a standard backpack, constructed with lithium iron phosphate batteries. He felt a surge of data flood into his mind the moment he grasped it. However, he had no time to investigate the origins of this information. He held his breath, aimed at the alligator turtle's head, and hurled the battery pack with all his might. The charging alligator turtle fixed its fierce gaze on its adversary, but upon spotting the black object hurtling towards it, it instinctively halted, raising its head to clamp down on the black projectile. Its razor-sharp teeth punctured the battery pack with ease. As if still unsatisfied, the turtle chewed ferociously, and suddenly, a thick plume of smoke billowed from its mouth, followed by a blinding flash of red light. The creature's expression momentarily froze, swiftly contorting into one of agony. Before it could spit out the remnants, an explosive sound erupted. The lithium battery had detonated within its mouth. The blast obliterated the turtle's jaw and mandible, showering the air with blood. Racked with excruciating pain, the alligator turtle thrashed its head wildly, as if seeking relief from its torment. Meanwhile, Yuan, standing atop the platform, was gripped by fear. At this moment, The ferocity of the beast was most terrifying. A careless mistake could lead to a collision with the platform, easily toppling the massive structure weighing over a ton. After all, a rampaging beast often possessed titanic strength. He quickly seized another battery pack and, without hesitation, plunged a screwdriver into it with fierce determination. In almost an instant, the battery pack emitted a thick plume of smoke. With a swift motion, he hurled the battery pack beneath the wildly thrashing alligator turtle. As soon as it struck the ground, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the air. At that moment, the turtle's abdomen fortuitously pressed against the source of the blast. The shrapnel from the battery pack, combined with the electrolyte that had instantaneously reached a searing temperature of 300 degrees, created a scene of chaos. The burning electrolyte surged forth like a serpent of fire, piercing through the turtle's somewhat fragile carapace and invading its abdominal cavity. The unfortunate creature managed only a brief grunt before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. However, the devastation wrought by the lithium battery explosion was not yet complete, for the alligator turtle's body was rich in fat. Soon, its carcass transformed into a roaring inferno, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. After a brief respite, Yuan descended from the platform and approached the nearby jack. With a mere gesture, Xiaobei leapt down. Although her feet had touched the ground, she still trembled noticeably, clearly shaken by the recent skirmish. After reassuring the girl, Yuan glanced up to see a blue crystal core emerging from the corpse of the fallen turtle. He promptly stowed the crystal away, only to find Xiaobei anxiously surveying their surroundings. "Let South leave this place quickly," she urged, and upon regaining his composure, Yuan readily nodded in agreement. Just as they emerged from the garage, an unexpected mournful cry resonated from the far end of the driveway. Yuan turned in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth? Is this never-ending? Have I disturbed a nest of trouble?" At the end of the row of vehicles, another alligator turtle appeared, its jaws clamped around several headless corpses, likely the spoils of its recent hunt. Upon returning to find its lair invaded, it was filled with grief. Spotting the two culprits, the alligator turtle let out a mournful wail and charged furiously towards them. Witnessing the oncoming beast, Xiaobei's legs weakened in fear. Having encountered such creatures before, she understood their nature. Despite their massive size and seemingly cumbersome demeanor, they could sprint with astonishing speed and stamina, much like grizzly bears, which appear clumsy until they unleash their formidable speed. Yet Yuan remained undeterred, his mind racing like a radar, scanning for an escape. Soon, he spotted a dust-covered black car parked beside the garage. A 2016 German-made Mercedes-Benz 500, boasting 200,000 kilometers, originally purchased for 300,000, with a selling price of 350,000 in mind. Once again, a deluge of information surged into his mind. The proprietor of this automotive repair shop not only mended and customized vehicles, but also dealt in second-hand cars. This particular vehicle had just been acquired, its condition commendable, having recently undergone maintenance prior to the outbreak of the apocalypse. All necessary fluids and the battery had been replaced, as the owner had intended to sell it, only to be caught off guard by the sudden cataclysm. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Xiaobei and dashed towards the car. Fortunately, the door opened with a mere tug, and the key was conveniently inserted in the ignition. Truly, a commendable car manufacturer, demonstrating integrity towards the less fortunate. A luxury Mercedes-Benz, originally priced over $1 million, astonishingly lacked a one-button start feature. At the instant Yuan turned the key in the ignition, an unexpected thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 16. To the bitter end families, friends, don't miss out. Collect, recommend, and don't forget. Boom. As expected, Yuan was not disappointed. The engine roared to life effortlessly, with a powerful 4.7L V8 engine. Pressing the accelerator unleashed a formidable surge of power. Despite having absorbed knowledge from the automotive encyclopedia, he had never driven such a high-end vehicle before and was momentarily flustered. Hence, he fumbled around the center console for quite some time, unable to locate the gear shift. To his surprise, the transmission was a column shifter. As the enormous snapping turtle drew nearer, beads of cold sweat began to form on Yuan's forehead. Suddenly, Xiaobei, seated in the passenger seat, tumbled into his embrace. Though the softness and warmth of her presence was delightful, Yuan had no time to ponder such matters. Thankfully, Xiaobei was not merely being playful. She reached beneath the steering wheel and located a lever typically used for the windshield wipers, pulling it downwards. With a foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, the beastly power of the V8 engine roared, launching them forward with a spectacular burst. Just as the vehicle shot off, the turtle leapt from behind, crashing down heavily where the car had been parked moments before. Had they not accelerated in time, that airborne assault would have undoubtedly flattened their vehicle. Nonetheless, The impact caused a tremor in the ground, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the air and into the rear of the car. The 2-ton chassis quivered slightly as Lu Yuan longed to press his foot deeper into the accelerator. In a cacophony of revving engines, the vehicle hurtled towards the exit of the underground garage. Upon reaching the incline, there was no indication of slowing down. In fact, Lu Yuan pressed the accelerator even harder. The automatic roll-up garage door, made of polyethylene materials, was obliterated by the force of the 500, which barreled through like a cannonball. Outside, the aluminum railings were sent flying by the vehicle's momentum. Fortunately, the car's height was sufficient to avoid collision with the railings. Had it been a sedan, the railings would have certainly shattered the windshield. If the car window were to shatter, it would be highly likely that both individuals would sustain injuries. The engine roared with a frenzied growl, accelerating to 100 in mere seconds. Exiting the underground garage, they found themselves at a 90-degree intersection. Ascending the slope, Lu Yuan showed no intention of applying the brakes, merely easing off the accelerator slightly. Upon leaving the garage, they faced a sharp right turn, and Lu Yuan took it at 80 miles per hour. Although his drift was far from perfect, even causing the rear of the car to collide with the barrier in the middle of the road, the speed hardly diminished, and the front of the vehicle quickly straightened out. At that moment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, a luxury car worth over $1 million. The chassis was indeed exceptionally well-tuned. The handling of this German luxury vehicle was unparalleled. Despite the towering frame of the car, the body roll during the sharp turn at 80 miles per hour was hardly noticeable. Were it a model from another brand, it would likely have toppled over even at a mere deer crossing. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat, Mo Xiaobei finally removed her helmet, gasping for air. Her long hair was styled into a bun at the back of her head, with a few strands sticking to her forehead. Though her complexion was flushed and slightly anxious, it was markedly improved since Lu Yuan last saw her. It was evident that the nourishment she had received over the past few days had revitalized her spirit. Sensing Lu Yuan's gaze upon her, a sudden blush crept across her nearly translucent face. Should we go find Ma Chong and the others? Mo Xiaobei asked suddenly, attempting to dissipate the subtle tension between them. Just as Lu Yuan was about to respond, a tremendous crash echoed from behind them. He glanced at the rearview mirror, realizing that the monstrous alligator turtle had violently smashed through the garage door and was now in pursuit. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back in resignation. Perhaps it's best to lead it away first, then shake it off, he thought, as he eased off the accelerator slightly, watching the raging creature chase after them. Although the beast was not particularly fast, it was impossible for it to catch up with their four-wheeled vehicle. However, he could not allow this creature to roam freely on the roads. Near Yida Plaza, there were 4 residential complexes with high occupancy rates. It was likely that survivors still resided within those buildings. If he allowed this creature to wander the vicinity, it might very well charge into one of those complexes and cause havoc. Moreover, there were undoubtedly numerous zombies within those neighborhoods as well. It was clear that this alligator turtle fed on both zombies and living beings, and it was highly probable that its mutation was a result of consuming the undead. Continuing to allow it to feast on zombies could lead to unpredictable transformations. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate it or lead it far away and then shake it off. A mental map of the neighborhood quickly formed in Lu Yuan's mind. This area was the core commercial district of Gaoshi City's high-tech zone, with Yida Plaza adjacent to the main thoroughfare connecting to the urban center. To the south lies Huanghe Road, flanked by 2 upscale residential complexes. Their residence, Nanshan Sunshine, is located in the southern district of Shiguangli. Continuing east along Huanghe Road leads to the newly constructed Seaside Plaza. North of the plaza is the recently opened Cross Sea Bridge, an essential thoroughfare connecting the city and the high-tech zone, which has seen substantial financial investment from both sides. Nearby the bridge, multiple construction sites are currently active, where plans are underway to erect several luxurious office buildings, a commercial area, and 2 new residential complexes. This area exhibits a low population density and ample space, making it an ideal location in Lu Yuan's eyes to lure the Cayman. With this thought, Lu Yuan began to formulate a plan. He glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing the Cayman trailing their vehicle, approximately 100 meters behind. It was evident that the creature had taken a strong interest in them, unwilling to relent. Given that its lair had been disturbed, it was not surprising that it bore ill will towards them. With a plan in mind, Lu Yuan felt less urgency. Observing the speedometer, he noted they were traveling at 80 kilometers per hour, while the Cayman was struggling to keep pace. He slightly eased off the accelerator, reducing their speed to 60. As the vehicle slowed, the previously fatigued Cayman suddenly regained vigor, emitting a series of peculiar sounds and hastening its pursuit. Chapter 17. Annihilation. As family members passed by, they were urged not to miss out. Friends, Remember to collect and recommend. The caiman, despite lacking vocal cords, could produce friction sounds through its respiratory passages, akin to a frog's call. Initially, Yuan assumed the caiman was vocalizing out of excitement. However, upon noticing another dark figure emerging from behind the first caiman, his mood soured. To his dismay, there was indeed a second one. He recalled that before the apocalypse, there had been several Brazilian turtles in the pond. The earlier caiman's cries were not merely expressions of rage, it was likely calling for reinforcements. While he believed he could potentially shake off a single caiman, the prospect of two pursuing him diminished his confidence. He could only hope for assistance at the bridge. With two caimans now in pursuit, Yuan dismissed his wandering thoughts, gripping the steering wheel tightly and steering the vehicle towards the cross-sea bridge. His choice to head in that direction was not only due to the open space that might facilitate an escape, but also because a military camp was stationed at the bridge's entrance. Even prior to the asteroid fragment striking Earth, the authorities had ordered that troops be deployed to critical transportation nodes across various cities. On one hand, it was to stabilize the emotions of the populace and prepare for potential disasters. On the other hand, it aimed to deter any malevolent individuals harboring ill intentions. The cross-sea bridge served as a crucial transportation node within the city. Thus, prior to the natural calamity, the military stationed a battalion at the bridge's entrance. Yuan distinctly remembered this event because, on the very first day of his holiday at home, this troop passed directly through the entrance of their community. He was observing from above and saw everything quite clearly. This battalion appeared to be elite, not only equipped with several large troop transport trucks, but also several armored personnel carriers, and even 2 tanks. The display was reminiscent of a military operation, and indeed, Yuan felt a shiver of trepidation. In the initial days following the onset of the apocalypse, they could still glean some information about the military camp from the personnel at the neighborhood office. By then, many households had already experienced infections from the apocalyptic virus. The neighborhood office personnel urged families to voluntarily register and transport their infected members to the military camp for management. They reported that a professional military medical team was stationed there, with ample resources. Consequently, many families entrusted their infected relatives to the neighborhood office staff, who transported them in batches to the camp. This was a primary reason why there were relatively more survivors in various communities. However, approximately 2 weeks prior, at the stroke of midnight, a series of gunshots suddenly erupted from the direction of the bridge. The intensity escalated as time progressed, resembling a full-fledged battle. Yet, as dawn approached, the gunfire ceased. From that day onward, the personnel from the neighborhood office never returned, and they completely lost contact with the authorities and the outside world. As Yuan observed the 2 pursuing crocodile turtles, he could only hope that the military camp still existed. After all, employing firearms was evidently the most effective method against such creatures. He drove for 5 minutes along Tingao Road, then turned left, heading north. 3 minutes later, he arrived at the bridge's entrance. The areas on either side of the bridge had previously been construction sites, one for residential buildings and the other for office towers. Now, both sides of the road were enclosed by blue metal barriers. In front of the construction site, a temporary barbed wire gate had been erected. In front of the gate, 2 rows of barricades were positioned, with a checkpoint booth nestled between them. However, at that moment, the booth was devoid of personnel. Yuan parked his vehicle 50 meters in front of the barbed wire gate. As the scene appeared quite peculiar, there were no personnel at the checkpoint. The road behind him was flanked by makeshift military tents and container-constructed shanties, yet not a single soul was visible within these shelters. The situation seemed exceedingly amiss. This was supposed to be a military camp. Where had all the soldiers gone? If the soldiers had retreated, then through the barbed wire gate. One could still see the area not far inside, closer to the bridge's entrance. The military trucks were parked in an orderly fashion. Behind them, 2 alligators were slowly approaching. Approximately 1,000 meters away, Yuan glanced back and then forward, gritting his teeth as he pressed the horn. The sound of the Mercedes horn shattered the nearby tranquility. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the vicinity, and from the adjacent shipping containers, several shadowy figures sprang forth. As Yuan discerned their forms, a chill ran down his spine. These were clearly evolved zombies, each exhibiting remarkable agility and speed, faster than any he had encountered before. They leapt from the second-story containers with the grace of a spring-loaded mechanism, absorbing the impact upon landing with a slight bend of their bodies, indicating their physical prowess was far superior to that of the ordinary zombies he had seen. The absence of other soldiers in the camp suggested they had likely been devoured by these creatures. Noticing the remnants of military green on the zombies' bodies, Yuan surmised why there had been no news from the army in recent days. A sense of dread enveloped him. It appeared that the military camp had been utterly annihilated. At this moment, The zombies swiftly approached the barbed wire gate, crashing against it with a cacophony of sound. Yuan observed that while these zombies still exhibited some fear of sunlight, it was no longer as pronounced as that of their ordinary counterparts. Their hesitation was primarily due to the 2-meter-high iron gate topped with barbed wire. Meanwhile, the two alligators were now less than 500 meters away. Having slowed their pace and effectively blocked any retreat, convinced they had cornered the vehicle. What to do? With pursuers behind and a blockade ahead, Imo Xiaobei's face turned pale. Yuan's expression darkened. He clenched his jaw and declared, "Buckle up and hold on tight." With that, he slammed the accelerator down. The engine roared to life, unleashing a ferocious 435 horsepower as the 26-ton vehicle surged forward. The Mercedes 500 launched like a cannonball towards the barbed wire gate. Chapter 18. A reckless charge. Seated in the passenger seat, Imo Xiaobei's mind was a blank slate. She questioned whether her decision to follow Yuan had been right or wrong, but at this juncture, fate held the reins. She turned to glance at Yuan. His gaze was fixed ahead, resolute, hands gripping the steering wheel firmly. For reasons unknown, witnessing his unwavering determination instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. The 50-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, despite its brevity, it was sufficient for the 47's 8 engine to catapult the vehicle's speed to 100. As the car's front drew within 5 meters of the barbed wire gate, through the windshield, Imo Xiaobei could discern the frenzied expressions of the zombies beyond the gate. At that moment, the dozen or so zombies were huddled against the barbed wire gate, evidently anticipating the delectable feast that awaited them. Meanwhile, Yuan's mind raced as he continually assessed the car's velocity in relation to the distance from the gate. When the front of the car was just 3 meters away from the gate, he abruptly yanked the steering wheel, slammed the brakes, and simultaneously engaged the electronic handbrake with fervor. In the instant the Mercedes seemed poised to collide with the gate, the front veered sharply to the right, the body of the car then skewing sideways as it hurtled towards the gate. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable thought struck Yuan. Damn it, this Mercedes is splendid. Yet it lacks a handbrake lever, rendering it less than ideal for executing a drift. How can I impress anyone without a drift? With the weight and speed of the vehicle, the reckless maneuver caused a severe tailspin. Under normal circumstances, such a play with a high center of gravity like this would surely result in a rollover. Thus, the car was almost in a state of uncontrollable sideways motion. The side of the car that Yuan occupied was nearly at a 70-degree angle to the ground. Without any obstruction, it would have certainly flown off. However, at that critical moment, the rear section of the Mercedes collided violently with the barbed wire gate, weighing in at 2 tons 6. Coupled with the presence of 2 hefty individuals inside, the approximate weight neared 3 tons. At nearly 100 miles per hour, such a lateral impact, even if only the rear struck the barbed wire, would unleash an astonishing force. The 3-meter-wide gate, hastily constructed, with its edges merely welded in place, was not equipped to withstand such a ferocious impact. The gate, already burdened by the weight of the zombies clinging to it, succumbed to the violent collision. With a resounding crash, the gate fell backward, trapping the zombies beneath it. Incredibly, the force of this violent impact stabilized the previously tilted Mercedes. Of course, the occupants were not spared from the consequences. The ferocity of the collision triggered the airbags. Yuan felt as though he had taken a direct punch, his head spinning in disorientation. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, provoking a series of coughs. He rolled down the window and inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air before turning to Imo Xiaobei. "Are you all right? You should have warned me. I would have put on my helmet," he coughed. Beside him, Imo Xiaobei, equally dazed from the deployed airbags, was also coughing incessantly from the pungent smell of gunpowder. With a light-hearted chuckle, Yuan casually swiped aside the deployed airbag and glanced at the dashboard, relieved to find the engine still running. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed 2 enormous alligator turtles merely 100 meters ahead of their vehicle. He swiftly shifted the gear into reverse and pressed the accelerator. The Mercedes roared to life, reversing directly into the barbed wire. The reason he had refrained from using the front of the car to collide with the wire was based on insights gleaned from an automotive encyclopedia. Ramming obstacles with the front could easily lead to the engine stalling. Should the engine fail while surrounded by zombies and alligator turtles, the scene would be too nightmarish for Yuan to contemplate. Furthermore, the zombies across the way might very well shatter their windshield, a scenario he did not wish to entertain. Thus, he opted to utilize the rear of the vehicle to clear a path, and to his surprise, the initial maneuver proved to be quite effective. The Mercedes barreled into the barbed wire gate, its nearly 3-ton frame crushing it beneath. The zombies lurking below were obliterated, their bodies popping like overripe beans under the weight. Yuan refrained from further accelerating. Instead, he shifted gears and maneuvered the steering wheel, driving the vehicle laterally along the barbed wire gate, repeatedly crushing the zombies. Though the two alligator turtles drew nearer, he was resolute in not allowing the zombies to escape unscathed. He had observed their astonishing agility and remarkable leaping abilities. In his estimation, the threat posed by these zombies was far greater than that of the alligator turtles. With muscles akin to explosives, they could easily ambush from dark corners, making them formidable adversaries. In swift order, several zombies met their demise beneath his wheels, their insides ruptured. As he glanced up, the two alligator turtles had closed the distance to a mere 15 meters from the barbed wire gate. Yet Yuan remained unfazed. For there lay two iron barricades positioned by the military, effectively narrowing the expanse of the road from several meters to a mere 3, allowing only a single vehicle to pass in one direction. Given the alligator turtles' considerable size, stretching at least 4 meters wide, they were ill-equipped for climbing or jumping. Thus, traversing the iron barricades would likely prove to be a challenge. Indeed, the alligator turtles attempted to charge through, relying on their formidable shells to topple the barricades. However, these military-grade iron barricades were not the rudimentary wooden structures depicted in ancient television dramas, composed of 3 steel beams with numerous iron spikes welded in place. They were a formidable obstacle. Even the hardest shell could not protect the tender flesh of their necks and shoulders from being pierced, leaving them in a state of agonized confusion. The two alligator turtles quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, crying out in pain, while Mo Xiaobei beside them wiped her tears. Still dazed, seizing the moment, Yuan gathered the 40-odd crystal cores scattered across the ground. A staggering number of over a dozen zombies yielded a remarkable 45 crystal cores, averaging 3 per creature. Chapter 19, The Brutality. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss this opportunity. Fellow comrades, please remember to collect and recommend. It was evident that these zombies had transcended the realm of ordinary undead. According to the grading system of post-apocalyptic literature, they could be classified as elite zombies. However, in comparison to these crystal cores, Yuan placed greater importance on the few skill books they had dropped: Encyclopedia of Firearm Knowledge, Expertise in Armored Vehicle Operation, Mastery of Tank Driving, Level 10 Sharpshooter, and Iron Body Technique. To his astonishment, there was even a book on Iron Body Technique. Upon seeing these shimmering skill books, Yuan found himself at a loss for words to describe his overwhelming emotions. This was indeed a tremendous windfall. While Mo Xiaobei beside him was preoccupied with a small mirror on the sunshade, meticulously checking her appearance for any signs of disfigurement, Yuan quickly aimed his wrist device at the skill books and began to scan. A torrent of knowledge and information flooded into his mind. An overwhelming influx akin to enlightenment, nearly causing him to burst from the intensity. Fortunately, he managed to endure through gritted teeth. At that moment, the two crocodile turtles across from him had finally grasped the situation. With their thick, tough forelimbs, they began to pry apart the 2 rows of iron barricades. The weight of these barricades was substantial, easily several hundred pounds. Yet, the monstrous creatures displayed extraordinary strength, swiftly dismantling the barriers. Just as Yuan finished absorbing the vast knowledge, he regained his composure. He quickly turned the vehicle around, pressing the accelerator to dash deeper into the camp. The entrance was approximately 1,000 meters from the bridgehead of the Cross-Sea Bridge. On either side of the road, there was originally a coastal sculpture park constructed by the city. However, now both sides were enclosed with barbed wire and colored steel panels. The walls were made of colored steel, and the entrance gate resembled the barbed wire gate he had previously crashed into. Suddenly, Mo Xiaobei, in the passenger seat, let out a startled scream. Turning his gaze to the park, Yuan was equally taken aback. The park was teeming with wandering zombies, some dressed as civilians while others donned military uniforms. Within the enclosed area, tents lay scattered and collapsed, and the ground was littered with gnawed bones, severed limbs, and countless dried bloodstains. Among the campgrounds, several warrior military vehicles lay overturned, their bodies marked by burn scars from explosions. The ground was strewn with damaged firearms and an abundance of spent shells. In several locations, one could still see craters left by artillery shells. Even in the garden to the left, they spotted a flipped armored vehicle. Confronted with this harrowing scene, a heavy weight settled in Yuan's heart. He finally understood why this military camp had fallen. Evidently, on that fateful night, the infected individuals brought here must have suddenly transformed en masse into zombies, catching the military completely off guard. It is no wonder that gunfire erupted that evening, as the horde of zombies launched a sudden assault on the troops. While the military attempted to suppress the undead, they were overwhelmed. The sheer number of zombies was staggering, and many soldiers had been bitten. Although they fought valiantly at first, mere minutes later, they too succumbed to the infection, turning on their comrades from within. Thus, The once elite unit was dismantled from the inside out by the ravenous horde. In Lu Yuan's mind, the events of that battle were being pieced together. However, this was not the moment for him to validate his suspicions. For the two crocodile turtles were closing in relentlessly. Moreover, the zombies in the adjacent gardens had begun to surge forth. The barbed wire gates, already riddled with breaches, could no longer impede their advance. Previously, they had remained dormant, deterred by the sunlight, but now, the sight of goods passing before them awakened their primal hunger, overshadowing their fear of the sun. Fortunately, the zombies moved at a sluggish pace, and soon 100 or so of them gathered on the main thoroughfare. Observing their emergence, Lu Yuan deliberately reduced his speed. Although the zombies were slow, their sheer numbers obstructed the pursuing crocodile turtles. Upon seeing the delectable zombies, the turtles lost their urgency in the chase. Instinctive appetites took precedence. The two crocodile turtles extended their necks, devouring the zombies with relish. Yet, the zombies were not to be trifled with. Though the turtles regarded them as a feast, the zombies reciprocated with equal ferocity. Although the turtles boasted thick, tough shells, their exposed limbs and necks remained vulnerable. To the zombies, it mattered not whether the creature before them was human or turtle. Any living being with blood coursing through it was a potential meal. Before long, an increasing number of zombies encircled the two crocodile turtles, tearing into them. Despite their slow speed and frail bodies, the adage many ants can kill an elephant rang true. Even the turtles, armored by their shells, could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. Soon, they found themselves besieged, their bodies covered in zombies, while a continuous flow of the undead emerged from the surrounding gardens. Witnessing this scenario, both Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei exhaled in relief. Lu Yuan quietly accelerated, seeking an alternate route. However, as he advanced, he observed an ever-growing number of corpses littering the ground. Among these bodies were civilians and soldiers alike, most of whom had suffered fatal head wounds, while others remained inexplicably alive. The living dead, most of whom were reduced to mere halves, appeared to have been ravaged by high-caliber gunfire. Nevertheless, these zombies remained fiercely relentless, struggling desperately to crawl towards the vehicle, soon becoming nothing more than a gruesome display beneath the wheels. The air was thick with the stench of blood, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones being crushed. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mo Xiaobei, seated in the passenger seat, thrust her head out of the window and began to retch violently. Lu Yuan's complexion turned ashen as he fought against the nausea. Just over 100 meters ahead lay the bridge, but at its entrance, he spotted a barricade of sandbags. Above the makeshift fortification, several machine gun nests were visible. Although the guns remained intact, their operators had vanished without a trace. Behind the gun positions, a Hummer and a tank were stationed. Lu Yuan glanced back to see the two alligators now encircled by the zombies, who seemed invigorated by the prospect of fresh flesh, viciously tearing at the creatures. Mo Xiaobei, can you drive? Lu Yuan inquired, noticing that she had just withdrawn her body from the open window. Her pallor persisted, yet her demeanor had improved slightly. Of course, she replied. Then come over and take the wheel. Keep the engine running. I need to take a look, Lu Yuan instructed, disregarding her astonished expression as he exited the vehicle. As he stepped out, Lu Yuan nearly lost his footing. Upon turning to assess the state of the vehicle, he realized it had sustained significant damage. The front was crumpled, and the rear was caved in. The sides were smeared with the putrid bodily fluids of the undead, and the ground bore deep crimson stains where the vehicle had passed. The tires would surely not endure much longer. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Lu Yuan kicked away a zombie that was inching toward him and bolted towards the barricade. The green sandbag fortification stood about 1.6 meters high, providing an ideal cover for standing and firing. Upon reaching the barricade, Lu Yuan grasped the edge and hoisted himself onto the wall. Peering over, his expression faltered. Several military corpses lay sprawled behind the sandbags, having succumbed to decay after several days. Judging by their condition, it appeared they had taken their own lives to avoid becoming one of the undead, each having been bitten and opting to end their own suffering rather than succumb to transformation. Lu Yuan leapt down from the barricade and approached the fallen soldiers. Two Type 92 handguns lay beside the bodies. These weapons were likely the means by which the soldiers had chosen to depart. He offered a silent prayer for their souls before picking up the handguns. They were in relatively good condition, with each magazine containing only 3 rounds. Lu Yuan also rummaged through the soldiers' belongings, uncovering 2 additional gun cases and 4 fully loaded magazines. Lu Yuan removed the magazines from both handguns and replaced them with new ones, pulling back the slide with a practiced motion. Although it was his first encounter with firearms, the knowledge acquired from the Encyclopedia of Firearm Knowledge rendered these weapons surprisingly familiar. The moment he grasped the guns, an uncanny sense of familiarity enveloped him. After a brief inspection, He secured the firearms in his quick-draw holster and promptly made his way towards the machine gun positions on either side. There, 2 Type 95 squad machine guns remained, yet their ammunition had been entirely expended, and crucially, the bolts had been removed. It appeared that the soldiers had not been annihilated, but rather that some had managed to break through. Only a handful of injured soldiers remained to provide cover. Yuan cast a glance towards the right side of the distant bridge, where a breach was visible beneath it. Following that opening, he discerned 2 deep tire tracks, indicating that the last of the military's retreating personnel had departed from that direction. If his memory served him correctly, it led to a stretch of tidal flats beneath High Square, which would be exposed during low tide, revealing a wide expanse of sand. He swiftly approached the armored vehicle behind him, a model reminiscent of the Hummer, albeit of rather crude and rudimentary construction. However, Yuan was not there for the vehicle itself. Before long, he discovered what he sought in the rear compartment, a Type 95 assault rifle, 3 magazines, and a box of ammunition. It seemed the retreating soldiers had left in such haste that they neglected to secure the firearms left behind. With the rifle now in his possession, Yuan felt a wave of calm wash over him. The presence of this weapon rendered the 2 crocodile turtles far less daunting. In the apocalyptic novels he had perused, protagonists often favored knives or other melee weapons, a choice that had always left him perplexed. Firearms had evolved over the years. Why would one still choose to wield cold steel? However, upon reflecting on the national context, it became clearer. Firearms were prohibited. The average citizen rarely encountered them. Consequently, most people's understanding of firearms stemmed from video games or war films, leading to a significant gap in their grasp of their true power. This lack of comprehension regarding modern weaponry might explain why protagonists in the apocalyptic tales he had read often preferred knives or melee weapons. Conversely, those familiar with Western zombie films knew that when it came to dispatching the undead, Westerners predominantly opted for firearms, with few choosing melee weapons. Perhaps it was simply a matter of greater familiarity with guns. Yuan picked up the Type 95, inspecting the magazine, which was fully loaded. Given that it had been stored in the vehicle, its condition was far superior to that of the 2 handguns. The unmistakable scent of gun oil lingered, indicating it was a new weapon. He pulled back the bolt and took aim, though there was no time for calibration. At that moment, Imo Xiaobei's voice echoed through the air. Yuan, are you ready? Those 2 monsters are coming. Yuan slung the gun over his shoulder, tucked 3 magazines into his pockets, and swiftly grabbed the ammunition box, darting outside. He soon reached the right side of the barricade where a row of iron spikes stood. With all his might, Yuan managed to create a gap in the iron spikes. Imo Xiaobei immediately drove the vehicle through, positioning it to push the spikes back. Taken aback by Yuan's instructions, Imo Xiaobei hesitated. We're not keeping this vehicle? We're switching to that one. Yuan indicated towards a military Humvee behind them, and Imo Xiaobei quickly understood. It was clear that Yuan intended to confront the 2 giant tortoises right there. However, dealing with just those 2 tortoises was insufficient, as there were still hundreds of zombies roaming outside. In a mere moment, those tortoises had already devoured more than 100 zombies. The remaining ones either lay crushed beneath the tortoises or fell victim to their sweeping limbs. The 2 tortoises, having been entangled with the zombies for a while, were now well-fed and had grown even more ferocious and irritable. Yet, they never lost sight of their target, Yuan and his companions. Ignoring the multitude of zombies clinging to them, they persistently crawled towards the barricade, albeit slowly due to the weight of the zombies clinging to their shells. Imo Xiaobei used the vehicle to push the iron spikes back into place, forming a barrier, before following Yuan's directive to board the rear warrior vehicle and start the engine. Meanwhile, Yuan took position at the machine gun nest of the barricade. With a gun in hand, he observed the slowly advancing tortoises and the wandering horde of zombies, and surprisingly, he felt a surge of courage. Chapter 21, A Breach of Martial Ethics Families. Don't miss out as you pass by. Everyone, remember to collect and recommend. With the gun braced against his shoulder, he aimed, adjusted the fire rate to single shot, and steadied his breath. Bang, bang. A brief burst of fire followed. Although well-versed in theoretical knowledge, this was only Yuan's second real shooting experience. The first had been during military training in college, a memory he had nearly forgotten. Despite the rifle being optimized multiple times and using low-caliber rounds, the recoil remained significant. For an ordinary person, the initial handling of a gun could easily result in a painful shoulder after just a couple of shots. After an entire magazine, a bruise would surely form. However, the value of Yuan's tortoise shell protective gear became evident, as it absorbed much of the recoil, thanks to the shoulder plates and inner cushioning layer. Thus, Yuan felt no discomfort at all and quickly regained his shooting rhythm. It was an elusive sensation, one that only seasoned marksmen, having fired thousands of rounds, could truly appreciate. This was the advantage bestowed upon him by the recently acquired skill book, level 10 sharpshooter. If it had been an ordinary person handling a gun for the first time, they would have probably emptied an entire magazine by now, and as for accuracy, that would be laughable. Bang, bang. Once again, the sharp sound of gunfire echoed through the air, and this time, Yuan had gradually settled into a state of focus. In the distance, the crocodile ahead had already erupted with 2 sprays of blood. Witnessing the crocodile's injury bolstered Yuan's confidence. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether his .58 caliber rifle would prove effective against the tough-skinned, muscular creature. However, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded. The muzzle velocity of 950 meters per second was no trivial matter. Anyone with a modicum of physics knowledge would understand this. Such initial speed, even with a mere 415-gram projectile, could inflict astounding damage. Despite the crocodile's head being protected by a thick, resilient layer of keratin, it was still breached. From 50 meters away, Yuan could even see a gaping wound the size of a bowl on the creature's cheek. The principle of bullet lethality lies in the projectile first striking the enemy and then penetrating into their body. As the spinning bullet encounters resistance, it creates a significant cavitation effect. If such a bullet were to strike a human limb, unless one possessed extraordinary luck, it would likely result in a penetrating wound. More often than not, it would result in a shattering fracture. Severing an artery could lead to immediate demise, and if it struck the torso, the tremendous cavitation effect would obliterate internal organs. Thus, a bullet wound to the torso would almost certainly result in instant death. Those who were less fortunate might linger for a few agonizing minutes before succumbing to their injuries. Only a fortunate few might survive, but even then, they would likely lose all ability to move. As for those cinematic portrayals of characters who continue to fight after being shot, Yuan could only express admiration. Those individuals must either possess superhuman bloodlines or belong to the ranks of extraordinary warriors. At that moment, his bullet struck the crocodile's head. Although the resilient skin proved too tough for the bullet to penetrate the outer keratin layer, it nonetheless created a cavitation effect in the inner layer of the skin. Consequently, it appeared as though the bullet had exploded upon impact. With 2 consecutive shots, the creature's face was left marred and bloodied. The sudden assault left the crocodile momentarily stunned, and it let out a furious roar. Observing that the crocodile could not withstand the bullets only fueled Yuan's enthusiasm further. With rhythmic precision, he fired short bursts, and the crocodile erupted with more sprays of blood. After expending half a magazine, the creature's head had transformed into a blood-soaked mess. The sight of its wounded head and the splattering blood immediately incited a frenzy among the surrounding zombies. Previously, those zombies had been relentlessly assaulting the 2 crocodiles. Yet the creature's tough skin and vital armored shells made it exceedingly difficult for the zombies to breach their defenses. However, the situation has drastically changed. This individual's head is now riddled with wounds, accompanied by copious amounts of blood. The zombies, initially driven by 2 snapping turtles towards the barricade, suddenly seemed to have caught the scent of blood, swiftly redirecting their course and charging relentlessly towards the turtles. This time, the snapping turtle is no longer as composed as before, for an abundance of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. Moreover, it is no longer impervious to the onslaught of zombies. Several of them have climbed onto its head and begun to tear away chunks of flesh. These severe injuries inflict considerable pain upon the creature, yet they also awaken its ferocity. It violently shakes its head and swiftly tosses its body, sending the zombies that had just clambered onto it crashing to the ground, where they are mercilessly crushed beneath its tank-like bulk. Despite this, the zombies show no signs of retreating. Particularly, those that had torn flesh from the turtle and consumed it undergo a remarkable transformation at a visible pace. Within a minute of ingesting the flesh, their previously decayed and skeletal forms begin to regenerate muscle tissue, rapidly replacing what was once rotting. Those who could barely walk moments ago now find their strength renewed. Their aches and pains have vanished. Clearly, the flesh of the turtle serves as an extraordinary tonic. Observing the chaos unfolding before him, Yuan is momentarily taken aback. Just then, a thunderous crash erupts from his right. He glances over and exclaims in disbelief. What the hell? You're not playing fair. It turns out that another snapping turtle, previously hidden, has stealthily maneuvered around from a side courtyard. The barricades flanking Yuan's position are constructed from color-coded steel plates, enclosing makeshift hospitals housing the infected from nearby communities, who have long since transformed into zombies. While the steel plates can contain the zombies, they are no match for the heavy, tank-like snapping turtle. The turtle crashes through the barricade, unleashing the trapped zombies like a torrent. At this point, holding the barricade serves no purpose. Yuan grabs a box of ammunition, slings his weapon, and dashes towards the direction of the soldiers. Meanwhile, after considerable effort, Mo Xiaobei finally manages to ignite the vehicle. Chapter 22. The Great Melee Families and Passersby. Don't miss out. Iron Brothers, remember to collect and recommend. Don't forget. Let us go. Lu Yuan leaps into the vehicle, slamming the door shut as he shouts. Mo Xiaobei sharply turns the steering wheel and floors the accelerator. The 65-liter diesel engine is no trivial matter. It delivers power far superior to that of the previous Mercedes 500. The 2.5-ton vehicle surges forward, plowing through the first few zombies with devastating force beneath its wheels. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the car's roof handle, while Mo Xiaobei gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle shook violently, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones snapping beneath the wheels. Mo Xiaobei's face turned pale as she fought against nausea, resolutely maintaining pressure on the gas pedal. At last, they surged forward, crushing countless zombies. Just before the monstrous snapping turtle could close in on them, they raced onto the Cross-Sea Bridge. The surrounding roads had been completely blocked, and the areas where the soldiers had retreated were no longer accessible. With the tide rising, the beach ahead had already been submerged, leaving them no choice but to take the bridge. Fortunately, the bridge was deserted, allowing for an unobstructed passage. After traveling a mere 1,000 meters onto the bridge, they encountered the military's second barricade. Hurry, drive behind the barricade and keep the engine running. We'll give them a taste of our wrath. Lu Yuan had no intention of allowing Mo Xiaobei to continue driving endlessly. This cross-sea bridge spanned 10 kilometers, and ahead lay a tunnel that led into the city. However, it was likely that the tunnel's entrance was also sealed off, and most critically, no one knew what awaited them in the city. Thus, Lu Yuan planned to devise a strategy to deal with their pursuers from this location. Mo Xiaobei nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of Lu Yuan's plan. The vehicle swiftly maneuvered past the barbed wire, arriving at the rear of the barricade. Look over there, there's a gun, Mo Xiaobei exclaimed excitedly. Spotting a Type 95 light machine gun lying at a gun position on the barricade, Lu Yuan quickly leaped from the car and stealthily approached the gun emplacement, silently praying that the weapon was not missing its firing pin. Fortunately, the gun was intact, even boasting a fully loaded 75-round magazine. Nearby, 3 ammunition boxes lay discarded, filled to the brim with rounds specifically for the Type 95. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt a swell of confusion. The weapon remained, but where were the soldiers? A quick scan of the area revealed no sign of life, only traces of struggle scattered about. An unsettling feeling washed over Lu Yuan. He sensed that something was amiss in this place. His initial plan to use the barricade as cover was swiftly abandoned. He tossed the gun and ammunition into the vehicle and opened the hatch on the roof. The vehicle, originally outfitted with a machine gun position, now only had the mounting bracket, while the heavy machine gun that should have accompanied it had long since vanished. Whether it had never been installed or had been removed by someone else remained a mystery. Lu Yuan promptly mounted the machine gun into the slot, managing to secure it just enough. Position the car facing forward, keep the engine running, and maintain distance from those creatures, he instructed Mo Xiaobei, who understood his intent. With the vehicle's front facing the rear, Lu Yuan took control of the machine gun. The pursuing enemies were now a mere 50 meters away. Taking a deep breath, he aimed and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crisp sound of a 3-round burst erupted, and bullets swiftly erupted in a shower of crimson from the head of the monstrous snapping turtle. Even Lu Yuan could observe that a substantial portion of flesh, complete with skin, was torn away from the right side of the alligator turtle's head by the bullet's impact. Indeed, the potency of the 58 caliber round is not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, an amateur examines the gun, while an expert scrutinizes the bullet. The true measure of a firearm's effectiveness lies not in the weapon itself, but in the ammunition it discharges. Take, for instance, the Type 95 rifle and the Type 95 light machine gun. They may appear to fire the same caliber of ammunition. However, the amount of propellant and the weight of the projectiles differ significantly. The bullet from the rifle weighs 415 grams, whereas that from the machine gun weighs only 48 grams. Due to these distinctions, the effective range of the rifle is limited to 400 meters, while the machine gun boasts an effective range of 600 meters. This disparity is also influenced by the machine gun's heavier barrel. When it comes to lethality, the difference is even more pronounced. Earlier, Lu Yuan had expended half a magazine on that alligator turtle with the rifle, merely leaving it with a bruised visage. Yet now, with just a 3-round burst from the light machine gun, the creature's head was nearly obliterated. Having sustained such grievous injuries, the alligator turtle did not exhibit the same fury as the first. Its initial reaction was one of bewilderment, for it had never encountered such severe damage since its mutation. The ensuing agony quickly subdued it. The chunk of flesh that had been blasted off its head struck a fortunate zombie lurking behind. Upon consuming this morsel, The zombie underwent a visible transformation at an astonishing rate. Following its metamorphosis, it charged ahead, leaping from the rear and sinking its teeth into the alligator turtle's neck. Sensing the aroma of fresh blood, other zombies swiftly followed suit, rushing towards the alligator turtle. Observing this scene, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and tapped on the roof of the vehicle, signaling Mo Xiaobei to halt. After the lead zombie bit into its neck, the alligator turtle initially froze in shock before erupting in rage. Damn it, if I cannot kill those two humans, how could I possibly be defeated by you lowly creatures? When did it become your turn to challenge me? In a frenzy, it thrashed its neck and body, casting off the zombies that had climbed onto it like leaves in a storm. The ground beneath its massive form became a gruesome path, stained with blood and viscera. However, the lead mutated zombie displayed remarkable ferocity, maintaining a tight grip on the alligator turtle's neck, refusing to relent. Seizing an opportune moment, it savagely tore a piece of flesh from the turtle's neck and swallowed it whole. Upon consuming the flesh, it instantly grew more robust, the foul, decayed remnants of its own body falling away to reveal a layer of white bone, which began regenerating thick, red muscle at an observable pace. More alarmingly, its hands evolved into claws. He seized fiercely, plunging his hand into the neck of the alligator turtle. The creature, with its tough and thick skin, usually impervious to ordinary bullets, succumbed to the sharp claws of the zombie, as if it were butter meeting a heated knife, easily punctured to create a gaping wound. The zombie had evolved into a malevolent fiend. With one swift swipe, it tore a chunk of flesh from the alligator turtle's neck and brought it to its mouth. Chapter 23. The Thrill of Unwavering Support. Friends, don't miss this chance. Fellow comrades, remember to collect and recommend, don't forget. The ferocity of the zombie sent shivers down Yuan's spine from a distance. Wow, this guy is indeed ruthless, promising potential. I have high hopes for you, he thought. Unable to contain himself, Yuan fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to calm his nerves. The scene was far more exhilarating than any Hollywood zombie blockbuster. He had initially prepared to flee, but who could have anticipated that merely firing 3 shots would lead to such a dramatic turn of events? However, the alligator turtle was now thoroughly enraged. It lunged forward, reaching the edge of the bridge in an instant. Then, with a violent shake of its head, it slammed its neck against a lamppost at the bridge's edge. This forceful action bisected the zombie clinging to its neck in two. The lower half of the zombie plummeted to the ground, and in an unexpected twist, countless zombies surged forward, ravenously consuming the newly severed lower half. Meanwhile, the upper half of the zombie had sunk its claws deep into the alligator turtle's neck, refusing to relent. At that moment, the zombies that had feasted on the lower half began to mutate swiftly, becoming faster, stronger, and more fearlessly aggressive as they charged towards the alligator turtle. In less than 3 minutes, the battlefield on the bridge had undergone a tumultuous transformation, leaving Yuan astonished and overwhelmed by the rapid developments. Observing the besieged alligator turtle, which had slipped into a frenzied state, Yuan remained unperturbed. He held his firearm, watching from a distance, for the alligator turtle was far from its demise, and behind it, a relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forward. The alligator turtle, akin to a heavy tank, rampaged across the bridge, leaving a bloody path in its wake. Any lowly zombies that crossed its path met instant death. Those that survived were often left in 2 pieces, rendered paraplegic. To Yuan, the bridge surface was now scattered with glimmering crystal shards. While Mo Xiaobei remained in the vehicle, he activated his wristwatch, pressing a button aimed at the continuously erupting crystals. Ding! Your crystal reserves. 1. The incessant notifications ringing in his ears sounded like a symphony to Yuan, and his crystal reserves continued to rise exponentially. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yuan lost count of how many crystal stones he had amassed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened his personal panel for a fleeting glance. Fortified residence level 1. 155 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 197,500, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100, owner, Yuan. Skills, level 3 dog whacking stick technique. Automobile knowledge encyclopedia, level 3 automobile repair master, firearm knowledge encyclopedia, armored vehicle driving proficiency, tank driving proficiency, level 10 sharpshooter, hard qigong equipment. Tungsten steel engineer's shovel X1. Type 92 handgun X2, Type 95 assault rifle X1, Type 95 light machine gun X1, turtle shell protective suit X1, acceleration gear X1. Turtle shell X2, energy reserve, advanced blue crystal core X1, ordinary white crystal core X588. Goodness, this time he truly struck it rich. The thrill of effortless gains is exhilarating. Indeed, The age-old truth remains unchanged. The ancients have not deceived me. Just from the crystal cores acquired this time, he could easily upgrade his house upon returning. And this is merely from the battlefield on the bridge. There are surely more treasures to be found on the other side. With this bountiful harvest, he could accomplish many things upon his return. To be honest, Yuan was quite eager to see how his residence would transform after the next upgrade. Additionally, he contemplated enhancing the firearms in his possession. He glanced at the two Type 92 handguns strapped to his waist. Truth be told, he was not entirely satisfied with them. The design of this gun has flaws, as the precision finishing is inadequate, causing the safety to fail and often leading to accidental discharges. Furthermore, although the 9mm caliber boasts considerable power, it suffers from severe ballistic deviation issues. These insights were derived from the Firearm Knowledge Encyclopedia. The mere thought of the gun's propensity to misfire sent a shiver down his spine. He must modify it upon returning. Meanwhile, the battle across from him raged on. Now entering a fervent phase, the crocodile turtle began voraciously consuming the zombies, evidently replenishing its vitality. At the same time, the zombie that had been tightly clinging to its neck had also mutated again after feasting on the flesh and blood of the crocodile turtle. Its lower half, previously severed, had miraculously regrown two short legs, while its upper half continued to grow robustly. Other zombies that had consumed parts of its lower body were now hunched over the crocodile turtle, tearing off strips of flesh and stuffing them into their mouths. However, after several feasts, as these zombies had expanded to around 2 meters in size, their rate of mutation and evolution had noticeably slowed. Standing in the vehicle, Yuan surveyed the bloody battlefield ahead, feeling that today had truly been a day of great harvest. Not only had he acquired such an abundance of crystal stones and weapons, but most importantly, he had also begun to grasp the evolutionary patterns of both zombies and monsters. At that moment, it seemed the crocodile turtle had grown weary, finding no effective countermeasure against the few evolving zombies that clung to it like parasites. However, he has now embarked on a path akin to that of the zombies, incessantly consuming the ordinary zombies surrounding him for nourishment. Yet, the mutations and evolutions that follow his consumption of these zombies are far from pronounced. It is evident that he has previously ingested an excessive number of ordinary zombies and has already surpassed the initial, rapid phase of mutation and evolution. At this juncture, devouring these ordinary zombies yields diminishing returns for him. However, it appears to still aid in healing and accelerating his recovery of stamina to some extent. The confrontation between the zombies and the alligator turtle has reached a stalemate. Yuan does not intend to disrupt this equilibrium, for his more pressing concern is to swiftly gather the scattered crystal shards. Across the battlefield, reminiscent of a grisly meat grinder, glimmering crystals are strewn about. The alligator turtle appears increasingly weakened, when suddenly a series of mournful cries echoes from afar. Yuan's expression shifts, from the direction of the bridge. Another alligator turtle is rapidly making its way toward him. This is the same turtle he had previously sniped, yet now its wounds seem to have healed and scabbed over. Clearly, this creature has dispatched the zombies in its vicinity, and judging by its size, it seems to have grown larger than before. Evidently, some transformation has occurred within it moments ago. Chapter 24. Stunned families passing by. Do not miss out. Iron Brothers, remember to collect and recommend. Don't forget. As the alligator turtle charges closer, it lifts its head and swiftly devours the half-zombie that had been perched on its neck. It then bites down on another zombie, the largest among them, nearly 2 meters in size. With a powerful jerk of its head, it tears this leech-like creature from the now weakened alligator turtle. Even more astonishingly, it brings the zombie to the mouth of the frail turtle. After consuming this zombie, the turtle, which had been on the brink of death, suddenly revives with vigor. Witnessing this scene, Yuan finally comprehends why the alligator turtle is recovering so rapidly and seemingly transcending the constraints of evolution. However, at this moment, he has no time for idle thoughts, as the balance of the battlefield is gradually tilting in favor of the alligator turtle. Although more zombies continue to surge from behind, their numbers have significantly dwindled. With the stock of his rifle against his shoulder, he steadies his aim, adjusts his breath, and pulls the trigger. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of precise bursts resonates across the bridge. With each shot fired, chunks of flesh and blood erupt from the alligator turtle opposite him. Even the hardened shell on its back proves inadequate against the heavy rounds discharged from the 95th class machine gun. Soon, several pieces of its shell are punctured, followed by a chaotic explosion of blood and flesh. Even the newly evolved alligator turtle that arrives later cannot withstand the formidable firepower of the machine gun. After unleashing over 30 rounds, the advancing alligator turtle sustains several gaping wounds in its neck. Nonetheless, this creature has become particularly vigilant this time. After suffering a grievous blow, the two alligators immediately retracted their necks into their shells, leaving only a small portion of their triangular heads exposed. They swiftly altered their course and began to flee. Unlike the relentless zombies, these alligators possessed a modicum of intelligence and retained their instinctual fear. Recognizing the futility of revenge, they decided to retreat after sustaining significant injuries. As the alligators made their escape, the horde of zombies, ever eager for flesh, pursued them relentlessly under the bridge. Clearly, the bloodied alligators were far more enticing than the living duo, Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei. Turn the vehicle around. Let us follow them. Lu Yuan instructed Mo Xiaobei before settling into the rear seat. The intense focus and heightened tension had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Excellent. With the alligators repelled and the zombies distracted, Mo Xiaobei's excitement grew. She pressed the accelerator, and the robust vehicle roared to life, gradually trailing behind the mass of corpses. After a brief respite, Lu Yuan emerged from the vehicle's roof, steadying the machine gun with one hand while the other collected the scattered crystal cores along the road. In the span of approximately a kilometer from the barricade to the bridge, he salvaged over 500 crystal cores. At that moment, he found himself hoping that the alligators would not perish, for they were akin to two tortoise-shaped bulldozers, leaving a path of blood in their wake. Their efficiency in dispatching zombies far surpassed that of humans. The only disappointment was that, perhaps due to the alligators' onslaught, he had encountered an abundance of crystal shards but very few skill books along the way. As the alligators ran, they continued to engage in fierce combat with the encroaching zombies. Had they been uninjured, the overwhelming number of zombies would merely have been a source of sustenance. However, now that they were grievously wounded, those injuries became vulnerable points for the zombies to exploit. Countless zombies lunged at them, tearing flesh from their wounds. And those who consumed the alligator's blood became stronger and more ferocious. Although the alligators were also devouring zombies to replenish themselves, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. After consuming a few zombies, they required time to digest and recuperate, whereas the zombies evolved swiftly without such delays, tipping the balance of power in their favor. However, Lu Yuan was determined not to allow this situation to unfold unchecked. Trailing closely behind the horde, he would meticulously identify the most rapidly evolving and formidable zombies at critical moments. These zombies, lacking the protective capabilities of the alligators, may have developed robust musculature, but they remained vulnerable against the modern magic of gunpowder and steel. Soon, Lu Yuan had exhausted 2 drum magazines, compelling him to pause. This was a common flaw of the Type 95 machine gun, as its design had never accounted for prolonged fire suppression. Consequently, the weapon could not have its barrel replaced. And once it fired continuously for more than 3 magazines, the overheating barrel would render it inoperable. To ensure that he could maintain firepower later, Lu Yuan had no choice but to cease using the machine gun. The remaining magazine's ammunition was to be conserved for emergencies, a crucial reserve for life-saving moments. Meanwhile, the battle between the crocodile tortoises and the horde of zombies had reached a fever pitch. Although Lu Yuan had successfully eliminated several of the strongest zombies, the relentless emergence of evolved zombies continued to inflict damage upon the tortoises, tearing flesh from their bodies. Despite not being completely exhausted, the tortoises had been thoroughly incited to fury. They chose a battleground, positioning themselves against a wall of corrugated steel, no longer worrying about zombies sneaking up from behind. Each tortoise turned to face a different direction, preparing to defend their respective flanks. Their massive heads thrashed wildly, and their limbs, as sturdy as concrete pillars, swept side to side. The zombies stood no chance against the titanic force of the tortoises. In mere moments, the area before them was cleared of adversaries. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the tortoises faced bone-breaking fates. Just as the tide of battle seemed poised to turn again, Lu Yuan grasped his machine gun, ready to intervene once more. Suddenly, a long, melodious bird call echoed through the air. Lu Yuan looked up to see a dark silhouette soaring overhead. The wind generated by its flight stirred up dust and debris, nearly blinding him. He hastily donned his goggles, but what he beheld left him utterly astonished. 2 large birds, one significantly larger than the other, swooped down. What truly rendered him speechless was the sight of a person perched upon the back of the larger bird. As the wind swirled violently, the already decaying corpses of the zombies were blown haphazardly about. The once ferocious tortoises appeared as if they had encountered their natural predators. In unison, they retracted their limbs and heads into their shells. Unfortunately, their evolved heads had grown significantly larger, rendering it impossible for them to fully withdraw into their shells. As the 2 large birds descended, they flapped their wings upon reaching the ground, adjusting their posture. With swift precision, they extended their talons, pinning down the tortoise's shells, and then, with their beaks, They struck at the tops of the tortoises' heads. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan had tested the tortoises' skulls with heavy machine gun fire. Despite numerous hits to the tortoise's head, he had only managed to strip away some flesh. Even with the formidable power of heavy rounds, he had yet to penetrate the tortoise's skull. At that moment, the skull of the alligator turtle appeared as fragile as paper before the beak of the great bird. With a resounding thud, a sizable hole was pecked out in an instant. The two enormous birds extended their elongated beaks into the turtle's head, beginning to savor the delicious brain matter. In merely a second, the battle was over. The two alligator turtles, which had been pursued for the better part of a day, met their untimely demise. Lu Yuan found it hard to believe his own eyes, especially when he witnessed a woman clad in white gracefully leap from the back of the great bird. The sight of the woman in her ethereal white attire left Lu Yuan momentarily at a loss for words, if he had to describe her. The phrase celestial aura would be the only fitting description. At that moment, the zombies, upon noticing the newcomer, immediately converged towards her. The woman raised her hands and, from a distance, Lu Yuan could feel the temperature drop several degrees. With a swift motion, she unleashed a barrage of white energy columns that swept horizontally. Any zombie caught in the path of these white columns was instantly frozen into solid ice. Initially, Lu Yuan had thought the two alligator turtles were efficient in their slaughter of the zombies, but in comparison to this woman, they seemed utterly incompetent. In the blink of an eye, the zombies on the road were completely obliterated, leaving behind a landscape littered with frozen figures. After dispatching the undead, she smiled and clapped her hands together. The crisp sound of her applause shattered the remnants of the frozen zombies into countless fragments. Not only Lu Yuan but also Emo Xiaobei, who was driving, found their mouths agape at the surreal scene before them. Was it possible that the asteroid's collision with Earth not only unleashed a zombie virus but also rebooted the planet, ushering in an era of spiritual revival? As a seasoned reader of various novels, Lu Yuan's imagination ran wild at that moment. The woman in white had already taken notice of them and, surprisingly, smiled and waved. Emo Xiaobei gently pressed the accelerator, slowly steering the car closer, while Lu Yuan gripped his machine gun tightly, uncertain whether she was friend or foe. One should not harbor ill intentions, yet vigilance is always prudent. Don't be alarmed. Are you residents of this area? The woman, clearly aware of Lu Yuan's anxiety, inquired with a warm smile. Noticing her modern attire, a soft-shell jacket in pristine white rather than ancient robes, and her use of colloquial language rather than archaic script, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, we are residents of the nearby South Bank Sunshine community. We ventured out today to gather food. Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, Emo Xiaobei inexplicably leapt from the vehicle and proceeded to recount their origins and experiences. Lu Yuan found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. This woman was truly remarkable. The woman, upon seeing Emo Xiaobei, was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon brightened with a smile. Emo Xiaobei naturally approached the woman, captivated by the two enormous birds voraciously consuming their meal. Wow, they are truly magnificent. What kind of birds are they? The compassionate girl, eager to engage, piqued the woman's interest when she inquired about her majestic companions. They are two red-crowned cranes. The woman exclaimed. Do you also enjoy keeping pets? Oh, indeed. They are red-crowned cranes. I thought so. Emo Xiaobei replied, her excitement palpable. Yes, I have two cats. The woman shared. The two women quickly discovered a shared interest and began conversing animatedly. At that moment, Lu Yuan looked up and confirmed that these were indeed two mutated red-crowned cranes, their size exceeding that of ordinary ones by more than double, towering at over 3 meters. No wonder they appeared so formidable in flight. Remarkably, these cranes seemed to possess an almost mystical understanding of the woman's commands. As Emo Xiaobei continued her conversation, the woman suddenly pressed her ear, revealing an air piece nestled within. It appeared she had received a directive, after which she whistled sharply. Reluctantly, the cranes detached themselves from the large alligator tortoise, but before departing, one of them pecked fiercely at the tortoise. From the creature's chest cavity, it extracted a basketball-sized object and tossed it at Emo Xiaobei. A little extra for your cats. You shall reap unexpected benefits, the woman declared before swiftly leaping onto the back of the splendid crane. With a whistle, she soared into the air amidst a flurry of dust, gradually vanishing into the horizon. Emo Xiaobei hesitated for a moment before rummaging through her vehicle, retrieving a large plastic bag to carefully store the tortoise's heart. You are quite audacious, approaching someone so unknown. Lu Yuan couldn't help but express his concern. He viewed her actions as recklessly bold, pondering the potential dangers if the woman had ill intentions. Yet, Emo Xiaobei merely chuckled. You should have a brighter outlook. My courage stems from my own judgment. Besides, my visit was not in vain. She informed me that the military is currently purging Fangzhou City to establish a secure base. It should be completed shortly. She advised us to gather supplies and stay indoors for now. Once the military resolves the situation, they will send people to escort us. Mo Xiaobei chattered animatedly, leaving Lu Yuan astonished at how much information she had extracted from the woman in such a short time. The news of the military initiating the establishment of a safe zone brought him immense relief, signaling that order would not collapse. Chapter 26. Wrapped in Horsehide Families. Don't miss out as you pass by. Iron friends, remember to collect and recommend. What are you waiting for? Hurry down to clean up the battlefield. There are plenty of treasures here. Gazing at the ground strewn with shimmering crystal cores, Lu Yuan felt his eyes nearly dazzled. Although he could not take the time to count, he estimated that there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 cores scattered about. With such an abundance of crystals, he could accomplish numerous tasks. Indeed, it had been a day spent outside. He could not return empty-handed. Mo Xiaobei glanced at the sky, surmising that nightfall was merely an hour or two away. They needed to hasten their pace to clear the battlefield before darkness enveloped them and return home. Wait. This is for you. Just as Mo Xiaobei was about to leap from the vehicle, Lu Yuan seized her arm and produced a Type 92 pistol from his waist, placing it firmly in her hands. Upon receiving the firearm, a glimmer of starlight flickered in Mo Xiaobei's eyes. She looked up at Lu Yuan, her gaze filled with unspoken gratitude. Everyone understood the significance of a gun in these times, and Lu Yuan had entrusted her with one without reservation. This gesture transcended mere generosity. It embodied trust. Thank you. The starlight in Mo Xiaobei's eyes shone brightly, and Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Hey, do you underestimate me? I am quite skilled at gaming. Indeed, gaming does hone one's marksmanship. Lu Yuan continued earnestly while Mo Xiaobei could only roll her eyes in response. Here rests the safety. Disengage it before firing. When aiming, keep the sights low and do not exceed a distance of 25 meters. Beyond that, the accuracy diminishes. If you encounter a zombie, approach closely and aim for the head. Lu Yuan imparted his knowledge and experiences regarding the Type 92 pistol to Mo Xiaobei. To be candid, compared to the outdated Black Star and the Little Cannon, the Type 92 merely offered slight improvements in ergonomics. However, when it came to precision and power, it left much to be desired. This was partly due to design flaws and material issues, but primarily stemmed from insufficient precision in manufacturing. Consequently, after being adopted by military and police forces, the pistol sparked considerable debate. Nevertheless, given the relatively peaceful domestic environment and the adequacy of existing weaponry, a widespread replacement had not been undertaken. Both military and police sectors had reached out to manufacturers and devised contingency plans, yet due to economic considerations, extensive replacement remained unimplemented. Despite her playful demeanor, Mo Xiaobei listened intently, mimicking aiming gestures in the air. Once she became familiar with the pistol's capabilities, Lu Yuan handed her 2 additional magazines. The two then exited the vehicle sequentially and commenced their cleanup. Lu Yuan's primary focus was naturally the crystal cores scattered across the ground, while Mo Xiaobei headed straight for the 2 corpses of the alligator turtles. To her, these creatures were treasures. The turtle shells could be fashioned into protective gear, and she also sought a substantial quantity of their blood and flesh. In her words, the fatty meat could be rendered into oil for lamps and fuel. Lean meat and blood were to be collected for fertilizer. Recently, she had been researching planting. Yet Lu Yuan felt a twinge of unease as he approached the 2 carcasses of the alligator turtles. His visit proved fruitful, for beside the remains, he fortuitously discovered 2 pristine white feathers. Great crane white feather, a blue material, soft yet resilient, capable of controlling wind and resisting water. It serves as a premium crafting material for protective gear. The appraisal from his watch elicited a broad smile from Lu Yuan, who promptly tucked the feathers into his pocket. Observing that there were no overlooked remnants, he allowed Mo Xiaobei to proceed with her harvesting. Meanwhile, he focused on the scattered crystal cores strewn across the ground. The majority were ordinary white crystal cores, while the 2 alligator turtles yielded 2 blue crystal cores. He diligently collected every core from the bridgehead and the road ahead. Energy reserves, 3 advanced blue crystal cores, 98 ordinary white crystal cores. His immediate vicinity had been thoroughly scoured. However, Lu Yuan was aware that this was not the entirety of it, as numerous crystal cores awaited him in the isolation zones flanking the road ahead. Before venturing in, he turned back to the bridgehead's fortifications, gathering the 2 disassembled Type 95 light machine guns. He intended to keep these as backup weapons, should his own firearm overheat in the next encounter. He could simply detach the bolt and attach it to one of these machine guns for alternating use. After completing this task, he approached an abandoned Type 15 light tank at the bridgehead. Thanks to the tank driving proficiency skill book, Lu Yuan recognized the vehicle instantly. However, as soon as he opened the tank's hatch, a hand suddenly shot out. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. He He quickly recoiled and drew his handgun, dispatching the zombie that was desperately trying to escape. Clad in military garb, the soldier had likely been bitten during the chaos of that fateful night and sought refuge in the tank. Upon inspecting the extracted crystal core and a volume titled Field First Aid Comprehensive Guide, Lu Yuan surmised that this individual was likely a medic. In the distance, Mo Xiaobei, alerted by the gunfire, turned and sprinted toward Lu Yuan with her weapon drawn. "Are you all right?" she inquired with concern upon seeing Lu Yuan sitting on the tank's turret. He managed a wry smile and shook his head, assuring her, "I'm fine." He then dragged the corpse from the turret, dismantled the nearby tent, and proceeded to retrieve several relatively intact bodies of soldiers from the vicinity. Observing Lu Yuan's actions, Mo Xiaobei, despite her own revulsion, steeled herself to assist him. Together, they laid the soldiers' bodies on the spread-out tent fabric and covered them adequately. "They are destined to be wrapped in horsehide," Lu Yuan reflected. "We may not be able to do much for them, but at the very least, they deserve this." Lu Yuan instructed Mo Xiaobei to obtain some freshly extracted alligator turtle fat and pour it over the carcasses before setting them ablaze. Mo Xiaobei, unwilling to witness the somber scene, sought out 2 plastic barrels nearby and returned to continue extracting the fat and turtle meat. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan climbed atop the turret to search within the tank. Aside from a fallen Type 92 pistol discovered at the tank's base, there were no other notable findings. However, he was quite pleased with the skill book left behind by the army doctor. The tank was devoid of ammunition, and its steering mechanism had been dismantled, rendering it inoperable. Thus, Lu Yuan relinquished the notion of salvaging the tank and resumed his exploration of the camp. As they approached, the road was flanked by 2 encampments separated by colored steel panels. The right-hand encampment's steel wall had previously been compromised by an alligator turtle that had launched a surprise attack. Lu Yuan entered the camp through this breach. Inside, the tents were mostly toppled, and the ground bore a bloodied trail created by the turtle's charge. Scattered along the sides of this trail were hundreds of glimmering crystal cores. Lu Yuan gathered these cores and proceeded to inspect the 2 container houses at the entrance of the isolation zone. What he discovered within filled him with delight, an abundance of military supplies. There were boxes of combat rations, various canned goods, including fruits, braised meat, and vegetables. Most exhilarating for him was the discovery of several crates of ammunition, marking a significant bounty. He began by inventorying the canned goods, which totaled 10 boxes. Among these, 5 boxes contained braised beef and pork, all in large 3-pound cans, along with 3 boxes of fruit and 2 boxes of vegetable cans. Lu Yuan promptly scanned these cans with his wristwatch, expending 2 crystal cores to transfer all the canned goods and the crates of ammunition onto his miniature storage rack. He also managed to store the majority of the compressed biscuits and combat rations, leaving only a couple of sample packs behind, one to stow in his backpack and the other to share with Mo Xiaobei. It was not that he was unwilling to share more with her. Rather, the issue was that even if they split the supplies evenly, she would struggle to carry so much. Moreover, bringing back an excessive haul might draw unwanted attention. After much contemplation, he decided to give her a small portion, sufficient to sustain her for a week without needing to venture out. He rummaged through the room and found 2 military backpacks, filling them with the apportioned rations before tossing them back into the vehicle. At this moment, Mo Xiaobei was still diligently working on the 2 alligator turtle carcasses, the severed shells having accumulated into 2 sizable piles. She persisted in her task with evident enjoyment. Lu Yuan chose not to interrupt her and instead moved toward the opposite side of the isolation zone. The quarantine zone presented a scene of utter devastation, clearly indicating that the crocodile turtle had previously infiltrated this place. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses alongside crystalline cores. Lu Yuan collected the cores and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Before him lay a toppled armored vehicle, and he approached to conduct a cursory inspection. The interior was devoid of personnel. The soldiers must have escaped following the vehicle's overturning. Overall, the condition of the vehicle was relatively sound, and Lu Yuan was particularly pleased to note that this model surpassed the ones they had previously operated. It was the latest improved version, equipped with an array of blast-proof enhancements, such as reinforced mesh on the windows. A clearing shovel was affixed to the front, and atop the vehicle was mounted a remotely controlled 88 type heavy machine gun of 127 caliber. This represented the military's most recent digital combat equipment. Lu Yuan had seen an introduction to this vehicle on television before the apocalypse. After inspecting the vehicle, he found that aside from minor scratches on the exterior, the engine and chassis were functioning perfectly. Most importantly, within the rear compartment of the armored vehicle, Lu Yuan discovered 5 crates of spare heavy machine gun ammunition. This remarkable find filled him with elation. He felt he had struck gold. He promptly spent 2 crystalline cores to reduce the vehicle to a scale of 132, subsequently placing it on a miniature shelf. After surveying the battlefield once more, he realized that he had nearly cleared all the crystalline cores. Satisfied, he returned to the bridge. At that moment, Mo Xiaobei had also nearly finished salvaging useful items from the 2 crocodile turtle corpses. She had extracted 2 large barrels of grease and filled another barrel with the flesh she had cut away. She claimed these would be used for composting to aid in planting, but Lu Yuan remained skeptical. Nonetheless, respecting her reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from probing further. Upon seeing the 2 large backpacks filled with food, compressed biscuits, self-heating military rations, nearly 10 cans of preserved goods, and assorted items, Mo Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with excitement. In these times, such provisions were incredibly precious. Lu Yuan's willingness to share them with her deeply moved her. Having nearly finished clearing this area, Lu Yuan suggested they hasten their departure. As darkness would soon fall, he set fire to the 2 crocodile turtle corpses and conveyed his thoughts to Mo Xiaobei. She nodded vigorously, and the pair boarded the vehicle. Heading south, in just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the main entrance of the Sunshine Community on the southern bank. Lu Yuan drove the vehicle directly to the gate of the fire lane and disembarked to unlock the iron gate. Driving within the community was prohibited, but following the apocalypse, the underground garage had been locked down. Without a key, entry and exit were impossible, thus they could only drive the vehicle into the community from the surface. Lu Yuan possessed the key to the lock because he had retrieved it from a security guard who had turned into a zombie while clearing the hallway. However, he had never mentioned this to anyone else. As soon as the 2 individuals drove into the community, the once tranquil area erupted into a lively scene. Many who had been hiding in their homes pushed open their windows to peer outside. After all, it was a military vehicle, and the sight of it stirred excitement among the populace. Could it be that officials had returned? Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei, however, were not preoccupied with such thoughts. They had merely parked their car in front of building number 4. Just as they were about to descend to carry their belongings upstairs, a large group of people rushed out from the first floor of building number 3. Yuan Go, is that you back? A tall, portly man shouted breathlessly from a distance. Lu Yuan looked up to see it was Wang Zijuan, the security guard from Yida Plaza. He was also a resident of this community, having taken a job as a security guard due to his limited educational background. Nevertheless, he was a resettled resident, owning several properties from the demolition. And though his salary was modest, he lived quite comfortably. Typically, he had a rather arrogant demeanor, often trailing behind Ma Chong, and he treated others with indifference. His sudden warmth today left Lu Yuan feeling somewhat disoriented. "Ah, what is the matter?" Lu Yuan replied coolly as Wang Zijuan approached. Wang's expression was oddly peculiar, prompting Lu Yuan to wonder, where was Ma Chong? Had he not returned? Remembering their separation at the supermarket, Lu Yuan felt a pang of unease. Although he was not intimately acquainted with Ma Chong, he had confidence in the man's abilities. Most importantly, he sensed that Ma Chong possessed a good heart. Despite their brief interactions. Chapter 28. Backstab residents passing by, don't miss out. Everyone, remember to collect and recommend. Although Ma Chong might have had his shortcomings in various aspects, he had been the organizer of their previous endeavors. Moreover, he had spearheaded the initial internal cleaning efforts within the community, thus garnering a certain level of popularity and respect. If he had indeed not returned, it would be a significant loss. No, it's not, Brother Chang, Wang Zijuan stammered, but just then, a strange voice emerged from behind him. Are you residents of this community? Where did you acquire your firearms? At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed several unfamiliar faces emerging from behind Wang Zijuan. Who were they? Sensing the hostility in their tone, Lu Yuan felt a surge of anger and was disinclined to engage. He turned to Wang Zijuan and inquired, "Who are they?" Wang Zijuan replied in a hushed voice, "This is Commissioner Xie, and these are his attendants." Lu Yuan turned to scrutinize the individuals standing beside Wang Zijuan. It was evident that they were not residents of the community. The South Shore Sunshine area was relatively upscale, home to white-collar workers and civil servants, and their attire made that unmistakably clear. Even amidst the apocalypse, residents made an effort to dress decently during gatherings. Yet the 5 individuals before him presented an entirely different visage. Their attire was, to put it mildly, a chaotic medley. Some donned denim jeans, while others sported inexpensive camouflage trousers. Footwear varied from ill-fitting leather boots to knee-high rubber waders meant for aquatic endeavors. The upper garments were equally mismatched. Some wore ill-fitting leather jackets, while others were clad in water-resistant overalls. The state of their hair and faces was even more disheveled, with long hair that appeared to have gone untrimmed for an extended period, most adorned with scraggly beards. The overall impression they conveyed was one of a rugged, untamed demeanor. Special envoy? What kind of envoy? Lu Yuan increasingly felt that something was amiss with these individuals. We are the designated commissioners from the Lingshui Street office. Our purpose here is twofold. Firstly, to inform everyone to prepare for a prolonged state of readiness. Secondly, to rally support for our superior's call to action, urging you to contribute some essential supplies. We have established a base in the South Jialing area, currently housing over 1,000 elderly, infirm, and vulnerable individuals in dire need of nourishment, said a middle-aged man at the forefront, clad in a full-body waterproof suit. He was not particularly tall, yet robust, with a ruddy complexion that carried a distinct scent of fish noticeable from afar. Learning that he hailed from South Jialing, Lu Yuan quickly surmised that he was a fisherman, though his speech was surprisingly articulate, suggesting prior training. Lingshui Street was indeed the governing body managing this extensive area, which ranged from the Cross-Sea Bridge to South Jialing. This region had once been comprised of several small fishing villages, but as Haizhou City expanded and developed, it was reclassified as a high-tech zone. The subsequent construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge ushered in a wave of investment and enterprise, resulting in the erection of numerous office buildings and residential complexes, thus creating a juxtaposition of new urban developments alongside the old fishing villages. However, the relationship between the two factions, newcomers and old residents, was far from amicable. The inhabitants of the old fishing villages regarded themselves as the indigenous people, feeling that the new residents of the recently constructed complexes were usurping their ancestral lands, viewing them as an invading population. Conversely, the newcomers felt justified in their ownership, having purchased their homes at their own expense. These fishermen, with their petty grievances, displayed a sense of envy and resentment, often engaging in quarrels over trivial matters. Now, these fishermen, adorned in their unkempt attire, had come to requisition supplies, boldly claiming to be commissioners from the street office. Lu Yuan harbored deep skepticism towards their claims. "Do you have any proof?" he inquired. "Oh, we possess a letter of introduction," came the response, further solidifying Lu Yuan's doubts. Had they truly been dispatched by the street office, they would have presented a formal letter with an official seal. Such documents would carry significant credibility. Yet, the assertion of merely possessing a letter of introduction seemed utterly incongruous. Just then, a young man clad in camouflage pants darted forward, positioning himself in front of their vehicle, reaching out to tug at the door of the military vehicle. He muttered to himself, returning from a military excursion? There must be plenty of valuable items inside. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, as the door was opened just a crack, Lu Yuan delivered a swift kick, slamming it shut. "Haven't your elders taught you not to touch others' belongings without permission?" His hiking boots thudded against the ground, echoing ominously. The young man, sporting a hint of stubble on his upper lip, momentarily stunned, quickly transformed his expression into one of rage. Just then, Lu Yuan heard a shrill cry from behind. "Watch out!" Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his back. Turning around, he was confronted by a shifty-eyed individual who had silently appeared behind him, brandishing a dagger. It was clear that this rogue had attempted a sneak attack. Fortunately, the protective armor he wore had once again proven its worth, absorbing the blow without sustaining damage, leaving the assailant in disbelief. At that moment, a baseball bat swung from behind, crashing down onto the assailant's head with a resounding crack, causing him to collapse. Lu Yuan then caught sight of Mo Xiaobei's anxious face. "Be careful," she urged him once more. This time, Lu Yuan reacted swiftly, rolling forward just in time to evade a slicing blow from the young man, who had now armed himself with a machete, sweeping the weapon horizontally. Had he not rolled away, the strike would have surely landed with devastating effect. Although Lu Yuan had confidence in his protective gear, he knew that even if it held up, the impact would still leave him sore for days. Angered by the repeated attempts on his life, Lu Yuan noted that the onlookers were not merely the few fishermen present. There were also several residents from his community. What chilled him was the realization that, aside from Mo Xiaobei, no one else came to his aid. In fact, the previously boisterous Wang Zijuan had retreated even further. Witnessing such cowardice left Lu Yuan feeling desolate. Meanwhile, the young man, having missed his strike, charged at Lu Yuan once more with another swing. Simultaneously, a burly man with a dark complexion surged towards Mo Xiaobei. In a state of urgency, Lu Yuan drew his pistol from his waist without hesitation and pulled the trigger decisively. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed, and the advancing young man, his face a mask of disbelief, slowly crumpled to the ground. The surrounding crowd, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted into screams and scattered in panic. As for the burly man heading towards Mo Xiaobei, his reaction was even more unexpected than Lu Yuan had anticipated. He charged towards Mo Xiaobei without the slightest hesitation, seemingly intent on seizing her as a hostage. This man was quick-witted. Even though they were outnumbered, they were undeniably fierce. However, Lu Yuan's gun was not something their flesh and blood could withstand. Unfortunately for him, despite his clever calculations, he underestimated Mo Xiaobei's resolve. As he rushed forward, Mo Xiaobei, fully aware of his intentions, recognized that the towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, was beyond her physical strength. Thus, in that fleeting moment as he lunged, she swung her baseball bat with all her might and hurled it at him. The man instinctively raised his hands to block, and seizing the opportunity, Mo Xiaobei deftly leapt behind Lu Yuan, securing her safety. With her out of harm's way, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and, without aiming, fired a shot at the burly man. To his surprise, the man, quick on his feet, immediately changed direction and darted away, realizing that capturing Mo Xiaobei was futile. Lu Yuan was astonished by the man's decisiveness. However, this abrupt shift in trajectory caused Lu Yuan's shot to miss, the bullet grazing the man's thigh and sending a spray of blood into the air. Remarkably, the man remained silent, gritting his teeth as he charged forward, zigzagging in his escape, clearly demonstrating his experience. Lu Yuan fired 2 more shots, but neither found its mark. In mere moments, the man reached the boundary of their community, scaling the 2-meter-high iron fence with astonishing agility. Whether it was a result of prior training or the instinctual drive of survival, Lu Yuan turned his gun and glanced back, only to find that the other men, once fierce and menacing, had scattered like birds. The officer, Xia, was the quickest to flee, his group disappearing through the community's gates in a flash. As for the young man on the ground, who had yet to fully mature, they paid him no mind. Lu Yuan looked down. The young man lay lifeless. To be honest, Lu Yuan felt no sorrow over the demise of this individual. His experiences from 500 apocalyptic novels had long prepared him for such eventualities. Turning his gaze to the man whom Mo Xiaobei had struck down with the bat, he observed him groggily clutching his head, just beginning to regain consciousness. The sight of his shifty eyes, coupled with the memory of his earlier treachery, ignited a surge of anger within Lu Yuan. He charged forward and delivered a powerful kick to the man's head, leaving him bloodied and broken, his nose shattered and teeth scattered. The man promptly lost consciousness once more. "Hey, you come here," Lu Yuan called out, glancing at Wang Zhijun, who was hiding behind a distant bush. He couldn't even muster the energy to call him by name, as this cowardly individual had long been marked in his mind. "Hey, brother, what's up?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan's summons, Wang Zhijun quickly donned a smile and approached, bowing and scraping as he did so. "Proceed to the property office over there and fetch some ropes to bind this individual. Moreover, what exactly is the situation with these people?" Wang Zhijun immediately gestured behind him, and soon several of Ma Chang's subordinates who had been following him gathered around. They swiftly located some ropes from an unknown source, and with a flurry of hands, they secured the individual who had been kicked by Lu Yuan, now sporting a battered visage. Ah, wasn't this the same fellow from the supermarket? Initially, everyone had exercised caution. Yet this time, inexplicably, they had once again provoked a monstrous entity. Brother Ma led the group in a frantic dash toward the exit. They had initially planned to ascend to the 2nd floor and find an opportunity to eliminate that creature, just as they had previously. However, for reasons unknown, that tortoise had pursued them only halfway before retreating. Lu Yuan pondered that it was likely due to his and Mo Xiaobei's detour that they inadvertently stumbled upon the tortoise's lair. Sensing danger, the tortoise had abandoned its chase of Ma Chang and the others. After waiting on the 2nd floor for a while and confirming the absence of threats, Brother Ma led the group downstairs. They intended to return directly, but Brother Ma, unwilling to leave empty-handed, decided to investigate below. To their surprise, they discovered that the tortoise had indeed vacated the premises, allowing them to gather a substantial amount of supplies before returning. However, upon their arrival back at the community, they unexpectedly encountered a group demanding to requisition their resources. Naturally, Brother Ma was reluctant, and as soon as he spoke, they launched a surprise attack, inflicting severe injuries upon him. At this juncture, Wang Zhijun's face was filled with sorrow. Yet, upon seeing his expression, Lu Yuan felt an urge to pat his shoulder, thinking to himself that his acting skills needed several more years of refinement. "Where is he? Take me to see him." "He is in the property office." Conveniently, there was a first aid kit in the vehicle, which Lu Yuan seized and made his way directly to the property office. At that moment, Ma Chang was laid upon a desk in the office, a large patch of glaring crimson staining his midsection. That scoundrel slashed him with a knife. Wang Zhijun gritted through his teeth, while Lu Yuan silently cursed. "Damn it! Knowing how perilous that group was, why did you not provide me with a warning earlier?" At that moment, he truly wished to strike Wang Zhijun's rotund head with a club. He was clearly a coward, yet he still desired to play both sides. If he had offered even a subtle hint earlier, Lu Yuan might have avoided that treacherous assault. Although he had managed to withstand the attack thanks to the tortoise-shell protective gear, what if that individual had aimed directly for his unprotected neck? The mere thought incited another wave of fury within Lu Yuan, but now was not the time to unleash it. He suppressed his anger. Approaching Ma Chong, he lifted his shirt to inspect the wound. There lay a gruesome 10-centimeter-long laceration on Ma Chong's abdomen, with muscle visibly protruding, a sight most alarming. In the past, Lu Yuan would have felt utterly helpless in such a situation. Yet now, the comprehensive knowledge from the field first aid manual was not in vain. He surveyed the room, and fortuitously, he spotted several backpacks piled in the corner, one of which had the unmistakable outline of a Mutai bottle peeking out from its opening. He promptly strode over and extracted the bottle with determination. A figure lurking at the entrance shouted, "Hey, that's mine." Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Yuan's icy glare, he promptly swallowed the latter part of his words. Lu Yuan uncorked a bottle of alcohol, removed his gloves, and rinsed his hands. He then poured the liquor over Ma Chong's wound, cleansing the bloodstains before probing gently into the injury. Chapter 30. The Ruthless Character. Dear friends, don't miss out. Iron Brothers, remember to collect and recommend. Ma Chong, lying on the table, appeared pallid and had lapsed into unconsciousness. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was crying so profusely that her face had become unrecognizable. Observing Lu Yuan's actions, her lips quivered, but no sound escaped. Lu Yuan carefully probed Ma Chong's wound, relieved to find that it was merely a superficial laceration to the muscle layer. The knife had not penetrated the abdominal cavity, allowing Lu Yuan to exhale in relief. Had it truly pierced the cavity, no amount of prowess would have sufficed. Retrieving a needle and thread from the medical kit, Lu Yuan began to suture the wound. Initially clumsy, he soon grew adept, and within moments, the gaping incision of several centimeters was neatly stitched. He then applied iodine to disinfect the wound and completed the dressing. Following this, he prepared an anti-inflammatory injection for Ma Chong. This was a standard injection from the medical kit, but it would be the last one available. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medication at home? Please fetch some for him. Lu Yuan inquired, glancing at the hesitant figures behind him. However, they remained silent until one of Ma Chong's former subordinates spoke up. I have some at home. I'll bring it to Brother Ma shortly. All right, Lu Yuan nodded. You all carry him back. This is all I can do. Whether he survives now depends on him. Our resources are limited. Although he had stitched the wound, the risk of infection loomed large. Under normal circumstances, a hospital visit would be imperative, necessitating intravenous fluids and antibiotics. Given the current situation, Lu Yuan had indeed reached his limit. Young man, thank you. If Chong doesn't pull through, I won't hold you responsible, the middle-aged woman said. Grasping Lu Yuan's hand, he patted the back of her hand, unsure of what to say. Turning to Wang Zhijun, he added, You all endure a bit longer and keep an eye on that scoundrel. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly tomorrow. The individual who had previously been shot in the head remained in a state of unconsciousness, having fought all day. Lu Yuan felt fatigued and instructed Wang Zhijun and the others to take care of things. At that moment, Lu Yuan's status among them was unparalleled. He possessed a firearm, and through their interactions, he had proven to be reasonable and protective. Moreover, he was a formidable character, genuinely capable of taking lives. Furthermore, it appeared he also possessed commendable first aid skills. Thus, Lu Yuan naturally established his prestige among these individuals. With Ma Chong down, he became the backbone of the group. When he issued a command, none dared to refuse. Wang Zhijun nodded vigorously, resembling a dog eagerly seeking approval. Lu Yuan then rose, accompanied by Mo Xiaobei, and returned to building number 4. The bloodstains and the corpse of the man he had eliminated had long been cleared away by others. Upon reaching their vehicle, Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei retrieved their respective backpacks before securing the car and ascending the stairs. However, while fetching her backpack, Mo Xiaobei handed him 10 turtle shells, which he accepted without hesitation. Mo Xiaobei lived on the 20th floor, and as they parted ways at that level, Lu Yuan paused and deliberately cautioned her. Lock your door tonight and be vigilant. If anything seems amiss, don't hesitate to shoot. I'll come down to support you at the sound of gunfire. Mo Xiaobei glanced up at him, her face betraying a suppressed smile. I understand. Thank you, she replied. Lu Yuan nodded and continued his ascent. As he reached the 33rd floor, he opened the fire escape's iron door. Entering the common hall, everything appeared unchanged at first glance, yet the reality was vastly different. A mechanical voice chimed, Welcome home, please disinfect. Suddenly, a hatch in the ceiling opened, and 2 shower heads emerged, spraying a white gas directly at Lu Yuan. Unprepared for this, he had no choice but to close his eyes and endure. However, this cleansing was not without its advantages. The coagulated bloodstains on his outer garments and boots were swiftly washed away by the white mist. Once disinfected, Lu Yuan entered his home and exchanged his daytime attire at the door. He made a beeline for the sofa. For nothing is more rejuvenating than collapsing onto his soft couch after a day of high tension. After resting for 15 minutes, he rose to find that darkness had enveloped the sky outside. Approaching the window, he noted the thick clouds and distant flashes of lightning. It seemed a storm was imminent. Another tempest tonight, he murmured before closing the metallic shutters. Only after securing them did he dare to illuminate the room. After all, in these times of frequent power outages, it would be unwise to be the only one with lights aglow. Lu Yuan rummaged through his cupboard for a self-heating pot, added some water, and soon the delightful aroma of hot pot filled the air. As he savored his dinner, he also reviewed the gains of the day. Level 1 copper wall, iron wall, 155 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 3 halls, 197, 500, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, skills, level 3 dog beating stick technique, encyclopedia of automotive knowledge, level 3 automotive repair master, encyclopedia of firearm knowledge, mastery of armored vehicle operation, mastery of tank operation, level 10 sharpshooter, hard qigong, comprehensive battlefield first aid knowledge, equipment, tungsten steel engineer shovel X1, type 92 pistol X2, type 95 assault rifle X1, type 95 squad machine gun X3, turtle shell protective suit X1, acceleration gear X1, turtle shell X12, mighty crane white feather X2, warrior armored personnel carrier X1, type 88 heavy machine gun X1, energy reserve, advanced blue crystal core X3, ordinary white crystal core X4488, currently. The owner's energy reserves meet the upgrade requirements. Does the owner choose to upgrade? Is there any need to ask? Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan clicked to upgrade. Once again, darkness enveloped him, and when he awoke, it was already midnight. Lu Yuan immediately rose and began to survey the room, which still bore the same Syrian decorative style. The cement walls and self-leveling floor appeared to be unchanged. A sense of curiosity washed over him. Was that all there was to it? He hastily clicked on his wristwatch again. Level 2 copper wall, iron wall, 155 square meters. 3 bedrooms, 3 halls, 1, 855, 000, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100. Owner, Lu Yuan. Chapter 31. Has the house transformed into a bunker? Dear friends, do not miss out as you pass by. Iron folks, do remember to collect and recommend. Energy reserve, advanced blue crystal core X3. Ordinary white crystal core X4000. In this upgrade, Lu Yuan utilized all 488 white crystal cores. After the upgrade completion, only 185 remained, and the next upgrade would require 4,815 cores. Could it be that after spending hundreds of cores on this upgrade, it would amount to nothing? The house appeared to be no different from before. Lu Yuan circled around the house and discovered no changes from the previous upgrade. The master bedroom on the left remained the training room, while the guest bedroom continued to serve as a storage room, with the shelves still intact. However, on the miniature storage shelf, there was now a model resembling the warrior armored vehicle. Additionally, there were dozens of boxes of canned food, self-heating military rations, and numerous boxes of ammunition. Yet, he noticed a troubling detail. The Type 88 127mm caliber heavy machine gun that should have been mounted on the roof of the warrior vehicle was inexplicably absent. He quickly clicked on the wristwatch, and sure enough, alongside the appearance of the floor plan, a description emerged at the bottom of the diagram. Level 2 copper wall, iron wall. The protective functions of the house have been comprehensively upgraded. All glass windows replaced with bulletproof glass, and self-defense weapons have been installed, providing basic self-defense capabilities. What does this mean? The house has been equipped with weaponry? Lu Yuan felt somewhat bewildered as he glanced at the floor plan. It seemed that there had been some alterations to the rooftop above the balcony. He quickly lifted his head to look at the ceiling, and was startled by what he saw. Unbeknownst to him, multiple rows of rails had been installed on the roof. The ends of these rails extended right to the balcony. He hurried to the balcony and looked up. To his astonishment, he saw the previously missing 88 style 127mm heavy machine gun suspended above him on the rails. At that moment, comprehension dawned upon him. Reaching out, he pulled down, and the retractable support above the heavy machine gun unfolded, lowering the weapon to chest height. He was just able to grasp the handle of the machine gun, and as he leaned forward, the protective panel over the window automatically opened. Moreover, the glass window revealed a small square aperture specifically designed for shooting. By pressing a button nearby, the square window slid open. From this vantage point, he could extend the machine gun outwards. It was indeed a shooting port. If he were to fire from this position, he would have a clear line of sight over the entire vicinity ahead. Building number 4, where Lu Yuan resided, was conveniently positioned at the forefront of the community. However, just in front of building number 4 lay a small playground designated for the residents' activities. Beyond that was the southern gate of the community. Outside the southern gate was a road stretching east to west, with a small hill on the opposite side. Beyond the hill lay the villages of Nanjiling number 1, no, 2, and number 3, inhabited by fishermen. To the left of this road was an opening, a path that traversed through Nanjiling, leading directly to the coastal highway ahead. Crossing the coastal highway, one would arrive at the seaside square that extended from the cross-sea bridge. Thus, the location of building number 4 was indeed exceptional, perfectly positioned to monitor the crucial access route from the south into the community. At this moment, Lu Yuan retracted the machine gun and dragged it along the rails towards the kitchen at the back. Just like before, he opened the protective panel and square window, allowing him to extend the machine gun outward. Conveniently, to the right of the rear of building number 4 was the eastern gate of the community, along with the road outside it. With both the front and back of the community situated within his field of fire, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? Has my house transformed into a fortress after this upgrade? This is simply too. Looking below, he noticed numerous descriptions regarding the next upgrade. The next upgrade will no longer require just the crystal core, but also 20 tons of steel, a 3 million watt battery, a complete set of supermotors, and 2 125mm caliber artillery pieces, optional, and a 23mm dual-barreled machine gun, optional. As expected, the difficulty for the next upgrade had significantly increased. The upcoming upgrade would not merely involve gathering the crystal core. Steel and batteries would also be required. But what purpose would steel and batteries serve in upgrading a house? Could it be that the house needed some form of power transformation? Moreover, why the need for such an array of artillery? Is it not sufficient to merely upgrade to a fortified tower? But do you also aspire to transform it into a bastion? Upon perusing the lengthy inventory of weaponry, Lu Yuan felt a dull thrum in his head. The mere thought of 20 tons of steel was enough to induce a headache. Yet, he swiftly recalled the construction site at the bridge's entrance. There, ample colorful steel walls stood, along with a plethora of rebar in the backlit, which would certainly suffice. As for the batteries, that too was a straightforward matter. A casual rummage through the parking lot would yield results. After all, with the current circumstances, fuel stations had largely ceased operations, leaving many vehicles idle due to empty tanks. However, the batteries from those cars could be scavenged. Typically, a car battery provides around 1,000 watts, and those that have been drained for a while yield even less. To amass 3 million watts of batteries, several thousand sets would likely be required. Regarding the supermotor, Lu Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Yet he understood that he could dismantle certain motors from vehicles. The specifics of acquiring a supermotor would be addressed in due time. The remaining artillery and such were indeed bewildering, though fortunately, they were optional selections. Were they mandatory, it would spell disaster. Lu Yuan patted his heart, realizing that this path of enhancement was indeed fraught with complexity. However, contemplating the conveniences and sense of security provided by this abode, he concluded that it was worthwhile. Observing others, most were in a state of hunger, unable to satiate their needs, and deprived of restful sleep. Some even hesitated to relieve themselves due to the lack of water. In stark contrast, he was not only well-fed but enjoyed abundant water and electricity without restraint. The chasm in quality of life was indeed staggering. For those residing in the apartment, the most significant challenge was the scarcity of water. If the rescue team, as mentioned by the woman in white, did not arrive within a few days, many would likely descend to the streets to fend for themselves. At that moment, thunder rumbled outside, and a tempest raged. Yet, Lu Yuan heard the jubilant shouts of many. Checking the external cameras, he witnessed numerous residents flinging open their doors and windows, allowing the rain to surge into their homes. They had positioned every container they could find by the windows, all scrambling to collect water. Some even resorted to bathing on their balconies. Lu Yuan closed his window. For others, water was a precious resource, but within his fortified sanctuary, it was of little concern. Chapter 32. A transition from fowl to cannon families. Pass by, and do not miss this. Iron enthusiasts, remember to collect and recommend, lest you forget. Now at his household, turning on the faucet yields an incessant flow of fresh water, while others toil to conserve even a drop. Lu Yuan luxuriates in his ability to bathe freely and utilize a flushing toilet. Such are the advantages of a home that thrives in exceptional circumstances. Now, his quality of life bears little difference from that before the apocalypse. In fact, those millionaires and even billionaires from the pre-apocalyptic era might be faring worse than he is. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of contentment. He then arrived at the armory, which retained its previous layout. However, upon reaching the equipment synthesis furnace, he was nearly overwhelmed by astonishment. The synthesis furnace, too, had undergone an upgrade. At this moment, he comprehended the situation whenever the dwelling upgraded. Certain specialized apparatus within it would also be enhanced. He promptly returned to the storage room for a closer inspection. Indeed, he had underestimated the changes. Although the 2 rows of shelves remained, they were significantly taller than before. Previously standing at 1.8 meters, they now reached the ceiling, providing substantially more storage space. Yuan turned back to the armory and approached the synthesis furnace once more. The most notable difference in this upgraded furnace was its size, which had doubled. Additionally, where there had once been only a simple switch, a touch control panel now adorned the front. After perusing the operational instructions, his excitement became palpable. The panel revealed numerous synthesis options. To his astonishment, weaponry options appeared on the LCD screen. Upon accessing this interface, he became immediately agitated. From bayonets to grenades, and even to aircraft rockets, the selection was vast. However, equipment such as tanks, airplanes, and rockets were displayed in gray, indicating that, at this level of synthesis furnace, he could not yet create such advanced armaments. To synthesize such equipment, he would need to continue upgrading his dwelling to subsequently enhance the synthesis furnace. Thus, he dismissed the overly advanced weapons and focused on those that met his immediate needs. It was long before he discovered a weapon perfectly suited to his current situation, the new Model 191 Squad Light Machine Gun. Just a glance captivated Yuan. For this machine gun bore no resemblance to the standard issue light machine guns of the past. At first sight, it resembled the American M249. The gun body was not excessively long, featuring a collapsible hydraulic stock, Picatinny rails, and an 8x scope. The sole distinction between it and the M249 lay in the feeding mechanism. While the M249 fed from the side, this machine gun, akin to the Israeli Negev, fed from below. This design allowed for compatibility with standard rifle magazines. Model 191 Squad Light Machine Gun, length 980 mm, weight 3085 g, effective range 1000 m. Interchangeable barrel. Upon reading the specifications of this machine gun, Yuan was elated. This was precisely the weapon he required at this moment. To be honest, he had felt somewhat dissatisfied with the previously acquired Type 95 light machine gun, due to the issue of combat philosophy. Our infantry initially lacked vehicles and thus placed great emphasis on mobility. Later, we learned from the Soviet approach, which highlighted the importance of tactical infiltration, requiring infantry to carry machine guns and follow armored vehicles to support the main force's charge. The combat style often involved advancing a few steps, then crouching to fire a couple of shots, before rising again to charge. This method dictated that our machine guns did not prioritize sustained firepower. Instead, the focus was on lightweight firearms that facilitated quick assaults and conserved the soldier's stamina. The notion of changing barrels was unnecessary, as our combat style involved intermittent firing. Furthermore, the concept of suppressive fire, akin to a torrential downpour of bullets, was virtually non-existent. However, with the development of our economy, our military has also evolved. In recent years, our forces have essentially completed the mechanization of the entire army. To put it plainly, while we once relied predominantly on our legs for combat, we are now equipped with armored vehicles. This transformation has brought us to a pivotal moment in validating the adage that in poverty, one must resort to maneuvering, while in wealth, one can exert firepower. The previous Type 95 squad machine gun has become ill-suited to our contemporary combat philosophy. Thus, the military has long been researching new squad-level weaponry and has produced numerous prototypes. However, due to a relatively stable international environment and economic considerations, we have not yet undertaken a large-scale replacement. Now, in the face of the apocalypse, the lightweight machine gun capable of delivering suppressive fire is of paramount importance. Particularly when confronting hordes of the undead, such a weapon that ensures continuous fire output is undoubtedly a vital instrument for human survival. Yuan promptly accessed the synthesis conditions that followed. To synthesize a machine gun, 1,000 crystal cores, 1 meter of seamless steel pipe, 5 units of iron, 100 grams of chromium, and 100 grams of tungsten are required. Goodness, the cost of synthesizing a machine gun is indeed steep, especially considering the substantial amount of metals needed, resources that were already hard to come by even before the apocalypse, particularly the seamless steel pipe. Suddenly, Yuan recalled the 3 machine guns he had retrieved and promptly placed them into the synthesis furnace. Shortly thereafter, the furnace provided a response. Materials are qualified. Synthesizing will consume 300 crystal cores. As anticipated, those machine guns served as excellent raw materials. Moreover, by supplying sufficient original materials, the quantity of crystal cores required for synthesis was significantly reduced. Without hesitation, Yuan clicked to initiate the synthesis. The new synthesis furnace operated with remarkable efficiency. And in just a quarter of an hour, a brand new lightweight machine gun materialized before him, accompanied by 2 interchangeable barrels. The new firearm exuded a strong scent of gun oil, and Yuan was enamored. This was indeed an upgrade from a mere bird gun to a cannon. It continued to fire 58mm heavy rounds, but this weapon utilized a 200-round ammunition belt, akin to the M249, finally discarding the troublesome drum that frequently jammed. Now, it was truly capable of delivering a torrential downpour of fire. Additionally, this time, the barrel was not only chrome-plated but also incorporated tungsten, resulting in a robust weapon. Capable of effectively enduring elevated bore pressures and exhibiting remarkable heat resistance. Theoretically, such a firearm could launch projectiles with a range of 1,000 meters, or even surpass 1,500 meters. Regrettably, the current load of the 58 heavy projectile in his possession only ensures an effective range of 600 meters. However, this is sufficient. Equipped with an 8-fold magnification scope, it can still serve as a sniper at long distances. In fact, Yuan had contemplated utilizing a synthesizing furnace to upgrade all those bullets. Yet, upon reviewing the exorbitant quotes provided for synthesis, he promptly abandoned the idea. Presently, he possesses over 10,000 rounds, and converting them all to super-heavy projectiles would necessitate dozens of pounds of copper, in addition to a substantial quantity of smokeless powder. If he lacked powder, Yuan would also need to seek out the raw materials for its manufacture. These materials were already scarce before the apocalypse, let alone in the present circumstances. If he could not procure these raw materials, he would have no choice but to spend money. However, given his current meager supply of crystal nuclei, it would be utterly insufficient. Thus, he decided against it, reasoning that he had enough ammunition for the time being. Nevertheless, after some consideration, he did spend 500 crystal nuclei to enhance 120 rounds of heavy projectiles. These enhanced projectiles could reach a maximum range of 1,500 meters, thereby enabling true long-range sniping. Yet, merely upgrading one model of machine gun was hardly adequate. Yuan also possessed 2 92-style handguns, which he found equally unsatisfactory. In fact, domestic military and police forces have expressed considerable criticism regarding this handgun since its introduction. The primary concerns are manifold. It is prone to accidental discharge, the firing pin is too soft and may break easily, and the layout of certain buttons is ill-conceived. For instance, the magazine catch is frequently misactivated during combat, leading to the magazine inadvertently dropping out while firing, much to the frustration of the operators. Furthermore, due to insufficient machining precision, bullets tend to deviate significantly beyond a range of 25 meters. There have even been instances where burrs on the side of the gun caused injuries to the shooter. Additionally, the materials used raise concerns about the longevity of both the barrel and the frame. If one were to highlight any advantages of this firearm, it would be its affordability. Consequently, the military has been persistently seeking suitable alternatives, with remedies already identified, primarily enhancing material composition and paying greater attention to machining quality. For instance, the export variant of this firearm, the 98 model, has performed exceptionally well. It utilizes the internationally standard 9mm caliber, delivering considerable power and employing military-grade full-power handgun ammunition, achieving an effective range of 100 meters. Within 50 meters, it can even penetrate a 4mm steel plate. Precision has also improved by 20% compared to its predecessor, rivaling the specialized 9mm firearms used by the American military. Moreover, the lifespan of the barrel has significantly increased from 3,000 rounds to an impressive 12,000 rounds. The failure rate has decreased to below 0.1. Due to its exceptional performance, this export model was once recognized as one of the top 10 firearms in the world. Yuan also glanced at other firearms on the panel, such as the renowned 1911, Glock 17, Sig Sauer 226, and even the Makarov. These are all world-class firearms that have made a name for themselves in the realm of handguns. However, while these guns are indeed remarkable, their prices are exorbitant. For instance, even if one were to trade 292 models, an additional 500 crystal cores would still be required for the 1911. The Sig Sauer 226, despite its German craftsmanship, is outrageously priced at 800 crystal cores for just one handgun, even with the raw materials provided. As for the Glock 17, although it is more affordable, it still costs 300 crystal cores. After comparing the options, only the export version of the 92, namely the 98, stands out as the most economical choice. Providing 292 models allows for synthesis at a mere 50 crystal cores. Thus, Yuan opted to synthesize the 98. Within just 5 minutes, a provisional 98 appeared before him. This firearm was slightly heavier than the previous 92, with a longer barrel and improved magazine mouth to prevent jamming. Additionally, the button layout had been redesigned, and to Lu Yuan's delight, a red dot sight had been affixed to the top of the gun. The two new firearms felt like delightful new toys, and Lu Yuan was reluctant to put them down. After playing with them for a while, he suddenly remembered having picked up two great crane white feathers, which were composed of the same blue substance as his turtle shell-like protective gear that had once saved his life. He retrieved the combat boots equipped with acceleration gears and decided to throw them along with the two great crane white feathers into the synthesis furnace. However, this time, there were no synthesis options available on the panel. The results section simply displayed unknown. With a determined resolve, Lu Yuan paid an additional 300 crystal cores and chose to take a gamble. 15 minutes later, he retrieved a pair of light-colored desert boots from the synthesis furnace. Their design resembled the light-colored tactical desert boots from 5.11. However, the functionality of these boots far surpassed that of ordinary military boots. Wind-controlled acceleration boots effectively reduces wind resistance while running, possesses a propulsion feature in combat, capable of launching up to 3 meters, with a maximum propulsion distance of 10 meters, lasting for 10 minutes, and a rapid teleportation range of 20 meters, usable once daily. Shock absorption rebound, 10, protective capability, 10. Upon reading the description of the wind-controlled acceleration boots, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. These boots were worth far more than the exorbitant prices of high-end brands like Air Jordans. Had he possessed these boots back in the day, he would have dominated the dunk contest without a doubt. Without further ado, he slipped on the boots. The instant he wore them, he felt an unparalleled lightness, as if he were clad in boots made of feathers. A couple of steps on the ground revealed an astonishingly responsive rebound sensation. He attempted to run a couple of steps, lightly pushing off the ground, and astonishingly found himself elevated by 30 centimeters, with the duration of his suspension notably extended. Upon landing, he discovered that his stride had remarkably extended to nearly 2 meters. Even a slow jog in these shoes would allow him to outpace Usain Bolt. Considering the ceiling height of the room was merely a little over 2 meters, Lu Yuan refrained from attempting any jumps. However, after just 2 strides, he was already filled with confidence regarding these battle boots. Most importantly, this upgrade had significantly expanded his teleportation range, which had previously been limited to 10 meters. This time, the teleportation range had doubled, greatly enhancing his chances of survival on the battlefield. Lu Yuan could not be more satisfied with these boots. After upgrading his footwear, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the helmet. Previously, he had been using a foam cycling helmet he had found at a neighbor's house. While it offered basic protection against bumps, after being stabbed in the back yesterday, he couldn't shake off the lingering fear. It was merely luck that the assailant had been careless, landing a blow on his back. What if the next time he faced an experienced attacker aiming for his head or throat? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan retrieved the cycling helmet and 2 turtle shells, along with several pairs of sunglasses, and tossed them into the synthesis furnace. This time, the touchscreen interface presented numerous synthesis templates. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan finally gritted his teeth and spent 300 crystal cores to select the U.S. Army Ground Warrior helmet template. This helmet's most striking feature, aside from its stylish design, was its significantly enhanced protection compared to ordinary helmets. Constructed with extensive use of carbon fiber, its strength even surpassed that of the titanium alloy helmets used by the Russian Bears. Additionally, it was equipped with a full-face visor and a respiratory system, providing protection for the eyes and effectively shielding against harmful gases and liquid attacks on the battlefield. Looking at the fully protective helmet, Lu Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. With this helmet, at least his head would enjoy optimal protection. He glanced at his account. Energy reserve, advanced blue crystal core 3, ordinary white crystal core 2550. In a short span, he had spent 1,450 crystal cores on synthesizing firearms, ammunition, boots, and a helmet. It was indeed a case of money flowing like water. Yet, when he considered the sense of security these enhanced items would provide, the expenditure felt exceedingly worthwhile. With the boots and helmet upgraded, what about the protective suit? Previously, his protective outfit had been synthesized from a tactical jacket and 2 turtle shells. Although it had a striking appearance, its protection for the neck was inadequate. Moreover, that suit could only withstand attacks from cold weapons. If someone were to use a firearm, that suit would be as vulnerable as a target. Lu Yuan was skeptical of the world, feeling as if he alone possessed a firearm. Upon his return, Imo Xiaobei had fortuitously gifted him 10 turtle shells. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize all these shells to enhance his protective suit once more. After all, preserving his life took precedence over the expenditure of crystal cores. Especially since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not evolved any supernatural abilities like other protagonists in novels. Although his physical capabilities had markedly improved, he had yet to attain the extraordinary prowess of those who frequently upgraded to possess superhuman, iron-like bodies. Thus, in the absence of such fortitude, the significance of enhancing his equipment became all the more apparent. Yuan began to search for suitable synthesis templates on the touchscreen panel. After a brief search, he discovered a set of future warrior armor designed by the Eagle Army. This protective suit appeared exceptionally striking, featuring a form-fitting bodysuit reinforced with enhanced armor at key locations such as the chest, abdomen, back, shoulders, elbows, thighs, knees, and hips. The armor was made from a remarkable material developed by a British company, known as 30. This extraordinary foam material, also referred to as intelligent molecular material, was soft and elastic under normal conditions. However, when subjected to significant external force, it would harden instantaneously within a millisecond. Moreover, this lightweight material maintained stable performance within a temperature range of 55–220 degrees, was non-toxic, and exhibited no side effects, rendering it a superlative protective material. Unfortunately, due to its exorbitant cost, it had not been widely adopted. Nevertheless, it had begun to see use in athletic gear, such as helmets, knee pads, and elbow guards worn by extreme sports enthusiasts. The new generation of storm soldier armor developed by the Eagle Army was based on this material, which had been further enhanced to withstand even more extreme temperatures and significantly increased impact resistance per square centimeter. However, the price of this protective suit was also exceedingly steep. Even the affluent Eagle Army only equipped their most elite Delta Force units with it. Yuan was astonished to find such an option available in the synthesis furnace. Yet, upon glancing at the synthesis cost, he gasped, 3,000 crystal cores. This was an astronomical increase, with the price skyrocketing 3,000 times compared to his current protective suit. He pondered the stark contrast in cost, likely attributed to the protective capabilities. He speculated that if he could provide some relevant materials, the synthesis price might be reduced. Yet, he had none of that 30 material at hand. He wondered if placing the turtle shells into the synthesis would lower the cost. As Yuan contemplated the most economical way to synthesize this protective suit, he remained deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a series of piercing screams emanating from outside. Initially, Yuan suspected he might have misheard, especially given the tumultuous weather outside. It was entirely plausible that the cacophony was merely the wind and rain battering against the structures. However, the more he listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. Indeed, there were screams, intermingled with cries and curses. With no time to ponder over his protective gear, Yuan swiftly darted to the television and activated the surveillance system. Ever since the house had undergone renovations, the television could connect to an increasing number of security cameras. Almost all the ground-level cameras within the community were now operational. As he switched on the television, multiple surveillance feeds appeared on the screen, and upon seeing them, Yuan felt his hair stand on end. A horde of zombies had inexplicably surged into the community grounds. It was important to note that he and the residents had previously cleared the area of zombies. Furthermore, they had secured all the main entrances to the community. Although a few stray zombies might wander in at night, they typically vanished under the sunlight during the day. Yet now, an alarming number of zombies had invaded. Where had they come from? In stark contrast to the sluggish zombies he had observed during the day, the ones appearing tonight were particularly frenzied. Perhaps the torrential downpour outside contributed to their agitation. These zombies exhibited heightened speed and strength. He could see that the glass doors of the ground-level entrances to buildings 1 and 2 had been shattered. The zombies were recklessly crashing through the broken doors, and the screams and cries he had heard were emanating from those 2 buildings. Yuan felt a tumult of emotions. He yearned to help, but faced with such a multitude of zombies, he was no superhero. He was utterly outmatched. He could only wait for the daylight when the zombie strength would wane. He continued to sift through the surveillance footage and eventually uncovered a clue. The eastern gate of his building had somehow been opened. The 2 large iron gates stood wide ajar. Not far from the entrance, 3 unfamiliar pickup trucks were parked on the road. Just as Yuan attempted to adjust the camera for a clearer view of the vehicles, a series of sharp gunshots rang out from the corridor. Pop, pop, pop. Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Aside from himself, the only other person in the building with a firearm was Mo Xiaobei. The fact that Mo Xiaobei had opened fire indicated that the situation was dire. Although he and Mo Xiaobei had only met briefly, she had saved his life. In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more invaluable than a trustworthy ally. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan donned his gear, armed himself with his firearm, and stepped out. The advantages of his wind-boosting combat boots became apparent as he descended the stairs without the need to navigate each step painstakingly. With a gentle push from the top of the staircase, one could leap as if floating in midair, effortlessly clearing a dozen steps. In that moment, Lu Yuan truly experienced what it meant to traverse walls and roofs. Weighing over 100 kilograms, including the weight of his gear, he was nearly 200 kilograms in total. From the top of the staircase, he could span several flights with a single bound, equivalent to descending 7 or 8 meters. For an ordinary person, such a jump would leave their knees in ruin after just a couple of attempts. Yet, Lu Yuan managed to land firmly each time. Moreover, while airborne, he could feel the air flowing past his feet. Just before landing, he could subtly manipulate the airflow to cushion his descent, alleviating the impact of his weight and potential energy. At the moment of landing, the air currents from the soles of his boots and the soft cushioning of his footwear effortlessly absorbed the shock. This made descending the stairs remarkably simple. As Lu Yuan nearly leaped down from the 33rd floor, with a single jump, he cleared each flight. As he approached the 20th floor, the sound of gunfire intensified. Lu Yuan surmised that someone was indeed attacking Mo Xiaobei's home. Soon, he reached the 22nd floor, just as he intended to slow his pace. However, at that very moment, he spotted the dark muzzle of a gun aimed upward. Without a moment to spare, he sprang into action, propelling himself into the air. The assailant pulled the trigger the instant he appeared. In the narrow stairwell, the gunfire echoed ominously. Lu Yuan felt the iron pellets strike his calf, as well as the front and sole of his boot. Fortunately, his modified combat boots showcased their protective prowess at this critical juncture. These boots were equipped with a shin guard that locked in place, providing robust protection for his shins. The assailant wielded a short-barreled, 5-shot shotgun, lying in wait around the corner of the staircase. Had it not been for the extraordinary jumping ability of his boots, he would have undoubtedly been hit. A direct shot to his chest, even from a shotgun at such close range, could have been fatal or left him severely injured. However, his sudden leap allowed him to evade the attacker's line of fire. Though some pellets struck his shin guard, boot tip, and sole, they were effectively repelled by the armor within the shin guard and the steel reinforcements of his footwear. Lu Yuan soared over the assailant's head, and as he did so, he caught a glimpse of the shock etched on the man's face. Upon landing, Lu Yuan swiftly pivoted, raised his machine gun, and squeezed the trigger. The torrential hail of bullets swept through with reckless abandon, requiring no aim, as the adversaries trembled uncontrollably. Their bodies resembled punctured vessels, with blood gushing forth from multiple wounds. Within mere seconds, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As Lu Yuan turned back, he chanced upon two individuals prying open the fire escape door, curious about the commotion in the stairwell. Upon seeing Lu Yuan brandishing a machine gun, their eyes widened in terror, as though they had encountered a specter. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yuan squeezed the trigger. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor. The first of the intruders, a shorter man, was met with a violent spray of crimson mist erupting from his neck, while several holes appeared in his chest. His body convulsed as if electrocuted, before he crumpled to the ground. The taller assailant fared slightly better. Although he avoided a fatal shot, his hand gripping the iron door was obliterated, reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Remarkably, he stifled a cry, instinctively crouching low and rolling out of Lu Yuan's line of sight. Having dispatched 3 foes, Lu Yuan knew that several more awaited in the public foyer behind the fire door. He had no intention of engaging them in a drawn-out exchange. Instead, he firmly secured his grip on the trigger and unleashed a torrent of fire toward the iron door. The 191 machine gun spat flames, with tracer rounds illuminating his trajectory every 5 shots. The 3-centimeter thick fire door, merely a facade of a millimeter-thick metal sheet over dense board, offered scant protection. To believe it could withstand the onslaught of a 58 caliber machine gun at such close range was sheer folly. Lu Yuan swept the 191 back and forth, relentless in his assault. The assailants on the other side were clearly taken aback by Lu Yuan's ferocity. However, moments later, they regained their composure, returning fire through the door. Unfortunately for them, their weaponry was no match for the 191. Their gunfire consisted mainly of 5-round bursts from shotguns, interspersed with the sporadic crack of rifle fire. Yet, within half a minute, their resolve crumbled. The reason was simple. Although they were armed, their firepower paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's light machine gun. The disparity in firepower was akin to wielding a squirt gun against a high-pressure hose. Lu Yuan finally relished the sensation of a continuous trigger pull, a delight so exhilarating it was almost euphoric. Though he could not see his enemies, he could hear their frantic retreat and anguished cries reverberating beyond the door. The flames belching from the muzzle painted the smoke-filled night sky. In that moment, the corridor was filled with the deafening roar of gunfire, accompanied by the metallic clatter of spent casings hitting the ground. At last, after half a minute, Lu Yuan released the trigger, and the corridor was thick with acrid smoke. Fortunately, he wore the newly crafted land warrior helmet, whose protective visor effectively filtered the air, shielding him from the acrid smoke. He glanced at his 191, noting that the magazine still contained 100 rounds. The recent barrage of sustained fire had showcased the remarkable performance of this weapon. The retractable hydraulic stock significantly mitigated recoil, and coupled with the protective gear he donned, it entirely neutralized the weapon's kick. With the absence of recoil, managing the firearm became considerably easier. During continuous fire, the most challenging aspect of operating a machine gun is controlling the impact of the recoil, which can destabilize the shooter's shoulder and subsequently affect their shooting precision. A mere 1 millimeter of upward deviation at the muzzle translates to a miss of nearly 1 meter at a distance of several dozen meters. However, while operating the machine gun, Lu Yuan hardly felt any recoil, allowing him to maintain a steady grip. This ensured that the trajectory of the rounds remained flat and straight. Much to the misfortune of the bandits concealed behind the iron door, Lu Yuan, holding the machine gun, did not rush through the iron door. The thousands of bullet holes riddling the fire door afforded him a clear view of the situation beyond. Chapter 36. Retribution. Families passing by, don't miss out. Collect and recommend. Dear friends, don't forget. On the ground lay a flashlight still aglow, surrounded by several corpses sprawled haphazardly. These individuals, clad in tattered garments, exuded a foul odor reminiscent of fish. The mere whiff evoked memories of the fishermen from Nanjiuling who had fled earlier that day. Approaching the door, Lu Yuan positioned himself against the wall, extending the gun barrel to pry open the iron door. A quick glance into the hallway revealed approximately 5 or 6 bodies. The entrance to Mo Xiaobei's home stood ajar, its lock shattered by gunfire. Directly opposite, the elevator doors were also wide open, suggesting that the recent intruders had a few stragglers escaping through the elevator shaft. Returning to the window along the outer wall of the fire escape, Lu Yuan peered outside just as a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. He spotted 7 or 8 individuals fleeing from the lobby of their building in a state of panic. The last 2, leaning on each other for support, caught his attention. One was the burly man he had injured earlier in the day, while the other was the tall, slender figure he had just incapacitated at the iron door. It appeared his suspicions were indeed correct. They were from Nanjiuling. The 2 men limped out of the opening, but the ensuing scene ignited a fury within Lu Yuan. The tall man produced a Molotov cocktail from his clothing and hurled it towards their building. Upon shattering, it erupted in flames. Regrettably, the quality of their makeshift incendiary was lacking, as a torrential downpour extinguished the flames almost immediately. Nevertheless, the 2 remained undeterred. The individual with the injured hand, surprisingly, gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, wielding a stick to shatter the glass in the lobby of their building and on the first floor. His intention was to allow the relentless influx of zombies through these breaches. Just by observing their actions, Lu Yuan discerned that this group was undoubtedly the vengeful type. It seemed imperative to pay a visit to their lair. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds, lest they sprout again with the spring breeze. Given the day's events, Lu Yuan resolved not to let them escape unpunished. At that moment, several individuals at the forefront had already cleared the zombies from the path and beckoned for the others to retreat. The group assisted one another and dashed through the eastern gate of the community, leaping into the pickup truck parked outside and swiftly fleeing the scene. Lu Yuan turned back, entered the public lobby, and approached the door of Mo Xiaobei's residence. Mo Xiaobei, are you all right? Lu Yuan called out at the entrance, but after several attempts, he received no response, causing a chill to creep into his heart. Just when he feared the worst for Mo Xiaobei, a voice suddenly emerged from within the house. Lu Yuan, is that you? It's me. Don't worry, I've already driven them away. How about you? Lu Yuan shouted joyfully at the door. I'm fine too. Hearing Mo Xiaobei's reply, Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped inside. Mo Xiaobei's home mirrored his own, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. However, the area near the entrance was in disarray. The foyer directly opposite the front door was utterly wrecked, and the corridor leading to the living and dining rooms was littered with fragments of wall plaster from bullet impacts. The leather sofa near the corridor was in tatters, while the dining table at the corner had been overturned, its surface riddled with terrifying bullet holes. Clearly, Mo Xiaobei had engaged in a fierce exchange of fire from this corridor. At the end of the hallway, by the master bedroom door on the left, Mo Xiaobei cautiously peered outside. Upon confirming that it was indeed Lu Yuan who had entered, she exhaled in relief, leaning against the door frame and sliding down to the floor in exhaustion. As Lu Yuan entered the living room, he noticed that the area near the balcony was filled with various containers for collecting water. Behind this row of containers were over a dozen flower pots of varying sizes, all brimming with different plants. It was evident that Mo Xiaobei's intentions to start gardening were far from mere words. Approaching the master bedroom door, Lu Yuan found Mo Xiaobei sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. She was clad only in her pajamas, and the sight nearly blinded Lu Yuan. He quickly averted his gaze. Mo Xiaobei seemed oblivious to his reaction. Her face was pale, and she leaned against the ground, breathing heavily. Her face was streaked with moisture, though it was unclear whether it was rainwater from outside or perspiration from anxiety. She clutched a handgun tightly in her hand, her lips pressed together firmly, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Around midnight, I heard someone trying to pry open my door. At first, I thought it was a zombie. But then I heard voices. Peering through the peephole, I noticed they had the audacity to cover it. I fired a shot through the hole, and in response, they forcefully damaged my door lock. Mo Xiaobei seemed to speak to herself as she recounted the entire ordeal of the invasion, and by the end of her tale, tears streamed down her face. Clearly, the recent events had left her utterly terrified. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly, recognizing the strength this girl had already shown. He gently patted Mo Xiaobei on the shoulder and retrieved a jacket from the bedside, draping it over her shoulders. This place was no longer safe, come dawn. I shall help you find a new refuge. After all, in this apocalyptic world, there are plenty of unoccupied houses. For instance, the vacant unit next door would be quite suitable, freshly renovated, fully furnished. The neighbors had originally intended to air it out for a month before moving in, but it seemed now they might never set foot inside. Gradually, Mo Xiaobei regained her composure, only then realizing how inadequately dressed she was. Oh, please step outside for a moment. I need to change. Lu Yuan rose and approached the doorway, surveying the lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor. 5 individuals lay in disarray, the ground soaked in blood. He scavenged 2 pump-action shotguns and a newer model of the 56 type rifle from their remains. The shotguns appeared to have seen better days. While the 56 type looked relatively pristine, one could only wonder where these individuals had procured such weapons. He secured the firearms and discovered roughly 100 rounds of ammunition, along with 2 machetes, which he carefully stowed away. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. The zombies were approaching. Lu Yuan shook his head, activated his wristwatch, and retrieved a spade from the storage shelf. Using a machine gun against these creatures would be excessive. Ammunition was scarce, and conserving it was prudent. Soon, he dragged a battered dining table from Mo Xiaobei's home into the hallway, positioning it to gain the upper hand from a height. After a brief wait, perhaps attracted by the scent of blood, the zombies surged forth. Lu Yuan, well protected, felt no fear. Behind the table, he swiftly dispatched them with precise strikes of the spade. In a matter of moments, he had felled a dozen of the undead. Yet, more continued to pour in, and somehow, Mo Xiaobei had positioned herself beside him, brandishing a baseball bat to guard his flank. Their coordination proved effective, and together, they cleared the zombies that had crawled up from the staircase. By now, it was past 2 in the morning, but Lu Yuan felt no fatigue. I'll go check the situation outside. I'll accompany you. Mo Xiaobei insisted, her expression resolute. Shedding any remnants of her earlier fragility, Lu Yuan discerned her thoughts. She was compelling herself to be strong, for the weak cannot survive in this world. Every strong individual must endure such tribulations, traversing both physical and spiritual realms. The two descended the stairs, arriving in the hall on the first floor, where shards of glass littered the ground. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth in anger, vowing retribution against the descendants of Nanjialing. Upon stepping outside, they found that the tempest had subsided. Even the ominous clouds had dispersed, revealing a luminous full moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the community with clarity. Contrary to their fears of wandering zombies, the scene was devoid of the anticipated chaos. The interior grounds lay eerily empty, and had it not been for the large gate ajar to the east, it would have been difficult to believe that any calamity had transpired. Lu Yuan hurriedly led Mo Xiaobei to close the 2 large iron gates. Fortunately, the intruders had merely severed the iron chain with pliers, leaving the hinges intact. Had the hinges been damaged, the situation would have been dire. The 2 gathered the chain lock, hastily twisting it around the gates to secure them, ensuring that the roaming zombies could not enter. Lu Yuan contemplated acquiring some corrugated steel sheets at dawn to completely seal the entrance. As they turned back, Lu Yuan suddenly felt an oddity. Where had the invading zombies vanished to? They ventured eastward along the main path, only to hear a cacophony of shouts and battle cries emanating from the base of Building 1. Quick, let us assist, Lu Yuan called out, brandishing a spade as he rushed forward. However, upon rounding the corner and witnessing the scene, he was left astounded. In front of Building 1 lay the community's children's playground, where the property management had erected various amusement facilities to delight the youngsters. Among them was a 2-meter-high pirate ship slide, currently surrounded by a horde of approximately 100 zombies. On the pirate ship stood about a dozen individuals wielding makeshift spears, relentlessly stabbing at the encroaching undead. Yet, it was not the defenders on the ship that astonished Lu Yuan and Emo Xiaobei, but rather a colossal green figure prowling beside the vessel. Indeed, a towering behemoth radiating an eerie green glow. This individual stood at least 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and a gleaming bald head. He circled the perimeter of the attacking zombies, occasionally seizing one and violently slamming it to the ground. Within moments, he had dispatched over a dozen of the undead. After a brief interval, perhaps still craving more exhilaration, the giant sprinted to the side of a pull-up bar, effortlessly toppling it with a few kicks. He then grasped the fallen bar, twisting it until he dislodged one of the horizontal rods. Now armed, the green giant's combat prowess surged dramatically. He was not foolish. Instead of charging headlong into the throng of zombies, he deftly maneuvered along the periphery of the undead horde. Each time he drew near, he would deliver a powerful blow, effectively shattering the skulls of 4 or 5 zombies in a single strike. Through this strategic collaboration, within a mere span of 10 minutes, the once formidable assembly of over 200 zombies had dwindled down to just a handful. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan and Emo Xiaobei, having recovered from their astonishment, rushed to join the fray. With their assistance, the pace of zombie eradication accelerated even further, and within 5 minutes, the remaining dozen or so zombies were swiftly dispatched. At this juncture, Lu Yuan set aside his intention to collect the crystal cores and instead approached the towering green figure. The green giant appeared to have exhausted its strength, finding a flower bed to slowly lower itself into a seated position. Its once sinewy muscles now resembled a deflating balloon. Gradually withering away, the vibrant green hue of its skin began to fade, revealing a pallid visage beneath. Moments later, Lu Yuan confirmed his earlier suspicions. This was indeed Ma Chong, who had nearly met his end the previous night. He observed the wound on Ma Chong's abdomen, which had already scabbed over. "What on earth happened to you? How did you recover so swiftly?" Ma Chong, though somewhat weakened, exhibited only the fatigue stemming from exhaustion, rather than any debilitating effects from his abdominal injury. Lu Yuan's curiosity deepened as he pondered the extraordinary events that had transpired. A plausible hypothesis flickered through his mind. This individual had evolved. He had actually gained superpowers. Was he not the protagonist of this tale? Why had he not acquired such abilities himself? It would be disingenuous to claim that Lu Yuan did not feel a twinge of envy, however. His intrigue was piqued by the mystery of how Ma Chong had obtained these newfound powers. As Ma Chong accepted a bottle of water from Lu Yuan with a faint smile, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, individuals began to emerge from buildings 1 and 2, some sifting through the remains of the zombies in search of their loved ones, while others organized efforts to clear the bodies, intending to transport them to a distant pool for incineration to prevent lingering repercussions. Ma Chong proceeded to elucidate the situation to Lu Yuan and the others. "After I was carried back last night, I soon developed a high fever. My mother administered antibiotics, but they seemed ineffective, causing her to grow frantic. Remember the turtle meat we brought back from the supermarket? Well, I intended to use it for fuel oil," he said, attempting to downplay his intentions. However, Lu Yuan surmised that Ma Chong had likely brought back more than just a small amount of turtle fat. He had probably also smuggled some of the turtle meat, though he had previously refrained from consuming it. "My mother thought that even if I were to die, I shouldn't perish from hunger, so she prepared a bit for me. After eating it, I felt an overwhelming heat coursing through me, and with the rain falling outside, my mind was in a fog. Unaware of how I descended the stairs, the ensuing chaos unveiled itself as a horde of zombies surged forth. It was suffocating to listen to Ma Chong's tale of evolution. One could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune." In Chapter 38, The Trap, Family Members. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Collectors and supporters, please remember to show your appreciation. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan had contemplated consuming the flesh of the alligator turtle, yet ultimately refrained after much deliberation. This creature feeds on zombies, and who could ascertain whether its flesh harbored the virus? Consuming it posed a significant risk of infection. Ma Chong's situation was rather peculiar. He was already grievously injured and had previously ingested a plethora of antibiotics. Perhaps the rain outside played a role, among various other factors, for astonishingly, he did not succumb to mutation but instead acquired superpowers. The vast knowledge gleaned from over 500 apocalyptic novels had long led Lu Yuan to anticipate the emergence of supernatural beings. However, he never imagined that the first to wield such powers would be Ma Chong and not himself. Yet, Lu Yuan swiftly accepted the reality of Ma Chong's newfound abilities. What shall we do next? Without needing guidance from Lu Yuan and his companions, the survivors within the compound had already congregated to address the bodies. Their approach was straightforward and ruthless. gather the corpses of the zombies, and set them ablaze. However, as they gazed upon the increasingly fierce flames in the distance, a sense of confusion began to envelop the survivors. As the apocalypse progressed to this juncture, the breakdown of order became increasingly apparent. The group from Nanjiling, initially masquerading under the guise of authority to deceive for supplies, had been met with Ma Chang's intervention and subsequently retaliated after being expelled by Lu Yuan. This demonstrated their utter disregard for the law and moral constraints. If allowed to persist, they would undoubtedly evolve into audacious marauders. If not taken seriously, one could never know when they might retaliate. Thus, Lu Yuan resolved to confront this group, at the very least to ascertain their true nature. It was then that he recalled the tongue he had captured the previous night. He hastened to the property management office, only to find the interior awash in blood and chaos. By the window, 2 bodies lay sprawled. The unfortunate deceased were none other than Ma Chang's loyal subordinates. Witnessing the inexplicable demise of his trusted companions ignited a fury within Ma Chang. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. The escape of the culprit had been alarmingly seamless. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the 2 guards appeared exceedingly suspicious. Approaching the bodies, Lu Yuan meticulously examined their wounds, and he noted the onset of decay. Yet, before they could transform into zombies, Lu Yuan completed his inspection and, with a solemn gesture, sent them on their way. At that moment, a sudden commotion emanated from a concealed door in the conference room. "Who is there? Step out. If you don't show yourself, I swear I'll smash your skull." Ma Chang bellowed at the door. The door creaked open, and out stumbled Wang Zijuan, the portly figure, trembling with trepidation. Upon recognizing Ma Chang standing before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Changgu, is that you?" he exclaimed, rushing toward Ma Chang with evident joy, seeing his loyal subordinate still alive. A faint smile finally broke across Ma Chang's face. "So it's you, kid. Now tell me, what on earth has transpired here?" Wang Zijuan approached Ma Chang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, prompting a sudden inquiry from Ma Chang. Wang Zijuan cleared his throat and cast a glance at Lu Yuan. "Well, after that gang ambushed you yesterday, our side was thrown into disarray. Fortunately, Yuan Gu returned just in time, drove them off, and even captured one of their men. Though he was knocked unconscious by Yuan Gu, he instructed us to keep an eye on this prisoner, as we are to interrogate him tomorrow. It was all quite peaceful until the storm outside intensified, and none of us anticipated that those rascals would sneak back in. They even opened the eastern gate of the community, unleashing a horde of zombies. My 2 brothers and I attempted to intervene, but we found ourselves unable to exit. To our astonishment, the intruders split into 2 groups, one wreaking havoc while the other attempted to rescue people. They were numerous and some were armed. We deliberated on avoiding direct confrontation, intending to hide with the prisoner. But unexpectedly, the fellow regained consciousness at some point, concealing a box cutter in his hand. Wang Zijuan concluded, falling silent. Ma Chang, incensed, slammed his fist down on the table, while Lu Yuan stared intently at Wang Zijuan. The intensity of his gaze unsettled Wang Zijuan. Shortly thereafter, Ma Chang realized the lack of warmth in Lu Yuan's expression directed at Wang Zijuan. "Speak. What is your connection with that gang?" Lu Yuan interjected, seizing Wang Zijuan by the collar before Ma Chang could utter a word. Wang Zijuan, taken aback by Lu Yuan's sudden aggression, turned pale. "Changgu, witnessing Lu Yuan's ferocity firsthand, and noting that he had already drawn his pistol, Wang Zijuan dared not resist. He could only glance back at Ma Chang, hoping for his intervention. Ma Chang initially wore a look of anger, but he quickly composed himself. Despite his robust physique, he was not foolish. Though he had only interacted with Lu Yuan a few times, he felt a kinship with him. He recognized that Lu Yuan was not one to act without reason. His grip on Wang Zijuan suggested he had just cause. Crucially, despite Wang Zijuan's constant adherence to Ma Chang, referring to him as Changgu, their relationship was not particularly deep. Their close proximity stemmed merely from their shared employment at Yida Plaza before the apocalypse. At this moment, Wang Zijuan sought assistance from him, yet Ma Chang hesitated to intervene. Wishing to ascertain Lu Yuan's true intentions. Enough with the facade. I deliberately examined the wounds on these 2 individuals. They were indeed slashed with a paper cutter. But the assailant is not the one I apprehended yesterday. Do you know why? Lu Yuan said with a cold smile directed at Wang Zijuan, who momentarily displayed a flicker of panic across his plump visage. "Do not speak recklessly. I am unaware of what you are insinuating," he retorted. "Humph. Let me enlighten you. I have captured the fleeing individual once more. Would you like me to bring him in for a confrontation?" Lu Yuan suddenly raised his voice, prompting Wang Zijuan to abandon his pretense. "Impossible. That person was taken away by Guo Chang." The moment those words escaped his lips, Wang Zijuan regretted them. for he perceived the mocking expression painted across Lu Yuan's face. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 39. Revenge cannot wait until morning. Families and passersby. Don't miss out. Everyone, remember to collect and recommend. You scoundrel, indeed a traitor. Ma Chong, who had long suspected the truth, could no longer contain his fury. He swiftly seized Wang Zhijun from Lu Yuan's grasp. I will smash your skull. The mere thought that this wretch had slain two brothers who had fought alongside him ignited a rage within Ma Chong. Observing the greenish hue returning to Ma Chong's skin, Lu Yuan quickly grasped his raised fist. Easy now, don't kill him. There are still many questions to pose. Lu Yuan's words momentarily stunned Ma Chong. Yet he could not suppress his arm as he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Wang Zhijun's face. The brutal assault left Wang Zhijun bruised and bloodied, losing 3 teeth in the process, his cries echoing as he begged for mercy. Enough. Now, divulge the dealings between you. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. You are aware of the consequences. Lu Yuan restrained Ma Chong and forcefully threw Wang Zhijun to the ground. You scoundrel, you had best confess. If you dare to deceive me again, I shall toss you to the zombies. Ma Chong echoed in agreement. Wang Zhijun, now resembling a swollen pig, shuddered at this threat and, in a frenzy, revealed all he knew, attempting to shift blame. It turned out that the Sunshine community in the southern bank was originally a fishing village where Wang Zhijun's family resided. Subsequently, developers purchased the land, and most villagers opted for compensation, relocating to resettlement houses in Nanjing village. Wang Zhijun's family did not accept compensation. Instead, they requested several resettlement houses. Thus, he maintained not only acquaintance but familial ties with many villagers from Nanjiang. A few days prior, those from Nanjiang had already contacted him. However, at that time, there was little of interest for them in Wang Zhijun's area until they decided to gather resources from Yida. Upon Wang Zhijun disclosing this information to the villagers of Nanjiang, they resolved to come and requisition supplies. Subsequently, Ma Chong was injured, and the night raid occurred. I swear, I was utterly unaware of the events that transpired tonight. They did not notify me prior to their assault. Furthermore, Xiangzi and Li Gang were not slain by my hand. They were killed during their incursion to rescue Xiaoguang. Was the person I knocked unconscious yesterday named Xiaoguang? Lu Yuan inquired suddenly, to which Wang Zhijun hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Then who was it that entered to save him and committed murder? It was his brother, Duan Haiping, who led the group. Wang Zhijun replied decisively, while Lu Yuan remained non-committal to his answer. Ma Chang clenched his fists tightly. The two deceased, Xiangzi and Xiaojiang, were his neighbors residing above and below him. Although their acquaintance was brief, they had grown close due to their shared passion for fitness, fostering a commendable relationship. It was Xiangzi who had brought him anti-inflammatory medication when he was unconscious, which had contributed to his current state. One must recognize that in these times, any medication is akin to a priceless treasure. Yet, Xiangzi selflessly offered it to him, a debt of gratitude heavier than words can convey. At that moment, Duan Haiping was marked with a resounding cross in Ma Chong's heart. Now, please enlighten us about the situation in Nanjing village. Who is currently leading them? What kind of individuals make up this gang? Lu Yuan inquired again of Wang Zhijun. Wang Zhijun hesitated, when suddenly, Ma Chong struck him with a powerful punch to the face. Wang Zhijun felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle traveling at 70 miles per hour. Stars dancing before his eyes, nearly losing his breath. You see, I am quite reasonable, but your brother Ma, he possesses a fiery temper. He managed to say once he regained his composure, glancing at the smiling Lu Yuan across from him. He then looked at Ma Chong, whose skin shimmered with a greenish hue, and the previously defiant Lu Yuan immediately softened. The current leader of Nanjing village is Duan Haiping's cousin, Duan Yongqing. Their family is one of the prominent households in the village. Duan Yongpeng had previously informed me that there are over 50 young people in the village now following Duan Yongqing to make a living. That is all I know for now. After the incident, I have not visited Nanjing village, and my communication with them has only been in the past week. I truly know no more about the specifics of their situation, Wang Zhijun said, his face etched with bitterness, his expression devoid of pretense. Ma Chong glanced at Lu Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Do not kill him just yet. He may still prove useful. Ma Chong nodded vigorously, then approached Wang Zhijun with a cracking fist and a sinister grin. Before he could draw near, Wang Zhijun had already let out a pain scream. However, this time, neither Lu Yuan nor the quietly observing Emo Xiaobei showed any intention of intervening. Meanwhile, among the residents who had gathered, 2 individuals leaped forward, shouting, "Let us finish off this treacherous scoundrel. Strike him down." Soon, several survivors, their eyes reddened from loss, charged forward. Before long, Prince Jun found himself surrounded, unable to escape the throng. Even from a distance, Lu Yuan could hear the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh. After some time, Ma Chong finally emerged from the crowd and approached Lu Yuan. "How is he? Is he still alive?" Lu Yuan inquired. Ma Chong shook his head. "No way can we let him off so easily. He still has breath, but both his hands and feet are broken." Lu Yuan silently nodded, reflecting on how his heart had grown callous. Strangely, the news stirred not a single ripple within him. It appeared he was becoming increasingly acclimatized to this brutal apocalypse. "What shall we do now?" Ma Chang asked Lu Yuan, who had unwittingly established himself as a sagacious figure among them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, "We must act swiftly. Tonight, we shall venture to Nanjieling to scout the area and ascertain the truth of Prince Jun's claims. At the very least, we need to identify the individuals he spoke of. We cannot confront an enemy without knowing who they are." Ma Chang glanced up at the sky. It was already past 3 in the morning. No one had anticipated that Lu Yuan would opt for a counterattack so soon. Was this not the essence of the adage that revenge should not wait until morning? The key was that the people from Nanjieling would never suspect a retaliatory strike under the cover of night. Very well, let us proceed. At 4 in the morning, a full moon hung in the sky, a stark contrast to the stormy weather that had engulfed the area just 3 hours prior. Lu Yuan and his group arrived at the entrance of Nanjieling village, taken aback by the serene landscape before them. Nestled at the southern foot of the Nanjieling Mountains, the village boasted a prime location, flanked by hills and facing the sea. Below the slope lay their dock, where the fishing boats set sail daily. The geographical position was indeed advantageous, with mountains at their back and the ocean before them. Access from the land was limited to a single narrow pass from the north. Leading into this sheltered bay, many villagers had opted to take compensation rather than return to their former homes. Drawn by the favorable location and auspicious feng shui of the new village, they had insisted on adequate compensation from the developers alongside the construction of their new dwellings. The new houses were charming 3-story villas, and the village boasted well-paved concrete roads. Not long ago, the picturesque scenery had made it a popular tourist destination, drawing visitors from the city eager to witness the allure of this trendy village. Alas, a series of incidents involving local restaurants overcharging customers had tarnished its reputation, leading to a decline in visitors. Lu Yuan, having viewed several short videos, held a vivid impression of this village. Although he had never visited this village, he still retained a general impression of its architectural layout. However, upon arriving at the village entrance, the group was taken aback. The road had been completely obstructed, with sandbags piled over 3 meters high at the points connecting to the mountains on either side. In the center stood a massive wooden gate, behind which they could even glimpse a watchtower. The very sight of its design reminded Lu Yuan of ancient fortified towns. It seemed that there were indeed capable individuals in Nanjieling village. Ma Chong crouched beside Lu Yuan, gazing at the distant fortress, unable to suppress his thoughts. "We can't just turn back like this." A voice rang out beside them. Turning their heads, they saw a young man in his 20s, his face contorted with anger. His name was Zhang Yu, a resident of Building 1. He had lost his mother during the chaos of the previous night, and thus harbored a deep-seated hatred for Nanjieling village. There were 3 others in a similar predicament, closely following Lu Yuan and the others. "Don't act rashly. The opposition is heavily guarded. We cannot confront them directly. That would be unwise." Lu Yuan, fearing that this hot-headed youth might inadvertently reveal their whereabouts, sought to calm him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhang Yu's expression shifted several times before he ultimately suppressed his fury. "I know a small path that can lead us around." Suddenly, Imo Xiaobei, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Having had her home destroyed by the bandits of Nanjieling, she had a vendetta against them. When she heard that Lu Yuan and his group intended to investigate the situation, she insisted on accompanying them. "Then lead the way," Lu Yuan said, foregoing any pretense. Imo Xiaobei nodded and turned to venture into the nearby pine forest. To their right, the mountain rose over 100 meters high, forming a coastal cliff. The seaward side was a sheer precipice, while the landward side sloped gently, overgrown with wild grass and small trees. Navigating through the thicket with agility, Imo Xiaobei clearly demonstrated her familiarity with the terrain. Soon, she guided the group to the ridge. The wind at the ridge was fierce, with jagged rocks leading down to the sea below. After walking several hundred meters, they suddenly encountered a large opening in the cliff face. Imo Xiaobei led them into the cavern, where they descended along several clearly man-made stone steps, spiraling downward. Minutes later, they finally reached the rocky shore below. It was low tide, and many of the rocks were exposed above the water's surface. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, and the rocks were covered in moss and kelp as the group carefully followed Imo Xiaobei. Moving along the mountain's edge toward the southeast, they soon arrived at a cliff's bend. "Once we turn this corner, we will reach the bay on the side of Nanjieling," Imo Xiaobei instructed the group, Pausing to relay her guidance, Lu Yuan and Ma Chong nodded, then turned to instruct Zhang Yu and the others behind them to proceed with caution and avoid drawing too much attention. Mo Xiaobei pivoted and, with a swift leap, ascended the massive rock at the corner. Behind her, Lu Yuan was struck by the girl's agility, reminiscent of a nimble feline. However, before he could voice his admiration, he noticed Mo Xiaobei suddenly crouch low and gesture for silence towards everyone. Recognizing her keen observation, Lu Yuan promptly joined Ma Chong on the rock, crouching beside her to peer ahead. What they beheld startled them both. On the shore of the bay, a multitude of individuals, over 100, were scavenging the tide. These people appeared disheveled and ragged, their frail bodies a testament to severe malnutrition. Each person clutched a basket, either digging for shellfish on the rocks or gathering seaweed from the water. Some rummaged through the crevices of the rocks for small fish and shrimp. Soon, 2 individuals caught a modest fish, only to find themselves exchanging blows. The taller of the two, leveraging his height, landed a punch that sent his shorter opponent sprawling to the ground. Seizing the fish, he devoured it raw, the gruesome scene sending a shiver down Lu Yuan's spine. The onlookers appeared utterly unfazed, their expressions vacant, resembling mere shells of humanity. Only a few well-dressed individuals on the distant beach observed the altercation, laughing heartily at the spectacle. These individuals bore a resemblance to those who had visited their neighborhood the previous day, some clad in leather jackets and others in full-body wetsuits, armed either with machetes or pump-action shotguns. Their demeanor and attire clearly marked them as overseers of this grim scenario. Stop gawking and get back to work. If I catch any of you slacking off, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Should the tide rise and you fail to complete today's task, the same fate awaits you, one of them bellowed, noticing the crowd that had paused to witness the scuffle. Amidst this chaos, a burly man who had just lit a cigarette shouted a curse, striding over to the victor of the earlier confrontation and striking him with the butt of his gun. The blow sent the victor crashing to the ground, followed by a brutal kicking. The beaten man curled up defensively, too terrified to retaliate. Meanwhile, the other guards watched the unfolding violence, whistling and shouting in a cacophony of encouragement as if cheering on the assailant. Just then, Lu Yuan noticed 2 individuals taking advantage of the guards' distraction, limping towards them, their frail forms betraying long-term malnutrition. The 2 individuals clearly intended to flee, and their figures quickly drew the attention of the guards. Instantly, 2 men shouted and rushed towards them. What to do? Ma Chang glanced at the approaching figures and inquired of Lu Yuan, although the shotgun in his grip had already revealed his inner thoughts. Previously, Lu Yuan had eliminated several bandits from Nanjialing village at the door of Mo Xiaobei's home and had confiscated several firearms. He had given Mo Xiaobei a semi-automatic pistol, while Ma Chong had acquired a 5-round shotgun from him, which had not been modified. Truth be told, Lu Yuan was perplexed as to where these men from Nanjialing had obtained so many shotguns. This weapon, a domestically produced model imitating the Browning, possessed tremendous power and an equally formidable recoil. Ordinary individuals with no experience handling firearms would find it difficult to manage such a weapon. However, for the remarkably strong Ma Chong, it was a perfect fit. Despite having the ability to transform, he had a penchant for using firearms. After all, who would prefer to transform unnecessarily when a few bullets could resolve the issue? Transforming consumed energy, and restoring that energy required substantial food, an exceedingly precious resource in these times. Thus, Ma Chong was reluctant to transform unless absolutely necessary. If a few bullets could solve the problem, that would be most ideal. As for the other 4 individuals, they were not as fortunate. Although Lu Yuan possessed several other firearms, he had no intention of arming these unfamiliar individuals. Noticing the eager shotgun in Ma Chong's hands, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "What else can we do? We save them." No sooner had he spoken than Ma Chong leapt up from the boulder and gestured towards the 2 fleeing figures. "Get down." The 2, seeing the giant-like Ma Chong, obediently complied and crouched low. As soon as they did, Ma Chong aimed his shotgun and fired. Bang! The 2 guards, who had been pursuing them, were momentarily stunned to see Ma Chong emerge unexpectedly, particularly when they noticed the ominous shotgun in his hands. After the gunshot echoed, a plume of smoke rose, and the guards instinctively checked their bodies, looking down to confirm that they were unharmed. After examining themselves twice, they finally realized that Ma Chong's shot had missed entirely. Meanwhile, Ma Chong, standing atop the rocks, awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, "Damn, let's try again." Although Lu Yuan had provided him with basic firearms training, and despite his natural strength and talent, it was, after all, his first time firing a weapon. His aim was quite atrocious. Nevertheless, even though the shot had not struck its target, it had served its purpose of instilling fear. The 2 guards who had been pursuing them immediately turned to flee. At that moment, The guard who had been kicking the victor also regained his senses. This individual reacted swiftly, quickly crouching down and raising his weapon to fire at Ma Chong. His aim was significantly better than Ma Chong's, while Ma Chong's bullet flew who knows where. The other guard's shot was on target. The shot fired by the guard struck the rock right beneath Ma Chong's feet. Had it been a few centimeters higher, one of his legs would have been lost. In that moment, Ma Chong ceased his bravado, hastily mimicking Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei as he crouched behind the rock, randomly firing at the enemy. The opposing side retaliated fiercely. However, to Lu Yuan, their actions resembled nothing more than a comical flurry of ineffectual attempts. Though the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, their actual threat to one another was nearly non-existent. Conversely, the mindless creatures on the beach seemed awakened by the gunshots, screaming and scattering chaotically, inadvertently falling victim to stray bullets. The two who had previously been lying low and attempting to escape now displayed a shrewdness, crawling toward Lu Yuan and the others. Lu Yuan had refrained from firing back earlier, wishing to gauge the combat prowess of the brigands from the southern boundary ridge. He had now formed a judgment. They were merely a band of armed ruffians, their combat skills not dissimilar to those of the notorious gangs in Africa. Seeing the two escapees inching closer, Lu Yuan deftly retrieved a climbing rope he had unearthed from the ancestor bird shop days prior and tossed it in their direction. "Provide cover for me," he called out to Mo Xiaobei, who, having held her breath and aimed for what felt like an eternity, finally squeezed the trigger. With a resounding crack, the guard who had been exchanging fire with Ma Chong fell to the ground, marking a triumphant start for Mo Xiaobei, her excitement palpable. Quickly, she redirected her aim toward another guard hiding behind a rock, and with Ma Chong's loud distractions, she effectively suppressed the fire from the remaining guards. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan pulled the two individuals grasping the climbing rope up onto the rock. "We need to retreat," he declared decisively. Recognizing that their plan had been compromised and lingering here was futile. Though Zhang Yu and the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to heed Lu Yuan's command. They retraced their steps swiftly back to the hillside, where they uncovered the formidable warrior vehicle concealed beneath overhanging branches. Clambering aboard, Mo Xiaobei elegantly maneuvered the vehicle, executing a swift 180 turn before speeding onto the asphalt road bordering the forest. Mo Xiaobei and Ma Chong occupied the front seats, while Zhang Yu and the others squeezed into the back. Lu Yuan, accompanied by the two escapees, settled into the second row. He produced water and a piece of bread, offering it to them. The two exchanged glances and, in a surprising display of mutual understanding, divided the bread equally and began to eat. Contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations, they did not devour it ravenously. Instead, they savored each bite with deliberate restraint. Observing their composed demeanor, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who were these two? They appeared experienced, exuding an air of quiet confidence. Chapter 42. The Ambition of Wolves' Families and Friends. Do not miss this opportunity. Ironclad supporters, remember to collect and recommend. What manner of people are you? Upon witnessing two individuals consume the last morsels of bread and sip the final drops of water, Lu Yuan finally spoke up. He hesitated to provide them with an abundance of sustenance, fearing that it might overwhelm them. The two men seemed to grasp this notion as well. After finishing their meager meal, they did not hastily request more from Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan inquired about their origins, the two exchanged glances. One of the men, a rugged-looking fellow with a dark complexion, hesitated briefly before declaring, "I am a police officer." This revelation took Lu Yuan and Ma Chong by surprise, even amidst such turmoil. A police officer still existed? The man, identified as Li Wanlin, began to narrate his story. He was indeed a police officer, and quite remarkably, an undercover one, much like those portrayed in films. His undercover assignment was in the village of Nanjiling. It transpired that over a year prior, the city bureau had detected a sudden influx of smuggled contraband in the local market. The nature of these illicit goods was diverse, beginning with smuggled gasoline and diesel, escalating to ivory products, and eventually encompassing a range of firearms and other high-grade contraband. The city dispatched several investigative teams to trace the origins of these illegal items. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that all leads pointed to a singular location, Nanjiling Village. This quaint fishing village had maintained a low profile and exhibited a strong sense of exclusivity. Investigators had attempted to infiltrate the village multiple times but were met with failure. Ultimately, they resolved to send Li Wanlin to operate undercover. He managed to secure a position as a fisherman through personal connections, and after several months, he finally grasped the intricacies of the village's dynamics. The village was home to a smuggling ring led by the Duan brothers, with Duan Yongcheng as the ringleader. A month ago, they had successfully unraveled the village's situation and were poised to take action, only to be thwarted by the sudden onset of the apocalypse. Lu Yuan and his companions could not help but sigh at the luck of these individuals. They now realized why these men were so audacious and armed. Evidently, they had been outlaws long before the world descended into chaos. At that moment, Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to another man with a pale complexion. This individual, unfazed, responded directly, "I am a soldier stationed at the Dazzling hydrological station near Nanjing. My name is Sun Junjie." Lu Yuan and his companions were taken aback. Dazzling lay to the southwest of Nanjing, adjacent to a military restricted zone. Every year, adventurous hikers would inadvertently trespass into the area, only to be apprehended and interrogated for several days before being released. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan and his group, there was not only a radar station there, but also a hydrological observation station. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the Yuan brothers had set their sights on this hydrological station. While others may be unaware of the situation here, the local fishermen, who frequently navigate past the hydrological station, are acutely aware of the circumstances. It is precisely due to their understanding that the station is manned by military personnel that they have devised their schemes. These individuals, already a band of lawless brigands, have found the chaos of the post-apocalyptic world to be a perfect environment for their nefarious activities. Yuan Yongqing, having attended school for a few days, realized that merely defending Nanjing village would not suffice. To thrive in this world, he believed they must seize more territory. But what is required for such conquests? It boils down to manpower and firearms. They possess the former, but lack the latter. The hydrological observation station, due to its limited military presence, became his target. One night, they feigned a distress call from their fishing vessel and approached the observation station seeking aid. The soldiers stationed there, unsuspecting, fell into their trap. The bandits led by Yuan Yongqing brutally killed 10 soldiers on the spot, capturing the remaining 2. Together with others abducted by Yuan, these soldiers became slaves in Nanjing village. Therefore, one must exercise caution. Yuan Yongqing is a man with insidious ambitions, aiming for far greater gains. His men have already swept through several small villages to the south, amassing over 100 followers. Additionally, they have captured hundreds more, forcing them into servitude to sustain their operations. Local police stations have been plundered, and they now possess a considerable arsenal of weapons. It is likely that their recent foray was merely reconnaissance. The next time, they will undoubtedly launch a ferocious attack. Li Wanlin and Sun Junjie have been enslaved by the brigands of Nanjing for nearly a month and have gained significant insight into their methods. Thus, they quickly alerted Lu Yuan and the others. "Stop!" Lu Yuan shouted abruptly, prompting Mo Xiaobei to slam on the brakes. The sudden action caused everyone to lurch forward. Glancing at Lu Yuan, they had just heard the 2 men's accounts. It was clear that those ruffians were not benevolent characters. Given their nature, they would inevitably seek revenge, and Lu Yuan felt that day would come soon. Instead of waiting for them to retaliate, he proposed that they take the initiative and catch them off guard. Mo Xiaobei remained silent in the driver's seat, while Ma Chong, seated beside her, was stirred with fervor. Ever since acquiring the powers of a green giant, his temperament had become increasingly impulsive, growing ever more combative. "Yes, we cannot remain passive. We should strike first." Zhang Yu and others, harboring deep-seated enmity towards the Nanjing brigands, were eager to confront their foes. Thus, they naturally supported Lu Yuan's proposal, while Li Wanlin and Sun Junjie displayed visible concern. Unfortunately, despite their worries, they were powerless to dissuade Lu Yuan and the others. Under Lu Yuan's directive, Mo Xiaobei turned the vehicle around and sped towards Nanjing village. Lu Yuan emerged from the top of the vehicle, directly mounting the formidable 88 Type 127mm caliber machine gun. Previously, this weapon served as a means of self-defense for his residents. However, on this occasion, he disassembled it to bring along, and now it proved to be exceptionally useful. Within a mere 10 minutes, the armored vehicle surged towards the entrance of Nanjing village, which was fortuitously wide open at that moment. Inside the gates, pickup trucks were primed and ready to charge forth in pursuit of Lu Yuan and his companions. The bandits of Nanjing were utterly unprepared for Lu Yuan's unexpected counterattack. From a distance, he recognized the leader of the opposing group, the burly man he had injured the previous day. This individual had led the ambush on their neighborhood and had even intended to set fire to the building where Lu Yuan resided. As the armored vehicle approached, the man reacted swiftly, raising his Type 95 rifle and opening fire. Unlike an ordinary person, he demonstrated military training, maintaining composure and rhythm as he delivered a series of well-timed short bursts rather than firing recklessly. The sound of bullets striking the driver's window reverberated through the air. Fortunately, at that moment, Mo Xiaobei had already lowered the steel shield, but Ma Chong, seated in the passenger seat, could not remain still. He rolled down his window, thrusting his shotgun outward and unleashing a barrage of fire in retaliation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, positioned at the machine gun's mount on the vehicle's roof, gripped the 88 type heavy machine gun and squeezed the trigger, originally affixed to the top of the armored vehicle he had seized. This machine gun had been equipped with an electric remote control mechanism. However, on this occasion, they were driving the earliest model of the armored vehicle, which lacked such an electronic control system, necessitating Lu Yuan to operate it manually. Fortunately, the vehicle's roof was outfitted with a gun mount that significantly mitigated the recoil of the heavy machine gun, making it manageable for Lu Yuan to handle. With the enemy's convoy merely a little over 100 meters away and completely unprepared for their return, they found themselves in a fortuitous position. Lu Yuan adjusted the gun's aim, aligning the muzzle with the midline of the enemy's pickup truck, and pulled the trigger. The heavy machine gun roared with a deep, thunderous growl. A stream of fiery projectiles erupted from the muzzle, sweeping across the front line. Every fifth bullet was a tracer round, slicing through the night sky and guiding Lu Yuan's aim. In that moment, Lu Yuan transformed into a harbinger of death on the battlefield. The 127mm caliber heavy machine gun rounds were incomparable to the 5.8mm caliber assault rifle ammunition he had previously wielded. 2 rounds struck the front of the pickup truck stationed at the village entrance, directly impacting its engine compartment. The hood was instantly lifted, and the engine was pierced, igniting in a rapid conflagration. As for the bandits positioned in front of the vehicle, their fate was even more gruesome. Wherever the fiery onslaught swept through, a shot to the head would render it akin to a shattered watermelon, spraying a crimson mist and reducing it to a mass of flesh. A bullet to the torso would result in immediate severance, regardless of the impact location. In the past, Lu Yuan had viewed numerous domestic dramas and films, often finding humor in scenes where protagonists, even when struck by heavy machine gun fire, would manage to clutch their wounds and endure long enough to pay their party dues before succumbing. Occasionally, if the screenwriters were well compensated, the characters might even deliver a few last lines, with the most exaggerated scenarios leading to a nostalgic montage. However, the harsh reality was that if one could leave behind a complete corpse under the barrel of a 127mm gun, it would be considered a miracle. Among all the films he had watched, the portrayal of heavy machine gun fire was most accurately depicted in Rambo 4. Although it lasted merely a few minutes, that sequence vividly illustrated the devastating power of a 127mm heavy machine gun. Yet, in real life, this caliber would remind you that everything is ephemeral once struck. Survival was nearly impossible. At that moment, seated in the driver's position, Emo Xiaobei gazed through the observation hole at the hellish scene unfolding before her, her mind fixating on a singular thought: those who obstruct me shall perish. For pickup trucks, initially intended for pursuing them, were instantly obliterated. The bandits standing before the vehicles were brutally cut in half, with 2 heads exploding on the spot. As for those who sought refuge behind the pickups, evidently misled by cinematic portrayals into believing the vehicle's body could shield them from bullets, they were in for a rude awakening. The flimsy structure of the pickups could hardly withstand the onslaught of 127mm rounds. Even with the vehicle's cover, they were shot through. Their sole stroke of luck was that the vehicle's frame somewhat mitigated the bullet's force, allowing them to retain their bodies intact. In mere minutes, the village entrance transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The once formidable group of over 30 individuals was reduced to mere lambs for the slaughter in the face of Lu Yuan's heavy machine gun. With more than 20 eliminated on the spot, the remaining 7 or 8, displaying a modicum of wits, leapt from their vehicles and darted away like rabbits, disappearing from sight. The 4 pickups had become blazing torches, blocking the village's entrance. Lu Yuan showed no signs of ceasing his fire. Instead, he redirected his aim towards the color steel protective wall adjacent to the gate. Behind this wall lay a complete row of sandbags. However, this seemingly robust fortification crumbled under just 5 volleys of full-power 127mm rounds, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Upon witnessing such a scene, Lu Yuan felt as though certain elements within his very blood had been awakened, igniting a fervor within him. This spectacle was far more exhilarating than any war film he had ever seen. In his youth, he had watched a documentary showcasing the Eagle Army's operations in the Middle East. One particular moment left an indelible mark on his memory. A group of individuals sheltered within a building, exchanging fire with the Eagle Army. Subsequently, the Eagle Army summoned a Humvee, equipped with a dual machine gun. The gunner unleashed a relentless barrage upon the structure, and in a matter of mere 30 rounds, the brick-and-mortar edifice crumbled. At that time, Lu Yuan found the imagery somewhat exaggerated. Yet, reflecting upon it now, he realized he had been naive. having had limited exposure to firearms and a profound misunderstanding of their formidable power. The city wall collapsed with a resounding crash, taking with it 7 or 8 bandits who had sought refuge behind it, meeting their demise instantly. "Drive in, charge forward," Lu Yuan shouted to those inside the vehicle, prompting Mo Xiaobei, seated in the front, to slam her foot down on the accelerator. At that moment, whether it was Ma Chong in the front seat or Zhang Yu and the others in the back, everyone's jaws dropped, rendered speechless by the horrific scene before them. Initially, they had believed Lu Yuan merely intended to return and intimidate the adversary. They could never have anticipated that he possessed such a devastating weapon. Nor could they fathom the sheer might of this machine gun. However, sitting beside Lu Yuan, Li Wanlin, and Sun Junjie, both with backgrounds in military and police, were somewhat accustomed to the power of firearms and remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Chapter 44. The Unexpected Families. Don't miss out as you pass by. Iron Brothers. Remember to collect and recommend. Don't forget. The two men chewed on the compressed biscuits Lu Yuan had provided, naturally assisting him in loading ammunition. Previously, Lu Yuan had discovered several boxes of bullets from the camp at the bridgehead. These contained not only standard rounds for the Type 95 rifle but also numerous rounds suitable for the Type 88 machine gun. At this moment, due to their physical conditions rendering them unfit for combat, Li Wanlin and Sun Junjie could only assist him from the sidelines in loading bullets. The vehicle arrived at the entrance that Lu Yuan had obliterated, where he instructed Mo Xiaobei to halt. Lowering his body, he called out to Zhang Yu and the others, "Get out and collect the firearms." Although Lu Yuan still possessed several shotguns, he refrained from arming Zhang Yu and his companions. The first reason was that he did not know them well enough, while the second was his intention to synthesize several weapons upon their return, which would require raw materials. Zhang Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying hesitation. Despite Lu Yuan having cleared the battlefield, the external scene was far too gruesome. Just a day prior, they had been ordinary individuals. The thought of approaching such a bloody spectacle was daunting. The fact that they had not collapsed upon witnessing such brutality previously was already commendable. Thus, after a prolonged moment of indecision, none of them dared to push open the vehicle door. Lu Yuan shook his head, and just then, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, decisively pushing open the rear door of the vehicle before leaping out. He landed in the muddy ground, tainted with a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh. Nearly losing his balance, the overwhelming stench of blood permeated his nostrils, and upon witnessing the horrific scene resembling a slaughterhouse, Zhang Yu promptly retched. Nevertheless, he did not falter. While expelling the contents of his stomach, he rushed towards the dismembered corpses. Soon, he managed to pull a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from one of the bodies and retrieved several magazines from the upper half of another cadaver. Observing this, Lu Yuan nodded in approval. This young man demonstrated considerable potential, worthy of cultivation. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, one must swiftly acclimate to the brutal environment. Only through adaptation can one hope to prolong their existence. Zhang Yu's audacity spurred the other 3 individuals, who, gritting their teeth, also jumped from the vehicle, eager to gather firearms. Among them, Ma Chang exhibited the boldest demeanor, boldly navigating among the severed limbs to scavenge for supplies. He quickly amassed a substantial bag filled with shotgun shells, including both buckshot and slug rounds. In contrast to the smaller caliber rifles that offered minimal recoil, he favored the 12-gauge shotgun. Although initially inexperienced with it, after firing over 100 rounds, he had begun to grasp the weapon's characteristics. The considerable recoil, which would be unbearable for the average person, was just right for him. He held the shotgun's motto, "No living being under the barrel," in high regard. Before long, the group had replenished their arsenal and continued to stealthily advance towards the village. However, upon entering, the sight before Lu Yuan and his companions left them utterly astonished. He had anticipated that under the tyrannical rule of a lawless bandit like Duan Yongcheng, the village would be rife with starvation, filth, and an overwhelming stench. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The village appeared remarkably tidy. Rows of quaint villas, built against the mountainside with white walls and red roofs, lined the clean, well-kept streets, resembling a scene from before the apocalypse. There was even a hint of foreign charm, reminiscent of a coastal fishing village. Even more surprising was the presence of electricity. Streetlights flickered along the pathways. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Yuan would have found it hard to believe this village existed in such a state. Were it not for the boarded-up windows of the villas, one could hardly conceive that this was indeed a post-apocalyptic world. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence. From a distance, the villas appeared to be equally quiet. Yet upon entering the village, Lu Yuan had observed lights glowing from numerous homes. Now, those lights had extinguished, and countless eyes peered through the boarded windows, scrutinizing their every move. The terrifying image he had conjured in his mind, filled with ruthless bandits, had not materialized. Originally, Lu Yuan intended to unleash a violent rampage upon entering the village. However, upon witnessing those fearful gazes hiding behind the window, Lu Yuan's heart softened. Although he had recently felt his heart hardening considerably, he was not yet devoid of compassion, nor had he reached the point of indiscriminately taking innocent lives. Why don't we find someone to inquire about where Duan Yongqing resides? Ma Chong, observing the scene, felt somewhat at a loss. After all, every grievance has its source. And they were indeed here for Duan Yongqing. No need. I know where that fellow likes to stay. At that moment, Li Wanlin, who had been reloading beside Lu Yuan, suddenly spoke up. Having been undercover for over 6 months, he was quite familiar with the village's circumstances. Duan Yongqing had been elected as the village chief a few years prior and had since taken up residence in the village committee building near the dock. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he had transformed that place into a stronghold for him and his cohorts. Lu Yuan instructed Mo Xiaobei to drive down the main road of the village. The village was built along the mountainside, with the residents' homes extending from the foot of the mountain to halfway up. The central part of the village lay on a flat area near the sea, which housed a primary school, a clinic, a market, a commercial street, and the village committee. Duan Yongqing's lair was at the end of the commercial street within the village committee. What used to be a relatively ordinary building had now been transformed into a fortress-like structure. Tall walls adorned with barbed wire encircled it, and towering watchtowers rose at each corner. Within the compound stood a 3-story building shaped like a Hui. As their vehicle approached, shadows could be seen flitting past the windows of that small building, indicating that the bandits inside were preparing for their arrival. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leap out and operate the heavy machine gun, he caught a glimpse of a flash of light from the watchtower across the way and instinctively ducked. He then felt a violent impact above his head. A bullet grazed the side of his helmet, accompanied by a piercing scraping sound and a tremendous force striking him from the side. Lu Yuan's head slammed against the side of the vehicle with a thud, and he felt as though his neck were about to snap. Stars danced before his eyes, and he struggled to breathe. It took a considerable time for him to regain his senses, only to realize someone was vigorously shaking his body. Looking up, he saw Mo Xiaobei, her face filled with concern. Lu Yuan, are you all right? A voice approached, and as Lu Yuan felt his vision gradually refocus, the buzzing in his right ear began to fade, restoring his hearing. He reached up to remove his helmet and noticed a 5-centimeter-long groove on the top right of his head, evidently where the bullet had passed. Thankfully, this was the enhanced version of the Land Warrior, made extensively with Kevlar armor and reinforced with carbon fiber. Had it been a standard helmet, that shot would have likely resulted in a fatal blow to the head, even if he had not been struck directly. The tremendous force would have propelled him into the roof of the carport, causing a grievous injury. Fortunately, the latex padding inside the helmet provided excellent cushioning and protection. Touching his unscathed head, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at the value of the helmet synthesized from 300 crystal nuclei. He shook his head. While his head was fine, his neck felt slightly sore. This discomfort was due to the immense impact from the bullet's passage. Thankfully, during this time, he had diligently maintained his fitness at home, with a particular focus on strengthening the deltoid muscles around his shoulders and neck, which safeguarded him. After half a minute, he finally regained his composure. This was the first time he had endured such a severe blow since the onset of the apocalypse. To be frank, the peril he had just faced was even more daunting than confronting a horde of zombies. However, this danger ignited a fierce determination within him. Now, it was a matter of who could be more ruthless in this narrow confrontation. Retreating now would make future incursions exceedingly difficult, since they were already engaged. He resolved to press on with unwavering tenacity. He adjusted his helmet and scanned the interior of the vehicle. To his dismay, he discovered that the car had shifted from its original position and had crashed directly into a storefront by the roadside. Beside him, Li Wanlin and Sun Junjie appeared pale and shaken. Their already frail bodies had been jolted severely by the impact. As for Ma Chong and Zhang Yu, they were not inside the car. It turned out that after acquiring suitable weapons, they had chosen to remain behind the vehicle to maximize their firepower. However, they were now suppressed by a sniper hiding in the courtyard. Lu Yuan approached the front of the car and peered through the observation port in the protective panel. He saw that Ma Chong and the others were taking refuge behind another shop across the street. In the middle of the road lay the body of a middle-aged man who had previously accompanied them. His wife had perished in the chaos the day before, and he had insisted on joining this expedition for revenge, only to fall victim to the sniper's rifle here. Ma Chong, along with Zhang Yu and 2 other survivors, crouched behind the shop's entrance, intermittently glancing towards the courtyard at the end of the street. The group, emboldened by anger or perhaps foolhardiness, occasionally peeked out to fire a few shots, fully aware of the sniper's presence. Yet, they were not shooting blindly. Lu Yuan observed that they had successfully struck the lookout tower in the right corner of the courtyard, producing a resounding noise. Clearly, they had identified the sniper's south hiding place and engaged in a firefight. However, their audacity proved excessive. A young man behind Zhang Yu, while taking his turn to shoot, fired twice before being struck down by a single bullet. The shot unexpectedly came from the watchtower on the left. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the enemy had set up a crossfire. He had little time to ponder the situation and shouted to Mo Xiaobei beside him to drive the vehicle out to rescue the wounded. Though the car was in reverse, it crashed through the storefront's glass door and barreled inside. With a sturdy rear bumper to protect it, the impact did not inflict significant damage on the armored vehicle, which had been modified for wartime. Crucial components were reinforced with armored plates. Additionally, the vehicle's frame was constructed from exceptionally resilient special steel, making such a collision trivial for the armored vehicle. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's command, Mo Xiaobei floored the accelerator, and the car surged out of the shop, positioning itself in front of the fallen casualty. Bullets from the two watchtowers rained down upon the vehicle, striking its body with loud thuds. Meanwhile, Sun Junjie, regaining his composure, flung open the car door and, along with Li Wanlin, pulled the injured person into the vehicle. On the other side, Ma Chong and his companions, witnessing Lu Yuan and the others emerge unscathed, felt their spirits lift. Ma Chong boldly dashed out from the shop and crouched behind the armored vehicle's cover, peering out to exchange fire with the enemy. He had sustained a penetrating injury to his leg, yet it seemed he would survive. In the back seat, Li Wanlin assessed the wounded man's condition and reported back to Lu Yuan. However, Ma Chong and his group soon found themselves suppressed by the enemy sniper, who, after overcoming the initial adjustment period, was becoming increasingly accurate, forcing Ma Chong and his comrades to keep their heads down. Lu Yuan instructed them to board the armored vehicle through the rear door. The sniper's growing precision significantly bolstered the enemy's morale, especially as no one dared to expose themselves from the machine gun position inside the vehicle. Encouraged by this, several enemy combatants began to peek out from their cover and open fire in their direction. However, their marksmanship left much to be desired, with many bullets flying astray. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief that the enemy had not concealed any soldiers on the rooftops of the buildings lining the street. Had they done so, their situation would have been dire indeed. What shall we do now? Should we retreat? Ma Chong, feeling disheartened by their inability to return fire, suggested. Yet, the battle-hardened Lu Yuan was unwilling to retreat easily. How could he swallow his pride if they simply withdrew? Ma Chong, get up here and operate the machine gun to suppress the enemy. Lu Yuan barked, gripping Ma Chong's collar. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Chong sprang to his feet, quickly transforming into a more formidable version of himself. He did not expose his entire body, but extended his robust arms to grasp the machine gun's handle, able to operate it from within the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan pushed open the car door and leaped down from the armored vehicle. The machine gun, operated solely by sheer arm strength, naturally lacks precision in its fire. However, it managed to startle the opponents, who took half a minute to regain their composure. Chapter 46. Night Raid on the Thieves' Den. The adversaries unleashed an overwhelming barrage of fire upon the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already taken cover around the street corner, retrieving his 191. This time, he activated the heavy sniper mode. The design philosophy of this 191 had seen improvements over the American M249. The enhancement involved a change to a bottom-feed magazine, allowing the machine gun to serve not only as a suppressive weapon but also as a sniper rifle when equipped with a magazine, mounted on a bipod, and fitted with an 8x scope. At this moment, Lu Yuan replaced the magazine with one filled with heavy rounds synthesized from the furnace. The machine gun's barrel had been specially reinforced by him, and combined with the newly synthesized enhanced ammunition, its effective range extended to between 1,500 and 2,000 meters. The accuracy of this weapon now rivaled that of the Eagle Army's standard sniper rifle, the 110. This gave Lu Yuan the confidence to engage in a sniper duel. He concealed himself in a clothing store, lying next to a female mannequin in the window display. The long dress of the mannequin provided him with adequate cover. Peering through the gun barrel, he braced the stock against his shoulder and began to aim. Although the enemy fired well, their shooting rhythm suggested they lacked extensive professional military training or perhaps underestimated their opponents, viewing them as mere rabble. Thus, they remained on the lookout tower's right side, continuously suppressing fire without employing tactical maneuvers. By this time, it was past 5 in the morning, and the sky was gradually brightening. Taking advantage of the light, Lu Yuan quickly spotted the enemy sniper. Without hesitation, as the crosshairs of his scope settled on the sniper's head, Lu Yuan squeezed the trigger. He clearly saw through the scope as the bullet penetrated the sniper's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull and taking a significant portion of the cranium with it. In a state of panic, the assistant shooter next to the sniper stood up, only to be met with Lu Yuan's next shot, which felled him. Without pausing, Lu Yuan shifted his aim towards another lookout tower, where two shooters clumsily operated an 88 Type squad machine gun, attempting to suppress fire on their armored vehicle. With two sharp reports, the enemy's machine gun fell silent. At that moment, Ma Chong, hidden inside the vehicle, felt the pressure above him suddenly lighten, prompting him to swiftly emerge from his shooting position. Gripping his heavy machine gun, he unleashed a barrage towards the windows of a small building within the courtyard. The windows shattered with a cacophony, and the glass littered the ground. The shooters who had been taking shots at them from behind the windows were now left in a state of chaos. Several individuals, caught off guard, were swiftly incapacitated. Severed in two. The remaining few, quick-witted, immediately dropped to the ground, scuttling in all directions, having realized that hiding behind the wall was utterly futile. The proximity fire from the Type 88 heavy machine gun was overwhelmingly devastating. The red brick building, already aged, with walls merely 24 centimeters thick, stood no chance against the full-power projectiles of the 127mm caliber. Once Ma Chong discerned that the enemy was no longer visible from the building's windows, he began to lower his gun, directing his fire at the surrounding walls beneath those windows. To his astonishment, the seemingly sturdy red brick wall crumbled to dust after just a few hits, collapsing with a resounding crash. The gunmen, who thought they were safe behind the wall, either met a swift demise or were battered by falling debris. As for Zhang Yu and his companions, they once again leaped from their vehicle, weapons in hand, and commenced a chaotic barrage towards the opposing side. Being novices with firearms, their aim was unfortunately lacking. However, Lu Yuan did not deter them. After all, familiarizing themselves with their weapons was beneficial. A proficient marksman is forged through experience. At that moment, the firepower provided by the berserk Ma Chong was more than sufficient. Lu Yuan had already ceased firing, instead holding his sniper rifle, meticulously aiming at several concealed threats lurking behind windows. Once Ma Chong expended his magazine, the small building had succumbed to an eerie silence. The once pristine structure was now in disarray, riddled with numerous bullet holes. The windows facing the main entrance were utterly destroyed, with shattered glass and battered walls visible beneath. The ground inside was littered with dismembered limbs, a grim testament to the violence. Not a single soul remained standing. Those who had narrowly escaped fled from the building's rear. Through his scope, Lu Yuan observed dozens of individuals scrambling out from the back door of the building, hastily climbing over the courtyard wall to flee. He held little interest in these deserters. After all, he was not a maniac. At Lu Yuan's behest, Mo Xiaobei drove the vehicle through the gate, positioning it directly in front of the building. Although the bandits had been vanquished, Lu Yuan was eager to explore their lair for potential spoils. Mo Xiaobei, remain in the vehicle, keep the engine running, and be prepared for our retreat, he instructed. Zhang Yu, take him and Sun Junjie to the upper floors to gather any weapons you can find. Zhang Yu nodded. This battle had instilled a newfound composure in the young man. Sun Junjie, having regained some strength from a recent meal, though still weak, was capable of assisting in weapon retrieval. Meanwhile, Li Wanlin, familiar with the surroundings, was designated to lead the way. Lu Yuan and Ma Chong followed closely behind, their weapons at the ready as they entered the building. Lu Yuan handed a pistol to Li Wanlin for self-defense, a weapon previously seized during the skirmish. It is a somewhat new large black star, yet Lu Yuan does not hold much affection for this firearm. Characteristic of the Soviet style, it is robust and powerful. But the design and production did not account for ergonomic efficiency. The recoil is immense, making it challenging for novices to handle. However, Li Wanlin, with his background in the police force, is well acquainted with this weapon. Once the gun is in his grasp, his confidence increases significantly. Entering the building, he leads Lu Yuan and the others directly to the third floor, where the office of Duan Yongqing, the leader of Nanjiling village, is located. Ma Chong, holding a shotgun, and Lu Yuan, armed with a Type 95, follow closely behind him. Although the 191 boast rapid fire and considerable power, such an environment is not conducive to deploying machine guns. The weapon's length and weight are cumbersome, and its excessive power risks collateral damage to teammates. Even the Type 95, in this context, may prove to be overpowered. Submachine guns like the Type 5 would be far more suitable for urban combat scenarios. Lu Yuan reflects on the possibility of synthesizing a Type 5-like submachine gun upon their return, as its precision, ferocity, compactness, and lightweight design would suffice for dealing with both humans and zombies within enclosed spaces. Chapter 47. The Hidden Treasure Chamber. Dear family, do not miss out as you pass by. Fellow comrades, do remember to collect and recommend. Li Wanlin leads the way with great experience. At every corner or hazardous area, he cautions Ma Chong and Lu Yuan to remain vigilant. However, to their surprise, they encounter little to no significant resistance on their journey. Many rooms appear abandoned, possibly indicating that Duan Yongqing and his men have gone to sea, leaving behind no central authority. Most of his subordinates are merely local delinquents and thugs, lacking any real combat prowess. Without the Duan brothers to anchor them, these individuals are naturally reluctant to stand and fight. Familiar with the internal structure of the Duan gang, Li Wanlin provides an insightful analysis of the situation, which Lu Yuan finds quite reasonable. Previously, Duan Yongqing's gang was merely a social organization, but after the onset of the apocalypse, it rapidly expanded. However, many members are recent recruits, lacking rigorous organizational training. Thus, they would easily crumble when faced with formidable opposition. The trio soon arrives at Duan Yongqing's office on the third floor. The distinction between his room and others is immediately apparent. While most rooms are furnished with wooden doors, his is fortified with a heavy iron security door. As Li Wanlin surmised, a heavy iron lock secures it from the outside, confirming that Duan Yongqing is indeed absent. Faced with such a formidable barrier, Lu Yuan feels a sense of frustration about how to proceed. Just then, Ma Chong pushes past them, shotgun in hand. Switching to single-shot buckshot, he takes aim and fires at the door lock. No matter how sturdy the iron lock may be, it is as fragile as paper when confronted with a bullet of 184 millimeters in caliber. It is noteworthy that such a caliber was specifically designed for hunting North American grizzly bears and bison. Even in Africa, these bullets are employed to hunt elephants. Thus, using it to force open a door is a trivial task. The lock was pierced by a bullet, and then Ma Chong delivered a powerful kick to the door. In his current berserker state, that kick possessed an incredible force of at least 500 pounds. Though the iron door did not collapse, it was forcefully swung open with a resounding crash. The three men entered the room, which was adorned in a style typical of the entrepreneurial farmer, featuring a reception area. The east wall was lined with an extensive bookshelf, in front of which stood a large executive desk and chair. Along the west wall, there was a row of sofas, a tea set, and behind it hung calligraphic artworks exuding ambition. However, their visit was not for the purpose of admiring the decor. Ma Chong was quite direct, heading straight for the executive desk and the bookshelf behind it, rummaging through the contents. It turned out that the office contained a plethora of valuable items. Soon, Ma Chong and Li Wanlin unearthed a significant stash of tea, biscuits, and jerky from the desk drawers. They hastily stuffed these treasures into their pockets. After a couple of handfuls, Li Wanlin realized his tattered clothing could hold no more, prompting him to search the wardrobe along the northern wall, where he discovered several high-quality outdoor garments, which he promptly changed into. While Ma Chong and Li Wanlin were scavenging the office, Lu Yuan was not idle. He approached a row of tea cabinets against the west wall and pushed against them forcefully. To his surprise, the cabinets slid aside, revealing a hidden door behind them. Upon entering, he found a bedroom that matched his suspicions, decorated in shades of pink, featuring an electric round bed, and adorned with numerous mirrors and peculiar tools hanging from the ceiling. Lu Yuan inferred the existence of a secret room due to the common trait among rural entrepreneurs, who often adhere faithfully to the notion that when there is work, the secretary is diligent, but when there is none, the secretary is simply a servant. However, at that moment, Lu Yuan was not interested in the room's decor or tools. He headed straight for the nightstand. Upon inspecting the nightstand, he discovered an overwhelming collection of balloons, fruity-scented, textured with protruding granules, amounting to over 100 boxes. It made Lu Yuan want to curse, wondering how one could be so reckless. But upon opening the other side of the nightstand, he finally stumbled upon a remarkable find, a gleaming nickel-plated Colt Python. This renowned revolver frequently appears in various games and films. When discussing powerful handguns, the Desert Eagle from Israel is more widely recognized among the Chinese public. In reality, however, that gun is merely a decorative piece, utterly worthless. Due to the immense recoil, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to wield such a firearm, let alone engage in sustained fire. Those who manage to empty an entire magazine are undoubtedly brave souls. The average individual might suffer a fractured web of the hand after just a single magazine. In severe cases could even result in wrist fractures. The true embodiment of both aesthetic appeal and practicality is, in fact, the Colt Python, which fires magnum cartridges. Thanks to its revolver design, some of the propellant gases are expelled along the barrel, alleviating the recoil compared to a Desert Eagle. Thus, this firearm is considerably easier to handle. As for its power, it is evident from its moniker, hand cannon, just how formidable it is. Originally designed for hunters to defend themselves in the wilderness, It was primarily intended to deter the formidable North American grizzly bear, which can weigh an average of half a ton, with some individuals reaching up to 800 kilograms. In the face of this hand cannon, even such a beast seems diminutive. What delighted Lu Yuan even further was the discovery of 4 boxes containing over 200 magnum rounds in the second drawer of the nightstand. The immense power of this weapon is partly attributed to the specialized magnum ammunition it fires. Such high-caliber rounds are quite rare domestically. To his surprise, the storied Yongqing Road proved to be rather wild, as it had stockpiled 4 large boxes. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan pocketed both the gun and the ammunition. Just then, he heard exclamations from Li Wanlin and Ma Chong outside. He hurriedly brandished his firearm and rushed out, only to find that the two had also uncovered a hidden chamber. Upon entering, Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this is the true treasure vault." The room, measuring over 50 square meters, was brimming with an array of precious materials: boxes of foreign cigarettes, jars of fragrant sauces, and bags of white powder piled high. Behind these provisions lay a dozen firearms and countless boxes of ammunition. The firearms were a colorful assortment, including several American Remington 870s, a few unclean Type 56 semi-automatics, and several Type 81 rifles. Additionally, some Type 79 police submachine guns were carelessly strewn on the floor, presenting a rather unappealing sight. The diversity of the weaponry left Lu Yuan in a state of bewilderment, yet excitement was unavoidable. He had truly struck gold this time. At that moment, Li Wanlin stepped forward to elucidate. These Remingtons were obtained through trade with smuggler Duan Yongsheng and his eastern counterparts. As for the Type 50 SIXS and Type 81s, they were likely seized from the arsenal during his assault on Sun Junjie and his team at the hydrological station. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. The second-line hydrological stations and radar stations manned by Sun Junjie were typically equipped with non-main battle firearms. Primarily, considerations of economic viability dictate the choices made. If it serves the purpose, then it suffices. After all, these sites are located domestically, and the overall environment within the country remains exceptionally secure. As for the police submachine guns and the 64 small howitzers among the weaponry, it appears that Duan Yongqing and his associates have plundered several nearby police stations, seizing them from the precincts. Each of these firearms exhibits conspicuous shortcomings, rendering them less favored for use. For instance, the 64 small howitzer, primarily a product of imitation design, has undergone minor modifications, yet still bears the semblance of a poorly concluded endeavor. Initially intended as ceremonial firearms for high-ranking military officials, they were subsequently demoted to local police stations due to their diminutive size and lack of firepower, which rendered them unpopular. The 79 model, on the other hand, is infamous for its myriad flaws, including a propensity for misfire and a tendency to jam, leading to its unpopularity among users. At this juncture, Ma Chong and Li Wanlin have approached the cache of firearms, beginning their selection. With the authentic Remington 870 at hand, the counterfeit Tiger head model pales in comparison. Ma Chang clutches one in his hand while slinging another across his back. Given the opportunity, he would eagerly take all the 870s available. Li Wanlin, having a sentimental attachment to the small howitzers from his tenure as a police officer, pockets several, deeming them sufficiently potent for dispatching zombies, while also casually lifting a Remington to strap across his back. Conversely, Lu Yuan, equipped with the 95 and 98 models, along with a Python revolver, expresses little interest in these firearms. However, considering the necessity of raw materials for the synthesizing furnace to create other weapons, he decides to collect the remaining arms. As he steps back, he discovers a collection of items concealed beneath a tarpaulin. Upon lifting the tarp, he is taken aback by the sight before him. Entire crates brimming with artillery shells meant for the 90 model 35mm anti-aircraft gun, likely remnants of their village militia's equipment. Upon Li Wanlin's mention, Lu Yuan comprehends the situation. In rural areas such as theirs, many still maintain militia organizations, some of which organize training during off-seasons, predominantly focusing on anti-aircraft shooting. Some villages even possess anti-aircraft guns, albeit without munitions. Currently, these guns serve a greater purpose beyond air defense. During the dry season, they are utilized to launch rain-inducing shells as per meteorological advisories when conditions are favorable. Yet, how Duan Yongqing managed to acquire such a significant cache of anti-aircraft shells remains a mystery. Moreover, behind the dozens of crates, they spot a colossal object, a Rainbow 4 drone. The mere sight of this imposing contraption, weighing over a ton, leaves Lu Yuan's mind reeling. Where did Duan Yongqing procure such a device? Furthermore, how did he manage to bring it indoors? Is he akin to a mythical creature, hoarding treasures without the intent of relinquishing them? It seems he has an unwavering habit of ensuring that any valuable acquisition remains within his immediate grasp. This too likely stems from Duan Yongqing's audacious raid on Sun Junjia and his colleague's hydrological station, resulting in the procurement of military-grade weaponry. Li Wanlin circled the drone, conducting a brief inspection before informing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the most plausible deduction. He surveyed the surroundings and noted that the drone was reasonably well-equipped, boasting over a dozen missiles. However, it lacked ground control equipment, which was to be expected, as such devices were linked to satellites. Typically, non-professionals would have no idea how to operate them, let alone transport such equipment from a military base. It seemed that Duan Yongqing and his associates were merely intrigued by the drone, leading them to bring it back, only to find themselves utterly clueless about its operation, resulting in its abandonment here. Lu Yuan contemplated the matter, realizing that he could take the drone back for further study. He then instructed Ma Chong and Li Wanlin to transport the goods downstairs, ensuring they moved as many items as possible, including huazi, fragrant sauce, and various dried meats. Seizing the opportunity while the two were occupied, he discreetly stored the drone and the ammunition in his space. After clearing the area, he discovered a large safe at the back of the storage room. Duan Yongqing was indeed quite the collector. Observing the iron box, Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter. However, the safe proved difficult to open. Ultimately, Ma Chong managed to procure a gas cutter from somewhere to breach the entrance. Upon opening the safe, bundles of cash tumbled out. But more captivating were the gleaming gold bars nestled inside. Ma Chong and Li Wanlin were momentarily dazzled by these treasures. Li Wanlin, being a former police officer, managed to maintain his composure, whereas Ma Chong succumbed to excitement, realizing that in times of chaos, cash held little value, yet the resplendent gold remained a universal currency. Without a second thought, he snatched a few bars and tucked them away, eventually prompting Li Wanlin to do the same. Throughout the entire episode, Lu Yuan alone maintained his tranquility. These items held no significance for him. As long as he possessed his continuously upgrading abode, he had no need for material exchanges. Thus, the currency-like metals were rendered meaningless in his eyes. However, what he extracted from a small cloth bag at the back astonished him. To his surprise, the bag contained crystalline cores. This raised suspicions about Duan Yongqing. The sight of these cores sent a jolt through Lu Yuan's mind. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not encountered anyone else capable of perceiving the crystalline cores that emerged from zombies. He was the sole collector of these cores. And now it appeared that Duan Yongqing shared this peculiar ability. Chapter 49. Not a single snowflake is innocent. Family and friends, don't miss out. Everyone, please remember to collect and recommend. This fellow must be harboring secrets. Perhaps he too is backed by a system? Lu Yuan was suddenly struck by a moment of inspiration. But soon those thoughts were cast aside, while Ma Chong and the others focused their attention on the golden bricks. He began extracting bag after bag of crystal cores from the safe. Each bag opened brought him considerable delight, totaling 4 fabric pouches. Each pouch contained nearly 1,000 crystal cores. The last one he retrieved, a small black pouch, nearly made Lu Yuan leap for joy. For it held 5 blue crystal cores the size of pigeon eggs, which appeared to be of far superior quality compared to his existing 2 blue cores. Most importantly, there were also 2 green crystal cores, each the size of a pigeon egg. Although he couldn't utilize the system to appraise these cores in this place, their appearance and color alone indicated that the green cores were undoubtedly of a higher grade than the blue ones. However, it was evident that Ma Chong and Li Wanlin showed no interest in these items. To them, the sparkling crystal cores seemed merely like round stones. This was confirmed when Lu Yuan specifically inquired, and they responded as such. It appeared that not everyone could discern the mysteries of the crystal cores. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly, quietly stowing away the cores. This trip to Nanjing was indeed worthwhile. He had stumbled upon a great fortune. Brother Yuan, Brother Chong, where are you? Just then, Zhang Yu's voice echoed from outside, prompting the 3 to instinctively raise their weapons. Zhang Yu appeared at the door, panting heavily, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the various supplies in the room. What happened? Lu Yuan asked Zhang Yu, who finally snapped back to reality. We made a new discovery on the first floor. Come, let's take a look. Since the items here would not vanish, Lu Yuan was in no hurry to deal with them. The group followed Zhang Yu straight downstairs. Along the way, Zhang Yu asked Ma Chong for some cigarettes, to which Ma Chong generously obliged, handing him a pack. After all, there was plenty upstairs, and they surely intended to take some with them when they left. Soon, they arrived on the first floor, where Zhang Yu revealed that after scavenging some weapons from several lookout towers, they felt it insufficient and continued searching within the building. They quickly stumbled upon an underground chamber adjacent to the kitchen. Upon entering, everyone was taken aback. The basement was filled with a terrible stench, and against the wall, there were newly dug cages, within which hundreds of people were confined in a dark, oppressive space. Lu Yuan immediately recalled the slaves he had seen earlier by the sea. According to Li Wanlin and the others, these individuals were captured by Duan Yongsheng and his men from the vicinity. Bastards! Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yuan felt as if his teeth were on the verge of shattering. He was not a moral crusader. Yet witnessing so many people imprisoned and enslaved stirred something deep within him, especially as he observed the filthy, numb expressions of those crowded in the dark cages, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Only a handful of them retained a semblance of spirit. Upon seeing them descend, they rushed to the railing, incessantly pounding on the iron gate in a desperate plea for salvation. "Release them at once," Lu Yuan exclaimed, his voice nearly a roar. Ma Chong, equally consumed by fury, strode to the gate and, with a single shot, shattered the iron chain that bound it. The captives surged forth like a tide. Li Wanlin, Sun Junjie, lead them to the kitchen upstairs and find them something to eat. Observing the disheveled and weakened refugees, Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret for previously allowing the deserters to escape. While not all were staunch loyalists of Duan Yongsheng, they were undoubtedly complicit in the tyrannies enacted by his subordinates. Hundreds of individuals streamed past them, liberated yet still mindful to express their gratitude. However, Lu Yuan was acutely aware that what these people urgently needed was food and water. There was plenty upstairs, and if it proved insufficient, the village was replete with residents to whom he could appeal. Reflecting on his earlier reluctance to harm innocent villagers, he now recognized the naivety of his prior convictions. With so many enslaved, how could the villagers remain oblivious? Moreover, it was inconceivable that the laborers' meager earnings had not reached those villagers. In a snowstorm, no single snowflake bears innocence. Li Wanlin, Sun Junjie, and a young man named Wan Hai, who had joined them in seeking revenge, guided the refugees upstairs. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, Ma Chong, and Zhang Yu remained behind. Zhang Yu had been silently signaling to Lu Yuan, indicating that something amiss lingered nearby. Once the group ascended, Zhang Yu led Lu Yuan and the others to a door on the right and pushed it open with force. Upon entering, Lu Yuan was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Rather than a mere room, it resembled a cavern. The cavern was brilliantly illuminated and expansive, comparable in size to a football field. What astonished Lu Yuan most was the sight of dozens of treadmills within this cavern. On these peculiar devices, a multitude of zombies were incessantly shuffling back and forth. These zombies had been rendered harmless, their jaws severed to prevent biting. Before them dangled pieces of raw meat. Driven by their insatiable hunger for flesh, the zombies relentlessly trod upon the treadmills, their movements reminiscent of donkeys laboriously pulling carts in pursuit of grass. The treadmills were clearly modified, equipped with motors at the front. As the zombies ran, the rotating bearings activated the motors, generating a continuous flow of electricity. Subsequently, cables connected these motors, all leading to a stone platform situated at the center of the cavern. Upon this platform rested a verdant object, radiating an enigmatic allure. Lu Yuan was at a loss regarding the nature of this peculiar object, which appeared to resemble a type of vine-like plant. However, upon closer inspection, its texture bore an uncanny resemblance to stone, transcending the confines of his understanding. One thing was certain, this entity was impervious to electricity, as the currents generated by the incessant movements of the zombies were entirely transmitted here. Moreover, it seemed to serve a stabilizing and amplifying function for the electrical currents. Below this object, he observed a robust cable leading directly to a control panel affixed to the opposite wall of the cavern, a clear nexus for controlling all the power within the village. Chapter 50, Treasures. Dear friends, don't miss out on this. Collect and recommend, don't forget. Goodness, there are indeed extraordinary individuals in Nanjiling. This Duan Yongsheng is truly remarkable. Though he could not fully comprehend the nature of these things, Ma Chong understood their significance. Setting zombies on a treadmill to generate electricity was nothing short of genius. One could not dismiss Duan Yongsheng as anything less than a prodigy. Of course, it was possible that others had contributed to this idea. Yet the ability to manifest such seemingly impossible concepts indicated the presence of remarkable talent within Duan Yongsheng's team. At that moment, Lu Yuan's attention was captivated by the green crystalline object on the stone platform. He crouched before it, meticulously examining this treasure. It appeared to be a vine-like plant, yet its texture was entirely unlike any flora he had encountered. Its surface was translucent, reminiscent of jade in its clarity. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern what seemed to be a liquid substance flowing within its structure. In essence, it appeared almost alive. The more Lu Yuan observed, the more he felt this object was extraordinary. Seizing the opportunity while Ma Chong and Zhang Yu were engrossed in studying the control panel, he discreetly activated his wristwatch to scan the treasure. lightning vine, dormant, awaiting activation. Indeed, it was a plant of an unprecedented kind. However, the system evidently concealed a wealth of information regarding this treasure, as indicated by the lengthy ellipsis following the prompt. Yuan was disinclined to inquire further, knowing well that no answer would be forthcoming. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from afar as Zhang Yu and Ma Chong gasped in astonishment. Yuan hurried over to discover that they had stumbled upon a hidden chamber adjacent to the control panel. Within this secret room, they uncovered something utterly astonishing, a suit of Mark-type armor reminiscent of Iron Man from the movies. Suspended by a framework, it hung prominently in the center of the chamber, connected to numerous cables, clearly recharging. Moreover, the armor exhibited faintly glowing patterns, which appeared incongruous with the modern design, resembling arcane symbols and inscriptions, rendering the suit particularly enigmatic. How on earth did these fellows manage to bring this armor here? Ma Chong exclaimed as he stepped closer to examine it for a while, suddenly erupting in expletives. It turned out he was quite familiar with this particular suit of armor. This creation was crafted by Xiao Gao, a renowned model enthusiast in the city. He had a penchant for constructing various models inspired by films, ranging from anime characters to Gundams, with no limits to his capabilities. However, his most celebrated work was the Iron Man model, which gained immense popularity due to the Marvel films. His craftsmanship was so exceptional that he was frequently invited by various businesses to showcase his models at their grand openings. Over time, his Iron Man models became increasingly sophisticated, evolving from simple replicas to life-sized renditions that could even be donned by individuals. As his financial success grew, so too did the sophistication of his creations. Ma Chong, who worked in Yida Plaza, was particularly well acquainted with Xiao Gao and his work. According to him, when Yida Plaza first opened, they had invited Xiao Gao to present his Iron Man model. Subsequently, almost every upscale business in the mall would invite Xiao Gao for their openings. Even their gym had invited him to showcase his model during its launch. Some businesses would go so far as to rent Xiao Gao's models to display at their entrances, enticing passers-by to stop and take photos. Due to his connections within the industry, Ma Chong had grown increasingly familiar with Xiao Gao, having taken photographs with nearly all of his models. However, he held a particular fondness for the fighter aircraft he had replicated from Avatar and the Gundam models. Standing before the mech, Ma Chong elaborated on its origins to Yuan and the others. "Look here, you can see Xiao Gao's signature," he exclaimed, pointing to the gauntlet of the armor. Indeed, Yuan spotted Xiao Gao's autograph there. At that moment, Ma Chong recalled that Xiao Gao had even appeared on television, gaining notoriety for his exceptional models, which led to his involvement in a classified national project. Thus, he was undoubtedly a local celebrity in Haizhou City. Yuan had watched the episode featuring him. Observing the mech before him, it was evident that it had undergone some modifications by Yongqing and his group. As Yuan contemplated how to transport the mech, a sudden, thunderous boom echoed from outside, causing the expressions of the individuals in the room to shift dramatically. "You two, go check the situation," Yuan commanded. Without hesitation, Ma Chong and Zhang Yu darted upstairs. Meanwhile, Yuan discreetly scanned the mech and the electric vines with his wristwatch, transferring them into a miniature storage device. As the lightning vines vanished in an instant, the entire room was swiftly engulfed in darkness. Half a minute later, Yuan arrived upstairs, only to witness a scene of chaos, with people screaming and scattering throughout the small building. Outside the first floor, several spots flickered with flames, beside which lay numerous circular pits. He hurried outside, and just as he emerged, a thunderous explosion echoed above him. Dust, bricks, and debris flew in all directions, and he was violently thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the blast. At that moment, Yuan was momentarily dazed. His first instinct upon rising was to dash towards the armored vehicle. Upon entering, he saw that Ma Chong, Zhang Yu, Li Wanlin, and a few others had already boarded. Mo Xiaobei, her face ashen, gripped the steering wheel tightly. The moment Yuan got in, she stomped hard on the accelerator. The armored vehicle jolted sharply, veering alongside a patch of vegetable garden beside the small building and then crashing into the courtyard wall, demolishing the flimsy red brick barrier before barreling through. The explosions reverberated behind them as the crowd they had rescued from the underground prison scattered in all directions, perhaps driven to the brink of terror. Several individuals soon began setting fires indiscriminately. Moments later, the small building and the adjacent pedestrian street were engulfed in flames, while shells rained down from an unknown source. Chapter 51. You can run from the monk, but not from the temple. As the dawn approached, luck seemed to be on Yuan's side. Despite it being the early hours of the morning, the sky was gradually brightening. However, a breeze began to stir outside, bringing with it ominous clouds that darkened the sky once more, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the darkest hour before dawn. Keep the lights off. Let us proceed like this, Lu Yuan instructed. Although visibility was low outside, as long as they maintained a steady speed, the road ahead remained discernible. Lu Yuan directed Mo Xiaobei, who tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Indeed, her driving skills were commendable. Unlike the stereotype of female drivers often portrayed online, her control surpassed that of many male drivers. The vehicle wound its way up a narrow path, soon reaching a halfway point on the mountainside. At this moment, the group breathed a sigh of relief as Lu Yuan peered through the machine gun port atop the vehicle, surveying the scene below. The village committee at the foot of the mountain and the commercial street in front were ablaze with flames. It was precisely because of the towering inferno that they could discern the situation below. Suddenly, an unexpected sight emerged in the bay. A gunboat had appeared. The recent barrage of shells had originated from this vessel. Though relatively small, weighing approximately 300 to 400 tons, Lu Yuan, with his keen interest in military affairs, recognized that the current naval fleet of our country had few such gunboats left. In the past, there were numerous boats of similar tonnage. But due to their limited capabilities and the recent financial advancements, such vessels had become rare. Thus, those gunboats have either been decommissioned and stored away or have been refurbished and sold to foreign nations. The vessel before them was evidently discovered by the gang at Nanjialing from an unknown source. Reflecting on past encounters, they had not faced the main forces of Duan Yongqing and Nanjialing. Suddenly, Lu Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. It was quite plausible that these individuals had ventured out to procure a ship. Upon their return, they found their lair ransacked, which understandably incited their wrath. This led to the scene of cannon fire directed at the Duan residence. At this moment, the dual-mounted 37mm cannon at the bow had long ceased operation. However, the firepower of the gunboat remained unabated. Instead, it surged towards the shore, unleashing a barrage from its two side-mounted dual 127mm heavy machine guns, relentlessly firing upon the village committee. The hundreds of enslaved individuals they had liberated were now caught in a maelstrom of violence, with many falling victim to the chaos, while others attempted to flee. Witnessing the cold-blooded methods of the Duan family left Lu Yuan and the others in a profound silence. They had indeed invaded the den of the Nanjialing gang, yet they had not inflicted any lasting damage. Given the nature of these individuals, it was certain they would seek revenge. What would they do then? Damn it, what's there to fear? If they come after us, we'll confront them head-on. At worst, we can run if we can't win, Ma Chong exclaimed in frustration. Lu Yuan, however, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. While Ma Chong could retreat, he found himself trapped. His very survival in this apocalyptic world depended on his upgradable dwelling. Yet, his home had no legs to flee on, nor could he simply carry it with him. His predicament was akin to a monk who could escape but remained bound to the temple. Moreover, if he abandoned his home, he would be forced to navigate a life of peril, pursued by bandits and the undead. That fate would be worse than death. Indeed, we might have to fight them, Lu Yuan murmured through gritted teeth, gazing at the bay below. Meanwhile, the gunfire along the shore began to dwindle. From a distance, he could see a group of a dozen individuals leaping from the speedboat, making their way toward the small building. Let us depart, Lu Yuan instructed Mo Xiaobei, who remained silent, her foot pressing down firmly. On their return journey, an eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Conversation was sparse, each person lost in thoughts of the impending retribution they might face. Their group was hastily assembled, lacking a cohesive structure. For instance, Ma Chong, despite his formidable combat skills, was not directly under Lu Yuan's command. He had his own faction back at Nesh on Sunshine. As for Zhang Yu and the other two seeking revenge, they seemed inclined to follow Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan surmised that their small number would be insufficient to withstand Duan Yongqing and his cohort. As for Li Wanlin and Sun Junjie, both former members of disciplined forces before the apocalypse, they remained non-committal in their expressions. Despite their silence, Lu Yuan could discern their thoughts. These two individuals are undoubtedly incredulous. They cannot fathom how their formidable organization could collapse overnight. They are likely still pondering how to seek out and return to their former establishment. Previously, we encountered a woman who informed us that the authorities are in the process of establishing a secure base in the southern city of Fangzhou. The precise progress of this initiative remains unclear. I suspect that Duan Yongqing and his associates will undoubtedly seek retribution, especially since our community harbors many survivors. Most of them are ordinary individuals, and if Duan Yongqing's group were to arrive, the consequences would be dire. Thus, I contemplated whether, should you wish to travel to Fangzhou, you could bring those individuals along. Lu Yuan himself would certainly not depart, yet he is concerned that their actions may inadvertently endanger the innocent residents of the community. They have witnessed how Duan Yongqing treats civilians, and he cannot allow his neighbors to fall into the clutches of those fiends. Upon hearing about the safety base established by the authorities in the south, Li Wanlin and Sun Junjia's eyes indeed lit up. After having intermittently consumed a fair amount of food, their spirits had significantly revived. With backgrounds in the military and police, their physical prowess was already commendable. And this moment further highlighted the benefits of their regular exercise. The news that their organization had not disbanded invigorated them even further. This is feasible, however. Our current location is still over 30 kilometers from Fangzhou. It would be quite challenging to ensure the safety of so many on the journey. The two were well acquainted with the local terrain, and they did not reject Lu Yuan's proposal. Nonetheless, they were not superhuman and felt uncertain about safeguarding such a large group en route to Fangzhou. Not to worry, we have hundreds of vehicles in our underground garage. Although they have been parked for over a month, many should still be operational. Lu Yuan had already devised a plan for how to evacuate their neighbors. Upon hearing this, Li Wanlin and Sun Junjia ceased their objections. After all, having escaped, they now possessed several effective weapons. Regrettably, they lacked time for maintenance. Had they a day or two to repair, their confidence would be significantly bolstered. Chapter 52, Spoils of War Families. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Dear friends, remember to collect and recommend. The survivors in the community showed little dissent regarding their retreat alongside Li Wanlin and Sun Junjia. For the majority of ordinary people, heading towards the safety base was indeed their best option. They had witnessed the demeanor of the group from Nanjiling the previous night. They were nothing short of a band of madmen who regarded human life as worthless, and everyone was aware that retribution was imminent. Even if they were repelled by Lu Yuan and his companions, who could say whether figures like Li Yongsheng or Wang Yongqing might appear next? Thus, when Lu Yuan and his group returned to the community, they gathered all the survivors together for a meeting. They briefed everyone on the situation at Nanjiling, emphasizing the likelihood that the adversaries would return seeking vengeance. Almost all the survivors in the community were willing to retreat alongside Li Wanlin and Sun Junjia. Consequently, the entire group of survivors was mobilized, and within a single morning, they were cleared from the underground garage. A total of 120 usable vehicles were organized and repaired, and a substantial amount of gasoline was gathered. In the afternoon, Li Wanlin and Sun Junjia set off with the survivors. They drove away approximately 100 vehicles, leaving behind around 20 for those who chose to stay. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, although the majority of survivors opted to depart, a significant number chose to remain. Among them were Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, who bore a deep-seated vendetta against the South Boundary Ridge gang. Additionally, Li Haipeng, who had sustained an injury during yesterday's operation, was compelled to join the retreat. Yet, these two young men were resolute in their decision to stay, expressing their eagerness for the South Boundary Ridge members to arrive, as it would provide them with the perfect opportunity to avenge their families. Also remaining were Ma Chong and his 5 subordinates. Ma Chong arranged for his mother to accompany the main group while he opted to stay behind. Despite his imposing physique, he possessed considerable cunning, having recently gained supernatural abilities. He feared that if he went to Fangzhou City, he might be subjected to dissection. In these times, it wasn't just Lu Yuan who had read apocalyptic novels. Since acquiring his powers, Ma Chong's ambitions had gradually blossomed. He believed that in Fangzhou City, with his abilities, he would either be dissected or recruited. He had no desire to lead a life of complying with authority within a bureaucratic system. Now that he had power and considering the unrestrained nature of the outside world, he felt he could carve out his own niche. As for Lu Yuan, his decision was unequivocal. He had no intention of leaving. Not only was his ever-upgrading residence his cornerstone for survival in this apocalyptic world, but he also had his own insights about the so-called safe zones. Having read over 500 apocalyptic novels, in such a world, within those safe zones, everyone was merely a cog in the machine. To survive, one was required to engage in various taxing tasks daily, whether it be working in factories or farming. If one occupied a lower position, escaping such a lifestyle was impossible. Moreover, daily resources were rationed. Unless one was willing to risk their life on the front lines, Lu Yuan had no desire to go there. Furthermore, he questioned whether those safe zones could offer more security than his current fortified dwelling. In his view, they certainly could not. What surprised Lu Yuan the most was that Mo Xiaobei also chose not to head to the safe zone. She remained behind. But instead of moving next door to Lu Yuan, she relocated to a spacious unit on the same floor, but in a different section. In these times, it was understandable that everyone desired more living space, as housing was available. Mo Xiaobei did not explain her choice to stay, and Lu Yuan did not press her for details. After a long day of toil, Lu Yuan finally returned home around 3 in the afternoon, activating the safety mode. He stepped through the door, whereupon he initiated the voice control function. The protective panels by each window slowly descended, plunging the room into darkness. Soft lights illuminated the space. and with the support of a fresh air system, the atmosphere remained quite comfortable. The underfloor heating automatically began to circulate, quickly raising the temperature within the house. Outside, a biting cold wind had begun to blow, yet the warmth of over 20 degrees inside offered a true sense of home. After indulging in a bath to wash away the fatigue of the day, Yuan entered the living room and prepared himself a hot pot feast. In such a post-apocalyptic environment, being able to enjoy a life with water and electricity, feasting on hot pot, and sipping beer was nothing short of luxurious. With an abundance of meat and alcohol, the only shortcoming was the lack of fresh vegetables. Fortunately, canned goods were available. After a hearty meal, Yuan began to assess his recent acquisitions. His expedition to the South Boundary Ridge, where he raided Yongcheng's old hideout, had yielded considerable rewards. However, due to the continuous busyness, he had not found the time to meticulously inventory his spoils. Now, with time on his hands, it was only fitting to conduct a thorough examination. Fortified shelter level 2, 155 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 1,855,000, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100, owner, Yuan, skills, level 3 dog beating stick technique, automobile knowledge encyclopedia, level 3 automotive repair master, firearm knowledge encyclopedia, armored vehicle proficiency, tank driving proficiency, level 10 sharpshooter, iron body technique, comprehensive battlefield first aid knowledge, equipment, 1 tungsten steel engineer's shovel, 198 handgun, 195 assault rifle, 1 Colt Python, 1 Type 191 light machine gun, 3 Type 79 submachine guns, 3 Type 64 handguns, 1 turtle shell protective suit, 1 wind control acceleration boots, 1 land warrior helmet, 12 turtle shells, 1 marauder armored personnel carrier, 1 rainbow 4 drone, 1 Type 88 heavy machine gun, treasure, 1 lightning vine, inactive, 1 modified mark armor, incomplete, energy reserves, 2 ultra high-level green crystals, 8 high-level blue crystals, 6, 550 ordinary white crystals, before proceeding with any upgrades. Yuan first took stock of his resources. Excluding food, beverages, and other consumables for the moment, he noted the surplus of firearms and ammunition. He had accumulated an extra 3 Type 79 submachine guns and 3 Type 64 handguns. This was after distributing some to Li Wanlin, Sun Junjie, and a few of Ma Chong's subordinates. As for the rainbow drone, its significance was self-evident. Additionally, he had extracted a considerable number of crystal cores from Duan Yongqing's safe, 5 extra blue crystals and 2 green ones, with over 4,000 ordinary white crystals at his disposal. At present, the mere collection of over 4,000 ordinary white crystal cores, coupled with the 2,000 he already possessed, is sufficient for him to upgrade his abode. However, what truly elates Yuan is the unexpected addition of an option for magic treasures in his equipment inventory. Although the 2 treasures within are one awaiting activation and the other incomplete, they ignite within Yuan a vision of new developmental avenues for the future. Chapter 53. No time to waste. Ever since Ma Chong underwent a transformation last night, acquiring an extraordinary enhancement, it would be impossible for Yuan not to feel a twinge of envy. Yet what could he do about it? The thought of embarking on a perilous journey akin to Ma Chong's, being stabbed, consuming vast amounts of antibiotics, devouring the flesh of infected mutated beasts, and drinking rainwater that might be rife with harmful pathogens, fills Yuan with dread. Ma Chong's awakening of powers may be a stroke of remarkable fortune, not something to be expected universally. Should others attempt to replicate his path, a misstep at any stage could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in their transformation into zombies. Yuan has no desire to risk his life for the sake of strength, since he cannot find an optimization strategy within himself. He must turn his thoughts toward enhancing his equipment. Currently, he possesses a considerable array of gear. However, few items can rival the might of Ma Chong's transformed abilities. Despite Ma Chong's current vulnerability to bullets, who can predict whether he might undergo further evolution, should such an evolution occur? His enhanced physique may indeed render him impervious to blades and bullets. In that eventuality, what could Yuan wield to contend with him? Thus, he must delve into the potential of those 2 magic treasures. Regrettably, he has yet to determine their precise application, as he is preoccupied with a more pressing task, upgrading his residence. They had thoroughly dismantled Duan Yongqing's lair and absconded with a plethora of his treasures. Were it he in Duan Yongqing's position, he would undoubtedly be seething with rage and plotting revenge. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, when he witnessed Duan Yongqing's crew procure a gunboat, Yuan felt a tightening in his chest, especially on the journey back. After gleaning extensive information about Duan Yongqing from Li Wanlin, he became acutely aware that this previously unknown adversary was undoubtedly ambitious, cunning, and ruthless. It is no small feat to have built such an expansive enterprise at the onset of the apocalypse. Fortune favored him yesterday, catching Yuan Yongsheng off guard. Had Yuan Yongsheng been present in his lair, the outcome of the confrontation could have been drastically different. Given the modus operandi of the group, from Nanjiling, retaliation is surely imminent. It is highly likely they will strike tonight or perhaps during the day tomorrow. To safeguard his home, an upgrade is imperative. The challenge now is that, although he has amassed enough crystal cores for this upgrade, the specifics of the endeavor remain to be seen. However, this upgrade requires far more than merely possessing the crystal core. This upgrade stipulates not only the crystal core, but also 20 tons of steel, 3 million watts of batteries, a complete set of supermotors, 2 125mm caliber cannons, optional, and a 23mm twin-barrel machine gun, optional. Upon examining the conditions for the upgrade, Lu Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had managed to gather over 200 automotive batteries, yet he still lacked a significant amount. These batteries were salvaged from vehicles that could no longer start while he was organizing the underground garage that afternoon. As for the supermotor, he currently had none. Although he possessed more than 200 motors removed from vehicles, while these did not precisely meet the system's requirements, he contemplated the possibility of synthesizing them in the synthesis furnace. At worst, he would have to expend a bit more crystal cores. After all, he wasn't short on funds at the moment. The only source of his distress was the daunting prospect of acquiring 20 tons of steel. Where could he possibly procure that? Furthermore, the 125mm caliber cannon had previously seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the memory of seeing Yuan Yongqing's group firing cannons at their small compound sent chills down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a fear of insufficient firepower. There had been a Type 15 light tank at the bridge, hadn't there? Although it was labeled as light, it weighed around 35 tons. This thought dispelled Lu Yuan's earlier despondency, and he felt a surge of clarity. He immediately rose and entered the armory, heading straight to the synthesis furnace. Upon tapping the touchscreen, he began searching for the super battery. Indeed, within the power system branch interface, he discovered a 3 million watt battery. This was merely the most basic model. There were several black, non-selectable super batteries that, when viewed, caused his scalp to tingle with apprehension due to their energy units. The 3 million watt battery required 1,000 crystal cores for synthesis. This amount was trivial for Lu Yuan. However, adhering to the principle of frugality, he placed the over 200 automotive batteries he had found that afternoon into the synthesis furnace for conversion. To his delight, these batteries helped him save over 200 crystal cores. After paying 800 cores, he successfully acquired the 3 million watt battery. Next up was the synthesis of the supermotor, which similarly required 1,000 crystal cores. Lu Yuan again inserted the 200 motors salvaged from vehicles into the furnace for deduction. He had braced himself for a hefty cost, yet was pleasantly surprised by the substantial deduction of 800 crystal cores. He only needed to pay an additional 200 cores to synthesize a supermotor. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan proceeded with the payment. With batteries and motors secured, all that remained was the 20 tons of steel. Without delay, Lu Yuan swiftly exited the room. The mere thought of impending retribution from Yuan Yongqing loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head. Thus, despite the tempestuous winds and torrential rains outside, Lu Yuan was resolute in his decision not to rest. Descending the stairs and stealthily exiting the community, he summoned his prized armored vehicle, the Hummer. With a firm press on the accelerator, he sped towards the cross-sea bridge. Unlike the previous days, the roads were now fraught with an abundance of wandering zombies, which became particularly ferocious as night fell. However, even the most relentless of them stood no chance against the iron beast propelling forward with over 100 horsepower. Several of the creatures that charged at him were crushed beneath his wheels without hesitation. In mere minutes, Lu Yuan arrived at the bridge's entrance. A stark contrast to his last visit. The ground, once strewn with the remains of zombies, was now inexplicably vacant, sending a chill down his spine. He surmised that the bodies had likely been devoured by wild beasts, even though the city harbored few predators. Yet, there were plenty of stray cats, dogs, and even rats. He pondered whether these animals might undergo mutations after consuming the undead. With such thoughts, Lu Yuan hesitated to exit the vehicle and instead drove directly into the encampment. Fortunately, the tank remained unscathed. Without disembarking, he parked beside the tank and opened the window. Using the scanning feature of his wristwatch, he miniaturized the tank and stored it in his inventory. Without delay, he prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to exit the encampment, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. He recalled that the construction site nearby still harbored a considerable amount of building materials. including rebar and angle steel essential for erecting large buildings. His recent upgrade of fortified defenses required 20 tons of steel. And who could predict how much would be needed in the future? Since he had come this far, it would be prudent to gather additional supplies. Though he sensed an eerie atmosphere surrounding the bridge, he reassured himself that remaining inside the vehicle would ensure his safety. If danger arose, he could simply accelerate away. Suppressing his anxiety, he maneuvered the vehicle into a nearby construction site. The off-road capabilities of the Dongfeng Hummer were indeed remarkable. The unpaved terrain would have posed a significant challenge for a regular vehicle, but this one navigated the uneven ground with relative ease. Soon, he arrived at the material storage area. This site had been acquired by a corporation preparing to construct a large residential complex. The foundation pit had just been excavated, and preparations for piling were imminent when the sudden disaster halted work. As a result, a substantial amount of rebar, intended for the foundation, lay in wait within the storage area. Lu Yuan drove beneath the shelter, effortlessly loading hundreds of bundles of rebar into his miniature inventory. The numerous bundles of rebar, Lu Yuan estimated, must weigh several dozen to 100 tons. He wondered if that would suffice for the next round of housing upgrades. After clearing this construction site, Lu Yuan drove into the site on his left. The situation here mirrored that of the previous site. The earth had just been excavated, and no work had commenced. However, unlike the residential complex, this site was destined to host an 80-plus story skyscraper. Consequently, the material storage area not only contained rebar but also a substantial amount of angle steel. Lu Yuan, undeterred, activated his watch and commenced another round of sweeping. Just as he cleared the angle steel, he suddenly felt the vehicle shake violently. Could it be an earthquake? Lu Yuan cursed silently, but the tremor quickly subsided. A wave of suspicion washed over him as he sensed the disturbance emanating from the foundation pit ahead. Unable to quell his curiosity, he stealthily exited the vehicle and approached the pit. Peering inside, he nearly lost his composure. There, coiled within the depths, lay a python as thick as a water barrel, peacefully slumbering. It had just turned over, forming a massive coil, the length of which was indeterminate, however, judging by its girth. Lu Yuan estimated it to be at least 10 meters long. His mind raced back to a documentary he had once watched titled Titanic Python. A creature of such length, weighing over a ton, would be more than enough to consume him whole. Beside the serpent lay a scattering of stark white bones, sending chills down Lu Yuan's spine. At that moment, he finally understood the fate of the zombie corpses near the bridge. The colossal python remained blissfully unaware of Lu Yuan's presence, either still in a deep slumber or sated from a recent meal, allowing him to retreat cautiously to his vehicle. Once inside, he disregarded the remaining rebar and quietly turned the steering wheel. He dared not accelerate abruptly, relying instead on the idle speed. Inching out of the construction site at a snail's pace, fearful that any noise from the engine might awaken the beast. As he exited the area of the coastal bridge, Lu Yuan realized his back was drenched in sweat. He then pressed the accelerator, and within 10 minutes, he was back at the residential complex. Upon ascending the stairs and entering his home, he collapsed onto the sofa in a state of utter exhaustion. Though he had narrowly escaped danger, the tension that had gripped him left him utterly fatigued. When he saw the system prompt indicating current energy reserves of the owner meet upgrade conditions, would the owner like to proceed with the upgrade? Lu Yuan clicked on the upgrade without hesitation and promptly fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, a glance at his wristwatch revealed it was already 10 o'clock the following morning. A night of profound sleep had rejuvenated him, making him feel as invigorated as a fully charged battery. Springing up from the sofa, Lu Yuan eagerly surveyed his room. The DCOR remained consistent with the previous Syrian style: cement walls, self-leveling flooring, and large ceiling lights, all embodying a minimalist aesthetic. The furniture remained unchanged, seemingly indistinguishable from before. However, when Lu Yuan looked up, he finally noticed a difference. At some point, a loft had mysteriously appeared in the living room of his apartment. The staircase was conveniently located next to the television wall, prompting Lu Yuan to dash upstairs. Upon reaching the upper level, he was taken aback. This was no mere loft, but rather a veritable rotating turret. The 105mm main gun from the previously acquired Type 15 tank was now installed within this turret. The cannon was mounted on a rotating track, accompanied by a control console. This console comprised a complete fire control system, featuring a display screen that provided a view of the outside. When enemies approached, one could simply push the joystick, causing the cannon to glide forward along the track. The cannon port would automatically open, and with the press of a button, it could reload, aim, and fire. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan felt utterly overwhelmed. Thankfully, he resided on the top floor. Otherwise, there would have been no space for such a turret. With this thought, he quickly summoned his attribute panel. Impenetrable Fortress Level 3 Version 10. 185 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 4 halls 10000. Electricity, 100. Water, 100. Gas, 100. Owner, Lu Yuan. Other personal data remained unchanged. But the attributes of this house had undergone a dramatic transformation. Originally 3 bedrooms and 3 halls, consisting of 3 rooms, a living room, a dining room, and a disinfection room, there was now an additional turret hall atop the roof. Most astonishingly, the house had seemingly awakened a unique skill. How skill? Blessing of 1 meter of sunshine. Lu Yuan's mind buzzed at this revelation. What could the blessing of 1 meter of sunshine possibly mean? Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the house possesses the firepower coverage of a 105 millimeters tank cannon. Should the owner encounter danger within this range, they can immediately summon fire support. As for what 1 meter of sunshine referred to, it indicated that if within 1,000 meters, the cannon could fire armor-piercing rounds horizontally, capable of penetrating a 1 meter thick homogeneous steel plate. Chapter 55. Within range, I am truth. Having initially felt disheartened, Lu Yuan was rejuvenated upon reading the description of the blessing of 1 meter of sunshine. His back no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and he walked with a newfound vigor. This was the most accurate portrayal of his current state. Within a 5-kilometer radius of his cannon's range, he, Lu Yuan, embodied truth itself. Previously dissatisfied with the turret's addition, Lu Yuan now embraced the principle of true fragrance. From now on, within a 5-kilometer radius of his abode, he was the master. Anyone daring to provoke him within this territory would find that not even Jesus could save them. This was a proclamation from Lu Yuan himself. While reveling in his newfound power, the system promptly issued a reminder. Ammo is insufficient. Please prepare shells promptly. In his excitement, he had momentarily forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Merely possessing artillery is insufficient. One must also have ammunition. When this tank was procured, it was devoid of shells. It is possible that the military took them away during the retreat, or perhaps they were never loaded in the first place. After all, at that time, the military deployed tanks primarily for deterrence, never truly contemplating their use in urban warfare. The Type 15 light tank, while labeled as lightweight, boasts formidable firepower. Despite its 105 mm caliber, this weapon is a product of our nation's synthesis of European and Russian artillery technologies. Although its caliber is slightly inferior to the heavy tank's 125 mm, its potency remains undiminished. After all, it can penetrate a meter-thick homogeneous steel plate with armor-piercing rounds within effective range, a capability not to be underestimated. Thus, it is no surprise that the export version became an instant bestseller, attracting procurement from multiple nations. As Lu Yuan approached the synthesis furnace, he activated the control panel to inquire about the corresponding ammunition. To his dismay, the prices caused his blood pressure to surge once again. A missile for the 105 mm caliber costs 200 crystal nuclei each, while an armor-piercing round of the same caliber demands 100 crystal nuclei. Simply contemplating these prices made Lu Yuan feel as though purchasing a few rounds would lead him to financial ruin. Initially, he possessed 550 ordinary white crystal nuclei, and prior to the upgrade, he had an additional balance of 185 crystal nuclei. Consequently, after deducting the original balance, the total consumption for this upgrade amounted to 815 crystal nuclei. Presently, he retained 2 green crystal nuclei, 8 blue crystal nuclei, and 835 ordinary white crystal nuclei. While this may seem substantial, acquiring a significant quantity of ammunition could easily lead to his bankruptcy. However, as Lu Yuan grappled with this conundrum, he suddenly recalled that he had discovered a considerable stash of 90 mm anti-aircraft shells in Duan Yongqing's lair. Could these shells be utilized as raw materials to offset some of the synthesis costs? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan cast the 10 or so crates of 35 mm anti-aircraft shells into the synthesis furnace. Remarkably, the moment these shells entered the furnace, the synthesis prices for the specialized ammunition plummeted dramatically. The armor-piercing round, originally priced at 100 crystal nuclei each, dropped to a mere 10. Similarly, the missile, which had cost 200 crystal nuclei, now fell to 50. At this juncture, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and began to meticulously calculate. The missile can be considered the most expensive among all types of ammunition. Typically, tanks are equipped with 1 or 2 such specialized rounds, primarily intended for preemptive strikes. For instance, should they detect a helicopter or a heavy tank, they can employ this missile for an offensive. Moreover, this round possesses a range significantly surpassing that of standard shells, often about twice as far. Lu Yuan deemed this arrangement exceedingly advantageous and promptly synthesized 4 rounds. After all, this ultra-long-range fire support could prove crucial in moments of dire need. Next, we delve into the 4 types of ammunition typically equipped with tank cannons: armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank rounds, shrapnel rounds, and high-explosive shells. As their names suggest, armor-piercing, anti-tank, and shrapnel rounds are designed specifically to combat tanks and fortified structures. Armor-piercing rounds, as implied, are kinetic projectiles that contain no explosives. Instead, they rely on the kinetic energy of their heavy metal heads to penetrate armor, causing devastation through shock waves and the resultant flow of fragmented metal that can incapacitate the crew within the tank. Anti-tank rounds, on the other hand, are equipped with explosives. Upon impact, the warhead detonates, propelling a copperhead forward to breach the armor, resulting in significant damage to the internal crew and the tank structure. Shrapnel rounds exemplify the principle of great strength yielding miraculous results, as they utilize an explosion of ultra-high-energy explosives upon impact with the tank to shatter the inner layers of armor, with the resulting fragments inflicting harm upon the occupants. High-explosive shells, as their name suggests, are not meant for engaging armored vehicles but are intended for targeting ground combat personnel. Considering the potential combat scenarios he might face, Yuan decided to eliminate the impractical armor-piercing rounds from his selection. While these rounds are cost-effective, their lethality is limited, and his adversaries may not necessarily possess armored vehicles. The mechanisms of injury for both anti-tank and shrapnel rounds are quite similar, yet shrapnel rounds are substantially more economical. The operational principle resembles that of internal martial arts in wuxian novels, where sheer force is employed to inflict internal injuries upon opponents. Crucially, these rounds are the least expensive, as prior to their use against tanks, they were employed as concrete demolition shells against cement fortifications. After offsetting costs with high-caliber artillery shells, the price of these rounds amounts to merely 8 crystal cores each. Yuan proceeded to synthesize 5 rounds. Next came the high-explosive shells, which, despite costing 10 crystal cores each, did not deter Yuan, who synthesized 10 without hesitation. His primary concerns were the ragtag forces led by Duan Yongsheng and the impending zombie hordes. The destructive radius of these high-explosive shells is an impressive 50 meters, effectively clearing an area equivalent to a basketball court with a single shot. In total, 340 crystal cores were expended, thereby adequately equipping the turret's ammunition supply. Yuan refrained from synthesizing an excessive quantity, opting instead to maintain flexibility for future needs and the possibility of adjusting ammunition types as required. Upon reaching the turret atop the building, he gazed at the softly glowing 105mm tank cannon, contemplating its potential. This was merely a 105mm caliber. What might be achieved with a 155mm caliber in the future? The prospect of acquiring a 220mm Katyusha rocket launcher conjured visions of directly unleashing devastation upon any adversary who crossed his path. Reflecting on this, he recalled the Type 15 tank and quickly accessed a visual feed, only to discover that the entire vehicle had vanished entirely. It appears that the tank turret has been relocated to the rooftop, transforming it into a makeshift gun tower, while the armor has been repurposed to bolster the house's defenses. Chapter 56. The Grim Reaper's Harvest of the Colorful Scythe. It is precisely due to the sacrifice of these 15 light tanks that Yuan's dwelling has been upgraded to a level of impenetrable fortification. However, this version 10 has left Yuan pondering its implications. What does the system truly signify? Could there possibly be a version 20 or 30? Note, there are still house special skills awaiting collection. Just as Yuan was contemplating how to upgrade his dwelling further, a notification sound resonated from his wristwatch. To Yuan, the sound was akin to celestial music. Could there truly be special skills? The mere thought of it prompted him to quickly access the system on his wristwatch. How special skill, the Grim Reaper's Harvest of the Colorful Scythe. Awaiting activation. Having just experienced the blessing of a sunny day, Yuan was already elated. Upon seeing the Grim Reaper's Harvest of the Colorful Scythe, he leapt from the sofa in sheer exhilaration. This was nothing short of a lethal technique. It turns out this special skill would integrate the Rainbow Fordron, which he had procured from Duan Yongsheng, into the house's fire control system. As for that Rainbow Fordron, it was subsequently validated by Sun Junjie as part of their base's arsenal. Their fortified area was not merely a hydrometric and radar station. It also served as a drone training facility. Following Duan Yongqing's surprise attack on their base, which resulted in the deaths of numerous soldiers and the plundering of most equipment, it became evident that his success stemmed from exploiting the soldiers' lack of preparedness and the base's vulnerability due to the zombie virus outbreak. The overwhelming number of soldiers transformed into zombies significantly diminished their defensive capabilities, thereby granting Duan Yongqing and his cohort a fleeting opportunity. However, they could not reap substantial rewards from that base. Although they eliminated a significant portion of the surviving soldiers, many others had succumbed to zombification. dissuading Duan Yongqing's group from delving too deeply. They merely seized a portion of the weapons and retreated, among which was the Rainbow 4 drone that had been stationed in the hangar. The Rainbow 4 drone, with a takeoff weight of 133 tons and a payload capacity of 335 kilograms, boasts a cruising altitude of 7,000 kilometers, a range of 3,500 kilometers, and an endurance of 35 hours. It can carry 4 air-to-ground missiles, in addition to 2 precision-guided bombs. Merely contemplating this formidable weaponry brought tears of joy to Lu Yuan's eyes. At the time he had secured this drone within a miniature storage unit, he had not given it much thought. He simply wanted to prevent Duan Yongqing's group from acquiring such a weapon, fully aware they would be incapable of operating it. Yet, he worried about the possibility of them disassembling the missiles for their own nefarious purposes, which prompted him to safeguard the drone. However, he had never imagined that one day he would wield such advanced weaponry. After all, the technological sophistication of such devices is considerable, and not everyone is equipped to handle them. Operating such a weapon necessitates coordination with radar and satellite surveillance. Lacking the requisite fire control equipment, he had never entertained the notion of successfully operating the drone. To his astonishment, this drone could interface with the fire control system of his residence. It is worth noting that the fire control system in his home is essentially the same as that found on a Type 15 tank, utilizing an infrared direct aiming system with a coverage range of merely 5 kilometers. For the drone, this is hardly a compelling reason to take flight. Nevertheless, considering the intricate terrain surrounding Lu Yuan's residence within a 5-kilometer radius, he suddenly perceived the true potential of the Rainbow 4. Despite the impressive appearance of its 1-meter sunshine blessing firepower, its operational efficacy is significantly hindered by the terrain. Residing in an urban area, his neighborhood is situated in a hilly region. Within a 5-kilometer radius lies a mountainous park directly ahead, flanked by towering residential buildings on either side. Should he venture into other neighborhoods, the 1-meter sunshine blessing would likely be obstructed by the surrounding high-rises. While the artillery boasts substantial firepower, it cannot simply demolish an entire building with a single shot. However, with the scythe of the Grim Reaper, the task becomes considerably more straightforward. In the future, he could achieve a truly comprehensive 3-dimensional strike within a 5-kilometer radius centered around his home. Upon contemplating this, Lu Yuan immediately dispelled any lingering doubts and chose to activate the system. He was momentarily dazzled by a kaleidoscope of colors before hearing the system notification. House Special Skill, Activation of Scythe of the Grim Reaper. Although this activation cost him 1,000 crystal cores, Lu Yuan felt no pangs of regret. He deemed the activation of this special skill to be well worth the investment. Having activated the capability, it was only natural to put it to the test. Ascending to the upper floor, Lu Yuan summoned the special skill interface and clicked Release. He observed as the cannon in the turret shifted to the left, followed by the floor flipping open. The Rainbow 4 drone emerged from below, albeit in a miniature form. At this moment, the drone's wings were folded, resting quietly on the launch platform. The sliding doors at the front of the turret parted, while the launch system was simultaneously engaged. The drone was forcefully propelled into the sky. At the instant of departure from the launch platform, its wings unfurled, and its size rapidly expanded, reverting to its full dimensions, with an impressive wingspan of 18 meters. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. At that moment, Lu Yuan glanced down and noticed that his wristwatch had transformed into an operational system. The electronic display had doubled in size, expanding to the dimensions of a handheld gaming device. The imagery displayed on the screen perfectly mirrored the aerial perspective of the drone surveying the ground below. Through the control panel, one could deftly maneuver the drone's flight direction, altitude, and cruising speed. After merely a few minutes of operation, Lu Yuan had become quite familiar with this user-friendly mode. The thought of the impending assault by Duan Yongqing's gang prompted him to steer the drone southward, intending to scout the situation in Nanjiling village. Unfortunately, within less than a minute of flight, the drone signaled that it was about to exceed its remote control range and urged a return. It was then that Lu Yuan recalled that the drone's operational radius was limited to a mere 5 kilometers, which coincided with the maximum coverage of the 15 light tank fire control system. This realization left him feeling quite dissatisfied, as it meant he could only harness a mere 5% of the Rainbow 4's combat potential. Clearly, to fully unlock the capabilities of the Rainbow 4, a visit to the hydrological station at Dazzling was essential, where he might discover a fire control system specifically compatible with the drone. Equipped with that system, he could genuinely unleash the full might of the Rainbow 4. Chapter 57. As firm as an impregnable fortress, the mere thought that the Rainbow 4 could achieve a cruising range of 500 kilometers sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Lu Yuan. If he could procure several more Rainbow 4 drones, he would become a veritable airborne octopus. With air support available at every turn, he would finally be able to enjoy the privileges akin to those of the young lords of the Eagle Nation, summoning the Air Force to clear the skies at a moment's notice. This drone was not only capable of aerial bombardment, but could also perform reconnaissance missions. Lu Yuan adeptly piloted the Rainbow 4, completing a thorough aerial survey of several major roads leading from Nanjing. He observed that these routes appeared remarkably tranquil, with no signs of Duan Yongqing's cohorts. It seemed evident that they had no intention of retaliating during daylight, perhaps nursing their wounds in their hideout. Having recalled the drone, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to learn how to control its landing. This process was quite surreal, as a drone's descent required a landing glide similar to that of a conventional aircraft. His rooftop, however, offered no suitable space for such a glide, presenting a significant challenge for the recovery of the drone. Initially taken aback by the prospect of retrieval, his apprehension dissipated when he witnessed the Rainbow 4 hovering above his rooftop, circling gracefully before gradually shrinking in size to that of a 132 model, and finally gliding downwards. Lu Yuan's heart steadied. So this was how landing was accomplished, with the advent of ejection takeoff capabilities. He mused whether he might also procure a few units of the 20 series or something similar for further experimentation. Just as his excitement surged, Lu Yuan suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds from outside. Could it be that Duan Yongqing and his gang were approaching? Grabbing his firearm, he rushed from the turret to the rooftop, ready for whatever awaited him. Taking out a pair of monkey-themed binoculars, which he had unearthed from an unknown neighbor's abode, Lu Yuan gazed toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 vehicles, adorned with several loudspeakers atop, patrolling the street outside their community. Behind these vehicles trailed a throng of wandering corpses, numbering in the hundreds. The night prior, while retrieving a tank, Lu Yuan had already discerned this troubling phenomenon, the increasing number of zombies roaming the streets. His experience in this apocalyptic scenario diverged from the typical narratives found in other end-of-the-world novels. Previously, the government had mandated that everyone remain home to evade potential natural disasters resulting from asteroid debris colliding with Earth. Only essential services, such as hospitals, police stations, and utilities, continued their operations. Consequently, upon entering this apocalyptic state, the streets were sparsely populated with zombies, allowing for a considerable number of survivors in each community, with many corpses trapped within their rooms as well. However, now, over a month into the apocalypse, as various control measures were breached by the zombies, the number of wandering corpses had steadily increased, transforming the external landscape into a scene reminiscent of the cataclysmic depictions in novels. A fundamental principle of surviving in such a world is that upon encountering a zombie, one must evade it. Yet today, it seemed an audacious individual had intentionally lured hordes of zombies to encircle their community. Witnessing this unsettling sight, Lu Yuan felt as though his head might explode from frustration. It was then that he observed the 2 vehicles, after circling the community, directly entering the underground garage. A realization dawned upon him. He hurried downstairs and fortuitously encountered Ma Chong, accompanied by a few of his subordinates, along with Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, emerging from the garage. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, they exchanged knowing smiles. Ma Chong approached and casually draped an arm over Lu Yuan's shoulder. You witnessed the commotion, didn't you? We came by your place earlier, but you didn't respond to our knocking. I presumed you were still groggy from sleep, so we decided on a course of action. Our community comprises 12 buildings, covering a considerable area, though not overly vast. Currently, we are merely 10 individuals left to defend this space. Relying solely on us to secure such a large area presents a significant challenge. Duan Yongqing's faction is numerous and cunning. Upon my return last night, I pondered our defense strategy. Our community has 4 main entrances and 3 smaller ones. With just our 10 members, it would be exceedingly difficult to monitor all access points, let alone secure them. However, Zhang Yu and his companion proposed an intriguing idea. Why not lure some zombies to encircle our community? This way, regardless of which direction Duan Yongqing's crew approaches from, the zombies will serve as both a warning and a protective perimeter for us. Indeed, Ma Chong possesses a keen insight beneath his rough exterior, and his decisiveness in action is commendable. Regrettably, I lack the prowess to command a loyal following. Had I possessed such an ability, enlisting Ma Chong as my subordinate would undoubtedly have made my existence in this apocalyptic world considerably easier. However, it has become evident to Lu Yuan that Ma Chong is also a man of considerable ambition. Given his current circumstances, it is improbable that he could be swayed to my side. In contrast, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai appear to be more susceptible to persuasion. Clearly, While they are consumed with thoughts of vengeance, they exhibit a certain reluctance to align themselves with Ma Chong. Their manner of speaking and style of action do not seem to resonate with that of the fitness instructor. I have devised a plan. I will take a few individuals to guard the rooftop of Building 3. Yuan and Mo Xiaobei will occupy the top floor of Building 4, while Zhang Yu and Wan Hai will secure the rooftop of Building 1. This arrangement will effectively fortify our defenses from 3 vantage points. Regardless of the direction from which Duan Yongqing approaches, we can establish a crossfire coverage. It must be said, Ma Chong possesses a measure of intellect. His strategy is indeed commendable. The 3 buildings he mentioned are, fortuitously, the tallest and most strategically significant within the community. Building 1, the king of the complex, faces the main entrance to the south, with the villa area situated to the west, allowing us to easily lock down that direction from the rooftop. Building 4 is positioned to the left and rear of Building 1, enabling us to secure both the main entrance and the southwest, while also covering the eastern entrance. Meanwhile, Building 3, located to the right and rear of Building 4, can effectively guard the rear and eastern entrances, while also providing oversight of the western approach. If our 3 groups occupy the rooftops of these buildings in mutual support, it will indeed pose a formidable challenge for Duan Yongqing and his cohort to penetrate our defenses. Initially, Lu Yuan was troubled by how to defend such an expansive community with so few personnel. However, upon hearing Ma Chong's outlined strategy, the entire area seems to transform into an impregnable fortress. Chapter 58. Mo Xiaobei also unleashed very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Lu Yuan readily acquiesced to Ma Chong's plan, much to Ma Chong's delight. After all, he had previously felt somewhat inferior to Lu Yuan and harbored a slight sense of discontent within. Here, take these. We shall communicate through these devices in case of any issues, Ma Chong said, producing 2 walkie-talkies from a bag handed to him by a subordinate. He handed one to Lu Yuan and the other to Zhang Yu and Wan Hai. Clearly, he had cherished these gadgets for quite some time and would not have revealed them under normal circumstances. Understanding without voicing it, life continued on. Lu Yuan raised the walkie-talkie in appreciation. Thank you. After finalizing basic strategies with Ma Chong and the others, Lu Yuan departed with Zhang Yu and the others to their respective buildings to recuperate their energies, as a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. However, just as they rounded a corner, Lu Yuan called out to Zhang Yu and Wan Hai. What weapons are you currently using? He inquired. Considering that both had lost their parents during the rain-soaked night 2 days prior, they had previously participated in Lu Yuan's expedition to gather supplies from the supermarket, though they had not made a particularly lasting impression on him at that time. Last night, they followed Lu Yuan and his group to Nanjiyuling for vengeance. It was the first time for the 2 of them to taste blood, and they managed to acquire a few firearms. If Lu Yuan's memory served him correctly, their weapons appeared to be 2 Remingtons. While these guns possessed formidable power in close combat, they were perhaps not suitable for precise long-range strikes. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai exchanged glances before unzipping the tennis bags behind them. Previously, Sun Junjie and Li Wanlin, aware of their intention to stay behind, had left them 2 guns and some ammunition. As Lu Yuan glanced over, he spotted an 81 rifle and a Type 56 lying in the tennis bag, alongside several scattered magazines. A few unopened boxes of bullets were evidently what Li Wanlin and the others had discovered in Duan Yongqing's secret chamber the day before. Unexpectedly, those 2 had been quite generous in leaving them behind. Have you ever handled a gun before? Lu Yuan casually inquired. During military training in college, we fired the Type 56 and learned the basic operations. But since then, we haven't touched one, they replied honestly. Yesterday was our first time firing in the field. However, Sun Junjie provided us with a brief training session before he left. Despite Lu Yuan's usual low profile and reluctance to boast, he had led the group in defeating the alligator turtle at the supermarket and single-handedly repelled the thugs at Nanjiyuling, even orchestrating a remarkable counterattack. Thus, he held considerable weight in Zhang Yu and Wan Hai's eyes. Lu Yuan nodded. If they come tonight, be cautious. These 2 guns are for your protection. Remember, do not fire indiscriminately. As he spoke, he handed them 2 Type 79 submachine guns, which elicited a look of gratitude from the pair. Lu Yuan did not elaborate further and simply patted their shoulders. Ensure you have an escape route. If things become overwhelming, retreat. Do not engage in a futile struggle. To be truthful, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai were both inexperienced, though they harbored a burning desire for vengeance on behalf of their families. Lu Yuan, however, harbored doubts about their ability to defend Building 1, which was why he had provided them with submachine guns and emphasized the importance of self-preservation. Taken aback by Lu Yuan's advice, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry, brother Yuan. Without further ado, Lu Yuan turned and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top floor and preparing to return home, He spotted Mo Xiaobei standing at the entrance of his building's fire escape, smiling at him. Have you discussed strategies with them? Yes, but why didn't you come down earlier? Lu Yuan asked. Mo Xiaobei's smile faded. Ma Chong came to see me. But I didn't open the door. I always felt something was off about him. Never mind. Mo Xiaobei hesitated, and Lu Yuan chose not to respond. He had noticed Ma Chong's interest in Mo Xiaobei during their previous group outings, but she had never reciprocated his advances, leading him to abandon the pursuit. Lu Yuan then recounted Ma Chong's plans to Mo Xiaobei. Naturally, she had no objections to guarding building for alongside him. By the way, is your weapon sufficient? Lu Yuan recalled the few small cannons he had left. Previously, he had given Mo Xiaobei a Type 92 pistol. Just yesterday, she had found a Type 56 at her doorstep. For a woman, these firearms were not particularly user-friendly. He pondered whether to provide Mo Xiaobei with a Type 64 as an additional means of self-defense. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind Mo Xiaobei like a specter. Startled, Lu Yuan quickly drew his pistol and aimed it behind her. Mo Xiaobei was equally startled. Hey, what are you doing, Lu Yuan? Put the gun down. Let me introduce you. At that moment, a shadow leapt onto her shoulder. It was a half-meter-long feline. As it looked at Lu Yuan, who was still holding the gun, it bared its sharp fangs, displaying an expression of predatory intent. Lu Yuan stared in astonishment at the creature perched on Mo Xiaobei's shoulder, poised to pounce at any moment. It appeared to have once been a domestic cat, but had since undergone a transformation. Its body had elongated, its limbs had grown more robust, and its ears stood tall, adorned with tufts of exquisite fur. The patterns on its coat had begun to intermingle with spots resembling those of a leopard. A vivid memory flashed in Lu Yuan's mind. Reminiscent of the leopard cats he had seen at the zoo, this creature bore a striking resemblance to those leopard cats. Albeit with a slightly shorter tail and a more compact body, yet its limbs were undeniably more powerful. Curry, what are you doing? This is Uncle Lu. Don't be so fierce. Mo Xiaobei noticed that the leopard cat on her shoulder was in a state of agitation and quickly reached out to soothe it by stroking the nape of its neck. As Lu Yuan lowered his gun, the leopard cat also relaxed its aggressive demeanor. It squinted its eyes in contentment, reveling in Mo Xiaobei's gentle touch, and soon emitted a rumbling purr from its throat. What is this? Lu Yuan inquired. This is my pet cat, named Curry. Do you remember the heart of the alligator turtle that the girl riding the crane gave me a few days ago? Mo Xiaobei's mention of this made Lu Yuan recall the time they had sniped 2 alligator turtles at the bridge, only for them to be eliminated by 2 cranes that descended from the sky. The fairy who rode in on the crane had indeed given Mo Xiaobei the heart of one of the turtles, suggesting she feed it to her pet. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, considering the circumstances, it seemed that Mo Xiaobei's pet cat had mutated after consuming the alligator turtle's heart. Chapter 59. Using a cannon to swat a fly after consuming the heart, Curry had slept for 3 days and then transformed into this. Mo Xiaobei briefly explained the situation regarding Curry's mutation. What is it like to eat? Lu Yuan observed the large feline, concerned that Mo Xiaobei would struggle to provide enough sustenance for it. Moreover, it appeared that this large cat would continue to grow. I'm also at a loss. The feline has recently developed an aversion to its usual fare, preferring to venture outdoors in the evenings to forage for sustenance. Mo Xiaobei affectionately stroked the cat's head, and it blissfully nuzzled her palm. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan's expression brightened. Is your cat obedient? Could it be sent out at night? Lu Yuan's intention was clear. He hoped the cat could serve as a sentinel for them. After all, the sooner they detected any threats, the more advantageous it would be for them. Mo Xiaobei hesitated slightly. I'm not certain, but we can certainly try tonight. Lu Yuan nodded. All right, let's return and rest well. There might be complications tonight, so we need to be alert. Mo Xiaobei nodded in agreement and turned to her room. The group, led by Duan Yongcheng, had become a lingering worry for them. They could not focus on anything else until that threat was eliminated. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sky darkened unexpectedly. Ever since the meteor fragments collided with Earth, the seasons had been noticeably disrupted. It was still late summer, yet the weather felt as though it had shifted to early winter. Not only was the temperature chilly, but twilight also arrived much earlier. Lu Yuan emerged from his room and made his way to the rooftop, where Mo Xiaobei also arrived via the fire escape. She found the circular tower atop Lu Yuan's home rather peculiar, as such a structure seemed absent from other rooftops. However, being a girl, she had little interest in the concrete and steel, and thus refrained from inquiring further. Lu Yuan glanced at Mo Xiaobei. Are you ready? She nodded and set the serval cat, which had been nestled in her arms, down onto the ground. The cat, Curry, stretched its hind legs and yawned lazily. Mo Xiaobei then crouched beside it, whispering softly. She instructed Curry to watch over the nearby Zhuxian Road and report back if any suspicious groups approached. Lu Yuan was intrigued by the cat's response. While Mo Xiaobei spoke, it seemed to listen intently, eventually nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was taken aback as Curry leaped from the rooftop, descending swiftly towards the surrounding fence. He rushed to the edge and peered down, witnessing the shadow gliding down the exterior wall of their building with astonishing speed. Gravity appeared to have no effect on it. If Newton had observed this scene, even the weight of his coffin might not have contained his astonishment. This creature was truly soaring across rooftops. In less than 5 seconds, the cat had descended from the height of over 100 meters. Upon reaching the second floor, it propelled itself off the building's outer wall, launching horizontally and landing gracefully atop a decorative tree in the adjacent park. The branches swayed wildly as the shadow darted from one treetop to another, hardly touching the ground as it flitted about among the canopy. With a series of agile leaps, he effortlessly vaulted over the fortified wall of the nearby community. This wall had been reinforced at the onset of the apocalypse, when strict isolation measures were imposed to prevent individuals from wandering aimlessly. At that time, the community had organized a construction crew to enhance the wall with steel panels, raising its height considerably. Consequently, the wall now stood over 3 meters tall, its summit adorned with sharp steel edges. Remarkably, the cat adeptly navigated to the gaps between the steel panels. Beyond the wall, a throng of thousands of zombies meandered restlessly. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Curry leaped into the horde. The zombies, driven by their insatiable hunger, would not overlook such a delectable morsel, especially as night fell. When their ferocity surged, their speed and strength intensified, yet Curry, surrounded by the undead, remained unperturbed. He seemed to dance gracefully amidst the sea of corpses, each step and movement perfectly timed to evade the grasping claws of the zombies. In a matter of moments, he burst forth from the encirclement, vanishing into the vastness of the night. On the rooftop, Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei, who had been intently watching Curry, exhaled in relief as they observed his retreating figure. Mo Xiaobei unclenched her tight fist, while Lu Yuan gently patted her shoulder. "Do not worry, he will surely return safely." Having witnessed Curry's remarkable display, Lu Yuan was convinced that the cat had undergone not only a physical transformation but also a cognitive enhancement, enabling him to comprehend Mo Xiaobei's words. With his agility, executing such a straightforward task posed no challenge. Mo Xiaobei nodded silently, caught in her thoughts, when suddenly the sound of gunfire erupted behind them. They swiftly turned to investigate. Lu Yuan grasped his binoculars and focused on building number 3, where figures were darting about on the rooftop. Through the lenses, he clearly discerned Ma Chang, who was animatedly shouting and firing at the commotion below. His face flushed with excitement. He wielded his Remington with fervor. Not far from their building, a modified pickup truck was engaged in a firefight with them. This vehicle had evidently been reinforced, with steel plating welded onto its roof, hood, and cab. Realizing the purpose of the truck, Lu Yuan understood why Duan Yongqing and his group had not approached during the day. They had likely taken advantage of daylight to enhance their vehicle, clearly arriving prepared for confrontation. It appeared they were also aware of the weaponry previously utilized by Lu Yuan's group, which accounted for their cautious approach. Ma Chang and his companions adopted a similar strategy to Lu Yuan's, securing themselves atop the building. Upon spotting the suspicious vehicle, Ma Chang immediately opened fire. It seemed he had developed a fondness for the Remington, opting to use it for suppressive fire, despite its limited accuracy at range. As Lu Yuan was about to remind Ma Chang to conserve ammunition, a steel plate suddenly rose from the bed of the pickup truck. Then, a thick black gun barrel emerged from behind that steel plate. From his vantage point atop building number 4, Lu Yuan's hair stood on end at the sight of the formidable barrel. A 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Goodness, this was akin to using artillery to swat a mosquito. Previously, witnessing Ma Chang frantically unleashing firepower from the rooftop without any apparent response from the opposition had already raised Lu Yuan's suspicions. However, seeing them set up an anti-aircraft machine gun nearly sent him into a state of panic. They had merely fired a few shots at you, and you retaliated with a cannon? This was excessively brutal. Yet, it was entirely in line with the notorious style of those from the southern border ridge. Being somewhat of a self-proclaimed expert in firearms, Lu Yuan was well aware of that heavy machine gun specifications. Initially developed abroad as an anti-tank gun, it had later undergone modifications under the hands of the Chinese, driven by a phobia of insufficient firepower and a keen demand for anti-air capabilities. Unfortunately, after decades of research, it yielded little success due to its heavy weight, low precision, and the tendency of the barrel to explode. It wasn't until the Chinese made breakthroughs in basic materials like ammunition and barrels that the design of this machine gun was reconsidered. Within a few years, it was produced and subsequently tested, astonishing many with its power, which rivaled that of a 25mm aircraft cannon, boasting even greater stability. Consequently, this weapon was mass-produced for armored vehicles and naval ships, later being exported in large quantities. The anti-aircraft machine gun facing them was evidently salvaged from a ship. Recognizing the imminent threat, Lu Yuan instinctively grabbed his radio. Ma Chong, get down. Just as his warning left his lips, the enemy opened fire. Boom, boom. Two muffled shots rang out, and the northern wall of building number 3 erupted in a cacophony of dust and debris as it collapsed. Ma Chong, who had been vociferously shouting moments before, was now lying flat on the ground, having succumbed to caution. Along with him, his subordinates also instinctively crouched down, clutching their heads like a flock of ostriches. Fortunately, the enemy ceased fire after just 2 shots, a decision likely stemming from their inexperience. Despite having learned from the tactics of their foreign counterparts in mounting the machine gun onto the truck, they underestimated the recoil of the 14.5mm heavy machine gun. Although the designers had employed a significant amount of titanium and aluminum alloys to lighten the weapon, it still weighed over 100 kilograms once completed. Moreover, the designer had also equipped the muzzle with a recoil compensator, yet the 145 caliber bullets, resembling the thickness of a carrot, still produced astonishing recoil. After just 2 shots, the pickup truck was nearly rocked over. Although the adversary managed to forcefully hold down the front of the vehicle, the subsequent 2 shots soared into the sky, rendering any notion of precision utterly futile. Nevertheless, despite only 2 hits, no casualties were inflicted. However, the psychological pressure exerted by the enemy had thoroughly subdued Ma Chong and his companions. At this juncture, although the enemy had ceased firing, Ma Chong and his fellows dared not rise to retaliate. The adversary, having discerned the precarious position of Ma Chong's group, brazenly leaped from their vehicle, preparing to relocate the machine gun to the ground for further assault. Yet, Lu Yuan was not one to grant them such an opportunity. He had already drawn his 191 and unleashed a volley towards the 2 descending from the vehicle. Lu Yuan understood that employing artillery or heavy machine guns would be most effective against these marauders. However, his heavy machine gun was mounted on the roof of the building, and by the time he descended, they would have already moved it. Utilizing artillery against such foes seemed a waste of ammunition, and he had not yet reached the level of extravagance where he could afford to use cannons to swat mosquitoes. His budget simply did not permit such indulgence. The modified armored vehicle was situated merely 800 or 900 meters from the rooftop of building number 4, perfectly within the effective range of his 191 rifle. He steadied the stock against his shoulder and regulated his breath. When the 2 adversaries appeared within the scope of his 8-power magnification, he unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. The first assailant fell without uttering a sound, while the second, who was busy relocating the gun from the vehicle, was also struck down onto the truck bed. Witnessing this, the bandit who had been hiding in the cabin began to panic. The individual in the passenger seat flung open the door and shouted something to the others behind. Meanwhile, the previously shot adversary surprisingly managed to muster the strength to rise and clamber back onto the truck bed. To his dismay, it appeared that the enemy was clad in bulletproof vests. At that moment, the zombies that had been surrounding the entrance of their community began to converge towards the pickup truck, prompted by the gunfire. Suddenly, the pickup truck accelerated, reversing away. Their pace was not rapid, yet the individual who had climbed onto the truck bed, having regained some breath, occasionally poked his head out to fire at the approaching zombies. The horde of zombies that had been encircling the community walls finally sprang into action. Groups of 3 to 5 zombies followed the pickup truck towards High Bay Road, then proceeded onto the subsequent Haitian Road. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan finally grasped the reality. The pickup truck was not an aggressor, it was merely a decoy, intended to lure the zombies away. Just then, he was startled by a resounding thud in the distance, followed by a tremendous explosion erupting from the small garden in front of building number 3. Although Lu Yuan was merely a pseudo-military enthusiast, he had nonetheless watched many war films. The mere sight of the explosion in the garden made it evident to him that the enemy was shelling the area. Quickly conceal yourselves, the enemy is firing. Lu Yuan communicated through the walkie-talkie while dragging Mo Xiaobei into the turret. At that moment, he disregarded any concerns about exposing secrets and pulled Mo Xiaobei down the stairs. Fortunately, although Mo Xiaobei was curious about the changes in Lu Yuan's room, she refrained from asking questions. This girl was quite perceptive. In a post-apocalyptic world, everyone harbored secrets. If someone was willing to share, they would do so voluntarily. If they chose not to disclose, it was prudent not to pry. Based on her experience from watching movies, 90% of the misfortunes befell those who spoke too freely. Thus, she understood well how to safeguard her own interests. Where are they firing from? Where are they attacking? The voice of Ma Chong crackled through the walkie-talkie, filled with astonishment and anger. It was evident that the aggressive approach of Duan Yongcheng and his group had instilled fear in Ma Chong. At that moment, Lu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought they could fortify the community against any threat. Little did he know that in the face of their adversaries' tactics, their defenses appeared laughable. Damn it, those novels are all lies. My 500 novels on the apocalypse have proven of little use. Aren't the antagonists in those stories usually portrayed as fools? Why do I always encounter the exceptions? Chapter 61. A small test. The enemy first dispatched an armored vehicle as bait, aiming to divert the zombies they had been using as a defensive perimeter. Simultaneously, they sought to probe the authenticity of their firepower arrangements. Fortunately, the enemy's artilleryman was rather incompetent. His shots lacked precision. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated by now. This was hardly the behavior expected from a dim-witted antagonist. It was evident that they were dealing with a tactical mastermind, Lu Yuan silently criticized. That's where they are firing from, atop the peak in Juxionling Park. Zhang Yu's voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. Just south of the South Bank Sunshine Community. Across a narrow road lay a small hillock. Typically, on weekends, people would hike there, and it had later been developed into a scenic park. The building where Zhang Yu and the others were located faced this park directly, allowing them to quickly spot the flames erupting from the hilltop. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Lu Yuan hastily retrieved his binoculars and focused on the hilltop. Indeed, he spotted 4 or 5 individuals near a pavilion, tinkering with a mortar to bombard them. One of the figures stood at the forefront, peering through binoculars in their direction, clearly attempting to assess their position. That mortar had likely been pilfered from the Dazzling hydrological station, and the artillerymen were probably self-trained. However, their training seemed lacking. They had only managed to fire 4 rounds, each wildly off target. While the 3 buildings they occupied remained largely unharmed, the gardens, ponds, and other greenery in the park had suffered considerable damage, reduced to chaos. Though the enemy's shots were erratic, Lu Yuan was not inclined to allow them further opportunities to practice. Who knew whether their accuracy might improve over time? He approached the balcony and swiftly seized the 88 type heavy machine gun suspended overhead. As the firearm was positioned against his chest, a machine gun port had already been opened through the steel armor plating of the window, allowing the barrel to extend outward. The overhead mounting apparatus was far more intricate than a mere mechanical fixture. It constituted a comprehensive shooting assistance system equipped with a shock-absorbing motor, positioned in a standing stance. Lu Yuan grasped the weapon, its body suspended in front of him, while the sighting scope seamlessly aligned with his eyes. He could discern the situation atop the opposing mountain summit with remarkable clarity through the night vision scope. This mounting system was not only outfitted with night vision capabilities, but also possessed the ability to measure distance and wind speed. The distance was precisely 51 kilometers, well within the effective range of the heavy machine gun, with a wind speed of 1 and good visibility. As several figures appeared in the crosshairs, Lu Yuan steadily pressed the trigger. The sound of the 88-style heavy machine gun erupted with a deep growl. However, the experience was markedly different from when it was mounted atop the armored vehicle. Despite the specialized support used to mitigate recoil, the weapon had still exhibited some degree of jumpiness. Only an experienced marksman could maintain accuracy by compensating for the weapon's movement with each shot. Now, however, all vibrations were absorbed by the hydraulic suspension above, ensuring that the weapon remained steady after each discharge. Lu Yuan only needed to adjust his aim based on the trajectory of the tracer rounds. In the scope, a figure attempting to load a shell into the cannon was abruptly bisected. The shell tumbled to the ground nearby, and the crew member behind initially froze in shock before attempting to retrieve it. In the blink of an eye, that shell was struck and detonated by Lu Yuan. A cloud of smoke enveloped the mortar position, resembling a colossal firework display as flames erupted. As the smoke cleared, the mortar site lay in utter disarray, devoid of any survivors. With the assistance of such advanced equipment, eliminating the enemy felt akin to a simple video game for Lu Yuan, instilling within him a sense of exhilaration. Just as he exhaled in relief, a shadow darted into view through the scope, racing towards the vicinity with astonishing speed. Within mere meters of the southern gate of the compound, the shadow leaped gracefully, soaring over the towering iron gate. With a powerful push, it descended from the gate and sprinted directly towards their building. It was Curry. Curry had returned. Mo Xiaobei, who had been observing the unfolding battle from the window with Lu Yuan's makeshift binoculars, also noticed the shadow's approach. Without hesitation, Curry continued upward along the outer wall of the building, scaling it as if defying gravity. In a matter of moments, he reached Lu Yuan's window. Just as Lu Yuan opened the window, the agile feline leaped into the room. The leopard cat dashed into Mo Xiaobei's arms, and she, overjoyed, reached out to pet its head. However, her expression swiftly changed. This is bad. A large convoy is approaching from the direction of Jushin Road. It is unclear how she communicates with the cat, Yet one could easily surmise with a mere thought that this information must have originated from Curry. Lu Yuan harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of the intelligence brought forth by Curry and promptly seized the walkie-talkie. Zhang Yu, Wan Hai, exercise caution. A convoy is approaching from the direction of Jushin Road. Jushin Road lies directly opposite the southern gate of their residential complex, albeit not in a straight line. Instead, it meanders southward, winding around the forefront of Jushin Ling, thereby positioning the southern gate and building one directly in the path of the approaching vehicles. Received, understood. Although Zhang Yu's response was calm, Lu Yuan could discern the tension in their voices. Do not panic. I will provide support from behind. Remember, if things become dire, find a way to retreat. Understood, Brother Yuan. Is it possible for us to ascend to the rooftop and retrieve some supplies? Zhang Yu's inquiry momentarily stunned Lu Yuan. Without further contemplation, he dashed to the rooftop, just in time to witness a drone soaring from the top of Building 1. It was a hexacopter, significantly larger than the commonly seen quadcopters on the market. Below the drone dangled a sturdy rope. Upon glancing towards Building 1, Lu Yuan spotted Wan Hai, who was waving at him with a remote control in hand. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, everyone harbored some private means of survival. Brother Yuan, catch the rope and secure it to a stable anchor. This will serve as our escape route. Ensure it is well fastened. Came Zhang Yu's voice through the walkie-talkie as the drone descended. Lu Yuan examined the rope, recognizing it as a robust climbing rope, instantly grasping Zhang Yu's intention. To the 28th floor, Lu Yuan shouted into the walkie-talkie. He chose not to secure the rope to the rooftop, but rather to a lower level, thereby allowing Zhang Yu and Wan Hai to utilize the force of gravity to descend quickly to the 28th floor should they need to retreat. This approach was decidedly safer than anchoring it to the rooftop. Wan Hai soon comprehended his plan and deftly maneuvered the drone directly to the 28th floor. Lu Yuan had previously cleared this level, so he was well acquainted with the entrance. He swiftly caught the drone on the balcony of room 2801, pulled in the rope, and secured it tightly to a load-bearing beam within the room. Just as he completed the task, Zhang Yu's voice erupted from the walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Chapter 62, 1 meter of sunshine, truly deserved. A distant rumble of engines echoed, and even from afar, Lu Yuan could discern the cacophony of the approaching convoy. He returned to the rooftop and peered through the gaps between the buildings, spotting a convoy turning onto Jushin Road. Leading the procession was a bulldozer, its cabin encased in welded steel plates. The front blade was smeared with blood, while the wheels were caked with the flesh and blood of the undead. Following closely behind was a heavy truck hauling a container, accompanied by another bulldozer and an excavator. Behind the heavily armored convoy, several modified pickup trucks stood ready. Lu Yuan, standing in the house, was utterly astounded. This convoy truly exuded the aura of an apocalyptic fleet. The only distinction from the steampunk caravans depicted in films was the absence of skulls adorning the front and the absence of death metal rock music. At that moment, the bulldozer had reached the southern gate of the community but did not rush in. Instead, it continued forward to create space. The heavy-duty container truck then arrived at the main entrance of the community, positioning itself directly across the entrance, with the container facing the southern gate. Before Lu Yuan could comprehend the situation, the steel panels on the side of the container slid apart, revealing a turret hidden within the vehicle. Upon recognizing the formidable weaponry, Lu Yuan could only exclaim in disbelief. The weapon was the dual-mounted 37mm cannon they had seen being brought back on the gunboat the previous dawn. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed the turret adjusting its orientation, and before he could ascertain its target, the rapid-fire cannon erupted in a barrage. The rooftop of Building 1 erupted in a series of flashes and explosions. From Lu Yuan's vantage point, he could only see the top of Building 1, which was quickly enveloped in a cloud of dust and smoke. Although he had anticipated that Zhang Yu and Wan Hai would not pose a significant threat, he never expected that they would not even have the opportunity to fire a single shot. In fact, from the moment the enemy began probing their firepower, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai had not been afforded even one chance to shoot. How had the enemy discovered their position? Suddenly, a sharp cry broke through his thoughts. It was the fierce meow of a cat. In an instant, a shadow darted past him. Curry, standing beside him, startled Mo Xiaobei, who cried out in an attempt to stop Curry, but it was evidently too late. The next scene left them both astonished. Curry leapt into the air, pouncing on a shadowy figure above. The figure lost its balance and plummeted towards the ground, while Curry, as if a martial arts master, propelled himself off the shadow, using the force of the push to soar back to the building's exterior. His sharp claws latched onto the wall, enabling him to swiftly regain his footing and ascend. As for the shadow that had fallen, Lu Yuan soon realized it was a black-painted drone. No wonder they had failed to detect it earlier. No wonder Zhang Yu and his team had not fired a single shot. It had become the enemy's primary target. Just as he redirected his gaze, he witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. The 37mm cannon from the container truck had adjusted its firing arc, its ominous barrel now aimed directly at Building 4, where he was situated. Run! Lu Yuan urgently grabbed Mo Xiaobei and dashed towards the turret. As they entered the turret, a series of thunderous explosions echoed behind them. At the very moment he charged into the turret, he and Mo Xiaobei had already prostrated themselves on the ground. The shockwave from the explosion surged through the floor, shaking his very insides as if they were tossed in a tempest. The opposing gunner was far more skilled than the previous artillery operators. It could be said that the relentless barrage of shells was unerring. Each round either struck the housing below or hit the concealed turret above. Lu Yuan felt a chill envelop him, for he was well aware of the destructive power of the 37mm cannon. Typically mounted as secondary armament on warships or as the main gun on coastal vessels, this weapon, despite its modest caliber, boasted an astonishing rate of fire and overwhelming force. A steel plate 5 centimeters thick was rendered as fragile as paper before such artillery. The thought of his reinforced concrete structure crumbling under this onslaught sent shivers down his spine. However, moments later, he sensed that something was amiss. Beyond the cacophony of explosions, he heard the clattering of metal colliding. Warning, warning, copper wall, iron wall, level 3, version 10, 185 square meters, 3 rooms, 4 halls, 010000, electricity, 89, water, 92. Gas, 100. Owner, Lu Yuan. Housing protection 895-1000. The house is under attack. Protection is continuously diminishing. Please retaliate promptly to reduce damage. The system's alert echoed in his ears, and to Lu Yuan's astonishment, this assault had triggered a hidden feature of the house. Remarkably, the residents possessed a health meter. Yet, there was no time to ponder such revelations. The immediate priority was to launch a counterattack. Activating a 1-meter sunlight armor-piercing round, he shouted for a rapid fire. Lu Yuan rose and was met with the sound of metal sliding. The shield in front of the turret gradually parted, revealing the 105mm cannon, which slowly advanced along its tracks, the muzzle extending beyond the turret. It swiftly locked into position, while a metallic ammunition box glided into place beside it. A mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, retrieving a shell from the open box and loading it into the cannon's chamber. Lu Yuan stood by the cannon, awestruck as he observed the entire process unfold. Requiring no manual input from him, the house's fire control system executed everything autonomously. As the targeting system aligned, he remained a mere spectator. Ready, please fire. The cold, mechanical voice resounded, and Lu Yuan instinctively grasped the cannon's firing cord, pulling it with force. Boom. A deep and resounding blast echoed, and although Lu Yuan was momentarily shaken to his core by the cannon's roar, he soon felt his blood surge with fervor. The violent instincts inherent in man seemed to awaken with this shot. Lu Yuan quickly dashed to the window and peered outside. In the distance, flames erupted from a shipping container, and the once mighty 37mm cannon, along with its turret, had vanished without a trace, leaving only an abyss of darkness where the gun position had been. Even the iron plating behind the gun position bore a gaping hole 2 meters in diameter. The brilliance was dazzling, and the chill was penetrating. 1 meter of sunlight truly lived up to its reputation. Chapter 63, 2 shots to the soul. Wow. At some point, Mo Xiaobei had already arrived beside Lu Yuan. She too leaned against the cannon window, quietly observing the scene across from the container truck. The truck had been pierced cleanly by the cannon fire, and the originally dismantled twin 37mm guns were now reduced to mere ashes. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of the armor-piercing shell. He had never anticipated such formidable force from the shell. However, he quickly rationalized it. This type of shell was specifically designed to tackle reinforced concrete structures. According to specifications, a 105mm shell could effortlessly penetrate reinforced concrete at a distance of 1 meter. The container truck, on the other hand, was merely clad in a thin layer of metal, lacking the protective capability of even a concrete wall, let alone that of an armored tank. The once aggressive enemy fire had now completely fallen silent. Meanwhile, the bulldozer that had reached the southern gate and was furiously assaulting the entrance found itself at a standstill. They clearly had not anticipated that Lu Yuan's side had artillery. Thus, they were caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Just at that moment of confusion, a figure suddenly leaped from the driver's cabin of the container truck. He dashed forward, seeking refuge behind a building, which served as his cover from fire. Though his escape appeared unsteady, his mind remained remarkably clear. Upon his shout, the driver of the bulldozer comprehended the intent and slammed down on the accelerator, simultaneously raising the front blade to shield the cabin. The armor-piercing shell was fired again, And since the adversary was so obstinate, Lu Yuan was naturally compelled to test whether it was their heads that were hard or his shells that were tough. Boom. The armor-piercing shell flew forth once more, striking the oncoming bulldozer with precision. It must be noted that the action of raising the blade undoubtedly saved the driver's life. The steel blade was the first to be hit by the shell, sending it flying. It struck several of the thugs trailing behind the bulldozer. The hydraulic line supporting the blade ruptured, sending metal fragments scattering and making a cacophony against the nearby pickup trucks. However, the bulldozer driver managed to preserve his life. Demonstrating agility as he leaped from the vehicle, he swiftly hopped into a nearby pickup, executing a sharp turn and darting back in the direction from whence he came. A mere 10 minutes prior, the convoy had charged in with great fervor, yet now, under the might of Lu Yuan's 2 shots, they scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Yuan had initially intended to pursue them with further cannon fire, but regrettably, the trajectory for shooting along their escape route was poor, hindered by numerous obstacles, compelling him to abandon the idea of pursuit. Zhang Yu, Yuan Hai, please respond. With the enemy having fled, Lu Yuan promptly seized the walkie-talkie to call Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai on the rooftop of Building 1. Moments ago, the two had encountered the ferocious onslaught of one another's initial attack, leaving their fates uncertain. However, when Lu Yuan heard Zhang Yu's trembling response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite their brief acquaintance, their shared allegiance meant that Lu Yuan was certainly not inclined to see them sacrifice themselves easily. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from afar. Lu Yuan, trouble's brewing. They're charging in from the west. The anxious voice of Ma Chong crackled through the radio. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan dashed from the turret, racing along the rooftop corridor toward the western side. Upon reaching the edge of Building 4, a chill surged through him as he peered down. 2 modified bulldozers and excavators led the charge, followed by several altered pickup trucks, all flanked by an innumerable horde of zombies. Their adversaries had executed a masterful feint, yet this blow struck directly at Lu Yuan's vulnerable flank. His residence occupied the top floor of the eastern unit of Building 4, affording him a robust vantage point that covered the front, rear, and eastern approaches. However, the western front was a significant weak point. To the west of Building 4 lay Unit 2, where the lower level faced a corridor, with Building 2 directly opposite. Hence, if the enemy stormed in from the western side of the community, they could easily use those structures to obstruct Lu Yuan's line of fire completely. Moreover, his artillery and machine guns were confined within his dwelling, rendering any attempt to relocate them to the western rooftop utterly impractical. The western side of the community was comprised of 6 10-story villas, from which the surviving occupants had mostly retreated. Consequently, that area bore little defense, relying solely on Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai from Building 1 for vigilance. Unfortunately, those two were currently pinned down by the enemies at the main entrance, oblivious to the stealthy maneuver unfolding on the western flank. Meanwhile, Ma Chong, who had been observing from a distance atop Building 3, was the first to notice the approaching threat from the west. Accompanied by several subordinates, he initiated fire from the rooftop of Building 3. The cacophony of Ma Chong's Remington and his companions' Type 56 rifles filled the air. Regrettably, their brief time handling firearms rendered their aim rather poor, despite the lively exchange of fire. Furthermore, the enemy largely sheltered within their armored vehicles, rendering their bullets ineffective, only managing to take down a few zombies trailing behind the convoy. In that moment, Lu Yuan had no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew his M1911 and positioned himself atop the wall, firing without a second thought. A torrential downpour of bullets cascaded from the rooftop, and Lu Yuan's marksmanship far surpassed that of Ma Chong and his ragtag group. Each bullet he discharged found its mark upon the armored vehicles, yet, despite the resonant clang of impacts, it barely scratched the surface of their foes' defenses. Although the formidable power of the heavy-barreled 191 is notable, the primary function of a machine gun remains the suppression of human targets. Against these modified vehicles, which are reinforced with 1 centimeter thick steel plates over vital areas, it proves largely ineffective. However, the bullets that ricochet can indeed fell numerous zombies. The metallic clanging of the projectile striking the steel plates startled the adversaries, causing a momentary hesitation in their advance. Yet, upon observing that despite the fierce gunfire from Lu Yuan's side, they were unable to breach the defenses, the enemy grew bolder, charging forward with audacity. A sharp crack resonated near Lu Yuan's ear. Turning, he saw that it was Mo Xiaobei, who had just taken aim and fired. Remarkably, this girl exhibited considerable shooting talent, as her bullet pierced directly through the observation slit of the excavator's cockpit. From a considerable distance, Lu Yuan could see the driver inside splattered with blood across the windows. This shot terrified the opponents, prompting the leading bulldozer to raise its bucket defensively in front of the cockpit. Meanwhile, the following pickup truck sought refuge behind building number 2, which conveniently fell within the shooting blind of Lu Yuan and Imo Xiaobei, yet was within the crossfire coverage of Ma Chong and Zhang Yu. Ma Chong, Zhang Yu. Engage them. I cannot cover that angle, Lu Yuan quickly communicated via the intercom. Received. They replied in unison. And soon the sound of gunfire erupted from the rooftops of buildings number 3 and number 1. Ma Chong, stationed atop building number 3, grew increasingly adept with his weapon. Although the recoil of the 184 caliber shotgun was substantial, especially when firing slugs, Ma Chong had found his rhythm after discharging over 100 rounds. He fired relentlessly at the targets below, utilizing a Remington shotgun specifically designed for bear hunting. This weapon had also proven effective against elephants and rhinoceroses in Africa. The 1-centimeter thick steel plates could withstand the slug's assault, yet there were many uncovered areas susceptible to penetration. For instance, the rear windows of the pickup trucks were riddled with bullet holes, a fact Lu Yuan could hear from a building away, accompanied by the anguished cries. Ma Chong, invigorated by the excitement of the engagement, lifted the spirits of his comrades, who eagerly peeked out to join in the fray, firing their weapons with abandon. As for precision, it was best left unmentioned. In contrast, Zhang Yu and Yuan high atop building number 1 exhibited a more cautious demeanor. Perhaps still reeling from the recent bombardment they had endured, they took Lu Yuan's directive to suppress the enemy seriously but did so with a measured approach, cautiously exposing only the slightest portion of their heads. Armed with a Type 81 rifle and a Type 56, they took careful, deliberate shots, prioritizing accuracy over rapid fire. It appears that the two individuals were simultaneously familiarizing themselves with the operation of their firearms while engaging in shooting practice, learning and refining their skills with each round. Initially, their shots posed no threat to the adversaries. Indeed, the bullets seemed to wander aimlessly. However, after firing 10 rounds, their shooting accuracy began to converge towards a more reliable standard. While they still could not inflict significant damage upon their foes, they were now able to accurately strike the adversary's modified vehicles. Although they did not cause any casualties, they instilled a profound psychological pressure on the group of thugs. Had they been mere mercenaries, they would likely have crumbled by now, for in this apocalyptic era, everyone is merely trying to survive. There is no need to fight tooth and nail over trivial matters. Yet, this time, the bandits did not scatter as they had during their initial encounter at Nanjiling after a single strong assault. Come out and retaliate. The boss has issued an order. Anyone who dares to flee will face immediate execution. Whoever first kills an enemy will be rewarded with 3 women and 6 months' worth of rations. The opposing side was evidently fired up. As soon a limping individual pushed open the door of a bulldozer, standing atop the colossal wheel. He sheltered behind the door and shouted through a loudspeaker at the thugs in the nearby pickup trucks. Even from building number 2, Lu Yuan could hear him clearly. It was evident that these individuals had received a deathly command and were prepared to fight to the last breath. To Lu Yuan's astonishment after his proclamation, the man raised his weapon and shot through the window of a pickup truck behind him. Did you see that? If you continue to cower inside, you will be next. Apparently, a lackey who had been hiding in the passenger seat had just been executed by a shot. After delivering this message, the man was the first to leap into the bed of a pickup truck, erecting a steel plate for cover. Shortly thereafter, a machine gun was mounted behind the steel shield. He pounded the truck's roof with his fist, and the pickup truck suddenly reversed, darting out of Lu Yuan's line of sight. This individual seized the machine gun and began to spray bullets towards Ma Chong's position on the rooftop. A mere glance was enough for Lu Yuan to recognize him. He was the one whose leg he had injured that day, who later conducted a nighttime raid on their neighborhood. He had encountered this man again one night when he infiltrated Nanjiling, but the individual had escaped his notice. Initially, Lu Yuan had assumed this man perished during the chaotic skirmish, but to his surprise, this cockroach had survived. Not only was this individual remarkably charismatic, but his combat prowess was also exceptional. He was undoubtedly a fierce bandit. Unlike the other thugs, who resembled the hapless mercenaries from Africa, indiscriminately spraying bullets, this man exhibited a tenacious and ferocious character alongside a high level of combat training, wielding his firearm with remarkable skill. He engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with Ma Chong on the rooftop of building number 3, quickly gaining the upper hand against them. Ma Chong and his companions had initially taken refuge behind the parapet of the rooftop, aiming their shots downward. In but a fleeting moment, the breastwork before them was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Whistling bullets grazed their scalps as they flew past. Among them, a stout man to Ma Chong's left was instantaneously felled, his skull shattered before he could utter a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bin, witnessing his companion's head explode, Ma Chong was consumed by fury. He raised his shotgun and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the assailant. The adversary, cunning in his maneuvering, had directed the driver to position the vehicle with shrewd intent. He took refuge behind a bulldozer. And when Lu Yuan caught a fleeting glance of him as the vehicle burst forth, he was promptly obscured from view. There was no way to eliminate him, as the incoming bullets were thwarted by the bulldozer's bulk. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of building number 1, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, whose marksmanship was already lacking, found themselves further pressured as the bandits, incited by the cunning adversary, began to leap from their vehicles to engage in a shootout. Despite their poor aim, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed Zhang Yu and Wan Hai. At that moment, a pickup truck suddenly charged through the ranks of vehicles, barreling towards the entrance of building number 1. In mere seconds, it reached the doorway. Previously, during a rainy night, the entrance had been shattered by the thugs from Nanjiling. Although there had been rudimentary repairs in the intervening days, they were no match for the force of the pickup's collision. After crashing through the door, the assailants remained in their vehicle, retrieving a cloth bag which they hurled into the lobby below. Almost instantly, a horde of bloodied, grotesque rats erupted from the bag, scurrying in all directions. The stench of blood soon provoked the zombies trailing the vehicle into a frenzied pursuit, as throngs of the undead surged towards the lobby of building number 1. At this juncture, the battered truck reversed, crushing countless zombies before retreating back into a blind spot from which Lu Yuan and the others could not shoot. Witnessing this entire sequence, Lu Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. These bandits were not only brutal but also remarkably cunning. Was it possible that the 500 apocalyptic novels he had read were all fabrications? Weren't the villains in those tales typically mindless buffoons? Why then did these foes exhibit such ferocity and guile? Zhang Yu, Wan Hai, be cautious. The zombies are breaching your building. Lu Yuan urgently alerted his companions via the intercom. Fear not, brother Yuan, they shan't ascend. We have established a quarantine zone below, came the surprisingly calm response from Zhang Yu and Wan Hai. It seemed they had also made thorough preparations, revealing that not everyone was devoid of strategy. Hearing their reassurances, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, simultaneously realizing why the duo had opted against using the fire escape. Instead, one must rappel down to the upper floor of his building. At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand crackled to life again. Be cautious, brother Yuan. Those ruffians have reached the rooftop of building 10, and they are setting up a mortar there. Came Zhang Yu's voice, tinged with urgency. Building 10 stood adjacent to the 4th building where Lu Yuan was located, separated only by the 2nd building. The 2nd and 4th buildings boasted 33 stories, while Building 10 was a mere 10-story structure. The 2nd building obstructed the line of sight from the rooftop of Building 4, where Lu Yuan and Mo Xiaobei were stationed. Meanwhile, the bandits were hiding beneath the 2nd building, engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with Ma Chong and Zhang Yu, diverting Lu Yuan's attention. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the fact that the enemy had split their forces, sending a contingent to the rooftop of Building 10. If a mortar position were established atop that building, they would face considerable challenges. After all, mortars are indirect fire weapons. The enemy could conceal themselves in unseen locations and strike without warning, while they would be rendered powerless against such tactics. This was the first time Lu Yuan felt that even his formidable defenses had their limitations. It seemed imperative to expedite the upgrade of his stronghold, aspiring to grant it the ability to retreat on its own, even if they could not defeat the adversary. Fleeing would surely be preferable to waiting idly for an impending bombardment. Alas, perhaps it was time to unleash his ultimate technique, the Reaper's scythe of radiant crimson. However, at that moment, a cacophony of shattering glass erupted from below. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the northern parapet and peered down. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy had stealthily dispatched several scattered soldiers who had climbed over the eastern wall and shattered the windows of the building's ground floor entrance. They had resorted to their previous tactic, tossing bags filled with bloodied rats into the lobby. Almost immediately, the agitated zombies surged forward. Mo Xiaobei, hold the corridor outside and prevent those zombies from ascending, Lu Yuan commanded, seizing Mo Xiaobei and thrusting a Type 79 submachine gun into her hands, along with several magazines of ammunition. The weapon had both notable advantages and disadvantages. Its rapid fire rate, high accuracy, and minimal recoil made it easy to handle. However, it lacked a firing mode switch, and due to its swift rate of fire, a magazine could be expended in less than 20 seconds. If faced with a cunning foe, failing to neutralize them in one burst could lead to dire consequences. Yet, against a horde of relentless, non-dodging zombies in a confined space, this gun could unleash its full potential. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaobei accepted the submachine gun and nodded to Lu Yuan. Rest assured, I will handle this. Just before she departed, Lu Yuan grasped her arm firmly. If you can't hold your ground, don't force it. Mo Xiaobei turned back with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I understand. With the weapon in hand, she dashed into the fire escape, shadows flickering behind her as Curry closely followed. Lu Yuan dispatched Mo Xiaobei because of this cat. He had an instinctive feeling that it was no ordinary feline. Turning his gaze towards the ground below, he was poised to unleash his lethal strike. At that moment, however, the loudspeaker behind Building 2 suddenly blared to life. Listen closely, friends in front. We, the people of Nanjiling, are not unreasonable. Indeed, we have acted wrongly in the past. Yet, after you launched a surprise attack on our village, we shall consider it a tit-for-tat situation. Regarding the casualties and losses incurred, we can overlook them. However, the items you took from our village chief must be returned. If you return what you have taken, we will withdraw our troops immediately and refrain from future incursions. As the opposing side made their announcement, they ceased firing. This proclamation left Lu Yuan and Ma Chong momentarily stunned. Just as they paused, Lu Yuan heard a series of whistles from above. This crafty individual was indeed cunning. Using the loudspeaker was clearly a diversionary tactic to distract them and buy time for their artillery, demonstrating a masterful feint right in front of them. This person was truly remarkable. Sure enough, while Lu Yuan and his companions were momentarily distracted and their firepower waned, the enemy's mortar shells began to rain down. This time, the proficiency of the artillery crew astounded him, far surpassing that of the team at the mountain park. The first shell directly struck the rooftop of Building 4, where Lu Yuan was situated. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to take cover just in time. The shell crashed through the roof and landed squarely in the water well house behind him, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a cloud of dust. Thankfully, the debris from the shell was effectively halted by the walls of the well house. Curse you, I will fight back. Before the infuriated Lu Yuan could retaliate, he heard a furious roar from afar, coming from Zhang Yu and his team. He then spotted Zhang Yu and Yuan high at the edge of Building 1's rooftop, wielding a metal pipe resembling a makeshift artillery piece, angled at a precise 45 degrees. After some tinkering with an unknown mechanism, Lu Yuan observed a fiery projectile shoot forth from the pipe. The black projectile soared through the air in a graceful arc, heading straight for the enemy convoy concealed behind Building 2. The first shot hit one of the pickup trucks squarely in the back, erupting in a brilliant explosion that lit up the sky. The two bandits who had been manning the machine gun in the truck's bed were instantly engulfed in flames, screaming as they leaped from the vehicle. My goodness, Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai have become unstoppable. Lu Yuan watched in astonishment. He had initially deemed Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai to be the weakest links on his side. However, it was now evident that they were far from ordinary. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the 10th floor of Building 1. Then a tremendous blaze shattered the glass of the entire floor, erupting from the windows of the 10th story. The spectacle was undeniably magnificent. Regrettably, this was initially intended for the scoundrels of Nanjiling, but unexpectedly, it was savored first by the zombies. The voice of Zhang Yu crackled through the intercom. This was their contingency plan. No wonder they did not retreat via the staircase. Evidently, they had rigged the floors with explosives. At this moment, Lu Yuan observed through his binoculars two individuals wielding a metal pipe. With their feet braced against the supports of the pipe, they exerted pressure downwards. Once the mechanism was readied, Zhang Yu began to adjust the angle for firing, while Yuan Hai inserted a Molotov cocktail into the pipe. As Zhang Yu took aim, Yuan Hai forcefully depressed the spring. Subsequently, a Molotov cocktail was hurled into the air. Whether it was sheer luck or Zhang Yu's inherent talent as an artilleryman, the cocktail soared through the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before crashing down upon the bandits' artillery position atop Building 10. A direct hit. The bottle shattered, sending flames scattering, igniting several bandits who were struck by the splintered fire. Terrifyingly, no matter how they swatted at the embers clinging to them, the flames refused to extinguish. The more they flailed, the greater their panic, especially as the embers burned through their clothing and began to sear their flesh. The bandits screamed in agony, some collapsing in despair and leaping from the rooftop, meeting a gruesome end on the ground below. Moreover, the embers from the Molotov cocktail splattered onto nearby shells. Moments later, those shells detonated in a series of catastrophic explosions, illuminating the sky with brilliant fireworks even from the vantage of Building 2. The bandits below were momentarily stunned by this unexpected assault from the rooftop of Building 1, particularly the limping leader who remained dazed for several minutes. He had believed that the greatest threat in the vicinity was Lu Yuan, followed by Ma Chong's group atop Building 4. Little did he anticipate that the most significant harm would come from the two individuals atop Building 1, whom he had previously dismissed. Furthermore, these two showed no signs of halting. Having struck twice in succession only bolstered their morale. They relentlessly launched more Molotov cocktails using their mysterious apparatus, each one posing a severe threat to the bandits below. The limping thug, regaining his senses, felt a surge of ferocity. While most bandits might have chosen to retreat and regroup, This individual, consumed by bloodlust, had no intention of backing down. He pivoted his weapon, unleashing a barrage towards the rooftop of Building 1. The machine gun he operated was a 7.62mm caliber light machine gun. Though not as formidable as a heavy machine gun, it was more than sufficient to deal with Zhang Yu and his companion. The ricocheting bullets filled the air with dust and debris, pummeling the parapet of Building 1. However, Zhang Yu and Yuan on the other side showed no signs of retreat. The two of them called out in unison, continuously loading their peculiar tubes and launching incendiary bombs. At this moment, due to Zhang Yu's hesitation to expose himself near the breastwork, their aim with the firebombs had notably deteriorated compared to before. Nevertheless, their efforts still inflicted significant damage and chaos upon the bandits. Meanwhile, Yuan had already positioned a machine gun on the southwest corner of Building Number 4. This time, however, he opted not for a rapid-fire mode. Instead, he replaced the magazine and chose a sniper mode. Holding his breath, he adjusted his breathing rhythm, observed the wind direction, and calibrated his shooting angle according to the wind speed before pulling the trigger. The crosshairs of the scope ensnared an enemy, who fell in response, and Yuan could even see a spray of blood erupting from the man's neck through the scope. We are all sharpshooters. Each bullet extinguishes an enemy. Yuan swiftly adjusted his aim and squeezed the trigger again. On the eastern side of Building Number 2, a bandit hiding behind a shield in the bed of a pickup truck collapsed as a result. He had been preoccupied with the threat from the rooftop of Building No. 1, completely neglecting his flank. The rhythmic sound of Yuan's gunfire echoed throughout the neighborhood, almost synchronizing with the fall of each bandit. Moments later, no bandit dared to venture beyond the concealment of Building Number 2, entering Yuan's line of fire. The explosive fervor of Zhang Yu and Yuan, coupled with Yuan's long-range suppression, swiftly diminished the enemy's aggressive momentum. This resurgence in morale invigorated Ma Chong and his comrades atop Building Number 3, prompting Ma Chong to once again emerge from behind the breastwork with his Remington. This time, however, he exercised much more caution. Unlike before when he would boldly brandish his weapon atop the wall. Instead, he cautiously exposed only half of himself to take aim and shoot. With a steady hand, Ma Chang's accuracy improved, and he finally brought down his first enemy of the battle after 3 shots. The morale of the bandits plummeted, and even the previously fierce limping thug no longer radiated the same arrogance. Although he continued to operate the machine gun, firing sporadically at the rooftops of Buildings No. 1 and 4, his actions now bore the semblance of a desperate struggle for survival, devoid of his former bravado. As for his subordinates, they had begun to slack off. Those who could hide in the truck beds refused to show themselves. Even with the powerful machine guns mounted in the beds of their pickup trucks, none were willing to step out to operate them. Most remained sheltered in the cabs, occasionally poking an arm out to fire a few shots half-heartedly. Clearly, the fighting spirit of this band of bandits had been shattered. If they continued to cower behind Building Number 2, they would inevitably be exhausted. Yuan speculated that these ruffians were likely seeking an opportunity to retreat. Chapter 67. The Siege of the Undead Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated from Building No. 1 across the way. Yuan turned his head and beheld a scene reminiscent of the explosion that had occurred on the 10th floor, this time around the 20th level of Building 1. To his astonishment, it seemed that Zhang Yu and Yuan were indeed bomb enthusiasts. Not only had they set up explosive traps on the 10th floor, but they had also arranged another one on the 20th. However, with this latest explosion, Yuan sensed that matters were turning dire, for zombies continued to swarm ceaselessly toward Building 1 from the ground below. At that moment, Yuan noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The horde of undead had followed the convoy of South Jialing, yet they did not attack the bandits' vehicles. He adjusted his firearm and, through the scope, observed that the frenzied zombies, upon encountering the convoy, chose to circumvent it entirely. There was no hint of intent to assault, unless, of course, one of the bandits fell injured and bled outside the vehicle. Even if they were wounded and bleeding profusely, as long as they remained within the confines of the car, they were spared from the zombies' onslaught. Could it be that something aboard their vehicles suppressed the zombies? A significant question loomed in Yuan's mind. Yet, this was not the time to seek answers. He redirected his gaze to the front, where Zhang Yu and Yuan continued to unleash a torrent of fire upon the bandits below. They appeared utterly oblivious to the explosions occurring beneath them, clearly consumed by their fervent desire to eradicate the bandits and avenge their loved ones. Zhang Yu, Yuan, be cautious of what lies below. The zombies are closing in. Yuan had to use the walkie-talkie to warn them, lest they become ensnared by the undead. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, we are aware. Zhang Yu's reassuring response eased Yuan's concerns. Meanwhile, atop Building 4, Ma Chang and his companions were growing bolder with each passing moment. After firing so many rounds, Not only had Ma Chang's shooting accuracy improved, but so too had that of his subordinates, particularly in the face of the enemy's dwindling morale. With no one daring to return fire, they felt emboldened to peek over the parapet and unleash their volleys upon the bandits below. Coupled with the frenzied barrage from Zhang Yu and his group, the bandits hiding behind Building 2 were rapidly retreating into a tight circle, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as Lu Yuan planned to lend his support, he was suddenly startled by the sharp crack of gunfire echoing from the stairwell. This was not good. The zombies had breached the building. A chill ran down Lu Yuan's spine as he realized that there were no explosive traps set by Zhang Yu in this area. The entire situation relied solely on Mo Xiaobei, who was valiantly holding the fort alone. With the larger battle seemingly secured, Lu Yuan saw little purpose in remaining. He grasped his weapon and charged into the stairwell. With the aid of his wind control acceleration boots, Lu Yuan descended the 20 floors in less than 10 seconds. At that moment, Mo Xiaobei was precisely positioned to snipe the zombies ascending from below, as the elevator had long ceased to function. The only passage for the zombies to ascend was the staircase. Their relentless advance was entirely provoked by the rats thrown in by the survivors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Lu Yuan happened upon Mo Xiaobei, who was barricaded at the corner of the staircase leading from the 19th to the 20th floor. Before her lay a haphazard array of obstacles, comprised of tables and chairs she had seemingly scavenged from unknown sources, stacked high upon the stairs. These irregular pieces of furniture were wedged together, forming an immovable barrier. Below her, the zombies were trapped, poised in a standoff, perhaps sensing the presence of the living. These creatures, already more agitated than during the day, now exhibited heightened restlessness, some even emitting a series of terrifying growls. Mo Xiaobei appeared unfazed by the scene. She stood at the staircase corner, calmly pulling the trigger and dispatching several of the more aggressive zombies below with precise shots to their heads. However, the situation suddenly took a turn. Several large shadows abruptly emerged from the gaps beneath the barricade, charging towards Mo Xiaobei. Startled by the unexpected apparitions, she let out a terrified scream, nearly losing her grip on the firearm. Just then, Lu Yuan, who had just descended, witnessed this alarming scene. As he landed, a shadow darted towards his ankle, opening its gaping maw. Instinctively, he executed a powerful kick, and with a resounding crack, the oncoming shadow was sent flying, its head crushed by his boot. The bloodied fangs of the creature were no match for the sturdiness of his military boots. The shadow soared across the air, crashing violently against the opposite wall before landing amidst the throng of zombies, where it was swiftly torn apart by the ravenous horde. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan discerned the creature he had dispatched was a rat, measuring over half a foot in length. Meanwhile, the remaining rats had encircled Mo Xiaobei, their eyes glowing with a frenzied red, appearing utterly deranged. Even before the apocalypse, girls had an innate aversion to such repulsive creatures. And now, confronted by these grotesque abominations, Mo Xiaobei was thoroughly horrified. Just as she found herself at a loss, a shadow suddenly surged from behind her. In a flash, it leaped into the swarm of rats. It was Curry. Typically, cats are the natural enemies of rats, under normal circumstances. Even a solitary cat facing a multitude of rats would instill fear in them. Yet, something had caused these rats to charge at Curry with defiance. Unfazed by the encroaching horde, Curry stood his ground like a valiant warrior on the battlefield. With a swift motion of his forepaws, he sent 2 rats flying, their insides spilling forth. Another rat that dared to approach him was seized by the neck and smashed to the ground, its skull bursting upon impact. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining rats were swiftly overcome by primal fear, turning tail and fleeing in terror. As he dashed down the staircase, he fell directly into the clutches of the zombies, who swiftly seized him and tore him apart. The few zombies that had feasted on mouse flesh underwent a grotesque transformation, their figures swelling at an astonishing rate. The putrid, darkened flesh began to tighten, morphing into well-defined muscles. They surged forth from the horde, charging up the stairs, effortlessly shredding the chairs and benches that obstructed their path. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's countenance darkened further. He pulled Mo Xiaobei behind him and readied his machine gun, prepared to engage in a desperate battle as soon as the zombies breached their defenses. Chapter 68. The Beast unleashed. As several mutated zombies were on the verge of breaking through the barricade, Curry, the cat, bravely leaped into the fray. With a graceful leap, it plunged into the mass of zombies, unfazed by the multitude surrounding it. The foremost red-headed zombie, mistaking the cat for a source of sustenance, extended its arms and gaped in eager anticipation. Little did it know that Curry was poised to deliver a lethal strike. Lu Yuan had long observed the formidable nature of this cat's claws. Upon their first encounter, he noted its unusually large skeletal structure, though it appeared as a leopard cat. Its limbs and claws were remarkably robust, reminiscent of a tiger's powerful paws, with sharp, hooked claws. At that moment, he bore witness to the true might of those claws. The red-headed zombie, having consumed the most mouse flesh, had mutated the most aggressively and was at the forefront of the horde. Its decayed skin and muscle had rapidly regenerated after the feast, revealing raw, bloody flesh, akin to exposed meat devoid of skin. Its neck, particularly robust, resembled that of a fitness instructor who frequented the gym. Yet, even such a formidable neck could not withstand Curry's strike. The cat's claws, reminiscent of Wolverine's adamantium blades, sliced through the zombie's neck. The creature's head instantaneously lost its support, snapping backward and crashing to the ground. Other mutated zombies rushed forth, but Curry danced amidst the chaos, evading and striking with the grace of a nimble sprite. Each swipe of its claws dispatched a zombie, while the multitude of foes found themselves utterly incapable of landing a blow. What astonished Yuan further was that, without having to eliminate a single zombie, Curry would consume the crystal cores that erupted from the fallen foes. Thus, despite the increasing number of zombies, Curry grew ever more emboldened. Typically, a creature like a leopard cat, known for its explosive power, would exhaust itself after a few rounds of such frenetic combat. However, Curry, in the narrow confines of the staircase, deftly maneuvered, slaying zombies with unparalleled agility. Yuan and Mo Xiaobei stood agape, mere spectators to the unfolding spectacle above. Long ago, Yuan had foreseen that this cat was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated its combat prowess to be so astonishing. Observing its performance in battle, he surmised that, even armed with a firearm, his chances of survival against this ghostly swift creature would be slim. 10 minutes had passed, yet the slaughter in the corridor showed no signs of abating. Curry, having fought valiantly, was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue, while the relentless horde of zombies, driven solely by the primal desire of hunger, continued to surge forth without end. Yuan pulled the gun's mechanism, preparing to take over. Mo Xiaobei, call Curry back and let it rest for a while. However, at that moment, the zombies that had been pouring in suddenly began to retreat in a manner reminiscent of a receding tide. Yuan was taken aback by this scene. What was happening? Moreover, observing the panicked demeanor of the retreating zombies, it seemed they were genuinely afraid of something. How could this be? In his understanding, these undead creatures were devoid of fear. They appeared to fear nothing but hunger. But now, what could possibly frighten them? At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his jacket pocket crackled to life with the frantic voices of Ma Chong and Zhang Yu, their shouts filled with alarm. Yuan was uncertain about Zhang Yu's courage, but he knew Ma Chong well. That fellow could undoubtedly be described as audacious to the extreme. And if even he was alarmed, then they must have encountered something truly formidable. I will head upstairs. You stay here and watch for any stragglers. Yuan instructed Mo Xiaobei, still feeling apprehensive. Mo Xiaobei was busy soothing the exhausted Curry and did not lift her head, replying, "Don't worry, I'll handle things here." Curry's earlier performance had greatly boosted her confidence, as this was the first time she had witnessed its combat abilities. Yuan sprinted up to the rooftop, and upon arrival, he was momentarily stunned. On the roof of building number 1, Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai stood transfixed, gazing ahead. Below in building number 2, the previously cowering bandits now appeared invigorated. Following their collective gaze, Yuan's eyes fell upon a massive shadow, slithering toward the community's southern gate. It was a colossal black python, its girth comparable to that of an oil tank, stretching over 20 meters in length. Its enormous triangular head bore an exceptionally fierce expression. Now arriving at the entrance of their community, the bulldozer that had blocked the gate was effortlessly pushed aside by the creature's writhing body, flying several meters before crashing to the ground. In an instant, the shadow flickered, followed by a resounding thud as the towering iron gate of over 2 meters collapsed. Witnessing this scene sent shivers down Yuan's spine. He had not clearly seen what had just darted past. However, the sound that followed was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the old men he had seen in parks wielding long whips exceeding 3 meters in length. Each time the whip was swung, its tip would produce a resounding crack. At that moment, Yuan recalled the giant titan python he had seen last night at the construction site near the Cross-Sea Bridge. If memory served him correctly, it was indeed the same creature. Yet, in just a single day, this beast had grown in size. When he had last observed it, its girth was comparable to that of a large water tank. Now, it had swelled to the thickness of an oil drum. Glancing at the pickup truck trailing behind the massive python, Yuan suddenly comprehended the situation. That was the very vehicle that had previously ventured to probe the area while diverting the horde of zombies away from the outskirts of the community. It turned out that this individual had not merely led the zombies astray, but had also utilized them to feed the titan python. Furthermore, by some unknown means, the creature had been lured into their community. What a cunning strategy! No wonder the bandits beneath Building 2 were in disarray, yet remained stubbornly entrenched. They were evidently awaiting this backup plan. At that moment, the previously subdued bandits, once oppressed by Zhang Yu and Ma Chang, were rejuvenated with newfound morale. The limping bandit, who had once taken the lead, stood once again atop the bulldozer, clutching a radio and gesturing towards the rooftop of Building 1. Meanwhile, the python that had breached the southern gate raised its head and gazed at Building 1 before slithering directly towards it. From the distance of Building 4, Lu Yuan immediately sensed impending doom. Zhang Yu, one high, retreat immediately. He urgently called into the intercom. The two on the rooftop, now flustered, hurriedly climbed to the water well atop the building. In the blink of an eye, the python had reached the front of Building 1. And what was even more terrifying was its relentless ascent up the wall. Previously, Lu Yuan had only known that such a giant python could climb trees. Who would have anticipated that it could also scale walls? Observing Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai as they reached the roof's water well and approached the cable, they hastily donned their zipline harnesses. Perhaps out of fear of the python, their movements were frantic, and they even misaligned their gears several times. In that moment, Lu Yuan could not spare a thought to remind them. He swiftly set up a machine gun on the parapet, aiming directly at the group of limping bandits, and pulled the trigger. As Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai prepared to zipline down, the greatest threat to them was undoubtedly this group. Lu Yuan could not allow them to jeopardize Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai during their descent. At that moment, the limping bandits, in a state of reckless abandon, had seemingly forgotten Lu Yuan's presence. Caught off guard by the torrential gunfire, several of the most exuberant among them were struck directly by Lu Yuan's bullets, toppling into the bed of the pickup truck and crashing to the ground. Had the zombies in the compound not scattered in panic at that moment, those fallen bandits would surely have become the next meal for the ravenous undead. Lu Yuan suddenly launched an offensive, causing the bandits to flee in a state of sheer panic. Just moments ago, they had been atop the vehicle, howling like banshees in support of the colossal python. Now, they hastily transformed into timid turtles, seeking refuge within their iron shell. As Lu Yuan ceased fire, he observed Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai diligently securing their harnesses. Mustering the courage to leap from the rooftop, utilizing gravitational potential, the two swiftly glided towards Building 1. Barely had they departed the rooftop when the python's massive triangular head, akin to a grinding disc, emerged above. In that moment, Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude towards the developers. It was fortuitous that these unscrupulous merchants had surreptitiously reduced the distance between the two buildings in their quest for space. Originally designed to be 100 meters apart, they had managed a mere 60. Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai descended from the rooftop of Building 1 to the 28th floor of Building 4 in less than 5 seconds. They landed on the balcony of that room, while Lu Yuan called to them from above. Proceed to the 20th floor and find Mo Xiaobei. Secure the stairwell. Do not allow the zombies to ascend. With that, he turned and dashed into the turret. The situation had become abundantly clear. The massive python was summoned by the nefarious group from Nanjiling as their formidable reinforcements. It was uncertain what methods they employed to command such a creature, but it was evident that today would culminate in a relentless deadlock, and his objective was to strike first. Fragmentation shells, 1 round loaded. Prepare. A series of commands were issued, and the mechanical arm atop the rooftop extended to open the breech of the cannon, deftly grasping a shell and loading it into the chamber before closing the breech. Simultaneously, the cannon was lowered under the guidance of the targeting radar, aiming at the rooftop of Building 1. Just as the majority of the python's body ascended onto the rooftop, Lu Yuan heard the system's alert chime. Preparation complete. Fire. Lu Yuan bellowed, yanking the firing cord with vigor. Boom. The cannon's mouth belched a 3-meter-long flame, and in an instant, the massive python, now atop the building, was engulfed in a flash of fire. At such a close range, Lu Yuan recalled a term, cannon supremacy. However, the ensuing scene chilled his heart. A fierce explosion erupted approximately 3 meters below the python's head, an area analogous to the vital throat of a human. The python, as thick as an oil drum, was thrown backward from the impact. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of elation. Indeed, the power of that 1-meter shell was no mere boast. Yet, the subsequent sight shattered his triumph. Just as it seemed the python might be incapacitated, it slowly returned to an upright position. Meanwhile, its lower half had already slithered onto the rooftop, coiling itself upon the surface, its upper body rising to face Lu Yuan directly. Clearly, that cannon shot had failed to claim the python's life but had thoroughly enraged it. At this moment, the form of the enormous python resembled that of the enraged king cobra, poised to deliver a lethal strike, just as Lu Yuan had witnessed in a Bollywood film. Its upper body erect, yearning to devour its prey. However, from a distance, Lu Yuan felt little fear. His primary concern was the extent of damage inflicted by that recent cannon shot. The colossal serpent raised its massive triangular head, revealing a menacing expression directed towards him. Approximately 3 meters below its neck, on the right side, he spotted a patch of deep blackened flesh. The python's underbelly, devoid of scales, displayed an area where the skin had peeled away, revealing a dark, crater-like wound, the blood and flesh charred by the explosive impact. Although the defenses had been breached with a single shot, Yuan was still somewhat dissatisfied with the cannon's power. Regrettably, he had opted not to switch to armor-piercing rounds. Had he done so, this shot would undoubtedly have produced a dazzling effect. Yuan couldn't help but lament his earlier decision not to load a few armor-piercing shells. Fragmentation shell loaded. Preparing. Dare to flaunt your fangs at me from across the way? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Preparation complete. Cannon round 2. Let's proceed. Yuan pulled the cannon cord with vigor once more. A deafening roar filled the air as he immediately raised his binoculars. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, he was greeted by a spectacle that left him astounded. At the very instant he fired, the python's upper half swerved to the right, and a shadow darted through the air, accompanied by a thunderous explosion as the shell was intercepted mid-flight by the creature's tail. How is this possible? One must understand that the projectile's muzzle velocity exceeded 1,500 meters per second, nearly double that of a rifle bullet's initial speed. Yet it had been thwarted by the python's tail. Despite the interception, the python's tail suffered significant injury from the blast. Even from a distance, Yuan could see a dark fragment fall from the serpent's tail, indicating a segment had been severed. Chapter 70. The apex strike following these two cannon shots. The python clearly recognized Yuan's formidable prowess, retreating downwards and around the southern side of the building. Hiding behind the structure, the creature displayed a cunning nature. Aware that it could not engage Yuan in a direct confrontation. You think that by hiding behind the building, I shall be unable to deal with you? Typically, against such a sly adversary, Yuan could unleash his ultimate technique, the Scythe of Death, the harbinger of doom. However, he suddenly recalled that he had previously purchased a few missile rounds. What better time than now to utilize them? Missile round loaded, preparation complete. Off you go. Yuan yanked the cannon cord with fervor, watching as a shadow shot forth from the barrel. Unlike previous cannonball launches, where the projectile sped away with incredible swiftness, rendering its trajectory invisible to the naked eye, this time he could only witness the explosive aftermath of the missile striking its target. The missile launched from the cannon was remarkably different. Its exit velocity was notably slow, allowing one to observe its flight posture in the air after it emerged from the barrel. A shadow, approximately half a meter in length, glided through the air for several dozen meters before the tail fins abruptly detached. It was only at this moment that the missile ignited, accelerating swiftly and vanishing into the distant sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan's mouth fell agape, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is not at all what I envisioned." When he purchased the cannon-launched missile, the description had promised a range twice that of ordinary shells, along with precise guidance capabilities. It was precisely for these reasons that he had invested a substantial sum in acquiring it. However, it now appeared that the missile lacked any semblance of intelligence. The enormous serpent lay concealed behind a building just over 60 meters away, and the missile's initial acceleration distance alone consumed 60 meters. With such a sudden burst of speed, it had already traveled 2 miles away. What on earth is going on? Did I really spin 50 crystal cores on mere folly? At that moment, the grotesque triangular head of the gigantic python suddenly emerged from the right side of the building. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth, unleashing a dark stream that shot forth. Goodness, it's spewing venom. Yuan promptly took refuge beside the cannon window. In that fleeting instant, he caught a whiff of a foul, metallic odor. He then heard a strange liquid splattering against the exterior of the building beside him. Even through the wall, he could discern the sound of chemical reactions occurring as the liquid made contact with the building's facade. The hissing of corrosive substances was accompanied by a rising cloud of indeterminate gray gas. Even within the confines of the structure, Yuan could smell the acrid stench. Warning. Warning. Fortified walls level 3 version 10. 185 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 4 halls 01000. Electricity, 80. Water, 85. Gas, 100. Owner, Yuan. Building protection, 6001000. Building is under attack from unidentified liquid. Protection is continuously diminishing. Owner is advised to eliminate the source of contamination promptly to reduce property damage. Seeing these figures, Yuan was astounded. Previously, when his house was struck by bandits wielding a dual-barrel 37mm cannon, it only suffered a loss of 105 points in protection. Yet now, after receiving a single spray from the python's venom, the protection had plummeted by 295 points. This was excessively severe. He needed to act swiftly to prevent further damage. Otherwise, his home would soon become uninhabitable. As Yuan contemplated whether to activate his ultimate ability, He suddenly spotted the missile he had launched earlier circling back from the south of Building 1. The colossal serpent, which had been peering out from Building 1 and possibly preparing for a second assault, remained oblivious to the missile's return trajectory. Beast, with such limited skills, you dare to challenge me? As the missile soared within 500 meters of the colossal python, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The trajectory of the missile was rather intriguing. It flew low, skimming the rooftops of buildings until it approached within 1,000 meters of the serpent. At that juncture, the missile abruptly ascended at a remarkable speed, the thunderous roar of its acceleration startling the giant python. The serpent swiftly turned, scanning its surroundings but detecting nothing amiss. Yet, an instinctive sixth sense for danger lingered, compelling it to remain vigilant. Suddenly, recalling something, the python lifted its head. Coincidentally, the missile reached its predetermined altitude, then began to angle downward, diving towards the serpent. Roar! Lu Yuan, stationed at the gunner's window, watched as the missile traced a flawless parabolic arc, transitioning to a top-down assault mode. He could not suppress a joyful scream, not for any other reason than to invigorate the impending strike. However, the anticipated thunderous explosion was absent. Instead, the missile struck the crown of the giant python's skull with a resounding thud. But why had it not penetrated the armor? The envisioned scene of the titan python's brain matter splattering failed to materialize, leaving Lu Yuan utterly perplexed. What had gone awry? It turned out that when Lu Yuan purchased the artillery-launched missile, he was captivated solely by its range and smart tracking capabilities. He was unaware that this missile type, having emerged in the last century, had only enjoyed a brief period of popularity before being abandoned due to its glaring shortcomings. Originally conceived by the Americans for tank destruction, the artillery-launched missile was designed for extended ranges. However, to accommodate the cannon's caliber, the missile needed to be significantly smaller. Consequently, it was narrower than conventional missiles and matched the length of artillery shells. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maneuver and load within a tank's turret. Given the compact dimensions, incorporating a propulsion system and guidance mechanism limited the amount of explosives that could be included. Thus, the missile typically employed a low-flying approach, climbing as it neared its target, culminating in a top-down attack. Due to the restricted warhead payload, it could only strike the most vulnerable point, the tank's roof. Yet, if designed exclusively for tank engagement, the cost of this missile far exceeded that of standard armor-piercing rounds. Upon calculation, it would be far more prudent to manufacture additional artillery shells. Chapter 71. A redundant weapon. Moreover, it became apparent that this missile was not only costly but also, due to its characteristics, required an initial launch followed by a secondary ignition and acceleration in midair. During this phase, it became exceedingly susceptible to interception and disruption. The initial velocity is sluggish, the power is feeble, and the cost is exorbitant. The drawbacks of this artillery-launched missile are indeed numerous, leading to its eventual abandonment. However, on a seemingly ordinary day, the military of the Bear Nation unexpectedly discovered that this seemingly trivial weapon exhibited commendable efficacy in certain specific scenarios. For instance, its range is double that of conventional shells, and its low-altitude flight mode effectively evades radar detection. While it may be easily intercepted when targeting tanks, it proves to be remarkably suitable against helicopters. Hence, it was resurrected, subjected to research, and remounted on tanks, specifically designed for long-range engagements against helicopters. Admittedly, the missile's explosive charge is modest, making it challenging to penetrate the formidable armor of tanks, which can be a meter thick. Yet, when confronting helicopters, with their average armor measuring merely a few millimeters, it strikes with unerring accuracy. The artillery-launched missiles procured by Lu Yuan are precisely the latest Ruby series developed by the Bear Nation, tailored for the Eagle Army's Apache helicopters and armored vehicles. And under certain conditions, they can also be employed against the formidable 12. However, when faced with the Titan Python, the missile's efficacy is indeed a matter of concern. Lu Yuan couldn't help but regret not having acquired armor-piercing shells earlier. Though their cost is modest, their capability to breach defenses far surpasses that of the maneuverable missiles. The most resilient part of the Titan Python is likely its head. This missile, descending from the skies, struck squarely upon the Python's cranium. However, the hardness of the Python's skull far exceeds that of a tank's turret. Thus, although the missile impacted and detonated upon the Python's head, it failed to breach its defenses. It merely created a dark wound atop the Python's head, dislodging 2 scales in the process. Nevertheless, while it did not vanquish the creature, the tremendous shockwave generated by the explosion rendered the serpent momentarily dazed, causing it to lose control of its body. Lu Yuan observed with clarity as the python's previously taut form slackened, leading it to plummet from the height of a 30-story building. It landed with a resounding crash upon the ground before building number 1. As the adage goes, seize the moment when your foe is weak. Lu Yuan hastily turned towards the 105 cannon. One armor-piercing shell, loading, prepare. The Titan python, with its tough hide and sinewy flesh, is best confronted with armor-piercing rounds. However, to obtain such rounds, Lu Yuan would have to venture to the synthesis furnace, and given the rapidly evolving battlefield, he could scarcely afford to do so. Hence, he could only rely on the armor-piercing shell imbued with the 7 wounds fist effect. He hoped the shell could induce internal bleeding in the python, hastening its demise. Even if it did not perish, merely scaring it off would suffice. Preparation complete. 7 wounds fist, here we go. Lu Yuan stood beside the cannon, chanting his battle cry as he forcefully pulled the firing cord once more. However, this time, Lu Yuan's eyes widened once more, as the cannonball completely missed the giant python. It was clearly aimed at it. Just before the projectile could strike, an overwhelming horde of zombies suddenly surged from all directions, encasing the colossal serpent. A dense wall of rotting flesh formed around the python, and the explosive round merely scattered the zombies, leaving the creature unscathed. At that moment, Lu Yuan recalled the earlier incident when the zombies had frantically retreated down the corridor. Could it be that this giant python commanded these undead? He retrieved his binoculars, and through the lens, he witnessed a scene that made his jaw drop. The python was surrounded by zombies, and astonishingly, it did not need to utter a sound. Merely opening its mouth seemed to send the zombies rushing towards it as if they were on a stimulant. What on earth was happening? Was its mouth a bottomless pit? In a mere moment, Lu Yuan observed the python devouring at least 100 zombies, yet remarkably, its belly showed no signs of bulging. Having acquired some biological knowledge, Lu Yuan understood that pythons are peculiar creatures. Their jawbones and throat muscles are extraordinary, allowing them to open to a considerable extent. Not only do they possess incredible biting power, but they can also consume prey several times their size and later digest it at their leisure. The swallowing and digestion capabilities of this Titan python were exponentially greater than those of the jungle anacondas he had seen on television. He then realized that this Titan python was indeed the ancestor of those massive serpents, as the python continued to consume more zombies. Its injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Even more alarming was the fact that its recently severed tail was regrowing before his very eyes. Once its condition improved slightly and it regained control of its body, the first instinct of the creature was to retreat behind building number 1. It then made its escape alongside the structure. Wait, no. Lu Yuan observed through his binoculars that the creature was actually swimming westward. This was not good. That direction was precisely the blind spot of his artillery coverage. Moreover, the path it was taking led directly between buildings number 2 and number 10. The very area where the bandits from Nanjie Ridge had previously been suppressed. It seemed the python had received guidance from its controller. Huh. Did you think hiding behind that building would shield you from me? Little did you know, I still possess an ultimate technique, yet to be unleashed. Lu Yuan contemplated that it was time to test the waters with his unrivaled finishing move. Just then, he felt a tremendous roar reverberate beside him, followed by a tremor that shook the ground as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Yuan hastily turned his gaze towards the west, only to be struck with terror as he beheld the colossal python, which had stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the second building with an alarming swiftness. This cunning creature revealed only half of its body, while its lower half coiled around the western side of Building 2, relentlessly tugging at the air conditioning units suspended from the various floors. With the precision of a catapult, it hurled these units towards Lu Yuan. The thunderous sound that echoed moments ago was the result of an air conditioning unit colliding with the rooftop water well of his unit. The compressor was met with a severe impact, resulting in a violent explosion. Curse it! Lu Yuan exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. The python had displayed remarkable cunning, now lurking on the western side of Building 2, launching a distant assault upon him. Its powerful lower limbs, particularly near the tail, were as thick as a streetlight pole and extended nearly 3 meters long. With a sweeping motion against the exterior wall of the building, it effortlessly dislodged the air conditioning units. Utilizing its inherent flexibility, it twirled the units in the air, gathering momentum before launching them with great force. The air conditioning units flew through the air like cannonballs, the creature essentially functioning as a natural catapult. In rapid succession, 5 units were flung towards him, causing chaos on his rooftop. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's residence was located on the eastern side of the building. Otherwise, these attacks might have left his roof in ruins. Just as he contemplated deploying a drone, he cautiously leaned out from the firing window, only to feel a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, compelling him to instinctively retract his head. He witnessed the window being struck by a bullet, the shrapnel showering down upon him. Had it not been for the visor of his partially damaged warrior helmet, he would have sustained severe injuries to his face, possibly even blinding him. His protective armor once again proved its worth, deflecting the scattering debris. The armor rattled against him, and some of the hard plates had begun to fracture. Fortunately, while the armor was not bulletproof, it did offer some protection against shrapnel. Warning, warning, fortification level 3, version 10, 185 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 4 halls 01000, electricity, 89. Water, 92, gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, house defense, 500, 1000, the house is under attack, defense is continuously diminishing. Please retaliate promptly to mitigate damage. Where on earth is this attack coming from? Lu Yuan muttered, stealthily retrieving a small mirror from his pocket to peer cautiously out of the firing window. It was then that he discerned the source, a pickup truck parked along the path leading to the coastal highway, situated southeast of the community, beneath the hillside park. This was the very vehicle that had initially scouted their community, diverting the surrounding horde of zombies and luring the Titan Python towards them. Previously, the vehicle was equipped with a 145mm caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Unfortunately, the opposing party lacked proficiency in its operation, nearly toppling their own vehicle in the process. This time, seizing the opportunity while Lu Yuan and his companions were distracted by the giant python, they stealthily dismounted the machine gun from the vehicle. They established a makeshift gun emplacement beside the vehicle, and the recent bullets fired were indeed from their direction. Remarkably, their aim was commendable this time. Had fortune favored them, their ambush could have claimed Lu Yuan's life. At this moment, Lu Yuan was incensed, forsaking the deployment of drones. Instead, he rotated the turret and adjusted the cannon's aim. High explosive shell, loading, preparation underway, preparation complete, meteor strike. Lu Yuan exclaimed, invoking a nickname for his artillery shell, and abruptly yanked the firing cord. The enemy's gun position was rather rudimentary, merely stabilized by a few sandbags upon the machine gun's tripod, accompanied by a makeshift steel plate shield in front. Such an arrangement could indeed overwhelm opponents armed with simple rifles. However, against Lu Yuan, who wielded a formidable weapon, it was akin to carrying a lantern while seeking relief, utterly futile. The 105mm tank gun, proficient in delivering a 1-meter sunlight effect within a 1,000-meter range, possessed its own strategies for dealing with infantry. Setting aside discussions of coaxial machine guns, the high explosive shells designed to decimate massed infantry could clear an entire basketball court with a single shot. Anticipating encounters with dense hordes of enemies, Lu Yuan had stockpiled these shells. Yet, surprisingly, since the commencement of hostilities, he had yet to employ a single one until now, when faced with this ill-fated anti-aircraft position. As Lu Yuan adjusted his aim, the occupants of the pickup truck sensed something amiss. Before he could fire, one individual leapt from the vehicle and plunged into the roadside ditch. This individual exhibited remarkable quickness, just as he immersed himself in the water. The pickup truck was sent skyward, along with the machine gun sight, transforming into a shower of debris. With a decisive shot, Lu Yuan eliminated the threat. Peering out from the cannon window once more, he glanced towards the west, only to be startled to his core. The Titan Python had taken advantage of his distraction with the anti-aircraft gun and had already ascended to the rooftop of building number 2. Coiling one end of its massive body around the water well structure atop the building, it used the well as an anchoring point. With a powerful flick of its tail, it propelled itself onto the rooftop of building number 4, clinging tightly to the parapet. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse the developer's lineage. The two buildings, initially intended to be spaced over 60 meters apart, were compromised by the developer's greed, who inserted a passageway and some basic landscaping between them, resulting in a distance of less than 50 meters. In the face of such a colossal python, which resembled an elastic band, distance was of no consequence. At that moment, the serpent stretched its body to the limit and, upon reaching the rooftop of building number 2, coiled around the water well structure before suddenly releasing itself. Its entire form, akin to a taut rubber band, catapulted from the summit of the building. In the blink of an eye, the python's triangular head plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the turret where Lu Yuan had taken refuge. With a thunderous roar, it was Lu Yuan who suffered the concussion this time. He felt as though the world was spinning, his head buzzing, and he could scarcely walk in a straight line. Warning, warning. Warning, fortified wall, level 3 version 10, 185 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 4 halls 01000, electricity, 89, water, 92, gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, property defense, for 001000, the property is under strong physical attack. Defense is rapidly decreasing. The owner is advised to counterattack promptly to minimize damage. The piercing alarm jolted Lu Yuan from his daze. He had not anticipated that the previously advantageous situation had transformed into one of perilous instability. Chapter 73. Unparalleled. Before Lu Yuan could regain his composure, another violent tremor reverberated above him. Even though the turret was constructed of reinforced concrete, it shook violently under the impact. Dust cascaded down from the ceiling as Lu Yuan, unsteady on his feet, approached the turret window to glimpse the situation outside. To his astonishment, the Titan Python had completely ascended to the rooftop of building number 4. However, this creature displayed cunning, evidently. The previous bombardments had instilled a sense of caution regarding Lu Yuan's stronghold. It did not venture too close, instead hiding behind the water well structure of Unit 2 on the rooftop, with half of its body dangling over the western side of the building. It began to sweep the air conditioning units below. Snagging one, it yanked it upward, coiling its tail around it like a meteor hammer before bringing it down with ferocious force upon the turret. Lu Yuan was filled with a mix of astonishment and rage. Yet with the Python now atop building number 4, there were no longer any blind spots for shooting. He swiftly rotated the turret, leveling the cannon toward the water well structure on the west side. Fragmentation shell, 1 round loaded, prepare. However, just as he was ready to open the turret window to fire, he suddenly noticed the Python's neck thickening ominously. Close the turret window. Lu Yuan nearly bellowed the command, and the house's automated control system responded with remarkable alacrity. In less than a second, the turret window sealed shut, just as a high-pressure water jet erupted from the Python's maw, striking the turret with precision. The blaring alarm resounded once more, sending a jolt through Lu Yuan's very core. This dwelling was his greatest bastion of safety amidst the apocalypse. Would it truly meet its demise today? The protective measures had plummeted to a mere 300. While the colossal serpent across the way continued to hurl anything it could grasp at the turret's exterior with unrelenting fervor. Lu Yuan observed cracks beginning to form in the turret's walls, a testament to the beast's formidable strength that no ordinary structure could withstand. This creature was not merely a natural catapult. It was akin to a gargantuan siege hammer. Stealthily, Lu Yuan opened a narrow slit in the firing window. Noting that the serpent was gathering its venomous might, clearly unable to unleash its toxic spray in a continuous stream, the giant python fixated on his movements, and upon noticing the opening, swung its tail to hurl a slab of counterweight, extracted from the rooftop elevator shaft, directly at him. Startled, Lu Yuan swiftly shut the firing window. Just as the window sealed shut, a resounding thud echoed outside. The counterweight had struck with tremendous force. Realizing the effectiveness of this new tactic, the serpent wrapped its tail around the counterweight and relentlessly bombarded the turret's summit. Anxiety gnawed at Lu Yuan as he hastily rotated the turret, aligning the firing window to the south. Timing his actions, he opened the rear door, cautiously leaning out. The colossal serpent, having spotted the audacious human, swung its tail with ferocious intent. Yet, despite its immense power, the creature suffered from a glaring weakness, its slow frequency of attack. By the time the tail swung around with the counterweight, Lu Yuan had already retreated into the turret. Simultaneously, the southern firing window opened, and his ultimate weapon, the death scythe, was launched from its platform. The palm-sized drone, upon soaring into the air, began an astonishing transformation. As it ascended to an altitude of 100 meters, it assumed the formidable size of the airborne Grim Reaper, with an impressive wingspan of 18 meters. Now an imposing aerial entity weighing 1.5 tons. Lu Yuan pressed against the wall, holding his breath, his gaze fixated on the control panel in his hands. He maneuvered the scythe to carve a minimal aerial radius before it dove toward the Titan Python, which had taken residence atop Building 3. Perhaps sensing the innate rivalry with this aerial monstrosity, the serpent abruptly ceased its assault on the turret as the death scythe broke through the clouds from 1,000 meters above, descending with lethal intent. Instead, he raised his upper body and tilted his head back, fixated on the direction from which the Grim Reaper's scythe descended. His body swiftly arched, stretching like a taut bowstring. At that moment, Lu Yuan maneuvered the drone to dive from the sky, and the Titan Python came into view on the control panel's targeting scope. Once the Titan Python's form was firmly ensnared within the crosshairs, Lu Yuan promptly pressed the launch button. The air-to-ground missile suspended beneath the wing immediately detached from its rack. After soaring 5 meters through the air, the missile executed a secondary ignition, hurtling towards the Titan Python on the rooftop with the speed of a shooting star. Simultaneously, the Titan Python, having gathered its strength, suddenly propelled its rear half upwards. The elevator counterweight, previously ensnared by its tail, was catapulted into the air as if launched by a trebuchet. However, the anticipated cinematic collision failed to materialize. The Titan Python's aerial interception plan was evidently a failure. A counterweight that could not even match the speed of a shell stood no chance against a missile traveling at over Mach 1. The missile struck the Titan Python's body with the force of a meteor, shattering its most formidable weapon, the tail, into pieces. From his position in the turret, Lu Yuan could not help but curse under his breath, deeming the creature fortunate. He had clearly aimed for the python's head, but the creature's evasive maneuver had caused the missile to miss its intended target. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan quickly pressed the launch button once more. The second missile, akin to a shooting star, surged forth. The Titan python, now enraged from the loss of its tail, reared up and unleashed a stream of venom towards the floor below. After expelling the venom, it transformed its head into a meteor hammer, crashing down and penetrating the floor, swiftly shrinking its body to squeeze through the hole. Damn it! This creature is attempting to escape. The speed of the shooting star missile was rapid, yet upon reaching the rooftop, it suddenly lost its target, halting its descent. With a resounding explosion, the missile obliterated the rooftop of the second unit. The missile's velocity was too great for it to alter course midair. Watching from the control screen, Lu Yuan cursed the wasted missile, lamenting the loss. He resolved that next time, he would procure more advanced aircraft and missiles, ideally the Dongfeng Express, or if necessary, the American Tomahawk, or the Russian Topol and Ruby. These were all renowned cruise missiles. What defines a cruise missile? Aside from a few that operate autonomously post-launch, the majority are capable of terminal guidance. However, these thoughts flitted momentarily through his mind. The most pressing matter at hand was to eliminate that colossal python. The enormous python burrowed headfirst into Unit 2, and even from a distance of several meters, Lu Yuan could feel the vibrations emanating from the adjacent unit. The occasional rumbling sounded as if a bulldozer had been driven into the neighboring space. Though invisible, Lu Yuan could vividly imagine the scene, a freshly demolished site. After all, this Titan python measured over 20 meters in length, with a diameter of 1.5 meters and weighing several tons. It was only natural that it would wreak havoc upon entering the building. At that moment, he could even feel the tremors beneath his feet. Lu Yuan cursed under his breath. If this continued, it would surely jeopardize his own residence. The python's antics could not be allowed to persist, otherwise the entire building might collapse. Just then, the vibrations intensified, as if the python had ceased its vertical struggles and began to move laterally towards his home. Steeling himself, Lu Yuan flung open his door and dashed out into the hallway. The scene that greeted him was one of utter chaos. The ceiling lights had fallen, and tiles had dislodged from the walls. He took 2 steps to the left and yanked open the door to the fire escape corridor. As the door swung wide, he caught sight of the python's head wedged against the iron gate of the opposite fire corridor. Upon noticing him emerge from the doorway, the python paused momentarily. However, as the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. The python, previously trapped, began to thrash violently in an attempt to free itself. In that instant, Lu Yuan retrieved the massive python hand cannon he had unearthed from Duan Yongqing's lair. Since finding this weapon, he had cherished it, waiting for the perfect opportunity to employ it. Now was the time to unleash its power against this serpentine monster. Boom! The handgun discharged with the force of a cannon, sending a jolt through Lu Yuan's forearm. He glanced across to see a fist-sized wound appear atop the python's head, a scale shattered into pieces. Truly, it was a formidable weapon, capable of penetrating the defenses of this creature, which was typically immune to ordinary bullets. The shot ignited a fierce rage within the python. It writhed and struggled even more violently. Lu Yuan then retreated from the corridor, turned right, and ascended the fire escape directly to the rooftop. Upon his arrival, he was met with a resounding crash. The iron gate of the fire corridor in Unit 2 had been completely obliterated, door and frame alike, by the python's force. To his astonishment, the python shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards him on the rooftop. Damn! He had ascended to the upper level precisely because he felt standing so close to the creature was perilous. He believed there would be more room to maneuver up here. Yet, who could have anticipated that this behemoth would explode with such ferocity, demolishing the doorframe in its wake? The 20-meter-long beast surged toward him, akin to a deadly arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its gaping maw opening wide just 50 centimeters away. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan could distinctly discern the 4 fangs on the upper and lower jaws, as well as the venom glands at the corners of its jaw. A nauseating odor assaulted his senses. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have met their demise. However, at this critical juncture, the instantaneous teleportation ability of his wind-controlling boots was activated. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, Lu Yuan struck with his foot against one of the 30-centimeter-long fangs of the colossal python. In the next instant, he found himself atop the turret. The enormous python, still draped around the fire escape, wore a bewildered expression. How could the prey that had seemingly entered its maw suddenly reappear 10 meters away? Nevertheless, it was undeterred. Having failed to capture its meal, it prepared for another attempt. With its gaping maw lunging forward, Lu Yuan steadied his breath and awaited the opportune moment. Just as the massive mouth was about to snap shut on him, he leapt from the turret with a forceful bound. In that split second, as Lu Yuan's figure vanished from the turret's apex, the aerial beast materialized in his previous location, aiming directly at the python's cavernous jaws, and released a precision-guided bomb. The explosive traced an elegant arc through the air, akin to a perfectly executed three-point shot, landing squarely within the python's gaping mouth. Instinctively, upon the intrusion of foreign matter, the python closed its jaws. Given the swallowing habits of serpentine creatures, it did not chew but rather ingested the object whole, though the bomb was not particularly large. It weighed a formidable 100 kilograms, with 80 kilograms of explosives packed within. Under normal circumstances, it could penetrate a meter-thick reinforced concrete structure. The belly of the python, however, was evidently not as resilient as concrete. Less than 3 seconds after it swallowed the bomb, Lu Yuan, peering out from beside the turret, witnessed the creature's belly swell into a grotesque sphere before it erupted violently. Startled, Lu Yuan instinctively recoiled, yet even so, he was splattered with the blood mist and fragments of flesh that filled the air. Looking upward, he saw the entire rooftop of the building enveloped in a cloud of crimson mist. Glancing ahead, he beheld the python's head resting beside the turret, its eyes wide open in a final, lifeless stare, while its body from the neck down had vanished entirely. Witnessing this scene, for words echoed in Lu Yuan's mind, shattered to pieces. The once ferocious python had met a swift and brutal end. With its demise, the morale of the South Boundary Ridge faction had disintegrated entirely. Those who had been lurking behind Building 2, waiting to opportunistically seize the moment, hastily turned their vehicles around and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering through the area retreated like a receding tide. At last, the crisis had been averted, and Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slid down from the turret to the ground. Chapter 75. A swift resolution as daylight broke. It was a rare, splendid day. The warm sunlight streamed into the room, yet Lu Yuan felt no trace of warmth. The fierce battle from the previous night continued until dawn, and with the demise of the Titan Python, the bandits from South Boundary Ridge dispersed like smoke. He, along with Mo Xiaobei, Zhang Yu, and Ma Chang, spent the entire morning clearing the battlefield. The southern gate of the community was reinforced, while the damaged western gate was sealed. The perimeter walls of the garden were thoroughly inspected, revealing no signs of damage. The zombies that had wandered into the premises were also eradicated and cleared away. After an entire night of relentless effort followed by a morning of toil, everyone was utterly exhausted. Despite having repelled the South Boundary Ridge bandits, a sense of elation eluded them. The impact of the encounter had been too profound. None had anticipated the cunning nature of the bandits, who, despite their advantageous position, would have faced utter annihilation had it not been for Lu Yuan's unparalleled prowess at the last moment. These brigands were not only shrewd but also exceedingly fierce and belligerent. The most terrifying aspect was their possession of some unknown methods that allowed them to evade zombies and command ferocious beasts and venomous creatures. This was truly alarming. The Titan Python had already wreaked havoc in their community, and one could only dread what might follow next. The building where Zhang Yu and the others had resided, Building number 1, was now utterly uninhabitable. To thwart the zombies from ascending, they had detonated explosives on both the 10th and 20th floors. Compounded by the onslaught of the python, the staircase of building number 1 had become a perilous structure. Building number 4, where Lu Yuan stayed, was not in much better shape. The rooftop had been reduced to rubble by the python, and Unit 2 had been breached from above. Had it not been for the inability to relocate his belongings, Lu Yuan would have moved out long ago. However, he was left with no choice but to remain. In contrast, building number 3, where Ma Chang and his group resided, incurred the least damage during the conflict. Yet, they too could not find joy in their relative safety. Ma Chang had initially believed that with his extraordinary abilities, he could carve out a prosperous existence in this strange world. However, it had become apparent that his aspirations were overly simplistic. With his limited capabilities, achieving anything beyond mere survival was a distant dream. Thus, after spending the morning fortifying the community's defenses, the group returned to their respective homes. Lu Yuan understood that they would likely retreat to ponder strategies and escape routes. However, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai opted to stay on the 28th floor below him, while Mo Xiaobei moved in next door, becoming his neighbor. The trio had intended to consult him, but Lu Yuan, feigning fatigue and a desire for rest, turned them away. His refusal was solely driven by an urgent need to assess the damage to his dwelling. Level 3, version 10, 165 square meters, 3 bedroom, 3 living room. Electricity, 89, water, 92. Gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, skills, level 3 dog beating stick technique, encyclopedia of automotive knowledge, Level 3 Master of Automotive Repair, Encyclopedia of Firearms Knowledge. Expertise in Armored Vehicle Operation, Expertise in Tank Operation, Level 10 Sharpshooter, Hard Qigong, Comprehensive Battlefield First Aid Knowledge. Equipment, Tungsten Steel Engineers, Shovel X1, 98 Handgun X1, Type 95 Assault Rifle X1, Colt Python X1, Type 191 Light Machine Gun X1, Type 79 Submachine Gun X1, Type 64 Handgun X2, Turtle Shell Protective Suit X1, damaged. Awaiting repair, Wind Control Acceleration Boots X1, Land Warrior Helmet X1, damaged. Awaiting repair, Turtle Shell X12, Warrior Armored Personnel Carrier X1, Rainbow 4 Drone X1. Type 88 Heavy Machine Gun X1, Artifacts, Lightning Vine X1, awaiting activation, Modified Mark Armor X1, incomplete, Energy Reserves, Ultra High-Grade Purple Crystal Core X1, High-Grade Green Crystal Core X2. Advanced Blue Crystal Core X8, Ordinary White Crystal Core X5550, House Defense, 200-1000, House Skills, Blessing of 1 Meter of Sunshine. Colorful Scythe of the Grim Reaper, the house is currently in a state of extreme disrepair. Does the owner wish to restore it? The continuous alerts from the smart wristwatch indicated to Lu Yuan that it was time to invest. The condition of the house was indeed grave, originally a 3-bedroom, 4-living-room dwelling spanning 185 square meters. It had now diminished to 3 bedrooms and 3 living rooms over 165 square meters. This change was due to the complete destruction of the disinfection hall outside, which had been obliterated by a giant python. Additionally, the roof and the turret above had suffered significant damage, with cracks and leaks emerging in several areas, necessitating repairs. Fortunately, this battle had not been in vain. The reserve of white crystal cores had risen from a mere 850 to 5550. Moreover, after vanquishing the giant python, Lu Yuan had also retrieved a purple crystal core from its carcass. This crystal core radiated an extraordinary energy, and he had also collected a considerable amount of the python scales. However, he found that these scales were not as useful as the turtle shell he had acquired previously, leaving him uncertain about their application. While the system incessantly urged him to expedite the repair of the house, Lu Yuan was reluctant to comply. This encounter had revealed to him that although the seemingly immovable house appeared sturdy, it was, in fact, quite fragile. For instance, the left side presented a firepower blind spot, and the inability to relocate meant he could not evade enemy strikes. While he managed to deal with the giant python this time, he pondered the possibility of facing an insurmountable beast in the future. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan began to contemplate for the first time how he might relocate this house. The homeowner has the option to upgrade. Upon ascending to the next level, your residents will activate the mobile Great Wall mode. The house can be proportionally reduced, and as long as the homeowner finds an appropriate vehicle, they will possess a movable 5-star home. Indeed, the smartwatch proved to be astute, prompting Lu Yuan to contemplate how to relocate his dwelling. This revelation provided the answer he sought. An appropriate vehicle? A proportional reduction? If he procured a heavy-duty truck, could it not be transformed into a mobile home? The mere thought invigorated him, lifting his spirits from their previous low. Lu Yuan sprang from the sofa, realizing that his house could finally be moved. The persistent dilemma that had plagued him could now be effortlessly resolved. He envisioned converting his house into a mobile home, driving it into the safe zone of southern Fangzhou City, and then spending his days engaging in monster hunts and collecting crystal cores. Life would return to its familiar rhythm. Without delay, Lu Yuan commenced planning for the house's upgrade. However, upon checking his account balance of 10,000 and his stock of white crystal cores totaling 550, he found himself sitting back down. Patience is essential. It appeared that he would need to hunt more zombies in the coming days. Although he possessed several high-grade crystal cores, he hesitated to use them, sensing they might serve a more advanced purpose. Chapter 76. Iron Fist to upgrade now. Mere crystal cores may not suffice. Currently, the house is fortified to level 3, version 10, indicating that it can still be enhanced. But which aspect should be upgraded? After this battle, Lu Yuan discerned that upgrading the radar and fire control command system was imperative. Previously, his rooftop turret relied solely on the original tank's fire control radar, which was sufficient for a range of 5 kilometers. However, for his unparalleled, deadly Rainbow 4 drone, such a range felt decidedly restrictive. This drone boasts a full-load operational range of 500 kilometers. If equipped with a dedicated radar and fire control system, he would not have found himself in such a passive position this time. Even when deployed for patrol, it would allow him to detect threats early on. For instance, regarding the Titan Python, had his drone possessed even a 35-kilometer operational radius, it would have been ample for early detection and neutralization of the colossal serpent. Would he have been left in such a reactive state otherwise? Furthermore, when the bandits escaped at Nanjiling, he had intended to deploy the Rainbow Four for the harvest. Yet, those ruffians fled swiftly, soon outpacing the reach of the Grim Reaper's scythe, leaving Lu Yuan in a state of helplessness. Thus, to upgrade. The first step is to locate the radar and fire control system compatible with the Rainbow Four, enhancing his residence's combat capabilities. Moreover, based on his understanding of the house, such an operation may significantly conserve crystal resources. Otherwise, attempting an upgrade without the necessary materials could lead to astronomical consumption of crystal cores. With a clear direction ahead, formulating the next steps became a straightforward endeavor. Lu Yuan planned to visit the hydrological station at Dazzling the following day, despite Sun Junjia's vague instructions regarding the base. Lu Yuan sensed that there lay hidden intricacies within. However, the specifics would only reveal themselves upon his arrival. Before embarking on this journey, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own capabilities. This included preparing additional tools for himself, as he lacked the extraordinary pet that Mo Xiaobei possessed and did not share Ma Chang's innate powers. To effectively gather intelligence at Dazzling, he needed to equip himself with several reliable and life-saving devices. This time, Lu Yuan recalled the Mark-type Iron Man mech he had acquired from Duan Yongqing's lair. After bringing the mech home, he had spent several days trying to decipher its purpose, but to no avail. He remembered the mech had been suspended in a cave for charging, adorned with peculiar patterns that flickered like breathing lights. Initially, he was quite fascinated by it. However, after connecting it to a power source at home, he found it utterly useless. Frustrated, he decided to shrink the mech and place it into the synthesis furnace. Curious about the insights it might provide. Ordinary aluminum alloy combat mech, power system missing, weapon system missing, traces of enchantment detected but incomplete. Upon receiving such a disheartening evaluation from the system, Lu Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had envisioned the mech soaring through the skies like the Iron Man suits from the movies, only to discover it was merely a suit of battle armor. While it could significantly enhance the wearer's defense, without a power and weapon system, who would willingly don a suit weighing dozens of kilograms for everyday adventures? Install power system, weapon system, how many crystal cores are required? As thoughts of abandonment crossed his mind, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the combat prowess of Iron Man depicted in films was tantalizing. Even acquiring a suit, like Colonel Rhodes' Iron Patriot, would suffice. You need 1,000,000 ordinary white crystal cores. Lu Yuan stared at the string of zeros that followed, feeling slightly dizzy. 1,000,000. He currently possessed only a little over 5,000 crystal cores, far from sufficient. Alternatively, you may locate suitable materials for synthesis to offset costs. For example, titanium alloy materials, beta particle fuel reactors, super solar batteries, electromagnetic cannons, particle cannons. The system kindly provided suggestions, yet they only added to Lu Yuan's confusion. Aside from titanium alloy, which was relatively easier to procure, the other items seemed nearly impossible to obtain. The beta particle reactor appeared to exist solely in Stark's chest piece. Where else could one find such a thing? Wasn't Stark merely a fictional character from the movies? Alternatively, one may activate the equipment through enchantment. The system offered another suggestion, which alleviated Lu Yuan's headache significantly. Enchantment? How does one achieve that? The owner can provide several high-purity energy crystals and some flesh and blood from ancient magical creatures as magical catalysts. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately perked up. I still have some scales and flesh from the Titan Python, as well as a purple crystal core. Will that suffice? The advanced crystal core he had been saving finally found its purpose. Yes, however, these materials are only sufficient to enchant a single part. They are inadequate to activate the entire mech. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Yuan felt a mix of disappointment and joy. He was disheartened that he could not activate the entire set of mechs, but elated that he could at least activate a portion. Looking at the glowing hands of the mech on the screen, it was evident that this was the only part his limited crystal cores could activate. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose to activate it. Ironclad Steel Fist. When wearing the gauntlets, both hands receive 100 defense and 100 attack. The gauntlets can be remotely controlled. Usable once per day for 30 minutes, with an operational radius of 100 meters. Upon reading the introduction of the Ironclad Steel Fist, Lu Yuan sprang up from the sofa with exhilaration. The perilous encounters with the Titan Python had finally paid off. That evening, Lu Yuan summoned Mo Xiaobei, Zhang Yu, and Wan Haidi's home to discuss their future plans. Lu Yuan proposed taking a few days to recuperate before heading to the safe zone. Mo Xiaobei did not object, while Zhang Yu and Wan Hai were still somewhat reluctant due to their unfulfilled desire for revenge, yet they also did not oppose the idea. However, when Lu Yuan suggested a visit to the military base at Dian Ridge, The other three unexpectedly expressed their desire to accompany him. Mo Xiaobei wished to follow Lu Yuan, as she did not want to be left alone. Apart from Lu Yuan, she trusted no one else. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, on the other hand, merely sought to find more powerful weapons at the base. At that moment, Lu Yuan learned that they were actually hired firefighters from Qiao Mountain Port District, which explained their expertise in demolition and fire-related skills. After determining their mission, Lu Yuan distributed some food to the three and then returned to rest. Chapter 77. Effortlessly gained. This base is exceedingly quiet. Something feels amiss, doesn't he? Mo Xiaobei remarked to Lu Yuan while peering through a makeshift telescope at the base ahead. Their group had set off in the morning, arriving at the location where the previous day's individuals had been. Lu Yuan had also invited Ma Chong, but Ma Chong and his companions were reluctant to take the risk, and Lu Yuan did not press the matter. The Dian Ridge base lay southwest of Nanjie Ridge village, nestled within a dense forest on a desolate mountain. From the outside, it was indeed challenging to discover, as the roads heading south from the city conveniently bypassed this area. By 11 in the morning, they reached the Dian Ridge base. Due to its military nature, the surrounding natural environment was exceptionally well preserved. The base is nestled against the majestic Dian Ridge, surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests. With its visage turned towards the vast sea, this valley, encircled by mountains on three sides, features two ridges that extend into the ocean, embracing the waters, which are sufficiently deep. It is fortuitously situated at an excellent harbor, albeit one with limited capacity. Had it been larger, it would undoubtedly have been developed into a significant military port. A few individuals managed to breach the barbed wire at the foot of the mountain to gain entry, a venture they would not have dared during ordinary times. Presently, they find themselves on the ridge to the left, with a radar station not far ahead. Though it stands deserted, at the valley's base, there is a substantial flat area where barracks and a dock have been constructed. The dock appears devoid of vessels, and the camp reveals no signs of life. Be cautious as we descend, Lu Yuan instructed, taking a deep breath and addressing Mo Xiaobei, Zhang Yu, and Wan Hai. The three behind him nodded in agreement, proceeding down the slope. Leading the group, Lu Yuan donned the helmet of a land warrior, its prior damage having been restored with crystal cores. His protective suit, crafted from turtle shell material, had also consumed another 300 crystal cores, culminating in a complete set of land warrior armor. This armor not only offers protection against cuts, stabs, and bullets, but, due to the unique properties of the turtle shell, surpasses the ballistic capabilities of all conventional bulletproof vests on the market. Crucially, it remains lightweight and breathable, providing remarkable comfort, an investment Lu Yuan deemed worthwhile. His hands were encased in unassuming iron-gray gloves, which were, in fact, composed of advanced nanographene composite material. In combat, these gloves could harden to iron-like rigidity, enabling him to easily shatter a 30-centimeter thick concrete wall with a punch. With these gloves, Lu Yuan possessed the extraordinary ability to bend a 3-centimeter steel rebar effortlessly, twisting it into a helix with minimal exertion. The scientific principles behind this were unclear to him, and he had little desire to uncover them. His preliminary testing only hinted at the gloves' potential. Their true limits remained uncharted. Moreover, the gloves possessed the remarkable capability of remote manipulation. Though Lu Yuan was still exploring many of their intricate functions, adorned in wind control acceleration boots and wielding a Type 95 firearm, Lu Yuan led the way. Following him was Mo Xiaobei, dressed in outdoor attire, trailed closely by Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, whose clothing appeared rather shabby. Reinforced denim jackets and hiking boots scavenged from unknown sources, topped with hard hats seemingly unearthed from a construction site. All three were armed with a Type 79 rifle and a Type 81. Despite the prevailing silence enveloping the base, none dared to let their guard down. Lu Yuan forged ahead, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the base, which stood ajar, with the guard post beside it also deserted. The group did not rush to enter the base. Lu Yuan gave Mo Xiaobei a knowing glance. She took out a whistle and gently blew into it. A faint yet peculiar sound resonated in the ears of those present. Moments later, a shadow darted out from the dense foliage, swiftly leaping to Mo Xiaobei's side. The creature approached her leg, extending its head to nuzzle against her thigh. Mo Xiaobei affectionately patted its head. It was her pet, Curry. Compared to yesterday, Curry had grown taller, its patterns more vibrant, and the fur at the tips of its ears even more resplendent. After vanquishing the giant python the previous day, Lu Yuan had procured some snake meat for Mo Xiaobei to feed her cat. Evidently, the snake meat was indeed nourishing. Mo Xiaobei crouched down and whispered a few words to Curry, which then darted into the military camp with remarkable speed. This creature was not only swift and intelligent, but also light-footed and possessed an acute sense of smell, making it a natural scout. About 10 minutes later, Curry dashed out of the camp and returned to Mo Xiaobei, engaging in brief communication with her. Mo Xiaobei nodded at Lu Yuan, indicating that the interior was secure. With no anomalies or zombies detected, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could this be? Sun Junjie had clearly stated that there were numerous zombies inside. Let us go take a look, he urged. The group entered the camp, facing an office building. Behind it lay a row of dormitories. To minimize complications, Lu Yuan and his team chose not to enter these two structures but made their way directly to a 3-story building at the foot of the mountain. This was the training room, where soldiers typically engaged in indoor exercise and attended classes. It also served as a venue for training special operational skills. Upon entering, a sense of desolation enveloped them. The first floor was an expansive gym. Against the rear wall, various fitness equipment was arranged. They surveyed the surroundings in pairs. To save time, Lu Yuan decided on a divided approach. Naturally, he teamed up with Mo Xiaobei, while Zhang Yu paired with Wan Hai. As they commenced their separate explorations, Lu Yuan led Mo Xiaobei up to the 3rd floor. In front of a row of offices, the two began their search from opposite directions. Lu Yuan headed straight for the largest office on the left. Upon opening the door, he froze. In the center of the office lay the very item he sought, a drone control station. This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. The control station resembled a desk, entirely encased in metal. It featured 2 joysticks atop its surface and 2 screens in front. Although the screens were not large, they were certainly adequate for the task at hand. Lu Yuan was not entirely familiar with its operation, but a single glance assured him that this was precisely what he needed. Without hesitation, he scanned the control station with his wristwatch and stored it in his miniature storage unit. In his miniature storage unit, there was more than just this control station. As they passed by the radar station, the enormous fan-shaped search radar had long been secured on his shelf. Naturally, this endeavor was executed under the pretense of relieving himself, allowing him to discreetly accomplish the task alone. With such equipment at his disposal, he anticipated that his formidable defenses, currently at level 3, could be elevated to version 30 upon his return. Furthermore, with subsequent upgrades, he should be able to acquire a mobile fortress. The next step was to search the base for suitable vehicles. It was imperative to find a robust and durable truck. Initially, he recalled the heavy-duty truck abandoned by the group from South Boundary Ridge near the South Gate. It was an old Dongfeng model, though it had sustained damage during combat. He collected it nonetheless. While it was no longer operational, it still contained numerous components that could be utilized in the repair of other vehicles. At the very least, it represented several tons of steel, which might prove beneficial during future synthesis attempts. To locate an appropriate heavy vehicle, there was no place more fitting than a military base. Just as Lu Yuan had finished organizing the control station, he heard Mo Xiaobei's exclamation from outside. He hastily followed the sound to an office on his right. There, he discovered Mo Xiaobei staring in at a wall adorned with individual combat systems. These systems consisted of portable small computers and communication devices. The recent battle had made Lu Yuan and his companions acutely aware of the importance of timely communication on the battlefield. Regrettably, as soon as the fighting ceased, Ma Chong seized the opportunity to claim the few walkie-talkies back, leaving Lu Yuan and his comrades feeling quite discontented. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan approached and removed a set for himself, discovering it still had power. Indeed, the military-grade batteries proved to be far more resilient than their civilian counterparts. Without further ado, he donned a complete set, valuing particularly the radio communication device, which would enable him to maintain contact with his comrades. Mo Xiaobei also equipped herself with a set, and after testing the earpiece and microphone, they found that, after tuning the frequency, they could communicate instantly and clearly, truly effective. Lu Yuan's helmet already possessed an external interface, allowing him to attach the device seamlessly. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobei selected one of the local helmets, as she had not brought her own. The domestically manufactured helmets were commendable, crafted from aramid fibers, providing outstanding protective capabilities. They could easily withstand handgun fire within a 50-meter range. Lu Yuan also gathered 2 additional sets to prepare for Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, while the remaining sets were stored in his space for future use. Brother Yuan, come down quickly. We've discovered something wonderful. It turned out that Zhang Yu and the others had found the camp's mess hall, located beside a row of single-story buildings adjacent to the training facility. In the mess hall storage room, they discovered that the grains had become infested with insects, and the vegetables had rotted. However, what delighted them most was the abundance of military rations in canned form. A can of ribs weighing 1 pound and a 5-pound can of pork belly left several individuals salivating. Upon noticing this, Lu Yuan decided to distribute 1 can to each person to satiate their hunger. While Lu Yuan was not lacking in provisions, Zhang Yu, Wan Hai, and Mo Xiaobei had scarcely tasted meat for several days. As they opened the cans, they indulged in a feast, even sharing a box of curry-flavored fish, relishing every bite. Once their meal was concluded, Lu Yuan distributed communication devices to Zhang Yu and the others, who donned them with delight. Let us head to the back. Everyone, tread carefully. Lu Yuan instructed, directing his gaze towards the mountain wall at the rear of the camp. At the base of that wall stood several imposing iron archways, inscribed with the words military restricted area. The sight of such archways led Lu Yuan to surmise that this place was far more than a mere radar or hydrological station. It was likely a military preparedness base, harboring an array of valuable resources within the cavern. From a distance, the archway appeared modest in size, but as they approached, its true dimensions revealed themselves, standing 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. There was a small door for individual entry, initially locked tight. Rather than resorting to firearms, Lu Yuan extended his hand. The iron lock crumbled before his ironclad fist as if it were mere tofu. Pushing the door open, they were met with a wide, smooth concrete path shrouded in darkness. Lu Yuan retrieved a flashlight and distributed several to his companions. With the newfound light, their spirits were bolstered. Yet they remained cautious and refrained from wandering aimlessly. Mo Xiaobei designated Curry to lead the way. Following Curry, they traversed the corridor for several minutes until arriving at a large iron door. The door was unlocked, and as Lu Yuan shone his flashlight inside, joy surged within him. Before them lay a warehouse, littered with numerous crates on the floor. Scattered beside the crates were an abundance of yellow-orange bullets. Could this possibly be the fabled armory? Yuan Hai murmured, unable to contain his excitement at the sight. Indeed, it must be, Zhang Yu eagerly affirmed. Keep your voices down. Once inside, don't rush to grab anything. First, assess the surroundings. Only proceed once it's confirmed safe, Lu Yuan urged, suppressing his exhilaration. After all, why had they journeyed so far? For these treasures. Following a fierce battle, their most pressing need was ammunition. Given the current halt in factory production, firearms and ammunition would only become increasingly scarce and precious resources. Nodding in agreement, the group trailed Lu Yuan into the warehouse. The space was vast yet stark. With only a handful of crates scattered on the ground, bullets strewn about. It appeared that these munitions had been left behind in haste during a military retreat. The bullets were steel-cased, painted green, and of various calibers, including the old-style rounds compatible with the 56 and 81 rifles. Lu Yuan also possessed a cache of 95 type and 191 type small-caliber ammunition. The sheer quantity of ammunition, amounting to tens of thousands of rounds, brought immense joy to everyone, marking a modest yet gratifying harvest. Even more delightful was the discovery of over 100 new-style grenades nestled within several crates on a shelf. While these devices might prove less effective against zombies, they were undeniably formidable against living foes. Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai, both adept at handling explosives, treated the grenades as treasures, eagerly stuffing them into their pockets, 3 for one, 5 for the other, until they were adorned with them. They even retrieved their backpacks, pouring the grenades inside with enthusiasm. Chapter 79. Midnight visitors. Once the group filled their backpacks, they had barely managed to accommodate the ammunition and grenades. Exiting the warehouse, they ventured deeper, finding numerous similar storage spaces. However, most of these warehouses were disappointingly empty. At this juncture, Lu Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. With darkness approaching in about an hour, he proposed, should we return now and come back tomorrow, or stay here for the night? Despite having searched through over a dozen warehouses, they had barely scratched the surface of the expansive complex. The extent of the underground facility remained a mystery, and Lu Yuan's curiosity only deepened. He sensed that many treasures awaited their discovery. Zhang Yu and Yuan Hai exchanged glances. But before they could voice their opinions, Mo Xiaobei stepped forward. Let us stay here for the night. Returning now and coming back tomorrow would be too exhausting. Yes, I concur. We can search at dawn. I estimate we can cover everything by then. Zhang Yu chimed in eagerly. Yuan Hai had initially intended to return, but with Zhang Yu advocating for a stay, he reluctantly swallowed his words. Very well, it's settled then, Lu Yuan affirmed, nodding in agreement. He too preferred not to expend energy on unnecessary backtracking. Moreover, they had been in the area for most of the day without encountering any zombies, making an overnight stay seem reasonable. Let us occupy the dormitory outside. It has beds. It's south, conveniently close to the path we descended, and with Curry on guard. We can retreat swiftly if needed, Mo Xiaobei suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. In truth, the base featured an external roadway for vehicles, but the group had yet to locate it, necessitating their descent on foot from the mountaintop. Lu Yuan understood Mo Xiaobei's underlying intention was to access the solar water heaters atop the dormitory. As a girl who valued cleanliness, she had gone several days without a bath, and the independent water supply system here was a welcome relief. That evening, they all enjoyed a hot shower, subsequently choosing a third-floor room for their stay. Considering safety, they decided to share a single room. as their attire left little room for embarrassment on Imo Xiaobei's part. With the canned goods salvaged from the cafeteria, several individuals enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. To their surprise, Zhang Yu and his companions also unearthed a bottle of white liquor, and they each partook of a modest share. As night descended, Lu Yuan was in a deep slumber when he suddenly felt a warmth on his face. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Imo Xiaobei crouching beside him, her hand pressed over his mouth. What could this mean? A flutter of emotions surged within Lu Yuan. But Imo Xiaobei merely gestured for silence and pointed to her ear. Lu Yuan held his breath, and indeed, he soon discerned the distant roar of an engine. When he glanced up, he caught sight of Curry peering out from the window, anxiously scanning the outside. Lu Yuan crouched beside the window and signaled for Imo Xiaobei to rouse Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, indicating that everyone should prepare themselves. The moonlight was bright that night, illuminating the scene with clarity, and in the distance, a gunboat had just docked at the pier. Suddenly, a flurry of dark figures leapt off the vessel, 20 or 30 individuals, all armed. Their weapons varied in quality, and their attire was flamboyant. Among them, the leader caught Lu Yuan's attention. It was the very bandit he had encountered on several occasions, still limping due to a leg injury Lu Yuan had inflicted. After directing his crew to expand their search and ensure the vicinity of the pier was secure, the leader limped back to the boat and called out a few commands. Then, a robust man in his 30s, towering and muscular, jumped from the ship. His short hair and ruddy complexion were striking, and his physique seemed capable of bursting through his clothing. A belt filled with ammunition was strapped around his waist, and a revolver hung at his side. He was none other than Duan Yongqing, the notorious leader of Nanjiling. Though Lu Yuan had never encountered him face to face, he had seen this man as photograph in his office following a previous raid on his hideout. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai beside him were now breathing rapidly, their eyes nearly bulging with recognition. These were their sworn enemies, with whom they shared a deep-seated vendetta. Upon seeing the leader of the opposing group, their excitement was palpable. Lu Yuan placed a calming hand on their shoulders, signaling for restraint. At that moment, Duan Yongqing respectfully returned to the vessel's edge, where a tall figure clad in an unusual long black robe disembarked. This individual was shrouded in mystery, his entire form concealed within the dark fabric. He towered above Duan Yongqing, who was already quite tall at around 1.9 meters. Is this the place you mentioned? The newcomer inquired, surveying the surroundings. Duan Yongqing nodded vigorously. Indeed, elderly. That fellow is hiding in the cave behind. The last time I brought my men here, we were ambushed by him. A fawning smile spread across Duan Yongqing's face, reminiscent of an eager puppy. Lu Yuan and his companions were left in a state of confusion. Who was hiding in the cave? They had not encountered anyone previously. The admonitions had been reiterated multiple times. After the establishment of the new dynasty, no transformation into spirits was permitted. I am eager to uncover which audacious entity dares to flout the rules. The figure in the black robe scoffed haughtily. Although they were at a considerable distance, Lu Yuan and his companions could hear their conversation distinctly. They exchanged bewildered glances, each face reflecting confusion. It seems we must trouble elderly, Duan Yongqing remarked, his hands rubbing together like a child apprehensive about a reprimand. Additionally, my brothers encountered some difficulties in a certain neighborhood to the north recently. The black-robed figure then turned to cast a disdainful glance at him. Humph. Pathetic. With so many of you, you can't even subdue a few insignificant foes? Duan Yongqing was at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Are you speaking of the individuals who absconded with the fragments? The black-robed figure inquired further, to which Duan Yongqing nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was them. Elder, it is not that we lack effort, rather. They seem to have acquired some formidable weaponry from unknown sources. The black-robed individual, growing impatient, waved his sleeve dismissively. Enough. Once this matter is resolved, take me to confront them. Clearly, he had no time for Duan Yongqing's ramblings. A group encircled Duan Yongqing and the black-robed figure, hastily making their way toward the grand archway. Chapter 80. Strike first? In the dormitory, Lu Yuan and Imo Xiaobei exchanged anxious glances. What should we do? That figure in black seems quite formidable. Perhaps we should retreat? One suggested. No, let us follow them in and observe from a distance. We mustn't get too close. Another replied. Indeed, perhaps in the struggle between the clam and the heron, we might benefit as bystanders. Precisely. We could seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. Did we not overhear them mention searching for us afterward? Why not take the initiative? Before Lu Yuan could voice his thoughts, Zhang Yu, Wan Hai, and Imo Xiaobei had already engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's curiosity burgeoned. He was particularly intrigued by the background of the figure in black and the mention of the spirit-like entities. Having previously encountered the Titan Python, He was now captivated by the prospect of an even more formidable creature that had achieved a spiritual form. He yearned to witness the transformation of these beasts. The four swiftly descended the stairs and proceeded into the cavern. Upon entering, they discovered that Duan Yongcheng and his group had long vanished. They could only glimpse a faint light from a flashlight ahead and hear distant voices and the sound of dress shoes echoing. Cautiously, they followed the glimmering light, unaware of how far they had ventured. Suddenly, the light extinguished and the voices faded into silence. The cavern was engulfed in darkness, the air thick with the briny scent of seawater and dampness. Lu Yuan surmised they had descended underground along a path, likely leading to a cavern connected to the sea. Just then, Curry darted ahead, and the group discovered an ominous, pitch-black iron door looming before them. Due to their prior hesitation to use a flashlight, they had not noticed the existence of a door. Approaching the iron gate, Lu Yuan pressed his ear against it, and faint sounds seemed to emanate from within. He quietly pushed the door open a crack. Inside was enveloped in darkness, but the scent of the sea grew stronger. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out behind him. Lu Yuan turned to see Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, armed with submachine guns, firing into the distant shadows. Cursing under his breath, he realized they had been discovered. Just then, he noticed 2 burning magnesium flares hurled from afar. Alarmed, he swiftly grabbed Mo Xiaobei beside him, pushed open the door ahead, and charged inside. He no longer cared what lay behind the door. He understood that if he did not rush in, they would be exposed to enemy gunfire and could be riddled with bullets at any moment. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai followed closely, scrambling into the cave in a panic. As they plunged into the cavern, several dark figures were also thrown in after them. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions, accompanied by blinding flashes of light, overwhelmed Lu Yuan, sending him into a dizzying whirl. He recognized it as a stun grenade deployed by the enemy. This was disastrous. They had mistakenly believed themselves to be the hunters, unaware that they had already been detected. Dazed and disoriented, the group lost their combat efficacy. Strangely, however, the enemy did not immediately storm in to eliminate them. Regaining his composure rapidly, Lu Yuan realized the grim situation. The adversary was clearly using them as bait. Their intent was to draw out the creature of legend that the enemy sought. Grabbing his companions, he urged them to move toward the right side, where a stone wall awaited. Backing against the wall, they would be shielded from attacks from behind. Gasping for breath, they gradually regained their senses after a brief moment. The cavern remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and the sound of the tide could still be heard. Yet, the fabled creature did not make an appearance. Once their nerves steadied, Lu Yuan, summoning his courage, switched on the flashlight and surveyed the surroundings. To their astonishment, they discovered it was a clandestine submarine base hidden within the mountain's belly. Before them lay a dock, with a breakwater extending into the water and a shipyard nearby. Docked beside the shipyard was a submarine. After surveying the cave's layout, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. However, at that moment, the previously silent Curry suddenly leaped in front of them, assuming an aggressive stance directed toward the dock. Crouching low, its fur bristled, and it emitted low, rumbling growls from its throat. Instinctively, they raised their weapons, their gazes fixed on the front. Yet, despite their scrutiny, nothing unusual was discernible. Just as confusion settled in, the submarine moored at the shore began to move. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Moments later, he was rendered speechless. Before him, the once dark, stout submarine astonishingly reared up. This vessel slowly turned, revealing its front, adorned with 2 basketball-sized, chilling compound eyes, beneath which lay a menacing mandible. Below its head was a formidable array of tentacles. Merely witnessing such a sight caused Lu Yuan's legs to weaken. A series of clicking sounds resonated nearby. It was Mo Xiaobei's rows of teeth clashing against each other in trepidation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Wan Hai appeared ghostly pale, their bodies frozen in terror. The creature, having elevated itself halfway, gazed imperiously at Lu Yuan and his companions. Soon, it pressed its upper body down, its numerous appendages thudding against the ground as it ascended the shore. After just a few strides, it stood before Lu Yuan and the others, who were utterly petrified. Unable to move a muscle, Lu Yuan remained fixated on the creature, his mind racing. No matter how he looked at it, the creature bore an unsettling familiarity. Although it had many legs, its form was broad and flat, reminiscent of a prawn rather than a centipede. It was then he noticed that the segmented shell on its back was not black but a mesmerizing blend of blue and green. The tail was also flat and shelled. Yet its color gleamed a striking red, appearing exceptionally beautiful. The second pair of compound eyes on its chest was accompanied by a set of claws, each measuring 3 meters long and a meter thick. Its flat body was capable of diving, unmistakably identifying it as a colossal mantis shrimp. In comparison, the earlier Titan python seemed like a mere younger sibling. No, it didn't even qualify as a younger sibling. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, the creature's face bore a sneer, an expression of disdain and mockery, suggesting it possessed a semblance of human emotional perception. No wonder the others claimed it had attained sentience. As Lu Yuan observed the creature poised to strike, a chill of dread coursed through him. It was an utter disaster. Chapter 81. The undersea prawn gazing at the mantis shrimp flaunting its might before him. Lu Yuan's spirits plummeted. He had once been an avid viewer of exploration and discovery programs, and one episode lingered in his memory, detailing this very shrimp. This creature was a subspecies of the mantis shrimp, boasting a more vibrant exoskeleton than its ordinary counterparts, and its upper body resembled that of a mantis, earning it the name mantis shrimp. Despite its modest size, this creature was notoriously fierce. Furthermore, it suffered from severe paranoia, perceiving any approaching creature as a potential threat, leading it to attack indiscriminately. Thus, any being that ventured near it would inevitably face its wrath. This creature was oblivious to fear. It would boldly confront adversaries even 10 times its size. Consequently, its life could be summarized as a continuous cycle of combat, save for the brief periods dedicated to reproduction. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lay in its formidable claws, which served as its most lethal weaponry. Whenever he launched an attack, he relied on his powerful claws to strike his opponent as his primary means of offense. Typically, his adversaries, even those whose size dwarfed him tenfold, found it impossible to withstand a single blow. Due to his unique physiological structure, his strikes were executed with remarkable speed and immense force. A 10-centimeter-long mantis shrimp could deliver a punch with a force of up to 1,500 newtons, roughly equivalent to 153 kilograms. Thus, regardless of whether it was a king crab or a large lobster, any creature entering his territory would wisely steer clear. Consequently, he earned the moniker of the underdog of the deep sea. He was indeed a creature who viewed life and death with indifference and fiercely confronted any challenge. Even fishermen who managed to catch him dared not reach out to grasp him lightly, for he would not hesitate to strike, and if mishandled, a single punch could fracture a hand. Such incidents had occurred on multiple occasions. Hence, even fishermen would refrain from directly attempting to seize him, as a moment's carelessness could result in a serious injury. Lu Yuan never anticipated that the creature the cloaked figure referred to as a spirit would turn out to be this formidable being. Moreover, it was evident that this creature was now exhibiting signs of paranoia. Dear sir, please do not misunderstand. We are not here to harm you. Our presence is purely coincidental. Lu Yuan ventured as he noticed the mantis shrimp poised for action. After all, it had attained a level of sentience, and judging by its demeanor, it seemed capable of sensing human emotions, perhaps even comprehending his words. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yuan's statement, the mantis shrimp momentarily halted, its formidable eyes blinking rapidly. Lu Yuan was taken aback to discover that this creature's eyes contained 6 pupils. Its enormous compound eyes resembled spherical radars, scanning the vicinity towards the door with deliberate sweeps. However, the claws suspended in midair remained poised, ready to strike. With the creature momentarily paused, Lu Yuan felt a surge of hope. He sensed an opportunity. He pointed towards the door and declared, "The true threat lies behind that door. We are merely pawns pushed forward by them." Yes, indeed. It is a figure clad in black, who proclaimed that no spirits shall attain sentience after the new era, chimed in Mo Xiaobei, affirming that this remarkable creature could indeed comprehend human language. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai nodded vigorously in agreement. The mantis shrimp, which seemed to have grasped the situation, suddenly erupted in fury. Its previously semi-upright posture now surged upright as it directed a furious roar towards the door, evidently incited by Mo Xiaobei's mention of the new era. It appeared to have deduced who was seeking it. Furthermore, the creature exhibited genuine awareness, sensing that Lu Yuan and his companions meant no harm. Most crucially, the mention of the cloaked figure instilled in it a palpable sense of trepidation. At that moment, he abruptly turned his head in midair. The appendages beneath his mouth first gestured towards Lu Yuan and the others, before redirecting towards the grand entrance. While Lu Yuan and Zhang Yu appeared utterly bewildered, Mo Xiaobei instantly comprehended the message. She raised her hand and fired a shot towards the entrance, the loud bang startling Lu Yuan and his companions. Realizing the intent, the group quickly armed themselves and began to shoot towards the doorway in a flurry of gunfire. The mantis shrimp cooperated splendidly, continuously scraping its claws against the stone walls, generating noise to create an illusion of a fierce battle. Occasionally, it emitted a few cries of distress, prompting Lu Yuan and his companions to join in, but soon, silence enveloped the cave. An air of tension hung heavily as they feared their ruse might fail. However, their apprehensions proved unfounded. Less than half a minute after the cacophony of battle ceased, the cave's entrance swung open. A barrage of stun grenades was hurled inside. This time, Yuan and his companions wisely shut their eyes, covered their ears, and knelt on the ground to minimize the impact of the shockwaves. In stark contrast, the mantis shrimp seemed utterly unconcerned by the grenades. After 3 resounding explosions, the adversaries surged into the cave, led by the limping bandit accompanied by a few henchmen. They began firing indiscriminately, paying little heed to accuracy. The mantis shrimp stood resolute at the dock, unmoved by the torrential onslaught of bullets that struck its body. The projectiles, upon impact, either clattered to the ground or ricocheted off, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. Yuan and his companions watched in awe, astonished by the apparent invulnerability of this creature. Was it not the very embodiment of the legendary saying, impervious to blades and bullets? However, simply standing there to absorb blows was not the mantis shrimp style. In a sudden flash, it darted forward, and before anyone could react, the 2 foremost assailants erupted into a mist of crimson. The gunman had been obliterated in midair. The sheer intensity of the scene was overwhelming. Just a second prior, those 2 had been firing their weapons at him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, aside from the swirling cloud of blood where they once stood, there was no trace of their existence left in this world. No one had discerned how they vanished. It was only half a second after witnessing the blood mist that the onlookers heard 2 crisp sounds echoing through the air. The mantis shrimp's striking speed surpassed the speed of sound, which is why they perceived the visual spectacle before the auditory cue. Chapter 82. The super heavy artilleryman. Everyone was rendered speechless by the mantis shrimp's combat prowess. In that moment, Yuan recalled a documentary he had watched about the mantis shrimp, which had detailed this marine marvel's reputation as the underwater heavyweight. Its dominance in the ocean was not solely due to its devastating punches. Rather, its unique anatomical structure allowed it to defy the laws of physics. For humanity, the concepts of force and speed often present a paradox. If you aspire to deliver a devastating blow, the velocity of your strike cannot be overly rapid. This is due to the necessity of gathering strength, complemented by the process of exerting force. Conversely, if your intention is to unleash a quick punch, the power behind your fist will inevitably diminish. The trajectory and distance of your strike impose constraints on the accumulation and application of energy. However, for the mantis shrimp, such limitations are non-existent. This remarkable creature can wield an average punch weighing up to 150 kilograms, whereas an average human's mighty blow amounts to merely 50 kilograms. Even the formidable right hook of Tyson reaches a maximum force of 800 kilograms, yet Tyson's mass is several thousand times greater than that of the mantis shrimp. What is even more astonishing is that, due to its unique anatomical structure, this creature can accelerate its punch from 0 to 80 kilometers per hour in a mere 13 milliseconds. To put this into perspective, its punch can achieve an acceleration of 10,000 times that of gravity. It is worth noting that an acceleration of just 10 times gravity is sufficient for humanity to propel a rocket into the cosmos. Were the mantis shrimp's striking speed transferred to a human, that individual could hurl a baseball at speeds that would surpass the 3rd cosmic velocity, propelling it beyond the solar system. Thus, if the mantis shrimp's strength were bestowed upon a human, that person would undoubtedly become an invincible artilleryman. It is no wonder that within its territory, regardless of whether the opponent is a lobster several times its size or a king crab that dwarfs it by 2 or 3 dozen times, if it catches sight of them, they are destined to meet a gruesome fate. There have been instances captured by underwater cameras showing this creature engaging a king crab, resulting in the crab experiencing a demise befitting royalty, exceedingly tragic, with its exoskeleton shattered, akin to a human's execution by 1,000 cuts. Contemplating the extraordinary capabilities of this creature, Yuan could comprehend why the 2 adversaries before him met such a grim end. When the mantis shrimp was no larger than a palm, it could deliver such powerful punches. Now, its size has multiplied thousands of times, amplifying the force behind its blows. The most terrifying aspect is that, despite the astounding power of its punch, its speed remains so swift that it is nearly imperceptible, rendering it even more formidable. Nevertheless, the more formidable the mantis shrimp appears, the more elated Yuan feels. After all, having such a companion makes facing the mysterious figure in the black robe considerably less daunting. For reasons unknown, he perceives that being as the greatest threat. At that moment, the massive form of the mantis shrimp paused, turning its head, its antennae swaying slightly towards them. Yuan immediately understood the implication. It was urging them not to be complacent. The group raised their weapons, aiming at the intruders bursting through the doorway, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The bandits, already paralyzed with fear from their encounter with the mantis shrimp, were completely oblivious to Yuan and his companion's survival. The first few were struck down, trembling violently, blood spraying, and convulsing as they collapsed to the ground. Just then, a sudden flash of red light illuminated the exterior, followed by a crimson that almost instantaneously shot towards the chest of the mantis shrimp. If it were a human or another creature, one could only brace oneself to withstand the onslaught. However, when faced with a beast capable of delivering strikes at speeds approaching the third cosmic velocity, the incoming rocket seemed to float gently like a languid insect. Yuan and his companions barely discerned its movements. They only observed as its formidable claws waved effortlessly, diverting the rocket from its trajectory and rendering it incapable of even detonating before him. The rocket exploded mid-air, disintegrating harmlessly, and due to their distance, Yuan and his companions were spared from the debris. Yet, the mantis shrimp bore the brunt of the impact, regrettably. The metallic fragments were insufficient to even tickle its resilient shell. "By heavens, I refuse to be daunted," bellowed Duan Yongsheng, who stood at the entrance, hoisting a launch platform on his shoulder, evidently responsible for the previous rocket's launch. He reached back to seize another from his subordinate, aiming it at the mantis shrimp and pulling the trigger. The shrimp's left fist swung again, this time with even greater ferocity, causing the rocket to veer off course, never even making contact with its body, but rather being deflected by the air currents generated by its fist. Yuan watched in disbelief as the rocket, disturbed by the airflow, strayed from its intended path, ultimately crashing into the cavern's ceiling. The ensuing explosion sent debris cascading down, clattering against their helmets. After enduring 2 consecutive strikes, the mantis shrimp's ire was ignited. It turned its fist towards Duan Yongqing, who had been anticipating this moment. As the shrimp lunged, he deftly sidestepped, revealing 2 subordinates behind him, armed with a freshly set up 11.93mm rocket launcher. A plume of flame erupted from the rear of the launcher, propelling an armor-piercing round through the air. This weapon was capable of penetrating armor a meter thick, and even the mantis shrimp, clad in its formidable shell, was compelled to evade rather than confront the threat head-on. Just as it attempted to dodge, another missile soared in from behind. It turned out that Duan Yongqing's team had already prepared multiple combat units, each equipped with rocket launchers designed for continuous, relentless assault on the mantis shrimp. In its airborne state, the creature initially relied on its tremendous physical prowess to maneuver and evade. However, it was only a matter of time before fatigue would render it vulnerable to a hit, which would be a significant victory for Duan Yongqing and his team. Yet Yuan and his companions wished to avoid such a dire outcome, as Duan Yongqing's group was already formidable enough. Moreover, lurking behind them was a shadowy figure, an ominous specter that had yet to reveal its hand. At that moment, they found themselves at a considerable distance from Duan Yongqing's group, and due to the terrain, they were unable to mount any effective firepower suppression. In a fit of urgency, Yuan retrieved a grenade from his backpack. This grenade was the latest model, cylindrical in shape, markedly different from the traditional wooden-handled grenades or the oval-shaped ones they had previously been equipped with. The cylindrical shape, designed with a modular approach, allows for self-combination to enhance explosive power. Yuan had also perused the instruction manual for this grenade in the ammunition box, discovering its myriad applications. Chapter 83, The Humanoid Self-Propelled Artillery. This cylindrical grenade fits perfectly in one's hand when singular. However, when 3 are linked together sequentially, they form a compact explosive tube. According to the instructions, a trio of such devices could obliterate a tank. Upon reading this, Yuan merely chuckled, incredulous that 3 grenades could destroy a tank. Did they think the modern tank's armor, often exceeding a meter in thickness, was a joke? Nevertheless, there was no time for skepticism. He swiftly combined the 3 grenades into a single stick, roughly the length of a sugar cane. He then pulled the safety pin and hurled it with might towards the entrance. At that moment, they were deeply ensconced within a cavern. During the recent skirmish with the mantis shrimp and Duan Yongqing's group, they had naturally retreated deeper into the cave. Now, witnessing the mantis shrimp in peril, Yuan felt a surge of urgency. His ironclad fists unleashed their formidable power. The combined weight of the 3 grenades approached 1 pound. Typically, a soldier would consider a throw exceeding 50 meters a success, while 80 meters would be deemed exceptional. With only a select few capable of hurling a grenade 100 meters, and that was for a single grenade. However, equipped with his ironclad gauntlets, Yuan effortlessly propelled the trio of grenades over 200 meters, accurately landing them in the corridor outside the door. A resounding explosion erupted as 2 demolition teams stationed near the entrance were instantly neutralized. Before they could comprehend the situation, Yuan had already launched a second trio of grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The corridor outside was filled with a cacophony of explosions. Meanwhile, Yuan had transformed into a humanoid mortar at the back of the cavern. He had never realized that throwing grenades could be so effortless. With the enhancement of his ironclad gauntlets, his hand strength surged to 100, and his accuracy remained impeccable. Moreover, he hurled 7 or 8 small explosive tubes in succession without feeling fatigued. The results were both precise and devastating. Outside the cavern, an entirely different scene unfolded. The unprepared cohort of Duan Yongqing was ravaged by the deluge of grenades raining down upon them, their cries echoing in despair. Each grenade contained 110 grams of explosives, nearly 3 times the amount found in the older Type 82 grenades. Therefore, the explosive power of these grenades was astonishing. Each detonation produced an exceptionally loud sound, followed by a plume of blood mist. Some unfortunate souls caught directly in the blast radius were obliterated instantly. Even the bandits at the very center of the explosion were hurled away by the shockwave, some even disintegrating mid-air. The corridor was a scene of carnage. With body parts strewn everywhere, a dozen bandits did not even have time to scream before being obliterated. From a distance, Lu Yuan watched in astonishment. Having had several friends who served in the military, he possessed a reasonable understanding of the power of grenades. The 82 type oval grenade previously used by the army was not particularly lethal due to its explosive force. Rather, it primarily inflicted harm through shrapnel and steel balls. If one encountered an enemy grenade, even if it detonated nearby, it would typically result in a severed limb at worst. The cinematic depictions of massive explosions were largely exaggerated. However, the grenades he deployed this time were entirely different. The triple-launch model unleashed explosive force comparable to that of a 125mm artillery shell. A single grenade could effectively sweep across half a football field, yet he had thrown 7 or 8 in rapid succession. Unbeknownst to him, this latest model of grenade was a product of our military's imitation of the Eagle Army's extensible offensive grenades. Although it contained only 110 grams of explosive material, it was enhanced with a thermobaric agent, resulting in an astonishingly powerful explosion. Furthermore, these new grenades lacked steel balls and shrapnel, relying solely on the explosive shockwave for lethality. With the addition of the thermobaric agent, each grenade functioned as a miniature thermobaric bomb, delivering devastating force upon detonation. When 3 of these grenades were bound together and thrown beneath a tank, they could potentially overturn a heavy tank weighing over 50 tons. Once these grenades were tossed into the corridor, the confined space created a cavity effect, amplifying the area of impact. The several combat teams that Duan Yongqing had positioned in the corridor were met with catastrophic disaster. Several teams did not even have the chance to fire their rockets before being annihilated. Staring at the corridor, which resembled a hellish battleground, Lu Yuan stood frozen in place. He held a triple-launch grenade in his hand, uncertain whether to throw it, for there was not a single living creature left standing in that corridor. Not even a complete corpse was visible. Even the ferocious mantis shrimp stood at the entrance of the corridor, not gazing outside but rather turning back to look at Lu Yuan, its eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly, it too was taken aback by the formidable power of this seemingly unremarkable creature. Just then, a shadow suddenly shot in from a distance with a swift whoosh. Instinctively, Lu Yuan raised his right hand, and at that moment, the ironclad gauntlet on his hand instantly solidified from a malleable form into a true iron armor. With a thunderous crash, the shadow precisely struck his raised gauntlet, sending Lu Yuan hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, he collided violently against the stone wall behind him. Gradually, he slid down the wall and collapsed to the ground. The moment he hit the floor, a metallic taste surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. Upon witnessing Lu Yuan's misfortune, Mo Xiaobei, Zhang Yu, and the others rushed to his side. Leaning against the stone wall, Lu Yuan weakly waved his hand, signaling that he was all right. Had it not been for his newly donned armored protective suit and helmet, the impact alone could have shattered not just his organs, but also his skull. Yet, despite the protection, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, and his stomach churned violently, leaving him without the strength to rise. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. One must indeed remain low-key in life. Do not flaunt, lest you attract calamity. He had just transformed into a human cannon, obliterating Duan Yongqing and his cohorts. But the glory was fleeting. Retribution had arrived in swift succession. Fortunately, his ironclad gauntlets had shielded him, or else he would have been rendered utterly incapacitated by that attack. The weapon fired at him was but a wisp of black smoke. As he struggled to catch his breath, 3 arrows composed of swirling black smoke suddenly hurtled through the doorway. 2 aimed directly at the mantis shrimp, while the third was headed straight for Lu Yuan. The arrows, imbued with an eerie black luminescence, sliced through the night air silently, moving with astonishing speed, reaching Lu Yuan in the blink of an eye. In that harrowing moment, he lacked even the strength to raise his hand in defense. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, a shadow darted from the side and collided with the black arrow with a resounding thud. The black smoke dissipated upon impact, losing its lethal potency. The shadow, letting out a howl, plummeted to the ground and landed directly in Mo Xiaobei's arms. It was her magical pet, Curry. In a moment of desperation, Mo Xiaobei had commanded Curry to shield Lu Yuan from the arrow. Despite her soothing words, Curry was in distress, yelping in pain. Cleverly, it had not confronted the arrow head-on but had instead used its tail to sweep it away, resulting in a portion of its tail being severed. The mantis shrimp, on the other hand, did not flinch or evade the two arrows aimed at it. In fact, none observed any movement from it. When the two black smoke arrows reached its vicinity, they collided as if they had struck an impenetrable wall, scattering into nothingness. However, Lu Yuan noticed that the air in front of the mantis shrimp shifted just before the arrow struck. He could not determine if it was merely an illusion. Come forth. A sound akin to metal scraping echoed, causing Lu Yuan and his companions to widen their eyes in astonishment. The mantis shrimp was capable of speech. At that moment, the figure clad in black robes, previously spotted in the depths of the corridor, slowly emerged. As the figure walked, he emitted a series of dissonant, jarring laughs, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. I initially pondered who it could be, only to discover it was you. It was utterly unexpected that you would hide here. The cloaked man remarked as he strolled, suggesting an acquaintance with the mantis shrimp from their past. The mantis shrimp, however, had already assumed a combative stance. Enough of the chatter, come forth. This succinct declaration perfectly encapsulated his character. If you are unwilling to comply, then prepare for a confrontation. To my astonishment, you possess remarkable agility. Just days ago, you were in the South China Sea, and now, you have traversed 1,000 miles northward. Very well. I shall not press you unduly. As you are aware, a decree was established by the Alliance long ago. Post-New Dynasty, no beings were permitted to attain spiritual enlightenment. Your unauthorized ascension contravenes this celestial law, compounded by your recent act of theft. The gravity of your transgressions warrants a fate of utter annihilation, both corporeal and ethereal. Nonetheless, in light of your arduous years of cultivation, which I do not dismiss lightly, I shall not be overly harsh. If you willingly surrender the treasure and the individuals accompanying you, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to me, I might even intercede on your behalf within the Alliance, offering a reprieve and securing your place among the celestial beings. The cloaked figure did not shy away from addressing Lu Yuan and his companions, whose minds were reeling from his words. What did the cloaked man mean? Was there truly a realm beyond humanity inhabited by divine entities? Observing the mantis shrimp and the cloaked man's prowess easily conjured images of legendary beings and tales of the supernatural. The conversation left Lu Yuan and his companions utterly bewildered. The implication of the cloaked man's words suggested he was not alone. He was backed by a formidable organization. How absurd. What nonsense is this alliance? Merely a collection of ancient miscreants who usurp celestial positions, who granted you the authority to decree that no others may attain enlightenment or ascend to divinity in this new era. Moreover, I was the first to discover that extraterrestrial fragment and braved countless perils to procure it. Why should I relinquish it to you? Your so-called alliance holds no credibility. Who still venerates you after all these years? You take the ample offerings and faith of the people yet return so little to your followers. If it were not for your actions, how could you have incited divine retribution, instigating wars and unleashing calamities? The mantis shrimp exuded a defiant spirit of self-determination. Nevertheless, their exchange left Lu Yuan and his companions in a state of utter confusion. Though their dialogue was brief, it unveiled an abundance of significant information. Unfortunately, when the mantis shrimp uttered his final statement, the distance and echo obscured their clarity. Yet, even with only half the message, the impact struck them like a thunderbolt. What alliance lies behind the cloaked man? Could it be that this recent calamity was not merely a coincidence? Were the asteroid impacts on Earth orchestrated with malicious intent? How could this be possible? Silence. Before the mantis shrimp could finish his thought, the cloaked figure could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand, and with a swift motion of his voluminous robe, several dark figures erupted from the depths of his sleeve. Among them, a dozen darted towards the mantis shrimp, while another dozen surged towards Lu Yuan and his companions. It was evident that an attempt to silence them was underway. At that moment, Lu Yuan, having regained some strength, hurled the explosive device he held into the air. The trio of grenades detonated mid-flight, unleashing a colossal shockwave that disrupted the air currents and formed a protective barrier. The black energy columns shot forth by the cloaked figure were instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, the mantis shrimp, too, was illuminated by a flash of golden light, as several energy columns were effortlessly blocked, dissipating into nothingness. Without waiting for the black-robed adversary to strike again, the mantis shrimp lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious assault in its monstrous form. In the distance, Yuan and his companions were startled as the cave suddenly brightened. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was a glowing orb emanating from the mantis shrimp. Yuan recalled a documentary he had watched, wherein scientists had studied the mantis shrimp's unique attack method. They observed that despite the creature delivering a single punch, it inflicted the impact of 2 consecutive strikes on its foes. This perplexed scientists, prompting them to investigate further. They employed high-speed cameras to capture the mantis shrimp's punching technique, revealing that the rapid speed of its punch caused intense friction, rapidly elevating the water temperature around its claws to an astonishing 6,700 degrees. This phenomenon created a cavitation effect, generating a water bubble explosion. Thus, when it struck its opponent, a subsequent water wave bomb followed, delivering an additional blow. Remarkably, the power of this water wave bomb surpassed that of the initial punch. Consequently, the mantis shrimp could deliver 2 strikes while only executing a single punch. Now, even on land, this effect persisted. The mantis shrimp's swift punches heated the surrounding air, creating an air bomb. The illumination within the cave stemmed from the shockwave generated by its punches. When the air reached a certain temperature, it ignited, giving the impression that the mantis shrimp's fists were imbued with fire control properties. The energy arrows shot by the cloaked figure collided with the mantis shrimp's fiery effects, shattering upon impact without inflicting the slightest harm. Given the mantis shrimp's temperament, it was destined to be no mere passive recipient of blows. With a single punch, it obliterated the incoming energy arrows and, in a sudden burst, propelled itself forward. The entire creature resembled an arrow released from a bowstring. Yuan and his companions merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before witnessing the mantis shrimp collide head-on with the black-robed figure. The anticipated scene of Mars colliding with Earth did not materialize. The mantis shrimp's full-force strike merely struck a wisp of black smoke. In that fleeting moment of impact, the enigmatic figure in the black robe executed a masterful escape, akin to a cicada shedding its shell. Yuan inwardly lamented the situation. It was evident that this black-cloaked individual possessed superior skills. With the mantis shrimp having missed its mark and seemingly exhausted, should the black-robed figure retaliate, it could potentially deplete the mantis shrimp's health by at least 50%, leaving Yuan in dire straits. Just as he tightened his grip on the grenade, preparing to intervene, 2 shadows suddenly flashed through the air, colliding violently. With a resounding bang, the 2 figures gradually descended from the sky. The first to land was the previously audacious black-robed figure, now in a state of disarray. The dark hood atop his head had fallen away, revealing a grotesque visage resembling that of an eagle-headed man. He gasped heavily, glaring fiercely at another figure cloaked in black. This new figure, clad similarly in black robe and hood, obscured his features beneath the dark covering. It was he who had ambushed the black-robed figure just as the latter was poised to strike back, evidently causing significant distress. The eagle-headed man, now panting heavily, fixated his gaze on the assailant, who in turn scrutinized the mantis shrimp with an appraising glance. The mantis shrimp, now upright, regarded the 2 black-clad figures with a look of utter confusion, as if unable to discern their intentions. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will," the newcomer remarked, his voice sounding oddly metallic, akin to the friction of 2 pieces of metal. Observing the chaotic tableau on the dock, Yuan was utterly bewildered. How had yet another player emerged in this intricate game? Moreover, it appeared that the 3 parties were unfamiliar with one another. "Wise up and retreat. I shall overlook your ambush today," the eagle-headed man declared, addressing the black-clad figure. The latter responded with a derisive laugh. "Ha! The disciples of the great rock are known for their grudges. Your words are far from trustworthy. Furthermore, do we, as beings of the dark arts, need to concern ourselves with your sense of fairness? It is lamentable and pitiful that one of your kind, born of extraordinary stock, would become a pawn for others, turned against your own." The black-clad figure's words dripped with sarcasm, further deepening the discomfort of the eagle-headed man. However, he paid no heed to the jibe and turned his attention back to the mantis shrimp. "We understand that your current predicament is dire. You are surely unwelcome in the East. Thus, I have come to invite you to the land of the rising sun, where our kin reside. There, you shall not face the incessant pursuit of those who preach virtue and morality. It shall be our sanctuary. Once you join our ranks, you will receive the protection of our ancestors." In that moment, regardless of whether it was the realm of immortals or that of mortals, none would dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon you. The mantis shrimp paused, seemingly stirred by the words. Yuan and his companions began to grasp the situation. It appeared that this cloaked figure had come to offer allegiance. Meanwhile, the creature with the head of an eagle, provoked by the title of Celestial Realm, erupted with fury. Indeed, you are the scum of the earth. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, his form transformed into a shadow, lunging towards the cloaked figure. Clearly, the dark-robed man had anticipated this peculiar visitor's attack, responding in kind the moment the other moved. Both figures darted swiftly, but as they approached each other, the dark-robed man's robe billowed outward, and he soared into the air, transforming into a majestic eagle, swooping down to strike. The cloaked figure, taken aback by the unexpected bestial transformation, was swiftly seized, torn asunder in one powerful grasp. Yuan, who had initially reveled in the confrontation, now stood agape, bewildered. This cannot be. The cloaked figure entered with such grandeur. How could he be so easily overpowered? The mantis shrimp was equally flummoxed, having not foreseen such a swift downfall for the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Understanding the principle of mutual destruction, he bent his body, launching himself like an arrow into the air, aiming a powerful punch at the eagle that had emerged from the dark-robed man's transformation. From their concealed position in the cave, Yuan and his companions held their breath, not daring to make a sound as they watched the fierce battle unfold at the dock. They gasped as the eagle was struck mid-flight by a sudden shadow. Zhang Yu could not contain his excitement and cheered, but their joy was short-lived. Although the black eagle had been hit, it remained composed, adjusting its flight to counteract much of the force from the shadow's assault. To their astonishment, the shadow was persistently tailing the eagle, launching relentless attacks. As they finally discerned the true nature of the shadow in the air, Yuan and his companions were left in utter shock. The figure was none other than the legendary Iron Arm Atom. Goodness! Yuan felt as if he might burst from disbelief, questioning whether he had truly crossed realms. Will there be figures akin to Luffy or Kakashi emerging shortly? However, upon a closer inspection of that atom's design, they shall awaken to reality. Indeed, this is the Iron Arm Atom, yet it is not the animated version imbued with life. It can only be described as a mere robot inspired by the appearance of Atom. The visage of this automaton is merely a blank metallic face, devoid of Atom's intelligence and grace. Yuan suddenly recalled that the Japanese are inherently skilled in robotics. Could it be that this atom is their clandestine weapon? What has transpired in this world? Have the demons begun to dabble in high technology? At this moment, the robot was soaring through the air, tailing a black eagle, with a gun barrel protruding from its mouth, relentlessly unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the avian creature. The barrage of bullets sent the black eagle into disarray, leaving it with several gaping wounds. Atom's legs were fitted with atomic engines, much like in the animated series, serving as its primary source of propulsion. Additionally, there were 2 jet nozzles under its arms, capable of expelling air to assist the main thrusters in maintaining the robot's balance in the sky. Despite being a thoughtless machine, its combat prowess was astonishing. The black eagle found itself battered and beleaguered, struggling to evade the relentless assault. In the air, the eagle attempted to maneuver with great agility, yet it could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the robot. Although the eagle possessed superior maneuverability, the atom's extraordinary speed, bolstered by its super engines, rendered it nearly impossible to escape. While the eagle's agility allowed for sharp turns, its speed was no match for the swift robot, which, despite its potential to overshoot, could easily correct its course. Having sustained serious injuries from the initial onslaught, the black eagle appeared to have lost its capacity to retaliate, resorting instead to frantic evasions in a desperate bid for survival. At this juncture, Yuan shifted his gaze and spotted a short figure in the shadows below the dock, manipulating a remote control. It dawned on him that the figure they had previously seen, clad in black, was indeed this diminutive individual perched upon the robot's shoulder. Hence its towering appearance. The current predicament clearly indicated that the short figure had orchestrated this trap well in advance. It seemed his plan had already borne considerable fruit. What shall we do? Mo Xiaobei inquired, furrowing her brow at the chaotic aerial battle. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai also turned their attention to Yuan. Logically, the Black Eagle was summoned by Duan Yongqing, making it their adversary. They should be eager for its demise. However, the concern loomed. If it perished, how would the creature from the east deal with them? Would it simply allow their escape? That seemed implausible. Yet, to intervene on behalf of the Black Eagle was beyond their capability. Just as Yuan grappled with the dilemma, the actions of the mantis shrimp inadvertently provided them with an option. Suddenly, the individual unleashed a powerful punch, striking the diminutive figure who was manipulating the remote control in front of him. A shrill scream, reminiscent of a mouse's, escaped the shadowy figure before it was forcefully hurled backward, crashing to the ground. The mantis shrimp, capable of delivering a blow with an acceleration of 1,000, could overpower even the most resilient of creatures. What's more, the opponent was completely unprepared. As the diminutive figure lay sprawled on the ground, The black robe slipped away to reveal a fox-faced spirit. Bewilderment etched across its features. It gazed at the mantis shrimp, seemingly at a loss as to why it had been suddenly attacked. However, the fox spirit, having had its insides shattered by the force of the punch, could no longer utter a sound. Let this serve as a lesson. Had it not been for your reckless dumping of nuclear waste into the Pacific, I would not have transformed from a handsome figure of the shrimp realm into this grotesque being. In the depths of the cave, Yuan and his companions nearly choked on their own saliva. The fox was indeed unjustly wronged, for it could never have anticipated that the one it sought to appease was a mantis shrimp, disfigured and filled with resentment due to the foul waters of the East. As the fox spirit lay on the ground, its gaze began to dull, yet just before its last breath, an eerie smile spread across its face. From a distance, Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He involuntarily stood up and shouted towards the mantis shrimp in the distance, "Take cover." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he witnessed the automaton, previously engaged in pursuit of the Black Hawk, suddenly veer sharply in midair, diving headfirst towards the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp, astonishingly unperturbed, stood its ground and launched 2 punches into the air. The searing fist sliced through the night, igniting the surrounding atmosphere, as 2 shock waves cascaded forth from its iron fists, colliding fiercely with the descending automaton. However, the mantis shrimp overlooked a crucial detail. This automaton was neither human nor spirit, but a metal robot devoid of pain or fear. Moreover, its exterior was sheathed in an exceptionally high-strength special metal. Had any ordinary individual or robot been struck by the mantis shrimp's shockwave punches, they would have been pulverized. Yet, the automaton merely lost a bit of paint from its exterior, showing little deceleration in its downward plunge. From a distance, Yuan recognized the situation. It was evident that the Japanese had equipped this robot with their signature kamikaze self-destruction program. This automaton was evidently intent on crashing down to annihilate the mantis shrimp along with itself. Simultaneously, the Black Hawk, previously pursued by the automaton, unexpectedly emerged from the shadowy recesses of the cave's ceiling. At that moment, despite having sustained several injuries, the Black Hawk appeared to be in a better state than before. Its spirit and energy revitalized, clearly demonstrating the remarkable recovery abilities of these magical beings. As he emerged, he discerned the situation and sought to seize this opportune moment to eliminate the mantis shrimp. Suddenly, with a vigorous shake of his body, a flurry of feathers detached from his wings, resembling arrows released from a bow, slicing through the air towards the mantis shrimp. These robust quills, akin to cruise missiles, effectively sealed off every escape route for the shrimp. Observing this precarious scenario from the depths of the cave, Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Although he was not an ally of the mantis shrimp, he understood the principle of mutual vulnerability. If the mantis shrimp were to fall, the Black Eagle would undoubtedly turn its attention towards them. Despite its grievous wounds, even a fraction of its power would pose a significant threat to them. Thus, Yuan sprang to his feet, unleashing his full might. With a swift motion, he hurled his hands skyward, and 2 ironclad gauntlets ascended into the air. Freeing his hands, and augmented by the 2 remotely controlled gloves, his fists became 4. With a 191 in hand, he aimed at the shadows still circling above and unleashed a barrage of fire. The Black Eagle, after releasing its rain of arrows, did not retreat. Instead, it lingered above the mantis shrimp, reminiscent of terminal guidance. Yuan realized that to diminish the arrow's accuracy, the Black Eagle must be driven away, or at least prevented from maintaining its aerial control. Concurrently, the 2 gauntlets hovering overhead began to launch grenade after grenade at the descending robotic figure. These remote-controlled gloves possessed immense strength and remarkable precision. Once Yuan issued a command in his mind, the gloves executed his bidding with the exactness of mechanical arms. In the air, they transformed into precise grenade launchers, hurling explosives at the robotic figure. Aware of the formidable exterior of the robot, Yuan directed the mechanical hands to target the jet ports beneath its arms and the tail nozzle. These grenades, with their tremendous shockwave and the explosive principle enhanced by a thermobaric agent, would create an extremely unstable pressure disturbance in the vicinity, depleting the oxygen within several cubic meters at the moment of detonation. Consequently, this would disrupt the atomic engine's intake and compression processes, thereby diminishing the accuracy of the robotic figure's guidance and its flight stability, thus buying time for the mantis shrimp to escape. Yuan's strategy proved remarkably effective. The Black Eagle, guiding the rain of arrows, found its rhythm disrupted by the torrential onslaught of bullets, forcing it to ascend and protect itself. Meanwhile, the descending human bomb was also hindered by the turbulence caused by the grenade explosions, its speed visibly reduced. Moreover, the trajectory of flight began to twist and turn erratically, though it was unclear what dire command that Fox Demon had issued to this individual. despite the precarious state of being on the verge of collapse in midair. He repeatedly adjusted his angle, relentlessly pursuing the mantis shrimp with a single-minded determination to charge forth and meet his demise alongside it. Simultaneously, the mantis shrimp reacted with alacrity. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted before him, and within the span of a mere second, he unleashed a flurry of punches into the air. Clearly, this creature was also driven by urgency. This series of piercing strikes, although failing to hit the adversary, heated the surrounding air to an extreme, creating a vast vacuum chamber. The two erratic yet unwavering arrows collided against the outer wall of this vacuum, not only failing to breach it, but also igniting in the searing gas, swiftly vaporizing. The enormous net woven from a dozen arrows momentarily revealed a gap. The mantis shrimp, refusing to linger in battle, crouched and propelled itself through this opening, leaping into the sea near the dock. Just as it plunged into the water, the robotic bomb finally broke through the turbulence crafted by Yuan, crashing down onto the very spot where the mantis shrimp had just stood. With a dazzling flash followed by a deafening explosion, Yuan and his companions, hidden deep within the cavern, were jolted violently. Had it not been for the military's special reinforcements in the cave, this explosion would likely have razed the place to the ground. When Yuan and the others regained their footing, their faces were etched with astonishment. A 3-meter wide, 2-meter deep crater had suddenly manifested where the dock had once been. Good grief, the power of that self-detonation is truly terrifying, Zhang Yu, standing beside Yuan, remarked, his face pale with lingering fear. Just then, however, Yuan heard Mo Xiaobei's startled cry, "Watch out!" Instinctively, he forcefully propelled himself, activating the instantaneous teleportation effect of his wind control combat boots, and in that fleeting moment, he leapt 10 meters away. Yet, when he turned back, he was met with a scene that nearly shattered his composure. It turned out that the black eagle he had just repelled had, unbeknownst to him, swooped down from directly above, launching a surprise attack. With a pair of gleaming golden claws, it descended with ferocity. Had he not activated the teleportation technique moments earlier, he would have been reduced to mere minced meat in an instant. Although he narrowly evaded the assault, misfortune befell Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, who were caught in the turbulent winds created by the eagle's descent, rolling off the small cliff upon which they stood. When Yuan glanced over, he happened to catch the black eagle casting a menacing glance back at him, its expression particularly fierce, clearly harboring a grudge for having thwarted its plans. Enraged, Yuan realized that he could not allow this black eagle to escape, no matter the cost. Otherwise, given this fellow's vengeful disposition, one might as well abandon the hope of ever enjoying a peaceful slumber. He raised his hand and hurled a grenade into the air, at which point a formidable iron fist suddenly soared from behind and struck the grenade with tremendous force. The grenade flew off like a baseball struck by a bat, whistling through the air toward the retreating black eagle. Chapter 88. The Dawn of a Path. The scene of Yuan's iron fist launching the grenade left a profound impression on the black eagle. The explosive power of the grenade instilled a sense of trepidation within it. It quickly flapped its wings to gain speed, while continuously adjusting the angle of its shoulders to evade the impending threat. Boom! Just as it altered its course, the black eagle felt a sharp pain in its rear, followed by a tightening sensation in its hindquarters. It was as if its feet were ensnared by some unseen force. The surrounding air suddenly thickening, and the resistance against its movements escalating dramatically. Daring not to glance back, it grit its beak and fought to flap its wings with all its might. Yet, the moment it turned again to ascend, it was met with the sight of a merciless iron hand before it. To its utter horror, the iron hand clutched a hand cannon, its gleaming silver barrel radiating a chilling aura of death, and a flash of fire in the searing heat of the gun's muzzle. This moment marked the black eagle's last scene in this world. A torrential downpour of blood followed as the black eagle's head was shattered by the shot. Its massive carcass plummeted from the sky, teetering on the brink of crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the water like a dragon springing forth, seizing the black eagle's wings. With a powerful tug, it ripped the lifeless body in two. Emerging once more was the mantis shrimp that had recently plunged into the depths. As the black eagle was torn asunder, a glimmering golden pellet fell from its chest cavity. The mantis shrimp promptly dove down, snatching the golden core and consuming it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Yuan, seated upon a stone platform at a distance, collapsed to the ground. The past 10 minutes of unleashing his dual prowess had drained every ounce of his energy. He felt a throbbing in his temples, clearly a consequence of the exertion from earlier. Emerging from the heightened state of concentration, he found himself utterly fatigued, relying on the ground for support as he gasped for breath. Nearby, Mo Xiaobei had already leapt down to inspect the injuries sustained by Zhang Yu and Wan Hai. Yuan rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a Snickers bar and 2 bottles of energy drinks. consuming them with haste. He needed to quickly regain his strength. Although he had briefly allied with the mantis shrimp in battle, the nature of their relationship remained ambiguous, considering the shrimp's paranoia. No one could predict whether it would turn against him in the next moment. The mantis shrimp, having consumed the Black Hawk golden pill, now resembled a creature intoxicated, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Moments later, it struggled and contorted, dragging itself back onto the shore. In less than half a minute, its once mottled black and green body began to turn a vivid red, as if it had been boiled. It writhed on the dock's edge, as though under the influence of some potent drug. Yuan kept his distance, his nerves taut, having assembled 3 small explosive devices in his hands, prepared to fight for his life should this creature go berserk. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobei managed to rouse Zhang Yu and Wan Hai from their unconscious state. Zhang Yu had sustained severe injuries, both legs broken, while Wan Hai fared even worse, likely suffering internal injuries, although he had regained consciousness. His face was ashen, and he coughed up blood. Faced with such dire circumstances, Mo Xiaobei was at a loss. Above, perched on a rock, Yuan did not dare to lose focus. Nevertheless, he took a moment to retrieve a first aid kit from a miniature shelf and tossed it down to Mo Xiaobei, instructing her to tend to their wounds. His gaze remained fixed on the mantis shrimp, which was now convulsing and contracting on the dock. Steam billowed from the shrimp's body, possibly a consequence of the nourishing effects of the golden pill. It appeared that this creature was overwhelmed by its own consumption, originally measuring 7 to 8 meters. Its size began to diminish significantly. It was unclear whether the moisture within its body had been evaporated by the rising steam. The creature was evidently experiencing a fever. Yet, Yuan dared not approach. Facing such a ferocious and emotionally unstable beast, he believed it prudent to keep his distance and allow it to exhaust itself. Approximately 20 minutes later, the mantis shrimp's size had shrunk to just over 2 meters. To Yuan's astonishment, an extraordinary event unfolded. The creature began to molt. Just as other crustaceans shed their shells upon reaching a certain growth stage, this mantis shrimp, too, discarded its exoskeleton. However, unlike its counterparts that shed due to inadequate shell size, this creature had shrunk to the point where it could no longer reduce in size before initiating the molting process. Even more astonishing to Yuan was the entity emerging from the shell, not the expected succulent, meaty mantis shrimp, but rather a humanoid being with smooth, supple skin. This entity bore a striking resemblance to a human, possessing limbs and the ability to stand upright from birth. Its posture and form mirrored that of a human. Yet its face was disconcertingly peculiar, featuring large, bulging eyes that protruded from their sockets, a lack of a nasal bridge with merely 2 nostrils, and beneath those nostrils, a fearsome mouth lined with several appendages. Yuan cast a fleeting glance and was immediately reminded of the fearsome xenomorph from the film Alien. Influenced by an abundance of cultivation novels, he surmised that this mantis shrimp must have attained a profound level of existence, achieving the golden core stage, which allowed it to assume a human form. However, its appearance made him recall the opening lines of a documentary he had once watched about mantis shrimps. If any creature on Earth could be likened to an extraterrestrial visitor, the mantis shrimp would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. The mantis shrimp rose to its feet, first inspecting its own hands and then its legs, displaying an expression of incredulity. After confirming its transformation into human form, it let out a triumphant roar that sent piercing sound waves reverberating through the air, causing a sharp pain in Yuan's head. After a considerable pause, the creature ceased its jubilant cacophony, then pressed its legs down and sprang into the air like a released spring, landing directly in front of Yuan. Chapter 89. Diamond Star Fist. As Yuan beheld the creature, reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior, descending from the sky, he instinctively raised his light machine gun. Clad in ironclad gauntlets, he gripped a grenade in one hand and a handheld cannon in the other, aiming them at the formidable figure above him. Yet, the creature regarded Yuan's defensive stance with a smile that, while more grotesque than joyous, conveyed a sense of goodwill. "Fear not, I am not here to harm you." The creature's mandibles moved, and Yuan could discern its speech. It appeared that this evolution had not only granted the mantis shrimp the ability to take on a human form, but had also brought its thought processes closer to those of humans. With a clarity of speech that was markedly improved, "I truly must thank you. I am not one to enjoy being indebted." Remarkably, it had just transformed into a human shape and already referred to itself as one. While Yuan was still musing over this, the mantis shrimp raised a hand and snapped its fingers. In an instant, the shell it had just shed from dozens of meters away flew to its side. With a swift motion, it tore 2 massive claws from the 2-meter-long exoskeleton, their metallic matte sheen hinting at their extraordinary value. "You saved my life, and I have no means to repay you. Thus, I bestow upon you these claws. Do not underestimate them, for they are the most precious treasures of our species." The mantis shrimp declared, pressing the two claws firmly against Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Yuan barely had time to register the event before the formidable claws clamped down on his forearms, leaving him no opportunity to struggle against the grip as the mantis shrimp exerted its strength. The moment the two pincers made contact with his skin, the Iron Blood Warrior expelled a stream of azure blood that sprayed directly onto the pincers. Before Lu Yuan could even register his disgust, he observed as the pincers began to morph and shrink, ultimately transforming into two circular gauntlets. The gauntlets then opened beneath, snapping tightly onto his forearms with a resounding click. In that instant, a searing heat surged from his forearms deep into Lu Yuan's mind. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and he struggled desperately. Yet his efforts seemed feeble in the eyes of the Iron Blood Warrior. However, the agony subsided in less than 10 seconds, retreating like a receding tide. As Lu Yuan regained his senses, he found that the Iron Blood Warrior had released his hands and stood a meter away, observing him with a calm demeanor. Lu Yuan glanced down at his hands, which had become significantly more robust from his recent training. The gauntlets that had once clamped onto his forearms had vanished. Yet his forearms now appeared to be noticeably thicker. Furthermore, the surface of his forearms shimmered with an indescribable metallic matte hue. The once violent pincers of the mantis shrimp had seamlessly fused with his own hands. He clenched his fists, and an indescribable sense of power surged within him. He swiftly threw a punch forward. With a whoosh, his rapid punch disturbed the air in front of him, creating a shockwave. Was this not akin to the legendary punching edge spoken of in martial arts novels, where internal energy escapes? In that moment, Lu Yuan was entirely oblivious to the mantis shrimp standing before him, as his mind was consumed by an overwhelming euphoria. He turned to the stone wall behind him and unleashed a full-force punch. Whoosh! He even heard the sound of his punch slicing through the air. Due to the incredible speed of his strike, the friction ignited the air at the tip of his fist, bestowing upon it a fiery wave effect. Before his fist made contact, the heated air ignited by the punch caused a pressure effect that resulted in a small-scale explosion upon striking the stone wall. When his fist collided with the wall, it produced a resounding clang, reminiscent of a hammer striking stone. The resilient granite wall was shattered into fine powder by the force of his double strike. The owner has acquired the gifted skill, the invincible Diamond Star Fist. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the special effects skill of the mantis shrimp. From this moment forth, the owner shall possess a pair of indomitable iron fists, rendering any armor before him mere paper tigers. All hostile forces obstructing the owner's path shall crumble into fine dust beneath these iron fists. This special skill is a golden ability characterized by invincibility and relentless advancement. Skill: Invincible Diamond Star Fist Level 1, boasting an acceleration of 10, capable of penetrating 1 meter of homogeneous armor. Within a single second, the owner can deliver up to 3 punches, enhanced by an airwave effect, featuring a double strike effect that lasts for 1 minute, with an attack range extending 5 meters ahead and a cooldown period of 30 minutes. As a punch was unleashed, a series of system notifications resonated in Lu Yuan's mind. Upon hearing such notifications, Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. Truly, it is a gift worthy of the deep-sea mantis shrimp. This punch, with its acceleration, could launch a rocket into outer space, now harnessed within his fist. With this strike, Lu Yuan felt confident he could pulverize diamonds into dust. The pincers clamped onto his arm, and he estimated the hardness of his iron fists rivaled that of diamonds. Although the power of his punches paled in comparison to the mantis shrimp itself, capable of delivering a blow every 13 seconds with an acceleration of 1,000 and heating the air in front of its fist to a scorching 6,700 degrees. Lu Yuan was nonetheless content. Even if Tyson stood before him, he would be but a mere triviality. Moreover, this fist technique should be upgradable. For now, the power of his punches sufficed. Should he desire greater strength, it was likely his current physique could not withstand it. This principle is akin to matching the caliber of a cannon to its corresponding carriage. Attempting to fire a 155 caliber cannon from a 105 caliber carriage could very well result in catastrophic failure. Having fully appreciated the utility of these iron fists, Lu Yuan turned to the iron-blooded warrior and bowed deeply. "Thank you, fellow practitioner." The iron-blooded warrior responded with a grin, his smile still rather unappealing. Yet Lu Yuan found it considerably more agreeable this time. Suddenly recalling his unfortunate companions, he spoke up. "Could I trouble you once more, dear friend, to assist in rescuing my 2 brothers?" He gestured towards Zhang Yu and Wan Hai, who remained beneath the stone platform. Zhang Yu was slumped against the stone wall, his face ashen. He had just fallen from the platform, sustaining broken legs. Wan Hai was in an even worse predicament, having recently plummeted from the platform and was now expelling blood in great gulps. Lu Yuan understood that although he possessed some rudimentary skills in wilderness healing, the current lack of medical resources rendered his abilities insufficient. To save both individuals was utterly impossible, thus assistance from the mantis shrimp was the only recourse. Fortunately, despite his striking resemblance to the fearsome warrior, this creature did not share the same cold-blooded disposition. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the stone platform and approached Zhang Yu. He examined Zhang Yu's injured leg and then turned back to extract 2 segments of shell from his recently shed exoskeleton. Mirroring the technique he had employed earlier with Lu Yuan, he skillfully resized the shell into the shape of leg guards and affixed them to Zhang Yu's shattered limb. In a matter of mere minutes, Zhang Yu's broken leg was miraculously restored, allowing him to stand upright once more. Elated, Zhang Yu beamed with joy. He had witnessed Lu Yuan's formidable iron fist and could hardly suppress his excitement at receiving such a gift from the mantis shrimp. Eager to test his newfound strength, he kicked a nearby stone, shattering it with a resounding crash. Zhang Yu's laughter erupted, his joy palpable. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Although the power of his iron legs paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's iron fist, both speed and strength surpassed his former mortal limitations, as he now possessed a genuine pair of iron legs. From this day forth, Zhang Yu was no longer an ordinary human. The mantis shrimp, undeterred, proceeded to attend to Yuan Hai, who appeared pale and weak, barely clinging to consciousness, but clearly on the brink of collapse. Lu Yuan instantly recognized the dire situation. Yuan Hai was likely suffering from severe internal bleeding. According to medical knowledge, if he lost consciousness, it would likely lead to shock, and under current medical conditions, survival was highly improbable. Noticing Yuan Hai's condition, the mantis shrimp furrowed his brow. However, having promised Lu Yuan, he did not hesitate. He pried open Yuan Hai's mouth and made a small incision on his own antennae, allowing a few droplets of blue blood to trickle into Yuan Hai's mouth. A miraculous transformation ensued, after consuming just a few drops of the blue liquid. Yuan Hai's previously listless demeanor revitalized as if he had been administered a potent dose of adrenaline. Seeing Yuan Hai's condition improve, the mantis shrimp let out a sigh of relief. He then plunged into the sea, retrieving the remains of the black eagle, which he had torn asunder. Although the heart had been devoured, there was still ample flesh to be salvaged. He tore off 2 wings and tossed them to Lu Yuan, a prize indeed. Despite the urge to gag, Lu Yuan refrained from indulging. The mantis shrimp, however, presented Yuan Hai with a leg of the creature, placing it before him. This leg was an imposing 2 meters in length, with the thickest part nearly a meter wide, leaving Yuan Hai to ponder how he might consume it. Zhang Yu, displaying remarkable quickness, drew a small knife and began to skin and slice the meat, simultaneously instructing Mo Xiaobei to gather some firewood, evidently intending to prepare a barbecue. However, Mo Xiaobei rolled her eyes and promptly severed a generous piece of meat from the chicken leg, tossing it to her companion Curry. Previously, Curry had lost part of his tail while rescuing Lu Yuan, and he appeared rather listless. Yet, when a sizable chunk of chicken leg meat was thrown before him, he immediately perked up. Seeing that several of his comrades had received adequate treatment, Lu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. He then turned his gaze towards the warrior, known as K-Wei. "My friend," Lu Yuan began, "I dislike that title. You may call me K-Wei instead." "Very well. K-Wei, I heard from the Black Hawk that there exists a league behind them, which is related to this calamity. Can you enlighten me?" Lu Yuan inquired directly. K-Wei scrutinized Lu Yuan for a moment before responding. "I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the specifics. All I know is that since the onset of the natural disasters, the world has entered an era of spiritual awakening. Numerous once reclusive sects have emerged, now occupying various human strongholds. Behind these sects lies a formidable alliance from the celestial realm, though I am uncertain of its members. As for the calamity, it might be best for you not to delve too deeply. Such knowledge may not serve you well." At this pivotal moment, K-Wei deftly shifted the topic. Provoking Lu Yuan's irritation, he felt an urge to curse at the vagueness. "You must simply be prepared at all times, tirelessly enhancing your abilities. We have now entered an age of great conflict. The days ahead will be fraught with peril. If you wish to survive, you must possess true skill." However, his next 2 statements caused Lu Yuan to shudder involuntarily. What of that fox spirit? Lu Yuan recalled the fox that K-Wei had dealt with mercilessly. Merely a group of spirits entrenched in the east, establishing a sect called Heaven Beyond Heaven, defying the heavenly court's authority and seeking to carve their own path. Now that the world has descended into chaos, they have begun to recruit mercenaries with ulterior motives. Do they truly think I am a fool? They believe that by merely shouting slogans, they can deceive me, who is unaware of the fate that awaits those who venture into their midst. They merely seek to dissect me and covet my treasures. Upon hearing K-Wei's words, Lu Yuan finally comprehended why this individual had shown such ruthlessness towards the fox spirit. He was far from foolish. Today, your assistance has been invaluable, and I am deeply grateful. However, you must exercise caution. The Black Hawk is a disciple of the Great Peng sect, notorious for its vengeful nature. Regrettably, amidst the recent fierce battle, several of the lackeys accompanying the Black Hawk managed to flee. You must remain vigilant. They will undoubtedly return seeking revenge. I can hardly tolerate their self-righteousness while they engage in lawless acts. Their ilk has no reason to be spoken of. Chapter 91. The legacy of Atom Boy Lu Yuan was no moral guardian. As a fan of novels, he had indulged in a plethora of martial arts and fantasy tales. Thus, I hold little regard for those so-called righteous factions. These individuals delight in occupying the moral high ground, brandishing the banner of alleged virtues while frequently indulging in acts of duplicity and moral depravity. Consequently, upon hearing the words of this sparrow's tale, I find that his disposition resonates closely with my own. Furthermore, the denizens of the Eastern Isles are equally reckless and audacious. I am uncertain whether that vixen has relayed any intelligence back to her compatriots. Regardless, their methods are notorious for their cunning and variability. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Although I was the one who dispatched that vixen, should they come seeking vengeance, the innocent shall inevitably suffer, which is a lamentable certainty. Lu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nevertheless, given that the sparrow's tail had offered a kind warning, what more could he say? After conveying this, the sparrow's tail turned to observe the lively Zhang Yu and the gradually recovering Yuan Hai. Well then, my young friend, I have fulfilled my obligations and shall not linger here any longer. Farewell. With that, he disregarded Lu Yuan's reaction and executed a graceful Thomas spin, diving into the sea and disappearing in an instant. Such decisiveness truly aligned with his character of action. Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head, glancing back. Mo Xiaobei had taken curry to gather firewood, while Zhang Yu was in the process of slicing the chicken leg into numerous small pieces. I shall also seek some firewood, Lu Yuan declared, leaping down from the stone platform and making his way toward the dock at the cave's entrance. In truth, he was not merely in search of firewood. He primarily aimed to inspect the battlefield for any treasures that might have been overlooked. Fortune favored him, as he soon arrived at the crater left by the explosion of Atom Boy, discovering several remarkable items. Among them were Atom Boy's iron legs, a revelation that filled Lu Yuan with elation. From a distance, he had only glimpsed them vaguely, not fully comprehending their nature. However, upon approaching, he observed that each leg possessed a diameter of 30 centimeters, housing 2 turbojet engines within. Previously, in animated portrayals, it was mentioned that Atom Boy's legs contained 2 atomic engines. Yet, that was but a science fiction narrative, and to Lu Yuan's knowledge, no nation had achieved such technology prior to the apocalypse. Even if such engines could be constructed, no country had managed to miniaturize them to this extent. Upon witnessing the turbojet engines nestled within Atom Boy's legs, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the diminutive citizens of the Eastern Isles. The design of these turbojet engines, encased within the robot's limbs, bore semblance to that of a gas turbine. However, it was not entirely congruent, as he discerned 2 blue energy stones at the core, seemingly serving as the power source. Lu Yuan was neither an electrical nor a mechanical engineer. Thus, he did not fully grasp the principles behind this engine. Yet, he recognized that the ability to create such powerful engines in such a compact form demonstrated remarkable craftsmanship. The origins of these engines remain shrouded in mystery, whether they were crafted by the artisans of the East or by the enigmatic figures mentioned by the sparrow's tail. It is evident that these 2 engines amalgamate modern aerodynamics with elements of magic that defy scientific explanation. They resemble his enchanted ironclad gauntlets, whose principles elude clear definition. While they are certainly not atomic engines, referring to them as magical engines seems apparent. Consider the armored robot resembling Astro Boy, which relies on such power to surge through the skies. Even formidable figures from the cultivation sects, like Black Hawk, find themselves at a disadvantage against this creation, underscoring its extraordinary nature. Reflecting on his own Iron Man armor, which remains incomplete and perplexing, he realizes he has now discovered a source of power. With excitement bubbling within him, Lu Yuan swiftly stowed the 2 magical engines into a miniature storage compartment. He then proceeded to the dock's edge, searching fervently, even plunging into the water. At last, fortune favored the diligent, as he uncovered the crystal released by the old eagle beneath the water's surface near the shore. It became clear that the eagle's crystal was not the same as the golden core. Although the mantis shrimp had consumed Black Hawk's golden core, it had not detected the crystal it had expelled. This crystal exuded a dark, ethereal glow, its color and quality indicating that it surpassed any crystal he had previously acquired. Without further contemplation, Lu Yuan immediately secured the crystal within his spatial storage. After resurfacing, he began to explore the surroundings. Exiting the cave, he found the corridor outside transformed into a grotesque battlefield, littered with the remnants of flesh and blood, remnants of those he had recently bombarded with grenades. A significant portion of Duan Yongqing's group had perished here, yet, according to the Sparrow's tale, a few had managed to escape. The various rocket launchers they had brought along were now reduced to mere debris, victims of the grenade explosions. Though this discovery left Lu Yuan somewhat disheartened. As he traversed the corridor, he suddenly noticed several branching paths nearby, each guarded by heavy iron doors. His heart raced at the possibility of discovering more armories. However, upon pushing open the door, a foul stench assaulted him, nearly toppling him over. As a battle-hardened individual, Lu Yuan recognized the odor as that of decaying corpses. His heart sank. Since entering this base, he had yet to encounter a single zombie, which felt increasingly suspicious. According to Sun Junjie, the base had originally housed a company of soldiers. Following the outbreak of global catastrophe, over 100 individuals had been infected, with additional infected soldiers sent in by superiors over time. The facility had become a sanctuary for treatment and rehabilitation. However, apart from their own platoon, the base was primarily defended by a modest number of military doctors and nurses. The reason Duan Yongqing and his group had successfully breached the perimeter was that they had not anticipated an assault from those disguised as civilians. The scarcity of station personnel allowed Duan Yongqing's gang to exploit the situation. However, to their astonishment, they inadvertently unlocked the barracks housing the zombies, releasing thousands of transformed soldiers. They then fled with the captured Sun Junjie and the plundered supplies. What transpired at the base afterward remained unknown to Sun Junjie. Upon arriving at the base, Lu Yuan observed the emptied warehouses and speculated that the military had previously conducted a sweep, removing many critical supplies. Concurrently, it seemed the transformed soldiers had also been dealt with. The conditions within the warehouse confirmed his suspicions. Instead of swarms of zombies, there lay rows of corpses neatly arranged and covered with white sheets. These bodies were not exclusively military personnel. Many were civilians treated by the military. Yet it was evident that none had been saved. Although Lu Yuan had amassed a significant number of crystal cores, his joy was overshadowed by the grim reality. The situation outside appeared increasingly dire. He had estimated that around 1,000 people had been present here, yet he was confronted with tens of thousands of corpses, suggesting that the military had centralized patients from various regions before they transformed. The question loomed of how many such bases existed, all under military control, preventing the zombies from dispersing. But should they lose control in the future, would the streets be overrun with the undead? With a population exceeding 1 billion and numerous cities with populations in the millions, Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had cleared several warehouses, collecting nearly 30,000 crystal cores, yet his heart felt heavy. The only flicker of happiness came when he discovered a Type 66 military truck in one of the later warehouses. Upon a cursory inspection, it was evident that the vehicle had some issues, leading to its abandonment. However, this posed no significant challenge for Lu Yuan, as he possessed a synthesis furnace. Even if a component were damaged, he could easily create a new one with crystal cores. Most importantly, this 5-ton truck was precisely the vehicle he had long sought. With this asset, the next upgrade for the house became feasible. The system had previously indicated that it could be synthesized into a mobile fortress. The thought of transforming it into a mobile home sparked a sense of excitement within Lu Yuan, lifting his earlier gloom. After securing the truck, he returned to the cave, where Mo Xiaobei and Curry had miraculously unearthed a makeshift military stove, perfect for frying oil and stewing chicken legs. They enjoyed a delightful meal together, unaware that the dish would prove to be remarkably nourishing. Feeling an overwhelming fatigue just moments ago, the body experienced a remarkable rejuvenation after consuming a mere few morsels of meat. The group found themselves revitalized, as if resurrected, and, enchanted by the magic of the chicken leg, they each took the opportunity to carve off additional pieces of meat to take home for nourishment, recognizing the inappropriateness of lingering. Having scavenged all that was necessary, the group departed the base and returned to their community. This excursion spanned 2 days and 1 night, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the community, they each retreated to their own abodes to rest. However, Lu Yuan, upon arriving home, did not hasten to rest but instead prioritized upgrading his residence. Fortified walls level 3 version 30, 165 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms 030000, electricity, 100, water, 100, gas, 100, owner, Lu Yuan, skills, unmatched diamond star fist level 3 dog whipping technique, automobile knowledge encyclopedia, Level 3 Automotive Repair Master Firearm Knowledge Encyclopedia, Armored Vehicle Proficiency. Tank Driving Proficiency, Level 10 Marksman. Iron Body Technique Comprehensive Battlefield First Aid Knowledge, Equipment. Tungsten Steel Engineer Shovel X1. 98 Handgun X1. Type 95 Assault Rifle X1. Colt Python X1. Type 191 Light Machine Gun X1. Turtle Shell Protective Suit X1. Wind Control Acceleration Boots X1. Land Warrior Helmet X1. Warrior Armored Personnel Carrier X1. 3 Military Trucks X1. Damaged. Rainbow 4 Drone X1. Type 88 Heavy Machine Gun X1. Attack Grenades X30. Steel 88 Tons. Treasures. Lightning Vine X1. Pending activation. Modified Mark Armor X1. Damaged. Ironclad Steel Fist X1. Energy Reserve. Level Black Crystal Core X1. Advanced Green Crystal Core X2. High-Level Blue Crystal Core X8. Ordinary White Crystal Core X2 5550. House Protection 10001000. House Skills 1 meter of sunshine. Grim Reaper S Harvest of Colorful Scythe level in just a few minutes. Lu Yuan successfully upgraded the fortified walls to version 30. This enhancement cost him 10,000 crystal cores, during which he also repaired several damaged areas of the house. Most importantly, he integrated the drone control station, radar, in the house itself, a fusion that validated his prior conjectures. His unparalleled secret technique. Grim Reaper S Harvest of Colorful Scythe indeed ascended to level 2, expanding its operational radius from the original 5 kilometers to a remarkable 20 kilometers. As Lu Yuan perused the functionality description of the colorful scythe, his eyes sparkled with excitement. From this day forth, he could wield persuasion through virtue. The combat radius covered by this drone would serve as his sphere of influence, while missiles transformed into instruments of his benevolent persuasion. Although this radius fell short of the drone's original 35 kilometers, the 20 kilometers available was more than sufficient, especially when he envisioned upgrading the house into a mobile fortress. As long as his vehicle accompanied him, the drone's attack radius could be infinitely expanded, allowing Lu Yuan's sphere of virtuous persuasion to grow in tandem with the operational range of the drone. Currently, the owner's energy reserves meet the requirements for an upgrade. The system has once again prompted for an upgrade, and Lu Yuan decisively clicked on it. However, he was informed that the quantity of white crystal cores was insufficient, and he was asked if he would opt for a high-grade core replacement. Lu Yuan quickly reviewed the upgrade conditions and realized that for another upgrade, he needed 30,000 crystal cores, 20 tons of steel, and 1 qualified vehicle. He possessed most of these materials, but he was still short by over 4,000 white crystal cores. And the qualified vehicle also required repairs. Nevertheless, as long as he could resolve the issue with crystal cores, it was manageable. Conveniently, he had 8 blue crystal cores and 2 green crystal cores in hand, and without a second thought, he chose to proceed with the replacement, only to find himself enveloped in darkness and falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that his home had undergone a complete transformation. The previously cold, Syrian-style decor had vanished, replaced instead by a semblance of the pre-apocalyptic aesthetic. Moreover, all the supplies he had scavenged were inexplicably gone. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was only when he noticed a large-scale model of an RV, scaled at 132, placed on the coffee table before him that he began to grasp the magnitude of the changes. Chapter 93. The Mobile Great Wall, Level 1. 35 square meters, 1 bedroom, 1 living room 010000. Electricity, 100. Water, 100. Owner, Lu Yuan. Skills, Invincible Diamond Star Fist. Equipment, 1 tungsten steel engineer shovel, 1 Type 98 handgun, 1 Type 95 assault rifle, 1 Colt Python, 1 Type 191 light machine gun, 1 turtle shell protective suit, 1 wind control acceleration boots, 1 land warrior helmet, 1 warrior armored personnel carrier, 1 Rainbow 4 drone, 1 Type 88 heavy machine gun, 30 offensive grenades, 68 tons of steel, treasure, 1 lightning vine, pending activation, 1 modified mark armor, damaged, 1 ironclad steel fist, energy reserves, 1 black high-grade crystal core, 550 regular white crystal cores, house protection, 10001000, house skills, blessing of 1 meter sunshine level. Scythe of the Grim Reaper level. This mobile RV, by mere appearance, retained the features of the previous third level 66 drive, resembling a 5-ton heavy truck. It boasted the distinctive large-nose design rarely seen in military trucks, with a water intake protruding from the right side of the driver's cabin. The high chassis and 6-wheeled anti-explosive tires were evident. Originally painted in the military's forest green digital camouflage, it had now been repainted in a desert yellow hue. This paint was clearly a high-quality anti-riot coating, Not only would it withstand scratches, but even bullets might fail to chip the paint. Such a finish not only offered resistance to scratches and rust, but also possessed ballistic and explosive protective properties. This type of paint was notoriously expensive, typically favored by those with ample resources, or specifically applied to vehicles with specialized operational requirements. According to Lu Yuan's knowledge, the cost of painting such a vehicle, if applied to a model like the 3, would likely be sufficient to purchase a small car worth over 100,000. To his surprise, his own RV was completely adorned in this manner, and the previously empty cargo area now carried a modified cabin. Eagerly, Lu Yuan ascended to the rooftop and, following the customary procedure, aimed his wristwatch at the two vehicles for a scan. Subsequently, the vehicle was swiftly magnified and restored, revealing a formidable and imposing off-road RV before him. The square front of the vehicle was complemented by 2 rows of cabins capable of seating 4 individuals, with a central passageway leading directly to the rear compartment. Inside, a multifunctional space amalgamated a kitchen, dining area, living room, and even a command center. This area featured a simple kitchen and dining space, where the folding sofa could easily transform into a bed. Behind this section lay the restroom and master bedroom. The master bedroom was far more than a mere resting place. It incorporated the previous storage room and various functional areas into one. 2 miniature storage racks had been reduced to 2 rows of shelves, affixed to the walls of the vehicle. The crucial synthesis furnace had also been miniaturized and placed upon these shelves. Although the items had been proportionally reduced, their functionality remained largely intact. And in terms of storage capabilities, it was potentially even more efficient than before. For instance, items that previously could only be scaled down to a ratio of 1:32 could now be reduced to 1:64. Consequently, while the shelves appeared smaller, they could accommodate a greater volume of supplies. A television was mounted on the roof, serving not only as an entertainment device, but also as a command center. It could monitor external surroundings and receive images captured by drones. Additionally, it could coordinate the fire of the 88-style heavy machine gun situated on the roof. The tank's original 105mm cannon had been compactly stored in an ammunition compartment at the rear of the vehicle. When an attack was necessary, stabilizing the vehicle and opening the weapon compartment allowed the cannon to be deployed, with the vehicle's structure serving as its mount. This vehicle was not merely an RV. It was also a self-propelled artillery unit. Furthermore, atop the vehicle was a foldable radar dish, specifically retrieved from the dazzling base to enhance the operational efficacy of the Rainbow 4 drone. Following its previous integration with the vehicle, the drone's attack range had significantly increased. This latest upgrade had merged the artillery command system with the drone, enhancing both the operational radius of the Rainbow drone and the effectiveness of the 105mm cannon. Previously, the cannon's range was limited to 5 kilometers. It had now expanded to 10 kilometers, with a notable increase in firing rate. The only drawback was that Lu Yuan had a limited supply of ammunition and was reluctant to expend it freely. Otherwise, the cannon's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly surpass that of the Grim Reaper's harvest. Why? The reason is quite simple. You rely on drones, which necessitates the consumption of fuel, specifically a specialized aviation kerosene. Currently, Lu Yuan's Rainbow drone has 80% of its fuel remaining. Once that tank is depleted, he will be obliged to purchase more from the system, which requires the expenditure of crystal cores. Lu Yuan has perused the pricing, and the cost of that fuel is exorbitantly higher than the price of 2 barrels of oil, causing him considerable distress. Conversely, employing artillery, albeit with a shorter range, allows the vehicle to be positioned without the need to deploy the Rainbow 4. The destructive power of the 105mm howitzer is equally formidable, and the price of its shells is significantly more economical than the missiles and bombs utilized by drones. Most importantly, the cost of diesel for the vehicle remains remarkably low. Thus, from a cost-effectiveness perspective, Lu Yuan believes it is not yet time to retire the 105mm howitzer. Moreover, another formidable weapon, the drone and launcher, is ingeniously integrated within a weapons compartment atop the vehicle. When combat operations are required, the weapons compartment can be opened directly to launch the drone. The takeoff mode remains unchanged. Prior to launch, the drone is reduced in scale, and upon ejection, it naturally regains its original form mid-air. After a night of exploration, Lu Yuan finally comprehended the vehicle's capabilities thoroughly. Subsequently, he chose to rest in the RV for the night, as the house below, once restored, had ceased to be safe. Upon awakening the next day, he found it was already midday. Lu Yuan had a modest meal in the RV when a knock echoed from downstairs. He tidied the vehicle and went down to open the door, only to find Zhang Yu and a few others had come to visit. Lu Yuan welcomed them in with a smile, noting their high spirits. Clearly, the chicken leg from yesterday had replenished their energy. They must have feasted well after returning. Brother Yuan, Ma Chong and the others are missing, Zhang Yu reported upon entering. Missing? Where have they gone? Lu Yuan inquired. I'm not sure. But a couple of days ago, I overheard their associates discussing whether to head to Fangzhou City. Chapter 94. The Safe Zone. Lu Yuan cast a glance at the group, and at that moment, Imo Xiaobei interjected, why don't we also venture to Fangzhou City? After all, this neighborhood is no longer secure. Indeed, if that segment of Yongqing is luring people here for revenge, we have no defenses to safeguard. Zhang Yu and Wan Hai concurred swiftly, having unconsciously come to regard Lu Yuan as their pillar of support. Very well, let us rest for a day. And tomorrow morning we shall depart for Fangzhou City. Our house can come along with us, and I have no intention of lingering here, Lu Yuan decided. He distributed some food among the three of them before they returned to prepare. As the saying goes, a broken family can be worth a fortune. Despite the onset of the apocalypse, everyone still possesses some assets. This relocation necessitates sorting personal belongings, deciding what to take and what to discard. Ironically, Lu Yuan's situation is the simplest. Thanks to the existence of the moving Great Wall, he can transport all his possessions in one go. The reason he suggested a half-day's rest is that there remains one more task to accomplish. It is indeed that Iron Man armor, and further refinement, is necessary. A fragment of Iron Man armor, 2 magical core-driven engines, 2 iron-feathered eagle wings, and 2 segments of shrimp mantis exoskeleton. Lu Yuan cast all the usable materials into the synthesis furnace, allowing it to conduct an analysis. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the synthesis furnace's touchscreen finally provided a prompt. Iron armor flight, half-body armor, possessing ultra-maneuverability for low-altitude flight, with a defense rating of 100 and maneuverability rating of 100. Combat method, battlefield acceleration, evasion, and penetration. He chose it without hesitation. Merely glancing at the image and half of the description was enough for Lu Yuan to confirm his decision. This iron armor flight resembled an ordinary half-body armor in appearance, not drawing undue attention when worn. However, during combat, it could deploy folding wings from the back, with 2 integrated magical engines powering the armor. This immediately reminded Lu Yuan of the jet-powered gliding wings of Falcon from Marvel Animations. The performance of this iron armor flight was akin to that gliding wing, albeit with a wingspan considerably smaller than Falcon's, measuring only 1.5 meters in length. Furthermore, unlike Falcon, it could not adjust its flight trajectory through wing flapping nor ascend to great heights. It was solely designed for low-altitude operations, serving as an accelerator for ground combat. With this apparatus, Lu Yuan could transform into a low-altitude firepower platform. Speed, 300 kilometers per hour. Operational radius, 300 kilometers. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Just observing these statistics instilled a sense of sufficiency in Lu Yuan. With this iron armor flight, he could adeptly manage a confined battlefield. Moreover, even for a hasty retreat, half an hour would enable him to cover 150 kilometers, a distance ample enough to escape the fray. Boss, there are no immediate dangers ahead. We can proceed, Wan Hai's voice echoed in his ear, prompting Lu Yuan to exhale in relief before pressing down on the accelerator. The RV veered onto the highway, and their group had set off early that morning. Since the day Wan Hai was rescued by the shrimp mantis, he had awakened a unique ability, endowing him with extraordinary vision and hearing. Consequently, Lu Yuan assigned him the role of scout at the front. This time, he and Zhang Yu were driving a Humvee, while Lu Yuan and Imo Xiaobei navigated in the RV. Throughout their journey, thanks to Wan Hai's exceptional reconnaissance capabilities, they had already evaded 3 significant hordes of wandering corpses. They also discovered several groups of individuals traveling toward Fangzhou City, much like themselves. However, Lu Yuan and his companions maintained a cautious distance from these strangers, as mingling too closely with unfamiliar faces in such perilous times was far from prudent. Fangzhou City lies to the southwest of Haizhou City, merely over 60 kilometers away. Situated at the southernmost tip of the Haizhou Peninsula, it is a 4th-tier prefecture-level city, primarily reliant on tourism and marine industries prior to the apocalypse. With a modest population of over 500,000, both cities are characterized by hilly terrain, separated by the Huangda Ridge that stretches between them. In recent years, efforts have been made to improve communication between the two cities, particularly in terms of transportation. For instance, numerous tunnels have been excavated in Huangda Ridge, and it is precisely this very ridge that ensures the safety of Fangzhou City. Previously, upon hearing that the military had chosen to establish a safe zone in Fangzhou City, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at their astute selection of location. In this current apocalyptic era, what was once a remote area with inconvenient transportation has now transformed into a prime refuge. Surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and flanked by mountains to the north, these former geographical barriers have now become the city's natural fortifications. This was a principal reason for Lu Yuan and his companions' decision to seek refuge here. The group hastened their pace and finally arrived at the entrance of the Huangdao Ridge Tunnel at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A queue of 3 kilometers had already formed on the road in front of the tunnel. The highway was crowded with people fleeing from Haizhou City, and the military had set up a checkpoint at the tunnel's entrance. They were required to undergo identity verification and a thorough body inspection, even after the examination. Entry into Fangzhou City was not immediate. Instead, individuals were directed to a makeshift camp beside the tunnel for a period of isolation and observation. Only after 24 hours without any signs of illness would they be permitted to enter the city. Fangzhou City was under comprehensive military control, and everyone was instructed to fill out forms and cooperate with the officials. Several uniformed personnel wielding loudspeakers traversed the line, distributing forms to each individual. The forms requested basic information such as name, age, place of origin, height, and weight. However, they also required details about one's professional skills, akin to a resume. For instance, whether one had previously worked as a clerical worker, planner, or laborer. It was evident that those with a background as laborers were particularly sought after. Given the limited selection available, Lu Yuan observed several individuals identifying as laborers being promptly escorted away by military representatives, while others were directed to the newly established camp along the highway for overnight observation. Why are they taking our cars? Indeed, why? Lu Yuan and his companions, driving their vehicle, approached the camp entrance as per the regulations. Yet, upon arrival, they were met with a cacophony of shouting. A corpulent man driving a Mercedes was embroiled in a heated argument with several towering figures. Due to the scarcity of resources under military control, all civilian vehicles were subject to requisition. The leading burly man looked down at the rotund individual with disdain. Hey, do you know who I am? Do you believe I could make a phone call? The corpulent man, sensing the confrontation, was not one to back down, pointing aggressively at the towering figure and shouting. Unfortunately, he barely completed his sentence before receiving a resounding slap across the face. I don't give a damn who you are. Indeed, Fangzhou City was far from the utopia one might envision. Chapter 95. I truly did not mean it. Hey, you. In this world of desolation, the fact that this hefty man could maintain his imposing weight of over 200 pounds indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Alas, today he had met his match, as the towering figure before him was evidently more formidable and menacing. Though he was quite a distance away, Lu Yuan could instantly discern that the towering figure had undergone rigorous training. After all, it is not the average person who can fell a 200-pound man with a single blow. The hefty man, struck down by this giant, could not rise again. Immediately, 2 or 3 of the giant's underlings surged forth, mercilessly assaulting the fallen man with a flurry of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, several robust men descended from the hefty man's vehicle, yet upon witnessing the scene, they dared not intervene, clearly intimidated by the imposing presence of the giant and his entourage. Enough, enough, cease at once. The giant, observing the terror-stricken faces of those around him, felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing he had successfully instilled fear. In this apocalyptic world, some individuals remained oblivious to the reality of their circumstances. Some were former businessmen, others students, and still others ex-government employees, stubbornly trying to apply their pre-apocalyptic mindset to the current situation. This incessant ignorance frustrated him. Thus, he found it necessary to assert his dominance. I see this man has entered the city. He poses a destabilizing influence. Let us detain him and send him for a month of labor reform. With a single pronouncement, the giant sealed the unfortunate man's grim fate. His underlings promptly responded, binding the hefty man and tossing him into their vehicle. The hefty man's companions, upon witnessing this, retreated into the crowd, silenced by fear. At that moment, everyone experienced for the first time the workings of military governance, their faces etched with concern. What choice did they have? In these chaotic times, lives were as fragile as blades of grass. Survival was preferable to becoming food for the undead. Hey, you lot. Bring the vehicles over here. Before Lu Yuan could even begin to reverse his car, the giant had spotted the 2 vehicles, clearly military in nature and well-maintained. These were among their preferred models. Such vehicles were in short supply within the safe zones. Often soldiers had to resort to civilian cars for missions. Securing these 2 vehicles would be a significant achievement, whether for personal use or for the military. Hey, don't drive away. What do you think you're doing? The giant, alarmed at Lu Yuan's intention to reverse, sprang into action. With a powerful leap, he soared 3 meters high, landing beside Lu Yuan's car. In a swift motion, he stepped onto the running board, taking advantage of the fact that Lu Yuan had not yet raised the window. Grasping the car door with one hand, he reached in with the other, aiming to seize the ignition key. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated, leaving everyone bewildered as to what had transpired inside the cabin. Yet the sound of flesh meeting flesh was unmistakable, and moments later, the giant was sent hurtling 3 meters away, crashing to the ground. As his underlings rushed over to flip him onto his back, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It turns out this fellow's face has been completely smashed. This brawny man could easily topple a 200-pound heavyweight with a single punch, yet now he has been reduced to mere fragments by a single blow. How could the onlookers not be astonished? They have indeed encountered a formidable adversary. With a thunderous roar, a shadow leaped down from the distant watchtower. In a few agile bounds, it reached the front of Lu Yuan's vehicle, accompanied by several henchmen rushing in from the side, all brandishing firearms, surrounding Lu Yuan's RV in a manner that allowed no escape. The valiant warrior in front made a swift maneuver, positioning his vehicle across Lu Yuan's RV, while Yuan Hai emerged from the rooftop, mounting a 249 machine gun. Before this venture, Lu Yuan had exhausted all the crystal cores and materials he possessed, crafting a set of armor for several individuals and transforming some rarely used submachine guns into high-powered light machine guns. Quickly, we must flee. A confrontation is imminent. Upon witnessing both sides brandishing their weapons, the surrounding onlookers could no longer maintain their composure. The scene was indeed apt to be described as a chaotic scramble for safety. Yet it did not deter the standoff between the two factions. Standing at the front of Lu Yuan's vehicle was a young man clad in a black combat suit. His long hair tied in a bun, his complexion fair, and his eyes narrow, clearly an individual of cultivation. "I am by you, a disciple of the Jin Yu Mountain sect. May I inquire to which faction you belong? If you are military personnel, please promptly contact your superiors and refrain from obstructing our duties." Lu Yuan responded. "We are not military personnel. We are merely social individuals seeking refuge. Since you are merely civilians, you must abide by the rules here. Yet now that we wish to depart, is that not permissible? Huh? Do you think this is a place where one can come and go as they please?" Having discerned Lu Yuan's group's background, Bai Yu suddenly exuded confidence. Initially, he suspected them to be affiliated with a particular faction or elite military forces. Now, it appeared they were merely fortunate social individuals from the outside, and he could not allow them to leave so easily. If they were permitted to depart, where would Bai Yu's dignity reside? Lu Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle, realizing that this individual was unlikely to let them go without a challenge. The surrounding terrain was complex, and breaking through would not be simple. Thus, it seemed prudent to engage Bai Yu. As soon as one foot touched the ground, before the other could fully leave the vehicle's step, Bai Yu suddenly charged towards him, clearly intent on disregarding any notion of civility. In that instant, Lu Yuan entered a state of profound focus, activating the Diamond Star Fist. With the skill ignited, Lu Yuan found himself endowed with extraordinary dynamic vision. While to others, Bai Yu had become a mere streak of white light, to Lu Yuan, his movements appeared as if unfolding in slow motion. Lu Yuan did not throw a punch. Instead, he merely flicked his index finger gently towards Bai Yu. With a sharp crack, the spectators heard the sound of a bone snapping, and then they witnessed Bai Yu being propelled backward. He landed deftly, performing a few lazy rolls to dissipate the momentum. "Captain!" The minions rushed forward, surrounding Bai Yu protectively, fearful that Lu Yuan might pursue him further. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, leisurely raised his index finger, flicking it twice towards the sky before exhaling softly. "I assure you, I did not intend to harm you. The reason I flicked you was that I feared a punch might inadvertently prove fatal." Chapter 96, Fongo City. The sound of gun bolts being drawn resonated around them. Realizing that martial prowess would not suffice, they resorted to firepower to subdue him. "Stop!" A commanding shout echoed from a distance, and two groups hastily arrived at the scene. Lu Yuan, brotherly. Upon recognizing the leader of the approaching group, Lu Yuan was taken aback. It was the undercover officer Li Wanlin, whom they had previously sent off. However, he was now clad in military attire, indicating he had joined the army. Following him were over 20 soldiers, clearly of notable rank. Beside him stood a rugged man in black combat gear, his countenance dark as he scrutinized Lu Yuan. Bai Yu, who had just been flicked away, stood beside the man, clutching his wrist and whispering in frustration, evidently recounting their group's background. "What transpired here?" Li Wanlin inquired of Lu Yuan, who recounted the recent events. Li Wanlin listened intently, furrowing his brow. He then turned to the rugged man and spoke. "Chief Chung, could your special operations team exercise a bit more discretion in their methods? Although we are in extraordinary times, one cannot perpetually act with such brazen disregard." Chief Chung, with his crew-cut and stubbled face, appeared slightly flustered. "Comradely, you speak true. Our education of the subordinates has been lacking, leading to hasty actions. This time, we concede our fault. Is this gentleman your acquaintance? How should we address him?" I wish to extend my apologies on behalf of my subordinate. Lu Yuan promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Not at all. Not at all. We too have erred in the past. I kindly ask for your understanding, Chief Cheng. Lu Yuan was no novice to society. He understood the reasons behind Chief Cheng's sudden change in demeanor. On one hand, it was due to Li Wanlin's presence, and on the other, it stemmed from uncertainty regarding Lu Yuan's true identity. Having already assumed a role, he could not afford to drop the facade. He must maintain his composure. His nonchalant demeanor appeared enigmatic to Chief Cheng. Ah, what a commotion this has caused. Mr. Lu, you do not seem like an ordinary individual. Our Fangzhou city has recently enacted a policy to prioritize the settlement of exceptional talents. It seems that a misunderstanding arose due to my personnel's inadequate grasp of the regulations. How about we conduct a special assessment and handle this as a unique matter? Upon hearing the words of Section Chief Cheng, Li Wanlin's previously furrowed brows relaxed instantly. This is quite satisfactory. He then leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered an explanation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, a portion of humanity has begun to awaken their latent abilities. Currently, both the military and official entities are recruiting these individuals, treating them as a special demographic. Naturally, there are privileges involved. For instance, they are allowed to retain certain personal equipment. Individuals like them can keep their firearms and vehicles. Those with particularly exceptional abilities may even receive limited housing allocations and significantly advantageous supply distributions. Furthermore, if they are sent on missions and perform excellently, they can secure similar benefits for their families. This is a typical example of the newly introduced military merit promotion system, which Lu Yuan found quite agreeable. Coincidentally, there is an assessment scheduled for tomorrow, and he decided that they should participate together. Li Wanlin turned to Section Chief Cheng and stated his intention, to which Cheng nodded in agreement. Let it be so. After Section Chief Cheng and his team departed, Li Wanlin beckoned Lu Yuan and the others to drive to the barracks where he was stationed. His primary duty at present was to maintain order at the tunnel entrance with a platoon and to gather suitable personnel. Soldiers who had lost contact with their units or retired veterans were required to rejoin and be demobilized here. As for Section Chief Cheng and his team, they were currently stationed at the Jinyu Mountain Gate in Fangzhou City. Upon returning with Junjia, they were conscripted into military service, though Junjia was assigned to the Navy. These factions had only recently emerged. Every secure zone within the country now has a corresponding mountain gate. It remains unclear what their original purpose was, but they appeared suddenly after the apocalypse, and their communication with higher authorities is shrouded in mystery, as their existence has been tacitly accepted. Each mountain gate possesses unique skills and extraordinary abilities, proving to be quite beneficial during the reclamation of lost territories. Thus, a peculiar situation has arisen. The military's current primary mission is to uphold order, gather humanity, collect resources, and build strength. Occasionally, when special operations are required, personnel from their Special Operations Department must collaborate. Dinner was brought by Li Wanlin and consisted of a medley made from various canned goods. In the apocalypse, being able to enjoy such a meal is already considered a lavish feast. As they dined, Li Wanlin provided them with an overview of the current situation in the urban area of Fangzhou City. The gathered populace has essentially been divided into several major groups. Skilled workers have been assigned to various factories. Recently, factories in Fangzhou City have proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Those without skills are selected based on their physical fitness, undergo training, and subsequently enter the workforce. Meanwhile, the elderly, infirm, and disabled are assigned to agricultural duties or sent out to fish at sea. As a coastal city, Fangzhou is not overly deficient in supplies. However, considering the potential for increasingly dire circumstances in the future, strict military management and resource allocation protocols remain in effect. Be cautious during tomorrow's assessment, he warned them. This will affect your future prospects of entering the system. Indeed, the system is omnipresent, sighed Lu Yuan. Following the assessment, there are two options. On one hand, you may join the Special Operations Department led by Section Chief Cheng. On the other hand, you may choose to join us. At this moment, Li Wanlin regarded Lu Yuan with an amused smile. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze. Does the military truly require our assistance? Ah, of course. Not only do they require it, but they are also eager to recruit talent. We have our own special forces as well. Suddenly, Lu Yuan comprehended why Li Wanlin had shown such enthusiasm towards him. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of the camp, causing Li Wanlin to spring to his feet. A soldier, panting heavily, burst into the tent. Squad leader, the horde is approaching. You all stay here and rest. I will go out to assess the situation. Without waiting for Lu Yuan's response, Li Wanlin dashed out of the tent with his team. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire and explosions, reverberating like a boiling pot. The camp erupted into chaos as countless individuals surged towards the tunnels, despite the pleas from the soldiers at the front attempting to dissuade them. The throng pressed on, behaving as if possessed, rushing towards the two tunnels. However, upon reaching the tunnels, they collided head-on with the torrents of steel emerging from within. Those at the forefront were instantly crushed into a pulp. Tanks and armored vehicles streamed out of the tunnels, and the previously chaotic scene fell silent. Chapter 97. The horde approaches. Yuan and his companions chose not to follow the crowd, but instead ascended to the rooftops, binoculars in hand, gazing towards the distant battlefield. The Huangdaling Tunnel is a dual-direction, dual-tube, 8-lane structure that had only recently been completed. To the north of the tunnel lies an open trumpet-shaped area, where the military had established numerous temporary fortifications 3 kilometers away. These fortifications extended like walls along the highway, constructed from stacked shipping containers, at 2 stories high. Many soldiers had already ascended the walls, firing upon the horde surging towards them. The density of fire was immense, with gunfire echoing incessantly. Reinforcements quickly arrived, with tanks positioned across the main thoroughfare, gunners operating machine guns to provide continuous suppressive fire. Flares were launched skyward, unfurling their small parachutes as they drifted down slowly. The sight of the horde on the ground was unprecedented for Yuan and his companions. The undead swarmed across the landscape, moving at a speed far exceeding any they had encountered before. Even more terrifying were the numerous mutated zombies lurking within the horde, seeking opportunities amidst the chaos. Xiao Feng observed clearly that several towering zombies, standing over 2 meters tall and nearly 3, were concealed within the mass, stealthily advancing. These abominations were grotesquely muscular, their heads and necks almost fused into one, possessing a singular eye above a massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Amidst the chaos, numerous quadrupedal zombies, reminiscent of leopards, leapt and darted through the horde. The bullets, whizzing through the air, could effortlessly take down ordinary zombies, yet they inflicted not a scratch upon these mutated creatures. The colossal zombies would seize nearby ordinary zombies as shields, effectively blocking the incoming projectiles. Moreover, the small-caliber bullets barely penetrated their tough, leathery skin. Only the full-powered rounds from a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun could inflict any harm. Remarkably, while an ordinary person would be torn asunder by a single bullet, these formidable zombies could withstand 3 to 5 shots before succumbing. The agile zombies, even more cunning and swift, eluded the bullets entirely. After merely 3 minutes of skirmish, the horde had already encroached to within 300 meters of the city walls. Yuan and his companions stood in stunned silence. Their previous encounters with zombies now seemed trivial in comparison. They could hardly fathom how drastically the zombies had mutated in just a few short days. At that moment, they felt a surge of relief over their decision to come to Fangzhou City. Had they remained in their residential area, they might have found themselves trapped in such a monstrous horde, with no chance of escape. As the horde prepared to assault the city walls, a series of piercing whistles shattered the night sky. Explosions erupted within the ranks of the zombies, and several of the once ferocious agile zombies were sent flying through the air. It turned out that the military had deployed mortars to the walls and commenced their barrage. Simultaneously, tanks that had been obstructing the road began to unleash their might. Shells of 105 mm caliber soared forth, rendering the previously invulnerable giant zombies utterly insignificant. One shot could obliterate them entirely. Above, a distinct buzzing filled the air as helicopters soared overhead, swiftly reaching the horde's position. A torrent of bullets descended like a tempest, instantly halting the previously aggressive advance of the zombies. Concurrently, the tanks on the road created a gap, and suddenly, 2 or 3 dozen modified pickup trucks surged forth from behind. Each truck bore immense fuel tanks in their cargo beds, while soldiers operated nozzles at the front. As the convoy approached within approximately 100 meters of the horde, streams of fiery breath erupted from the nozzles, igniting the foremost zombies into blazing torches. At this moment, the helicopters ceased their sweeping fire and shifted to a protective mode, targeting the mutated zombies to provide cover for the flamethrower convoy below. Meanwhile, a procession of military trucks arrived at the front lines, unloading platoons of soldiers. However, the morale and spirit of these soldiers paled in comparison to those who had been engaged in the frontline combat. The soldiers donned the simplest green military uniforms, yet each was adorned with protective gear. Their feet were encased in leather boots, accompanied by shin guards that extended up to the knees. The upper body was clad in basic stab-resistant vests, topped with helmets designed to withstand explosions. In their hands, they bore no rifles, but each wielded a spear, evidently crafted in haste. The spearheads, fashioned from rebar, were somewhat crude yet remarkably sharp. Observing their demeanor, Yuan discerned that these were likely newly recruited soldiers, thrust into the battlefield to witness bloodshed. a means to both train the troops and conserve ammunition. Before long, the soldiers had formed ranks, and an officer began to outline the combat objectives. After a brief but concise briefing, at the sound of the officer's whistle, they plunged into the fray. Although it was apparent that these were green recruits, initially flustered upon entering the battlefield, they quickly found their footing under the guidance of junior officers' commands in the piercing notes of the whistle, indicative of their prior training. Grouped in threes. One soldier wielded a shield and a longsword, another brandished a police-style anti-riot fork, while the third handled the spear. This triad worked in concert. The anti-riot fork would immobilize the zombies, while the spear wielder targeted their heads. Should any zombies charge, the shield bearer would advance, followed by the fork striking down, with the spear thrusting at any approaching undead, preventing them from clustering. Through this cooperation, the reserve troops swiftly cleared a substantial area. Witnessing this scene, Yuan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. While the zombie hordes were formidable, they were ultimately no match for intelligent humans. However, at that moment, shadows surged forth from the flanks, crashing directly into the soldiers' lines. In a chaotic onslaught, several nearby combat groups were swiftly overwhelmed. The soldiers closest were caught off guard, unable to utter a single cry before being cleaved in half by the dark figures. The ensuing turmoil on the battlefield swiftly drew the attention of the rear echelon, prompting the launch of illumination flares. The officers soon discerned the source of the disturbance. It was a few burrowing moles that had emerged from below ground. Utilizing their tunneling ability, they had unexpectedly appeared in the center of the scattered infantry, creating chaos within the ranks of the reserve troops.